heard a lot about the laser theories,
I'm talking about
and
the globe. The globe claims here. So the globe claims that the ground's curving. The question is,
yeah,
how
I
does
don't
that?
believe it at all. And
I
um,
know, I know you don't believe it, but this is like
well, I know
basic
that. But what
knowledge,
I'm saying
which
is,
we all got it in school.
well, yes, and I believe
Yeah,
in laser tests
yeah.
100%
Because
on my end
this is
because
no. Listen. These questions is not an IQ test. Is not competition, contest, anything. It's just to simply establish with newcomers here, which are mostly globers, but this is not your case. But taking you through this will just give you an idea and maybe learn the technique. And yeah,
Yeah, it's more of like a status report, Sam, to see
yeah,
how well you know the narrative. So it's okay,
yeah.
if you don't, quote unquote, believe these things, but the question still stands. They claim they've measured the surface of the Earth, and they said it was curving. They've given us a radius value. So how did they do that? Do you know? According to the narrative.
according to the narrative, no.
Yeah.
According to what people have told me, yes.
Well, I can give you the narrative's answer. They say Eratosthenes in ancient Greek. He was an ancient Greek, but he was in the city of Alexandria and Syene, one of his friends, and they put sticks. They measured with sticks and shadows. The length of the shadow and the angles, and that's how they claim that they were measuring a curved surface. But the curved surface is an assumption he made. He assumed he was measuring a curved surface. And the second assumption, fallacious assumption, was that Eratosthenes said that the sunlight is a collimated light source. So the sun rays are coming parallel, uh, are on the ground. And this is a physical impossibility. I mean, the sunlight is a very wide angle divergency source, light source. It Lasers are very low divergency angle, and yeah, lasers are very, very different kind of light sources than the sun is. I mean, a light bulb in your house or the sunlight is pretty much the same, but a laser is so different than these two.
Do you believe in a laser being
Yeah.
able to give an accurate reading of the Earth, though?
You
Uh,
might want to rephrase that question.
Do you believe in lasers being able to give a accurate reading of the curvature of the Earth
what kind of reading?
if it's curved or not?
Well,
How would a
yes,
laser
we
prove
can
that?
use a laser. We can use a laser on long distance measurements, but not infinite distances.
So what you're saying is you wouldn't be able to measure the entire Earth with a laser,
No, with a laser, no, you cannot
but
measure the
but you
whole
can
Earth
measure
with a laser.
but you can measure the entire Earth with a shadow.
You're sticking entire Earth in there. No one said that, but you.
Yeah.
Well, I was just
I
asking a
tell you
question.
what, in Romania, we have the most
That's
powerful
strong.
laser in the world, and its power output is 10 petawatts. If the Romanians were to shine that laser towards America, it will never reach USA.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Not even the sunlight doesn't travel infinite distances. It only covers half of the world. It shines on almost half of the world most of the time, and the other half is in nighttime, darkness, you know. So,
So
So
so how
Samuel,
does
sorry, go ahead.
so when the other side of the earth is in nighttime, how does that other side of the earth end up getting sun?
well, I can show you a simple GIF, which it can demonstrate you that it is possible to have uh, uh,
Oh, I know it's possible.
daytime and nighttime on a disk. Yeah.
Yeah, the question you're asking is kind of like, well, if it's a space disk, how come there's how come there's nighttime? Like if we were in the heliocentric model and we were on a disk, then your question might make sense, right? Like the sun would be just shining on top of the disk. What do you? But that's not the model. If that's what you're
Right.
asking.
And you told us the Earth
Oh,
is moving, right?
yeah, the
So,
earth isn't moving.
okay. Awesome.
Everything
So
else
the
is
sun moves
moving around
random,
it.
doesn't it?
Yeah, I posted that GIF. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
So
Yeah,
does it make
and see,
sense?
yes, and see that makes
It's
sense.
possible.
It,
Yeah,
oh yeah, it's completely possible. Um,
yeah.
and see, and there's some people that can't understand that concept right there.
Yeah. This is a lensing effect, but when we talk about reality, yeah, it's not only lensing, but it's also the distance which the light can travel. It's dependent on the intensity of the light source. So when your light source is more powerful, yeah, it will shine more light across longer distance. But if it's less intense, then it won't shine the same amount, the same area, same distances. Yeah. The second question is about the rotation. Do you know who detected and measured, and by which method, that the Earth is spinning, rotating around its axis?
But the earth isn't spinning.
Remember, this is a status
Well,
report for the
yeah,
heliocentric.
the Globers claim is that it's spinning. That's what they claim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what we are asking them when they come in here. So and when they say when they defend their heliocentric model, they have to know these things, you know?
Right, this is a narrative check, Sam. So, do you know
Yeah.
how they detected the rotation of the Earth?
It's okay if you don't know. Just say, I don't know it either, the answer to this one.
Well, why don't you hit us with the correct narrative get beget? Because I could actually learn a thing about this. Do they say it's Foucault's pendulum, or what do they say?
Well, it's a guy, I don't know, he has an Italian name, Bruno or Brunelli, something like that. And He was looking at the stars in the sky. He saw that they are spinning above us, and then he said, "We are spinning." He made this assumption that we are spinning, not the stars. The stars are still above us in a still position, but we are spinning, so that's why we see them, that they are spinning in the sky. And that's crazy.
So that's their narrative. They just have a guy who says,
Yeah,
"As we're spinning, there's no apparatus or
yeah,
anything, no
yeah,
power."
yeah. No apparatus, nothing. Just a telescope, like making an observation. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm having connection issues and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, say it again.
Welcome back. Yeah, I
You're
hear
you're
you.
asking me a
Fine.
question.
Yeah, if you knew who discovered that the Earth is rotating around its axis.
No, I don't know who discovered it.
Yeah. I don't know either the answer to this one. I'm not sure to give you the name of the guy, but it's some Italian name, Brunelli or something like that. And this guy looked with a telescope at the stars. He saw that they are spinning above us, and then he made the assumption and positive claim that we are spinning and the stars in the sky are standing still, actually, but we see them like they are spinning because we are spinning beneath them. And that's pretty much the same like looking at a train, you know.
And that's from
You see
Glover's
the
point, right?
train moving, but and you're standing still. But then make the assumption you say actually the train is standing still and we are and you are moving. Yeah,
I gotta take a call real quick. Give me a minute.
yeah. Take your time.
So I just did a quick Google search. Who detected Earth's rotation? And
Yeah.
they throw up Foucault. They say that Foucault demonstrates the Earth rotates. They said there was no obvious visual demonstration, only astronomical evidence. So how would do you want to go through the Foucault's pendulum and how that doesn't work? Or
Yeah, I can go through that too. The Foucault pendulum is supported on the ground. I mean, they are hanging it from a ceiling, yeah, which is hanging supported by the walls, and the walls by a foundation in the ground.
right.
So it's supported by the very thing which he was supposed to measure the speed of, like, to prove that it's spinning. And this is something like when you uh, install the sensor of speed reading on your drive shaft, but you mount also the reader on the drive shaft. So it wouldn't be able anymore to measure any kind of speed, rotation. Yeah.
So what would they have to do to make that work, or to try and what would they have to do to
Well,
try the rotation?
what they do, it's a very, very wicked and it's a scam because they know the physics of certain metals, and this electric and electrostatic fields, like how elements behave. And they use lead metal weights. Lead is a very interesting metal. As a single atom, it's diamagnetic, and as a metal, where you have many atoms together bonded in a crystalline structure, that's where it's paramagnetic when it's like that. And it has dual two magnetic properties of opposite kinds, you know. Diamagnetism and paramagnetism are opposite magnetic properties, you know. And because of this, the lead is actually behaving, showing that there is a constant electrostatic flow from the heavens to the ground, from the positive Gaussian plane to the negative Gaussian plane. The ground is the negative, and vast majority of elements that make this world, they belong to the negative plane, and only those elements that make the positive Gaussian plane uh, belong to the positive. Yeah, and I speculate that will be helium. Helium is not rising because it's lighter. It's rising. Actually, it's being attracted upwards to the positive plane. Yeah,
Globers and their scams.
yeah. And we have, you see, the higher you go in altitude, the electrostatic voltage potential increases of the gases, you know. And I see this something like a particle spinning in a very wide, large diameter circle, you know. And as you pull it towards the ground, it's spinning in a smaller circle, you know, like a vortex. The higher you go in altitude, the voltage potential increases. So the particle is spinning on a very big circle. But when it's at the ground, it has a lower voltage potential, so it's spinning in a smaller diameter circle. The electrons, yeah. So
So, according to their narrative, what's the correct answer to our third question about gas pressure? Is it gravity, or what else do they say? It just contains itself.
well, it's not. It's not. Gravity is actually electrostatic and magnetism involved in the Foucault's pendulum, and I personally um, like to think of myself like I debunked this because I took two magnets, neodymium magnets, and I glued them together the way they repel each other. And I used these magnets as the weights of a pendulum. and when I swing this pendulum, I I noticed no deflection. It was just swinging from left to right, with as long as it had that kinetic energy momentum, you know. But it didn't deflect like clockwise or counterclockwise to start spinning. Yeah,
Right.
and when I use iron or a simple metal as a weight, um, at some point I thought it's the way my hand I'm releasing the pendulum and the string, like it's in a spiral shape, and when you pull harder on it, it wants to twist or whatever. But no, I took a fish line, which was very straight, and there is no spiral torsion in it, you know. And yeah, I noticed that you get a slight deflection with, but when I use lead, yeah, this kind of deflection was very visible, very easy to see. It starts showing up because, yeah, it's the way magnetism behaves, and yeah, magnetism and electricity are directly related, connected. These two forces.
So real quick, we're joined by Andrew.
Yeah.
If you want to get verified, you can jump up into the VC check-in. I can give you a verification there to speak here, or Ahmad can just take you off mute. Yeah, we got two here, no roles, Andrew and Rifty. If you guys want to talk, you can get VC verified by jumping into the VC check-in, or Ahmad can just take you off mute.
There is globe clock. I see flat clock, but I don't see a globe clock nowhere. I don't see a globe clock anywhere to explain the globe, how the light works, how the time zones work. Kind of strange.
Isn't it all supposed to be wobbling and tilted and
Yes.
11 vectors?
While the light is moving around, the LED on the inside of the little glob, is moving around to show you the sun movement, right? Because to try and do like a full scale clock would be like ridiculous. It'd take up like the whole ceiling. With like a little globe clock. Little globe clock that you can set on a nightstand. It's got an alarm and a snooze button. Where's that? To show us how time zones work and how the earth is and everything. Where's at least one? All these inventors and engineers and designers, all these intricate things, not one guy ever, not one chick, not one globe clock to explain to me how time zones work on a globe. I mean, sure, they can put it in CAD, make a video game out of something. Sure, they can do that. But I could also do the same thing with the flight simulator. Oh, look, we have compare and contrast, a glob and a flat plane. I wonder which one looks like reality. I like it. Plus, with parallel rays, damn sundial wouldn't work anyway. But see, the needle has to change depending on your location, the size of it, to get the accurate read. Because of the angle to the sunlight. Too tall of a needle, and it's 11 o'clock before it's 11 o'clock. Good, howdy, everybody. Bro, Reckner, people not paying attention to the chat that are in the conversation, that's annoying. You can work around other people talking in the chat. That's easy.
Yeah, so we can unmute Andrew. He's now here. Andrew, you're unmuted. Welcome. How are you doing?
Is that no mic or broken mic?
Oh, you're unmuted. Yeah. Welcome, Andrew.
That's what I was asking. I haven't heard peep yet.
Welcome, Lemon.
Hey, how you doing? What y'all talking about?
Not much. We were wondering if Andrew has a question, but he doesn't. But you're coming in low. Is it me? Maybe I turned you down. No,
Probably my mic. Sorry about that.
no problem. Found any new globe arguments?
They're pretty much the same.
Mm.
Talking about the Southern Pole Star and stuff like that. But you could explain that with stars rotating in a curved round surface like a firmament,
Right.
forming and warping the shape of the star trail.
Still no curvature. Must be frustrating for being a glober these days.
They just gotta think about the diffraction limit, like looking down a hallway where the ceiling and the floor eventually merge. Even over a flat surface, they can even cut off things bottom up.
Well, looking down a hallway is fraction. That's perspective. That's your limited vision and the distance that you have to look, plus the mirroring effect that happens due to perspective.
Yeah.
Refraction requires two mediums. And if you're looking from a beach across the ocean out to sea, there's no glass wall. All there is air. So you have one medium, air, all the way out.
Yeah.
No glass.
Refraction is going from medium to medium.
Right.
Diffraction is basically ceiling and the floor merging in this example.
Can you say that word again?
Diffraction with a D.
Diffract. Okay, sorry. It just my end. I got everything turned up, and it's yeah.
My mic's crap. But diffraction, if you look through a camera obscura, appears to imply that there's a midline between the top and bottom half of vision where the image is flipped and inverted. And one would expect there to be this zone where there's no flip and no inversion, aka a horizon line, where everything just simply converges but isn't flipped or resolved.
Right, which is what I was talking about with the mirroring of the perspective over distance. That everything is going to collapse in on itself, especially when you're trying to zoom into the vanishing point. That's how looming and things occur. Fun things. It's just an optical illusion.
Basically, it's the diffraction limit combined with being too close to the surface, the floor, the wall, or the ceiling. Diffraction with a D, aka perspective. Some people think perspective means that it'll vanish down to a pinprick automatically, but you have a vanishing plane, the flat surface that you're on, that makes the line. So it's not just going to disappear down to a pinprick. It's going to disappear bottom first.
Right, but we could be on a 10, 20 mile long flat road like Arizona, New Mexico. I could have a flashlight at night. And at some point, me backing away from you, that light's going to disappear. And it's going to be in that one step at that distance. It's going to just vanish, even though it's still on. And if I take a step forward, it'll come back in. And if I take a step back, it'll disappear. To pull larger objects into a larger frame, you need larger lenses, which what I've wanted to do for a long time is just build some 5-foot lenses and stack those in a proper system, and then boom. Let's see how far we can see with. I see you, Lulu. I mean, if you like, I can go over gas pressure, Lulu.
Say that again?
I said I could go over gas pressure if you just want to hear noise going.
Uh, mm, nah, no.
Yeah, I love gas pressure. I love it though.
Me too.
Because we got halves it. How was your day?
It's been good so far. How about you?
I'm still waiting for an example of a globe clock that explains how time zones work on a globe. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be waiting.
Yeah, I was gonna say don't hold your breath. I was watching on the news today that Amazon has a new home robot called Astro. Thought that was interesting.
At home robot?
Yeah, so I guess it's like, I don't know why it's different from the what is that one called? The Alexis,
Or Lexus.
Alexa or Alexis, whichever one was.
Alexa, yeah.
Oh, Alexa, yeah. So I guess this one is different because it can move. I don't know. It's dumb, but people are, hyping it. So you'll see that in every home soon. That's their plan.
Right. So we have another magic box that gives us magic answers to queries, and no go get me a beer out of the fridge robots. Why?
Wait, say that one more time?
We've got that silly garbage technology, outdated. But I don't have a robot that'll go get me a beer out of the fridge while I'm watching the game. Or I'm studying. Like, where's my robot that's fetching my beer?
Now that kind of robot I'm behind.
Right. Well, you see BattleBots, and then you turn the channel, and none of that technology is anywhere in everyday life. RC cars, planes, drones, sure, all right, fine, but beyond that, just the mediocre. We've had RC planes and cars since I was little.
Japan has Big
I
Brother robots in the houses and the school systems. You could probably order one from them.
Well, yeah,
Those are
yeah,
creepy though. They make them look like the creepy robot that's gonna kill you at night.
Japan already has a market. They've got several of those markets.
But yeah, I've seen those too. Like they would have them in um, restaurants or fast food places to take your order or something, right?
Right. They have little things, but like, come on, we got the little dancing robot you put on the desk with the remote control. Put a little extra RAM in there, a couple GPUs to handle the strain of the processing. Uh, give him some actuators so he can open the fridge and get me a beer.
That's maybe in the future, Cuddle. That's beyond our capabilities right now. You're asking too
No,
much.
no. We have this technology now. We've had it for like 50 years, and I've just watched people squander it. It is weird.
The reason we don't have it is because of business. That's about it.
Oh, a free market would be beautiful. It would be if we actually had one. But see, free is without restriction, without mob bosses or whatever. Undue influence. Without it. Not you get to influence me. No.
But if you go to a restaurant, would you rather see someone, well, I guess a human taking your order, or would you prefer a robot?
A real restaurant or what we're loosely defining as restaurant? in like society. Because I
I
think
guess
there's
any.
other restaurants that are not. But I mean, like at the
Pluses
low
and
end,
if you had a robot, the robot would still be programmed to be polite regardless of how you treated it. If you had the person going in and being your waiter or waitress, if you was rude, your waiter would be rude, right? If you wanted to not have somebody remember your conversation, you wouldn't want a robot. If you wanted, you know, to have privacy and not be recorded, you would want a person. So I think there's pluses and minuses on whether or not I'd want a robot taking my order.
Yeah, but I mean, how much secret will you be talking at a restaurant, really? Like your life secret? Because they're already monitoring us, right? So
Not a matter
if you
of,
have your phone, you're definitely being recorded somehow.
it's a matter of having my personal life being recorded and stored on some server at the bottom of the ocean. You know what I mean? It's okay. I can have a technical manual in the army. It's allowed to be published to, it's allowed to be given to the public. But if you take specific information from throughout this technical manual and you was to put those pieces together, then that becomes a top secret information. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at it from like a general view. Just to have that interaction with a person, wouldn't that be better rather than just I don't know. I wouldn't want a robot personally.
Me neither. I'd much rather be able to go to the same restaurant, meet the same person, and then like grow a relationship with that individual. I can have a, I don't know, trust build up, and then that person would know that, you know, if I didn't have tip money this time, I'd double up on it next time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And Sasha, I do agree with you. Prefer to eat at home. I'm just saying on those like one or twice a year occasions if you do ever go out. But now here's the thing, Sasha. You have the option to have a robot at home to cook for you. Hmm?
I don't want that option.
You're missing out.
Bro, you're missing out what I can cook.
Or get the beer from the fridge for you.
I'm not drinking.
Get the soda, water, milk.
Only in coffee. Sometimes.
Are you sure you're not a robot, Sasha, and your battery's recharged with coffee?
I need to check. I can cry. I'm not a robot.
all I'm saying is in certain situations, where the hell is the technology? In other situations, I don't want it there. I'm not talking across the board. I'm talking about getting my beer. That's it. I don't care about McDonald's or Burger King or the fancy $200 a plate restaurant. That's a whole different ballgame. If they want to do that at the low end, sure, fine, let them. But at home, go get me the ranch. It comes back, it brings me the ranch. The barbecue sauce. The drink.
So you'll be programming your robot only to go from the kitchen to the living room or wherever you eat.
Maybe my
Right.
daughter has a robot.
And maybe back to a docking station. Hell yeah. Why not?
You know, my daughter has a robot in the house.
Really?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh.
Give me
All I can
that.
think
Give me
about
this.
is
Give me that.
crypto
Give me
in the
this.
sex
Good hand.
robot.
Sorry.
No, no.
You heard that, right, Maruka?
Yeah,
That's
I
just so
did.
funny.
No thanks. Not that kind of robot.
How do you know
Oh,
it's not your wife?
wow.
I don't think Cuddle's ever heard it. We had this guy come in here saying his wife could be a sex robot or something. It's so hilarious. It's recorded. The music spot's down where I play it. It's hilarious.
That's what you can buy on Amazon. That's robot. Yeah.
He was literally trying to argue that his wife could be a sex robot, and he didn't really know. Yeah,
Bro.
trying to prove something dumb. Gulbers will say anything.
But
Like
Indio
anything.
yesterday evening was even one worse than him, saying that Earth is almost closed system.
Almost close.
Bro, that's his. That's
It's
his.
like a small little door up there somewhere.
Now he made an example. If it cut the tire, you know, the air will go out. You know, but if we cut the container from air, it will not go out anything out.
So we got a slow leak.
So
Yeah, like the ozone layer, right?
was that what the flat guy? Sasha?
Yeah.
I just was reading it, and he says sulfur hexafluoride doesn't go out of the tank, doesn't evaporate. Like what?
Yeah. Yeah. I was there for that. Train wreck.
But don't they claim that they do have a tear in the ozone layer?
I thought the hole repaired itself. They keep changing their mind.
Yeah, no. The space bugs had a bunch of space bug babies, and because of the lack of the CO2 emissions, supposedly they got to repopulate, so the hole is closed now.
Well, I actually read this year that it reopened. So it closed, reopened. So
Well, dude, this was like 6 years ago while I was still a Globey, 7, 8, 9, something like that. So like,
It's
yeah,
convenient when it opens and closes, I guess.
It's
yeah,
closed for
they it could have been like, assume it even was a globe, right? So if it was a normal oscillation, right, say it opens and closes, just like on some time scale that they don't know of, right? So we banned all these fluorocarbons. Spray, you can't. It's hard as hell to get like an air conditioner for your car. It used to be easy. It's difficult now because it takes a refrigerant, which is banned. So yeah, they banned all these products when I was growing up.
Yeah, that's R12, right?
Yeah, R12. Yeah.
yeah. But see, what they don't tell you is you could vacuum the system and then replace the garbage with propane.
If you have 2 containers, you don't need container for gas.
I actually know someone that was fined. He picks up garbage for a living. Someone paid him to throw away a refrigerator, and he got fined. Someone happened to see him, paid like a $2,000 fine or something for letting out because the trash truck compacts the thing and busts open the refrigerator. So while the refrigerant goes out into the atmosphere, so he got a $2,000 fine for releasing chlorofluorocarbons into the atmosphere.
Wait, why is that?
Because it's Chlorofluorocarbons supposedly destroy the ozone layer, and they ban them. You're not allowed to release that refrigerant into the air.
Right. Because the moment you open that line, the refrigerant goes out. It goes from a liquid to a gas.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's only a gas because it's in that containment system, and it's vacuumed, it's specifically pressurized. Even its movement, it still equalizes everything while the compressor kicks, blah, blah, blah. It's its own ecosystem.
Helicopters that have AC units to cool off their electrical boxes, their air, their I don't know, freon, so to speak, is made up of 3 different chemicals, and you can put the chemical in from one container, but when you extract it to, do repairs on the system, if you're going to replace that air, you have to take the system and run it at 3 different temperatures so that you can separate the gases and put them into 3 different containers so that you're doing it legally.
Yeah, it used to be in every aerosol can used to have chlorofluorocarbons in it, but they got rid of them.
Right. They said it was the ozone. The space bugs were dying. We were going to die because of space bugs.
We're all going to get a super tan from UV radiation,
Bro, just hear them say space bugs. What the hell's the ozone layer? So imagine space bugs. What? This tiny bacteria.
Ozone is created by lightning strikes.
Bro. Oh my god, I remember watching that crap. It's still funny because, dude, I couldn't believe what they were saying. I'm like, there's no way. Space bugs?
Wait, what are space bugs? I mean, how did they explain it though?
They were saying something like microscopic or so bacteria that
Look, they say they found seaweed on the International Space Station. Seaweed on the exterior.
Oh yeah, because it's in the ocean.
There's no doubt. Oops. We almost confessed.
Man.
I tell you, man, I'm waiting for the Cobra flags. That's it. I'm just waiting.
What I'm waiting for is to know what can NASA say, which way these guys will actually start doubting it. Like, how absurd does it have to be? Because they say some pretty crazy things as it is.
Dude, it's up there already, bro. It's beyond Santa. Like, Santa ain't got nothing on the globe. Theory.
Say it rains diamonds on Jupiter and Saturn. That there's a star that spins at 70,000 revolutions per second, right? A star, 70,000 revolutions per second. This is what they say. What else? What else is a good one? Oh, that they can, Uranus smells like farts and they can detect it at 3 parts per million from 16 million miles away.
Yeah.
It's like, how ridiculous. Look, a gas chromatograph spectrometer, right, is one of the most sensitive machines to detect things, to detect substances. It only detects down to 6 parts per million. That's when you have a physical sample and you stick it in the machine. They said that they detected 3 parts per million from 16 million.
They're using LIGO to detect all that stuff. So, I mean, it's science, bro. You can't argue.
You're smoking an infinitely long crack pipe.
Look, bro, they captured a Care Bear and it's in the reactor and it just started doing what it's doing. I can't explain it.
LIGO claims to measure a displacement of 1/10,000th of a proton radius. What are they measuring that with?
Imagination. I can't say it with straight face.
They're measuring it with a proton? Like, what are you measuring it like? what was your ruler? Like, seriously. They'd say the most absurd things.
They're measuring it with Casper.
People back in the old server, people used to come in with LIGO. So I like read all their documentation on what they did. The surveying of LIGO is pretty funny. They actually had to do it 3 separate times because it kept messing up. But anyway, the thermal vibrations, right? Brownian motion, things have a temperature. That is 11 orders of magnitude larger than what they're claiming they measure. So the random motion of the instrument is 11 orders of magnitude larger than what the distance they're trying to measure. It's like trying to measure an inch when the lines on your ruler are, 1 billion inches apart. Well, where's the inch on this? I don't know. We don't have any lines. Where is the line? It's 1 billion inches that way. It's crazy what they say. It ain't even 1 billion. I think it's 100 billion. How many is 11 zeros?
I think 10 billion.
Yeah, 10 billion. So yeah.
But my thing is with all these so-called, smart people that are actually looking at these documentations, and how do they not see the lie? Like, do you have to first come to the realization that it's not a globe before you can actually look at the lie? It just amazes me.
I mean, to me, it's like a drug to them. Like the idea of being a scientist, doing high technology, and discovering the secrets of the universe. It's like a high. Drug abusers, they know the drugs they're doing is bad for them, but they still do it. And I think these so-called scientists are the same way. They're just caught up in it. They went to university, they got their PhD, they're just so immersed in this idea of scientism that they just, if they see something that doesn't make sense, the cog disc just takes over and they just plow right through it mentally.
Bro, pseudoscience is the new pop culture. It's the easiest way I can explain it.
I think it's a philosophy problem because they're inconsistent.
Just love imagination. That's what it is. Just imagining things.
I think the schooling system really made them like the idea of being same as the authority. So kids don't tend to be honest. They just tend to be same and accurate with what the authority says.
Well, for my family, I've been hitting them with flat Earth for like the last, 4 years. And the biggest problem that I have talking to them is, what does it matter? What does it change in my life? What if I started believing flat Earth? What does it change? And trying to get them to understand that, there's a big difference between understanding a lie and then realizing the truth. And then knowing the truth, you can spot when they're lying to you. That doesn't compute for them because their focus is not on understanding the science. It's on my day-to-day life and what does it change,
I mean, to a certain extent, yeah, they're right. Their lives wouldn't change. Their day-to-day life. But if your career or life was involved in physics or in anything that's related to the globe, then that would have a huge impact in your day-to-day life, right? I would assume.
This
You
is what I
can't.
say. This is what I say to that. Why does it matter to them? Because they're the one pushing the idea of a globe. We're not running around, on putting, flat Earth on TV and in magazines and all over the internet and whatever. It matters to them. It matters to them enough where it's so important that it's like a news story every 5 minutes on TV about people in space. So why does it matter to them? That's what they should be asking. Because it's not really, how is that important in their day? Does it really matter if Chris Hadfield plays the guitar on the International Space Station? Like, how does that change their life?
Exactly.
It's useless. The whole idea of space, even if you believe in the globe, it is the most useless, money-sucking endeavor in the history of man.
It's
Ain't no
true.
one going to space. You think they have these ideas. There's no commercial. You can't make money. There's no way to make a profit. You'll be in the red forever. Like there's no money in space. Just name one thing where mankind spends a whole shitload of money with no return, where you're never going to get anything out of it. Nothing. Human beings are about profit. We want something for our efforts. We're
Bro,
just going to go to space and just float around? Like, really? We're going to spend billions of dollars to go to space and float around and talk about pee and poop and drink piss coffee.
But they give you they give the Globers the hope of life being out there, right? So they have to go out there and research and try to look under every planet to see if there's life. So some people are just like you said, immersed in that and
Yeah, but it is a
want to
total
discover.
fantasy, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Listen, you could take every advanced physics idea that's proven that exists now. There's no way you're ever going to another planet. There's just no way. It's never going to happen. You're never going to go to another star. Voyager, right, was launched in the 70s. Fastest object supposedly launched into space. It's not going to reach the distance to the closest star for 143,000 years. Okay? Let's think about this. 143,000 years from now, Voyager will be the distance of the closest star. Like I said, even if you believe all that crap, it's a waste. It's just, you're living in a fantasy world.
Isn't one of the two voices still working? One
Supposedly,
or two?
yeah.
Yeah.
Supposedly, yeah. It's got like an 8-watt. It's got an 8-watt antenna, and it's transmitting, 1 billion miles back to Earth.
It's in the live stream. One of them's kind of stuck. There's a wall of fire out there, and it's held up, guys. So donate to NASA because we need to invent the tech to tell it how to get past the wall of fire now.
Oh God! You mean hell's in space? I thought you were down to go to hell. I thought heaven was in space. We got it all backwards.
It's like frickin' South Park, man. Send more money now so we can get past the wall in space. All we have to do is send data to some little robot and it'll know how to get past the next part of science that we can't figure out. Send money now, guys.
Yeah, and Voyager's supposed to be nuclear powered. That's how they got electricity.
Wow. I'm surprised they haven't invented a scavenger engine yet to gather little pieces of things from the nowhere place to fuel itself as it goes.
The vacuum energy. Never heard of that? Supposedly nothing has a lot of vacuum. Or a lot of energy, rather. You know how Hank talks about wrong by 1 to the 120th power? The prediction?
Yeah.
That's the vacuum energy. There's the vacuum energy, according to the equations, is way too much. And they're off by 1 to the 120 zeros.
I thought you were joking about that.
No, called 0 point energy or the vacuum energy. It's a prediction of quantum mechanics. They say that there's particles, virtual particles, being created and annihilated all the time. And the energy that creates them is called the vacuum energy. Quantum foam is another word for it. They got a bunch of, like, it's another story, another fanciful story.
This is something that always amazed me, that they never explored the Earth itself, like underneath the ocean. Why not? They say it's like 90% not explored yet, when they have this sort of technology.
I know, right? You got, private people have explored the bottom of the ocean, like Jacques Cousteau and who's that director that made Terminator series. They made the ones that went down to the Titanic. So that was all private money. So it's private people exploring the bottom of the ocean, not the government.
Yeah, you would assume NASA, with wanting to explore planets, would first start here.
You'd think it'd be a good place to test the technology. I know it's different. Lots of pressure versus no pressure.
Right. Just test
Yeah.
everything in a pool instead of in a vacuum chamber.
Because they already do that. I wonder if they tested the Apollo 11 in a pool, the lunar lander. Even, active enough to fake the paperwork of testing the lunar lander. Because they say they never tested it. They just flew it to the moon and it worked. So that's it. They never tested it once. Not even one time. They just built it. Stuck it on a rocket and sent it to the moon and it worked. Because that's how we do things.
Yeah. They were pretty lucky.
No, they're just that good.
The first diesel engine didn't explode. It didn't. The steam one, that one didn't explode and shoot a piston through the neighborhood. No. Piston the size of a Tim.
And before they manufactured the lunar lander module, Neil Armstrong tested. Just video this. He tested like a mock-up of it. It wasn't the exact same thing. They were just testing the idea before they came up with the design. He almost got killed in that. He had to eject.
Like 20 feet or something above the ground.
Yeah.
It went lateral and he had to eject before it dropped to the ground and exploded.
And that's on Earth with infinite more control than in a vacuum. Because at least you got some air resistance, kind of damp your motion. Yeah, the moon hoax it's so bad. I don't know why anybody believes that. I don't know why I ever believed it. So the rocket motor on the lunar lander is supposed to be 43,000 foot-pounds of thrust. So that's about it. That's more than I think those are about 27,000. So he's landing this on the moon, having a conversation with the motor, like, 3 feet under his ass. And he's just talking normally. It's so absurd. So beyond absurd.
Well, Buzz Aldrin said we watched an animation, so it's not absurd.
I thought he said we didn't go there.
He said both. We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And at was it Conan O'Brien? He said, "Well, you didn't because you watched an animation. There wasn't TV or something."
So Citizen Z is a mod on this server. I know you guys probably don't see him, but he used to be a lot more active here. He runs Ice Wall. Anyway, this is still open challenge to demonstrate thrust in a vacuum. So all the Gem Panda goons were asked to do this. This is like 3 years ago now. No one has ever demonstrated thrust in a vacuum. They'll go to, Newton's equations. Look at this math, man. Thrust exists in a vacuum. Yeah, okay, demonstrate it. And no one has yet.
Yeah, I think I saw somebody do it in a small tube with some kind of fireworks thing, but it was so small thing that when it went off, it immediately
Pressurizes it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you feel it with pressure. Yeah,
Yeah, this is how they used to try to refute it back then. There's a video. It's actually, I took that video on my channel. They got a pressure gauge. You can see the pressure gauge go up as soon as they ignite the rocket. So the thing doesn't move until the container that it's in becomes pressurized. Yeah, that's right. I said container.
India, why wouldn't it work in a vacuum?
Why would it?
To preserve
conservation momentum.
Conservation of momentum. Exactly.
Yeah, Newton, you're correct.
That's cool. I mean, it's cool. We can say that. There's no demonstration of it, and it should be easy to demonstrate, right? And all the demonstrations that I've ever seen of demonstrating thrust in a vacuum have been in containers, and the thing doesn't move until the container pressurizes.
Sure, that would be the best way to settle the question. But until either I demonstrate that it does work in a vacuum, or you demonstrate that it doesn't, then we could have to look at the equations, right?
No, we don't. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to do anything in the sort.
I'll keep believing that it will work until you provide a demonstration.
It doesn't.
I don't know if it does it. I don't know if it works or it doesn't work. All I know is there's no demonstration. I know it's a prediction of a mathematical model, but
you got to pack it with a crap ton of extra oxidizers, and then try and cap off some freaking oxygen inside your engine, inside your rocket, to try and escape past. But you're adding Atmos already by cheating.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm not going to consider a scientific fact until validated by experiment.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's just that sometimes people say, oh, there's no air to push off of, in the incorrect idea that rockets push off of things.
That rockets push off the air? Yeah.
Where do they push off when they leave Earth? Right?
Yeah, nothing. It's a conservation momentum thing.
That they're not conserving anything; they're moving.
So the flames and the thrust doesn't push off air.
Oh,
when
If there
they
is air, that it displaces the air, but in a vacuum, the center of gravity doesn't change.
no, I'm talking about when it's on Earth, standing
Yeah.
on Earth, right? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, up, and then ignition, and then you have blast off. And where does it push off?
It pushes the air out of the way, but the main thing is that the speed of the exhaust downward has to be matched by the speed of the rocket upward in order to conserve momentum. It's not pushing off the air that makes it move. There is air that gets pushed out of the way, but that's not what makes it move.
I have an easy question.
And that's the claim. That's the claim, right? That it's not pushing off the air. It's conserving momentum and it moves. So, but if you look at like how they say a rocket works, right? You got the bell housing of the rocket. They say that at the exhaust point, there is no pressure. That inside the bell housing itself is zero pressure.
Right.
Which is craziness. So it's like this little vacuum bubble inside the thing, and that's how you're getting pushed.
I don't know this.
Anyway, it's something that like can't be proven one way or another. So I mean,
okay, fair enough.
The closest I've seen, someone once sent me old ass documentation from pre-Apollo of testing of a rocket inside of a vacuum chamber. But it was, I would call it poorly documented. It didn't look like it was a contract, right? So NASA contracted somebody to do these tests, and it looked more like a sales pitch than a scientific paper. It's pretty pathetic. It actually looked like an ad out of Scientific American, like, this is how we did this, with no data, you know. I think they used a Thor, one of those Thor rockets that they had back in the 50s. If I remember right. That was a while ago.
It'd be interesting, but yeah, you're right. There was a lot of money swirling around those days, so it makes sense to make it look like a sales pitch.
Yeah, I think adjusted for today's dollars, the last time I looked, which was like a year and a half ago. I know there's been a lot more inflation since then, so this is probably a bigger number. We're talking about the entire program, all the launches, the rockets, everything. I said, sounds like a bargain.
Yeah, but that was 1960s money. It was a lot more valuable back then.
Well, that's this is adjusted for inflation. This is an adjusted for inflation number, 140 billion. The last time I looked, and like there's been a lot of inflation, so it's probably like 30% higher than that in today's money. I consider NASA a government make-work program. Like the roads to nowhere that FDR made back after the Depression. Get people working, just have them make roads. Who cares if they go anywhere? Doesn't matter. Like China's little cities that they build that have no one living in them. Because they got like 40-story skyscrapers.
India, have you been following the latest sextant arguments that QE's been talking about?
No. I mean, I'm aware of it, that there's some year of the sextant hype going on. But no, just like cursory.
Because it seems to me like he's saying that you can't measure a angle from a globe, like that you can't measure an altitude because the ground would be curving on a globe, and that doesn't make sense. But anyway, if you haven't heard of it,
the 90-degree angle, right? The 90-degree, the zenith, and but they're assuming they're on a flat surface. They're taking that angle.
Yeah, that's right.
So how would you get a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, Matthew?
You wouldn't, but you could still measure angles.
But you need a 90 degrees for a triangle, right?
If you're doing it with the sort of straight line triangles, then you'd need straight lines, flat surface, and 3 angles. Yeah, but if you're just looking at the angle to a globe, then you don't need straight.
Okay, so why are they doing a dip correction?
I don't know what a dip correction means.
So when you're standing on a boat, right, and you have to make a dip correction to put the line at the surface of Earth.
The dip angle.
To find the horizon.
Yeah, straight line, right?
It seems like it'd be easiest just to do a plumb line and do 90 degrees from that, because then you know.
But that's not how they use the sextant. They measure the angles, right, and then correct for the dip angle. So if you're standing on a boat, I don't know, 10 feet, you need to correct for that, right? Minus 10 feet. Then the line is on the surface, going to the GP of the star, 90 degrees. How would that work on a curve, Earth?
Why would there be a dip angle in the first place if the Earth is flat?
No. So you need to have a triangle, right? So you're standing on a boat and you're elevated. The point is you need to correct for that to get the triangle on the surface.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's what you would need to do if you were using the flat Earth model. That's right.
No, that's how they use it. That's literally how a sextant is used.
Okay, I'll post this question in the live chat. So my question is, at the point where the red line meets the blue line, does that count as a right angle or not?
Matthew, I'm not gonna let you get away with this again, dude. This is a 2D picture, okay?
Yes, and I'm asking a 2D question.
Hold on.
A 2D question is it's just a yes or no question.
Go ahead. I didn't hear the question. Sorry.
Is there a right angle between the red line and the blue line in my image on a 2-dimensional?
What was it? You already asked that the other day. QE destroyed you. Let me try again to explain this to you. There are no right angles in a circle. There's no straight line in a circle. Okay?
Yes, correct. I'm asking about angles, not about lines.
There's angles, but they're not 90 degree. And again, it's not a sphere, it's a circle.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking about 2 dimensions first. So if what is the angle at which the red line meets the blue line? If it's not 90 degrees, what is it? Higher or lower?
Lower. I don't know, man. That's my guess is lower. I don't get why you're trying to dissect something. You can't, if you don't have 90 degrees, you don't have sextant use. That's all.
I'm just saying, I think it's possible to measure the angle between a line and a sphere.
Perhaps, but will you get a perfect 90?
Yes, straight up is a perfect 90.
No. So correct the dip to account for your distance above sea level. Right?
Yes,
So
because
you're
the horizon dips down the higher you go.
no, that's not what it states, right? You need to make this correction because you need to get the straight line on sea level. Yeah? So this straight line goes to the GP of the star where you get the 90-degree angle. This straight line goes on for hundreds of miles. This is how a sextant is used.
Yeah, because we're on a globe, you have to.
No, we're not on a
how much
globe.
The dip is.
So yeah, you're obfuscating from the fact, right? You're trying to say that the horizon goes lower. No, that's not what it's about. Again, you need to account for your elevation to bring the straight line down to sea level to make a triangle.
So you think the 1.7725 is not because we're on a globe? You think that was derived some other way?
What do you mean?
Show us what you're talking about. Don't just try to explain it.
Sure. 5 minutes after the hour, Roger posted the description of how to calculate the dip angle, and my claim is that calculation comes from an assumption that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, Roger, what kind of point are you trying to make with that?
That you need a straight line to the GP of the star to get a 90-degree. And this straight line is hundreds of miles long.
So is this picture defending the globe, or is it proving our point?
It's proving my point because he said because the horizon dips, right? But you need to get the straight line on the surface of Earth.
Right.
Yes,
and there are no straight lines, there are no curved lines in the triangle, right?
This is a concession that the horizon dips the higher you go, which is predictable.
No, this is what you make of it, right? It's not how a sextant is used.
We'd have to fucking test it. We'd have to take these two paragraphs and fucking go on a plane and test this shit, okay? So, again, unfalsifiable. Give us some evidence. I'm serious, dude. I'm sick of messing around. Like, this is just begging the question, blah, blah, blah stuff. Where's your evidence, man? This is really splitting hairs, and we got the bigger piece.
Yeah, you're warping this into some kind of argument that the horizon drops down on the ball, which it does. I mean,
yeah, the farther you go away,
you've seen the high altitude,
higher you go, the
seen
lower
the high
the
altitude balloon footages, right? It's all at high eye level, right? When you're in a plane, it's all at eye level.
Your arguments are all fucked, Matthew. I hope everyone listening knows
It's not
that.
about going higher and the horizon drops. It's about making a triangle, and there's no curves in the triangle, right?
600,000. We're gonna wake you folks up. Don't you worry. How many hypotheticals does it take to make a globe? These answers and more when we return. It's pathetic, dude.
2 rolls of duct tape, 6 Band-Aids, some chicken wire, a number 2 lead pencil.
Oh, that's a bong? Can you make a bong out of that?
Ooh, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Sounds
know.
like bong ingredients to me.
Who knows what type of vaping liquid is in there, that red stuff.
You can make a bong out of anything, man. Problem is, you need a container for it.
Need weed. It's the most important part.
That too. You can do knife hits if you don't have anything else. That aside, Matthew,
yeah,
can you sum up in a sentence what this means. Do we see dip in the horizon in reality, or given what this WikiHow says? What do you think?
In reality, like I posted at 10 after the hour, it's evidence that the Earth is curved, because the higher you go, the more the angle dips. And like Roger's post says, you have to account for that when you use the sextant.
Okay, so WikiHow and you, and a bunch of other people paid to say
and
this.
the rest of the world, yeah.
Oh, just
No,
8.8 million
you need
retards.
to bring the line to the surface because you need a straight line to the GP of the star to get a 90 degree.
Yes.
Doesn't matter about all
And
this
this
other stuff. You
star
need 90
is-
degrees,
it could
dude.
be could be 300-400 miles away, 400 miles of straight.
Here's the other thing. Why don't we left to right see any curvature ever? Why does it always have to be just right in front of you? That horizontal line's a curvature, but we don't see curvature anywhere else. In fact, we never see it anywhere. What are you doing, Matthew?
Telling the truth about the way the world is. What are you doing?
No, sir. No, sir. You are knowingly lying to children and us.
I'm telling the truth to
No,
children.
I'm not asking you about that, dude. I'm not asking you. I am not asking. That is what you're doing. Now you know. Sleep on that. Fucking sick.
I lose zero sleep on this.
Okay, so
I said sleep on it. Like, think about it for real, because all the science, the actual science, disproves the globe at the very least.
So I got a
flat
question.
no matter where we go. Flat no matter where we go. How are you going to defend against that, dude? It's ridiculous. Absolutely. I'm done.
Well,
Go ahead, Inyo.
Maybe Matt will get lucky someday and experience the Earth as a ball. Until that time. So where are they assuming? Okay, so when you do a measurement with a sextant, where are they assuming? This is a globe model. Where are they assuming that line goes from? The line to the star, like the zenith. Does it go through the center of the Earth? Like, where is that triangle coming from?
On the globe model, the star is assumed to be infinitely far
Well,
away.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking, right? So so you calculate a dip angle, right? And if you drew a line to the star from that point, like the dip angle, that would be like a scalene triangle, and you can't do trig on a scalene triangle without
Correct.
breaking
That
it
is
into
what
pieces.
That's all.
On the
That's all
globe
about.
model, you're not doing triangles. You're just measuring angles.
You need the 90 degrees to the G. You need it, Matthew.
The GP is an acronym for what? What is that again?
Ground point.
Ground point.
Geographic position. Geographic position. So that star, right, where you made your angle 900 miles away, where the 90 degrees, where you get the straight line to the GP of the star, right? That 900 miles, if you would walk that 900 miles, that star would be right above your head, right, Matthew?
Yeah, right. It would be
Yes,
directly
so-
above your head.
Okay, so how would you get a triangle on a curved surface?
On a curved surface, we would assume that the star is infinitely far away.
Right.
So it would be only above one point on a globe and not the other points.
Right. Again, you need a straight line to the GP of the star. Doesn't happen on a curved Earth. You can talk about stars being infinite miles away, but you need a straight line to get the 90 degrees.
So that star is 1,072 miles away. Is that what you're saying?
That's not.
Man, just talk about the angle, man.
That's right. And then
If you got nothing.
Yeah, then deflect so we can calculate how high the star is. Well, maybe, right? But how would you validate it, Matthew? The same as how would you validate that it's infinite miles away? The only thing that's necessary, that's needed, is a straight line to the GP of the star. Can't have that on a curved surface.
I agree. You can't.
Okay.
You have to use the sextant differently.
differently.
This is one of the things I find amusing. Typical Globers are like, yes, astronomy proves the Earth is a globe. But, Matt, because the stars are infinitely far away, mathematically they're assuming that the Earth is a point. That the Earth is the origin of coordinates is a point. So when Globers say
Yeah, so
astronomy proves the Earth's a globe, they don't even consider the Earth as a globe. They consider it as a point, and the angles are just a rotation. Right? So you're rotating about the point, rotating in three-dimensional space. So when you do spherical trig, that's all spherical trig really is. When you're finding, when you're finding where you are, right? You're just rotating. You're rotating yourself in space.
Right.
And then you just sprinkle in a radius, and then, hey, there I am. Well, it's just one of those funny things that, not you, just your compadre Globers, the kids that come in here. They just, they don't understand certain things, or they have ideas about spherical trig, which are incorrect.
Yeah, that I'll agree with. Most Globers don't understand that type of stuff very well.
Spherical trig.
Matthew, I asked Panda this question a while ago. Maybe I'll ask you the same question.
Okay.
Do you feel as though you have as much of a duty to educate Globers on the globe model as you do to debate flat earthers on why you think the Earth is a globe?
Yes, I think that is true. I'd be happy to, because they're actually receptive to hear what I'm saying.
Sure, yeah. Because obviously we point out the problems with the globe model, and you may even agree with them, but they'll listen to you and they won't listen to us.
Yeah, and usually I'd end up saying stuff about why I don't think it's a problem and educating them about how to answer it, like the black swan stuff,
Sure, but then obviously at that point you're not really addressing the problem, you're just papering over cracks. Right?
Obviously I disagree with that characterization, but yeah, I would be explaining how to make it work on a globe.
How to make it work, yeah. How to shove that square peg into that round hole. See, if we just assume that the square peg is round, then it fits fine.
Just get a bigger hammer.
Yeah, if we just assume the sun is far away at midnight and that's why we can't see it, even though there's nothing but air in between us and the sun, then the Earth could be flat.
Yeah. Yeah, except no one actually says that. So
No, I know.
Just a straw man.
Yeah, I'm straw manning the same way that you straw man some of the globe stuff.
Well, I don't think I did. I think a lot of globers do that. They assume that the square peg is round, and that's why it works.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, we'd have to look at a specific example, but I see what you're saying.
I mean, lack of curvature would be one.
All right, that 90 degree that Roger was talking about. That's
Yeah, I'm
one right
still
there.
confused about the 90 degree thing because it's possible to measure angles on a globe, right?
So you can get a 90 degree. Well, so you can get a right angle on a curved linear path. Show me that.
Because angle is just at a point. An angle's at a point. Actually, here, let me.
No, right. So show me the right angle on a curved linear path. I mean, you might be right. Like, just educate me, because you teach math.
Yeah,
I tutored math.
4 minutes.
I like math.
4 minutes past the hour. The red line and the blue line meet at right angles.
4 minutes.
Okay, so check this out, man.
No, they don't.
So if I take an angle, I got a straight line, a curved surface. If I take the angle, at the device, that's one angle. If I take an angle 1 foot in front of that, that's a different angle. 10 feet in front of that, it's a different angle. So on and so forth.
That's true. That's why angles are at a specific point. you measure angles at a point. Angles are angles, not distances.
Yeah, but there is no line at that point. So
check.
if I use like a regular triangle, right? So at that point, the spread between those two lines is going to be the same all along the length of those lines. It's never going to change. That's why we can just say, yes, there's an angle here. But if you're using a curved line, it's arbitrary. Like at that point where the lines intersect, there is no line. The line doesn't exist.
Okay, let me make a specific.
Look, I understand what you're saying. Listen, I understand what you're saying. Basically, we're going to measure this angle, and it's not exactly that angle. It's approximately that angle.
Yeah, because you're going to approximate that curve with a straight line when you come to actually measure the angle.
Here's a problem that has nothing to do with 3D or globes or anything. It's just a two-dimensional problem.
Matthew, you're talking about something a bit like this. I'll upload something, comment that was sent to me.
Yeah, I posted a question, a math question at 22 after the hour. And the question is there an angle, or it doesn't exist because circle isn't a straight line?
Oh, the angle. What is the angle then? There's an intersection.
Yeah.
But can you, with a protractor, measure the angle for me? Go ahead. A measure. Or you can do it because you have a grid. You can do it mathematically. Tell me the answer. Why don't you solve for alpha? Why don't you solve for A, bud, and give me a numeric value?
45 degrees.
How many?
45 degrees. The angle
Go ahead.
A
Show me how you got that. Show me how you got your math.
At the point of intersection, the red line is horizontal, and the blue line is an angle of 45 degrees.
The red line is not horizontal. It's a circle.
At the point of intersection, it's horizontal. And that's
at the point of intersection. So you're going to draw a horizontal line to measure it from there, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. The tangent.
Yeah.
You measure it.
Okay, then there you go. So you're going to have to draw another line to measure off of that, man. That's where you're being dishonest. You can't. There is no angle there.
That's what you do on the globe.
Serious? Does my microphone sound okay?
Yeah, you're coming through, man.
It doesn't
Well, it's pissing me off because, bro, I tutored geometry and trigonometry in college. I tutored that shit, so it's pissing me off that I know that he's being dishonest.
I'm not,
because I know we have to draw a straight line. He knows that.
He knows that.
It's called a tangent.
Yeah.
So
what are you on
slope.
about?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Why are you drawing a tangent there? Because you can't measure it on a curved linear path, like I said. So you approximate the. I'm not. Yeah, I won't bother. Fuck it.
No. Carry on. No, carry on, please. Sorry, it's just annoying me because we went through this with him.
He's being dishonest about geometry. It's like, how could I? Like, I don't know how to address that, man. It's an honesty thing. Yeah, and he's like, you have to draw a tangent. It's like, exactly, bud. That's what we're talking about. You have to draw a tangent. So it's cool. You can approximate it with a tangent. Yeah, man. I'm down, man. Just you have to draw a tangent. You can't actually measure that.
Yeah, serious. Look at this comment.
Not exact. It'll never be exact.
When I was talking about establishing a vertical and a horizontal, right? So suddenly all the globers are talking about the sex. Like all of a sudden, ever since it's been brought up by her, now they're experts.
So can I use the equation of the circle to figure out the dip? The bulge.
Let me post some stuff for you. I'm just gonna post it.
Okay, so I guess I was asking a simple question. At 22 past the hour, you say that there isn't an angle, or there is an.
No, there's an intersection.
At the intersection, is it possible to measure the angle? Yes or no?
Only if you draw an additional line.
So drawing a tangent, you can measure the angle.
Yes. Well, you can approximate the angle with the tangent.
Okay.
Approximate.
Yeah. Well, I think you can get the exact number. There's an exact number at that point, 5,0.
Well, that's because it's at a 0. So because it's on a graph, dude. That's fine.
Yeah, on a graph. Exactly. Yeah. It's exactly 45 degrees at angle A.
It's because it's exact. No, it's not. It's not 45 degrees.
At the point of intersection, there's a single point, 0,5. At that point, the angle between the blue and the red is 45 degrees.
Matthew, angles. It's a So we can establish a linear relationship between angles and sides. Is that correct, or is that not correct?
Yes, that's right.
All right, then. Can you establish that same relationship with that circular path and the blue line?
Yes.
Such as when you're at the 0 point, you're looking out at 45 degrees. However, if you move on the x-axis a little bit to like 2,
Then you're
position
asking a
2
different
or what,
question, 'cause
then
that's
it's
a
not
different point.
45. But, well,
Yeah, it's a
no
different-
shit, because it's expanding, right? The line is moving out and it's dropping off at a constant rate.
Yeah, so
Thus,
if you change
the angle,
point, the angle changes.
exactly at a constant rate. That's it. It depends where you draw the line, man. It's like, this is nonsense. It's
I
like, do
think
you
we might be
actually
saying the
have?
same thing.
No, we're not saying the same thing at all, man. We're not. I'm saying is, you don't have an angle there unless you draw an additional line, an imaginary line. We both agree to that.
Right.
Right? Yeah, there you go. So on the globe, you have to draw an imaginary straight line, right? Because you don't have one.
Exactly, and that's how sextants work. We draw an imaginary line to find the tangent to the position on the globe.
Well, there you go. Well, you're not drawing an imaginary line because there is no imaginary line.
Yeah, and then also you're not using the Earth itself. You're just using your imagination.
It's all in the maths, dude.
At 16 past the hour, the point B, where point B, there is a tangent shown.
Repost what you were talking about, please. Repost
I'm
it.
16. I'm looking at the 22 minutes after the hour.
Matthew, could you repost what you were talking about for the people
I
that
just
are on the live
reposted
stream?
yes,
Thank you very much.
at A and
Yeah.
B. At A and
Thank
B,
you
I
very
posted
much.
a.
Pretty sure a tangent's a line. Straight one.
A straight line, yes, not a curvilinear path.
That's right. Tangents are straight
Yeah,
lines.
that's right. No shit.
I don't see the angle in that diagram. What would be the angle of that you said, oh, there's an angle here, but you never specified what the angle is. So what would the angle be?
Which diagram?
The diagram with this red circle on a coordinate system where you have A pointed at an angle, but you never actually, you pointed at you did show the coordinate points, but you never showed the actual angle. So you said that you could get an angle. So what is
that whole
it's a
graphic is
question.
dishonest.
How could a graphic be dishonest?
Did you make it?
Tangent.
Yes, I
tangent.
Did you make it?
I made 22 after the hour. I made that one, asking a question of
is that a bad
28 minutes?
Is that a bad question to ask? Did that make sense to you guys? Is that a bad question to ask?
Sorry,
He
ask
keeps
it
talking
again.
about angles, but I see no angle.
Okay, so
ask it again because I spoke through you. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. DCAO, you were asking about the angle A that Breaking Down Wall of Lies just posted. And the question is there an angle at angle A, or would you say that it cannot be measured because it's between?
No, you said that there's an angle there. You said that there's an angle at A, correct?
At A, yes.
What is the angle there?
That's
Could
my
you calculate that angle?
I think the answer is 45 degrees, but my question is, would you say that you can't calculate the 45 degrees because the red
No,
line
show
is-
me how you calculate 45 degrees. Show me how you calculated 45 degrees using that, because that doesn't make sense to me.
It's
You would
just
fail
basic-
my geometry class.
Yeah, rise
I'll be
over
honest.
run. It's basically the blue
Yeah, why'd
line.
you get the slope of it? Yeah. Why'd you get the derivative of that shit? Then you use the derivative to measure the angle. Come on, man. Come on, how'd you get that straight line? Which is the slope, which is the derivative, correct? Yes. Now, no one asked you for that.
Yeah, it has.
What's an angle, Matthew? You teach math, so this is like, it's a personal issue of mine. Like, all right, this has nothing to do with flat Earth, bro. What's an angle? Define angle.
It's the measurement between two straight lines.
Thank you. How'd you like with straight lines? Yeah, it's like that's what I'm saying. You have a straight line and a curved path. The intersection between those two, we know that there is no angle there. You can approximate all you want, but then the more you zoom in, the more you have a lot. Sorry, India, go ahead.
I said there's no line there. There's no line at that point at the intersection. There's no line.
Yeah, that's,
No,
it's
straight line.
just a
Yeah.
very rudimentary graphic.
So the point, like an angle is a separation between two lines, right? And at that point, there is no separation. It's the point of intersection. So it's no separation. So there's no angle there. It's zero angle.
And it maintains that angle as long, like as you go out, as you expand in those two lines in that triangle, that angle is maintained. That relationship of 45 degrees, 30 degrees, whatever it is, it's maintained. It's locked in place. You'll never lose that, right? That's why you could extrapolate and interpolate, using triangles, because that linear relationship is solid. But you don't have that on a curved path. And we know that. Like the minute you just move off the path, the angle is fucked. It changed immediately. So it will vary by. Go ahead. This correct.
Look at what I just posted, Matthew. This is what they're sort of trying to talk about. We can literally make it a little bit more.
Well, that's it. That's exactly it. And they're saying you can approximate that corner one, and it's close enough to 90.
When
But it's like
line,
you can't actually measure it.
When a line intersects a curve, then the angle is defined as the angle between the line and the tangent to that curve.
Okay.
Okay, so how do you establish the angle there?
You have to find the tangent at the point on a curve, either a circle or a sphere. At that point, there is a tangent to that curve, and then you can use that tangent to measure angles. That's how sextants work on a globe.
Like on a globe. Wait, how do you know it's a globe though?
You're on about,
I
on
wouldn't.
about using 2 points of reference, like with parallel lines.
Yeah, I'm not trying to prove that it's a globe. All I'm trying to do is something simpler, saying, hey, it would work on a globe.
Are you talking about something
Because it's not
like this?
Yeah, that's a good one right there.
What a start.
The star is at an infinite distance. Then
Can you give me your one leg? Can you give me the one way bit of like? Before we start to like draw,
it's very fast, but it's
so
one
imaginary. No. Can you show me where someone measured one way?
Oh, yeah, it's impossible. In fact, Veritasium has a great video talking about how you can't do that.
Right. So the issue then is that we're drawing line, parallel line, for a proxy to create angle, right?
Yeah, we're approximating
based
them to
on
be parallel.
something that's an apparent position of something that we don't even have need of light for. While this takes time to do this, again, there is no way of doing it on a path because light path between you and onto the globe change in your declination on the globe, or the light does, based on its leaving the star as to where it lands on the globe, right? Parallel light ray attenuating through the atmosphere, obviously bending light. Okay, the Earth takes also. You don't ever end
breaking
up
up for some reason, man.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was wondering. Does it sound crackly or?
So Matthew, based on your definition of an angle, let's go back to the dishonest graphic of 12 angles. You said what, 4 minutes after the hour that was? All right, no. So you want to
Right,
answer that
yeah.
one for me again? So based on your definition, what an angle is, how many angles do you see there, bud?
Based on the mathematical definition of the angle between a line and a curve, which says that if a line intersects a curve, you take the tangent at that curve. Based on that, then there are 12 right angles on that image, including the...
Okay. I don't see any tangents though. You didn't draw any for me, right? I don't. Do you see any tangents? I see a red X and a blue circle.
Yeah, there are no tangents drawn there, but the definition uses tangents.
So if this was a question on a quiz that you gave your two students, the answer at 4, is that an incorrect answer?
That would be incorrect. The correct answer is 12.
Oh, wow. So interesting.
Do you think drawing tangents would change the number?
Of angles? You didn't draw for me, so I have to draw the tangent.
Yeah, the question is...
yes, it does, because you don't have an angle there, man. What you have there, what do they call this? This is a section of a circle, and that's a chord length. So the intersection between what the circumference of the circle and the radius of the circle is not known as an angle.
And
the line that makes 90 degrees at that intersection with the radius, that's the tangent line. That's how the tangent is defined. 90 degrees to the radius. Yes? Yes, of course it is. Because that's what it is. Yeah.
So because the...
So you're telling me to draw an additional line and then do your angles. So it's like, draw them for me and I'll give you your 12 angles. But without you drawing them for your students, there are only 4 angles there. 4 90s and, you know.
I would say it this way. I would say that the angle between the red line and the blue line is 90 degrees. In order to show that, you draw a tangent and then you can see that it's 90 degrees. But if you take the tangent away, it's still 90 degrees.
All right, so do you want me to shred your shit? Just on the air right now? All right, guys.
Sure,
this is for the mathematicians. Yeah,
This is like... in hearing that your definition of the angle between...
Bro, I'm gonna treat you like you're a student that you've never done geometry in your whole life. Okay, sir. There are 360 degrees, right, in a circle. So those 4 90s inside, how many degrees do they make? 360. Perfect, right? That's how many degrees. That's the sum of angles we have on an inside of a circle. Is that correct? Of course it is.
Right.
Because you're just not allowed to answer. Of course it is. Okay? So, your additional 12 angles, how the fuck did you get the additional degrees? Is what I'm saying. Now, I can draw as many, bro, I can put infinite amount of angles in there. I just keep on drawing lines. It's like, yeah, but they'll never change the sum of the interior angles of a circle. It's always 360 degrees, always. Like a triangle, always 180 degrees. Like, you just can't break that. Go ahead, break it. Show me how. You can use another convention if you want, call the 180 degrees something else. Of course you can. But you get to the same relationship. It's the same bond that ties us. So those 490 degrees is the only proper answer, bro. I fucking tutored. University level. It's like, yeah, no, you're wrong, sir. Like, I don't actually... The problem is I believe you that you do tutor, like teach math, but this makes no sense now. It's like, do you actually? Really, bro? It's like, because, okay, 490 degrees, 360. Cool. How about, you said 12. So we need what? 8 more? Sir, like, how many degrees do you want in a circle, man? Exactly. You're going to go over 360 degrees. So you're wrong. This is where you're wrong. How many angles? 4. 90, 99. Y equals 360. You can't have, that's it, in a circle. That's it. Like, what? Then you want to draw arbitrary lines anywhere? Yeah, get as many angles as you want, man. So that's my piece for that. I'm done with that.
The additional 8 are 2 each where the red and the blue lines cross.
Exactly, for the triangles. So don't play geometry games with me. You like because you drew a triangle. Like yeah, you're drawing triangles, and it has nothing to do with the circle, right? So it's like yeah, bro. No, there are only 360 degrees in a circle, and I don't care what you say. Interior angles.
I agree with you.
Interior,
Yes.
not exterior.
I totally agree with
Yes.
you. Interior angles.
There are more infinite, of course, exterior angles. Infinite, because it's a circle. There are no exterior angles, actually, right? Because you have to draw tangents, like we were talking about. Because, like, okay, what's the summation of the exterior angles of a square? Or not a square, let's take a pentagon. It's more than 360, you know? But not the interior. The exterior, right? Anyways, that's that. I'm done with that.
I'm gonna smoke a joint for the stream.
Smoke one for me too, please.
Oh, I will. You sound stressed, brother.
Man, I do when people tell me that I can measure angles with curved lines. It triggers me a little bit. I'll be honest. It's my first time talking about it. I've been listening. It's kind of absurd.
Well, I agree
So,
with you,
yeah.
man, and you're totally on point when it comes to angles. For me, the Glovers always have to make it more complicated than it is in reality. It's so simple when you actually look at how it actually works, but you just have to complicate it more to make it fit into their. Sorry, I got children in the.
Jenny,
Hey.
how you been? I haven't seen you in fucking a year or so.
Wait, who am I talking to? I wasn't looking at my phone.
Samuel Jackson. I had a different name when I was in here originally. I met you on the first Flat Earth live stream.
What was your name over there? Or with the old one?
At the time, I think it was What's a Backwood. It was just a fuck around name, but
Yeah. Okay.
I remember your name, that's for sure.
So are you claiming we had conversations?
Oh yeah, we talked about weed and hallucinogenics and whatnot.
Oh, nice topic. Yeah, I have the day off, so I will be partaking of the seed bearing plant given to us by the creator. Thank you so much. Yes. So
Yeah,
good to talk to you.
of course. Yeah, I'm growing some beautiful plants right now. They're looking amazing, smelling amazing.
Wow. I'm happily jealous for you.
Yeah, I got 6 plants that are ready for harvest in October.
Yeah, I really need to make better use of my time and educate myself on botany. That would be good. Like how to grow plants. I do not have a green thumb. I don't at all. So for me to
I've tried growing a lot of different plants in my life, and I've failed at all of them besides weed.
That's encouraging. Thank you.
I've killed every single plant
So-
besides weed. I think it's only because I love weed so much, though.
Okay, so if you were all right, so sorry to switch on you here, but before you said hello, I was sitting here thinking, why is it after all these years we're just now talking about triangulation on a curved surface? I swear to you guys, I'm a simple girl, I connect the dots and I'm not a coincidence theorist. So anyway, I don't get deep like you guys do, but I know a little bit about a bunch of things, and it just seems so simple to me how can you have triangulation with a ball? I mean, you're just supposed to set a triangle on top of a curved surface, and
It's been brought up before, Jen.
huh?
It's been brought up before.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
They
Good. I mean,
abandon it because there's no solution.
right. So
I
now
can't
we're
believe Matthews
revisiting
lasted this long.
it.
No, it's
Yeah.
typically Glovers will jump off of it because it's like one of those things where there's no
They're
way
like,
they can come out alive. So just like change the subject. Hurry up.
jump ship like little
Yeah.
fleas off of a dog.
Exactly.
Abort! Abort!
You need a straight
Yeah.
line for a triangle.
Another thing about Glovers too is they'll let the trick of the eye get them and make them assume that things are a different way too. Because your eyes can only see so much.
And in a certain way, naturally, that is. So you, like, I don't know.
So
like
should
when
I
you're
help the
looking at-
Glovers out and tell them that they do have a straight line? No, they do have a straight line because they're not measuring at the surface. They're assuming that they're measuring at the center of the Earth.
Correct.
And that they are rotating. So if I'm, on the so-called equator, take an angle with a sextant, 45 degrees, right? To get that 45 degrees to Polaris, to get Polaris overhead, I have to rotate 45 degrees. So as you travel along the surface of the Earth, your body is rotating, right? They're measuring the rotation of your body underneath the stars.
Yeah.
But they don't want to say that because it's so absurd and it's ridiculous. And like, people might actually start questioning things. They told them what they're actually doing. That they're not even measuring at the surface at all.
Yeah, they tell you how to use a sextant, right? Nobody takes account for curvature using the sextant.
It's so weird. That's so weird. That's happening.
I'll start the navigation class. Now assume you're in the center of your ball, right? And when you measure 45 degrees to Polaris, you're actually measuring your rotation.
Okay, I just saw Truth Flatter's last post.
And they're taking this class on the bridge of a ship, and then they look and they see all that flat water, and they're like, "This guy's cooked." Like, what's he talking about? Like, I'm taking a different career, man. We're not safe out in the ocean. This guy's high as hell.
Are you laughing at that picture?
Imagine you're taking your celestial navigation course on the bridge of a ship, and you're looking around in every direction. All you see is flat water, and they're sitting there telling you you're on a ball. I mean, it's craziness.
It's
toss you off a
insane.
fucking ship, bud. Like what? You see ball? Look at you here. Go for a swim. Matthew. Yeah, what were you saying, man? I just hate texting, man. It's a telegraph telephony thing, right? We developed telephony because it takes less bandwidth. So it's like, yeah, I'll stick with telephony. It's more advanced. So, yes, you were saying what?
I'm saying you have to assume that the globe. You have to assume the globe ahead of time. A sextant doesn't prove a globe. Is what I'm saying.
So what if you don't assume a globe? It just works as is, right? Like if you assume what you see is what you see, like, just flat, level plane.
Yeah, a sextant would work on a flat Earth also. It seems to me like you'd have to know how high the stars are to get some numbers out of them, though.
Works the same exact way it works, man. It's irrelevant. But it's the assumption of that, that leg of the triangle, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, in order
if you see it, if you're using it as straight, like, why are you assuming it to be curved? in the first place? And why are you assuming this is an imaginary tangent while it is a straight line?
Yeah, there are two different ways to use a sextant. One on a globe, one on flat, and you can't sort of mix them up. You're right. You could not use the methods described on a flat Earth. They wouldn't work on a globe, and vice versa.
Okay.
Matthew, would you say that's pretty common knowledge? Like everybody should know that you
No,
can't mix.
Most people just use their GPSs. Hardly anybody needs to know all the details of this stuff.
You mean location services?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, the GPS, people don't really use them on their phone. They've been using location services.
Most phones have both. So if you're out in the
Yeah,
middle
but
of nowhere,
it won't. You literally have to turn off all the location services for the GPS to work.
if you're in the middle of the ocean with no cell towers for 1,000 miles, your phone could still get the GPS signal.
Do you know that from experience, or is that some anecdotal
Yeah,
shit
I'm
you heard
asking.
on
Do
the
you test
internet?
that?
That's a claim.
Who is it? That Bear
Your
Grylls
phone?
guy that was out in the woods and they had like 3 different GPS devices and none of them could get a signal.
That's
It was
like
one of
5
those
minutes from my
survival,
house,
survival man or something.
Yeah, you don't have to go out in the oceans. Like I just go into the woods and it doesn't work.
So
Not
there
having
was
direct
GPS
line of
satellites
sight.
back in the day, right? And I would be delivering pizza, and I'd be down a county road, right? And it wouldn't tell me where I was at, so I would have to go back into cell phone service, ask how to get directions because my GPS didn't work out there, even though I was paying an extra $15 a month because we were using satellites that were in space.
Satellite rental.
Do you guys remember, if you're my age or older, do you remember the big old satellite dishes from the 80s that people used to use to watch TV?
Like a 7-footer, like an 8-foot dish.
Yeah, like 7 or 8 feet in diameter.
Yep. I love those things. You can do so many things. Like
my solution to technology is the gun range.
So what were they pointing at?
What were they pointing at?
Yeah,
a point.
1980.
So I got you. It's easy. It's easy. Listen, it's a parabolic dish, dude. Right? So it's gonna. You can use this for sound too. Like you can turn into one of those, like into a wicked fucking microphone. By the way, you can like.
Yeah, I've heard of
You can
that.
spine all your neighbors with one of those. It's just yeah. Anyways,
There is actually one of them where I live. Did they have one at this state park? It's like a little park, right? So they have a big metal like parabolic dish, and there's a pipe that goes through the ground about 300 feet, and then there's a parabolic dish on the other side, and you can talk to each other like a whacked out telephone.
Right.
I'll go take a picture of it later today because I'm gonna be over there. Pretty cool, actually. It's like stainless steel. You just talk into it, and you could talk to someone that's at another park bench like hundreds of feet away.
Yep. You hear them clear, right? Crisp, yeah, when you step into that zone, right? That focal zone or focus point. Yep.
Exactly.
You're like, whoa, dude, you're in my ears now. It's like, yeah, you too, man. Crazy shit.
It sounds weird. It's like a projected voice. It's super cool.
So did Matthew? Did
Go ahead,
Matthew
Jen.
Did Matthew describe the way a sextant works? How different it is? How you use it on a globe versus how you would use it on a flat Earth? I think he was trying to describe that.
Well, that was earlier conversation. Yeah, the thing I was waiting for an answer for is what is those 8-foot satellite antennas pointing?
Parabolic dish. Yeah. Yep. It is collecting signal from that point. That's all that I know it's pointing at. And I
what
cannot verify that the point source now is what. I can tell you that I am receiving information from right there. And I used a dish. I can use a dish to pinpoint that location, but I just don't know what that is.
So they're all pointing to something up in the sky?
Something. No, it could be, whatchamacallit, I don't know, skywave propagation or some other mode of propagation. I do not know. That's,
that's what they say now, right? They say shortwave reflects off the ionosphere and comes back down.
Yes. Yeah. You can't do this. Like, you can't actually do it yourself.
So you don't think it's odd that there was all of these huge antennas pointing 25,000 miles above the equator everywhere on Earth?
Actually not. No, I don't think it's odd because
Did you not hear what I say?
You-
Like reflecting off of something, right? Where's the reflection point in the sky?
I don't think it was reflecting. I think it was coming from a satellite. But
So in the 1918, when Marconi sent, when they were sending radio signals from UK to Australia, like how did they do that?
that was reflecting off the ionosphere. Yes.
Okay. So this is funny because see, you guys say that it was reflecting off the ionosphere, but they were doing daytime transmissions, and it's only supposed to propagate a couple hundred miles. So
Yeah.
have you ever used shortwave?
I had a shortwave radio that I'd listen to sometimes, but haven't in a long time.
Yeah, so it's further, like, this is what they say. And I really like to see, like, this is some funny shit. So during the day, right, the ionosphere closes down, basically, gets close to the surface of the Earth. So the signal propagates not as far because, the bounce path isn't, that angle doesn't propagate as far. Then at night, it expands. But
It's because of the temperature, right?
Oh, wow.
yeah,
That is so
so
interesting.
but so for some funny reason, it must be like some oblong egg because it's a ball, right? So on the day side, it's close to the Earth, and on the night side, it's far away from the Earth. So it must be like an egg. If you could see it, like in space, you see like this egg shape, like that. How it is?
Yeah. A moving egg, constantly
Yeah,
moving.
yeah,
It's like
exactly.
a wave. Yeah, it has a wave in it. Like
It's
it just
rotating
bounces
with
back and
that's
forth.
rotating with the Earth.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Dude, I didn't know that we have a breathing ionosphere. That is actually cool. I have to look
Matt, are
into
you
that.
familiar with
Really.
Kinnicabine?
I don't know much about any of this type of stuff, so I don't know how the ionosphere works, that kind of stuff.
World
Well,
War
it was
II, right?
it was one of those things that like, holy shit, this isn't supposed to work because we're on a ball. Come up with something, hurry, quick. There's another ball outside of us, and everything's bouncing off of it.
How'd you know it's a ball, though?
So the Kinnicabine
some there.
was so have you heard of the Kinnicabine, Matt?
No, I have never heard of that.
Okay, so during World War II, the Germans created a bombing system, right? So they had two transmitters in Germany where the transmission signal would cross paths. It was originally, this type of system was invented to land on runways at night, right? So when you're in the beam path, right, you'll get like a beep, right? So like you'll know where the runway is if you're lined up because your little radio will beep, right? The signal will be really faint, and it'll get louder and louder and louder closer you are to where you're supposed to be, right? So this is how they land at night. The beam would go straight down the runway, and they knew that if they had a loud beep, it's like beep, 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 beep. And like if it was really loud, they know that they were lined up right. So the Germans decided we're going to use this to bomb, and they used two crossed beams, right? So if you're in one beam, it would make a dash, and if you're in the other beam, it would make a dot, like Morse code, dash, dat, right? So they'd know they were over the target when they would get a loud signal. Problem here is, at least for the globe, and it's funny because people actually died because of this. So they discovered that there's a couple crashed planes, right? And they were they put two of the German prisoners together, and they overheard them talking about it because they didn't know about it, and they knew there was a radio system inside the airplane that they didn't know what it did. So it turns out that they discovered that they're saying they used this radio system, and for like a whole year they said this can't possibly work because the Earth's a ball, and they refused to let this guy in the British Army investigate it. Well, eventually they did, and they discovered this bombing system. The thing is, the radio towers are so far away that the signal would be 11 miles above the surface of the Earth. And I don't think any World War II bombers can fly that high. In fact, no airplane can fly that high, even now. But they had to be in the beam path.
I'm sorry.
So actually, I'll post a
you
link to it. Listen, Matt, I know you'll probably watch this. So there was a show called The Secret War, and they have a video of the people that discovered this talking about it. So I'll post a link to that so you can, the video's on our wiki.
Okay.
So if you ever want to watch it, it's about the video is long. It's like 4 hours, but that segment's only like 30 minutes because they go over like a bunch of like secret weapons that they used during World War II. And that's just one of them. But dude, people thinking the Earth was a globe actually killed people because they didn't
That's
investigate this
horrendous.
system. Because once they found out about it, they jammed it. They started jamming it, so it didn't work.
That's so horrendous. My God.
Well, you think they cared about American soldiers dying? That was the whole point.
I
Right?
guess.
In order for communism to take over, the capitalists had to fight each other. Or, well, I guess the socialists and the capitalists had to fight each other.
Yeah, I don't know much about that World War II history. And radio waves act in weird ways, but some radio waves go just in line of sight, and I would say the satellite.
Wait a minute. Why do you say weird? Every time like something doesn't line up with the model, like quantum physics is weird. Nobody understands it. Like,
Yeah,
well, how about if gravity doesn't
is-
work? It works perfectly fine.
the world is a strange place. That's all. It makes sense that we don't understand everything about it.
I mean, that's cool.
I mean, you guys say that
Gravity
about
works.
sunsets.
Gravity works weird. Well, I mean, gravity only works weird if you're going to be swimming in like liquid oxygen or something.
I don't know what gravity is. What's that exactly? Gravity.
No, what is gravity?
Well, you just invoked it. You said that it works weird when it's in oxygen. So if you invoked it, well, then you know what it is. So what is it?
I mean, what I understand, it's the effect. That's the label for the effect of things moving in a downward trajectory, as defined by the globe heads. I think that's my understanding
Yeah,
of
that's
it.
a
So
good
it's
enough
like,
definition. That
Yeah.
makes sense. You can
Okay.
say, well, you can say what it is. without
then I
knowing
love
why it
gravity.
is.
Well, but it's an effect, right? It's gravity is an effect, yeah? Or is it the cause?
No,
If it's the effect of things falling down, I agree. There is gravity.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I
Gravity
mean.
is ink on paper. It's just a concept.
Yeah, so is the dome, just a concept.
So radio wave act weird. They just bend around curvature of Earth.
Apparently so.
They're
That's what the World War II story seems to show.
Line of sight radio waves that are meant to like help you land. So they could land like 11,000 feet up in the air and be like, yeah, this is where we're supposed to land.
You'll take whatever piece of information you got and wrap it around and go up for
It
something.
was
to
originally
land it.
the system was originally designed for landing. It was repurposed for bombing, so that they, like I said, when they knew that when they were in where the beams crossed, they were over a certain place, and that's when they're supposed to drop their bombs.
Australia. I don't really know what you guys are talking about. Australia uses this like type of radar technology where we
Legitimately,
we shoot radars like basically up into the sky and they come back down, and we can like
legitimately over the
defense.
horizon OTHB radar system, 4,300 kilometers. They said that they can pick up airplanes in North Korea.
Is that the Australian thing?
Can't happen on the globe, guys. Can't happen on the globe.
I got that in the wiki too. I'll post
I mean,
a
I
link to
don't
that
think
shit.
it can't. No, sorry.
So you're saying that the radio waves are going over a curve, hit the object, and then bend back over it again?
Wait, me? No, I'm saying that they hit the sky.
No, Matthew.
And then they hit the object and then they bounce back.
So you're not listening, right? What
Even
Indio
more
just said
bounces.
to you. You're not listening what Indio says, Fluffy? Right?
What did India say?
Oh. Can you repeat it?
No, it's what the Jindali is what they call over the horizon OTHB radar system. They bounce radar signals off airplanes, they say, in North Korea.
Maybe.
So
I mean,
it would have to
you
bend
ever...
around the curve, bounce off the airplane, and then bend back. What you're saying is It reflects off the sky, bounces off the airplane, reflects off the sky, and then goes back. Which is, I don't even know how that would work.
That sounds accurate. I'd bet my life on it.
Well, no, it might be density. So, do you know? Have you ever like, say there's like a
Density?
fair going on? Yeah. So it's
No, no,
density
no.
of air.
What? Oh.
You mean in the
So can
upper
we have?
atmosphere?
So
Wait. Sorry,
I don't really know.
He's saying in the upper atmosphere there's density.
No.
Well, let's try to let him finish.
In the
so I
lower,
could,
in the lower, it's denser lower to the surface.
Yeah, but we're talking about airplanes. Where do airplanes fly, Fluffy?
I thought we were talking about radar,
What do you
man.
mean?
Yeah, where do airplanes fly, Fluffy?
Because they generate lift.
No, where? Listen to my
where?
words. Where do airplanes fly?
Below 40,000 feet, right, Fluffy?
So that's not on the surface, right, Fluffy?
Yeah, but it can still curve it.
No, right?
Because of the
No,
curve.
right? No, not yeah,
So-
but no, no, right?
Can
No.
I say what I was gonna say?
No, I
Like,
want to
so
hear you say
basically-
no. I want to hear you say no, not yeah, but no.
It's
Not at the
false.
surface, right? Where do airplanes fly, Fluffy?
Because they generate. Where?
Where? Listen to
Oh,
my
in the
word.
sky.
Where?
Jesus.
Okay. So your whole density thing in the air, right? Just pulled out of your ass.
Uh-oh.
No, it's not out of mass. It's like
Yeah, it is.
clearly
Right? You
proven.
just threw out some words, right? Hopes it sticks.
What do you mean? So when you go up in the mountains, the air density doesn't get lower?
That's not what you're
your
you're
ears
saying.
pop?
So no.
Wait a
not
minute.
what-
You
that's
said
not what you're saying.
You said density, right? When we were talking about bouncing radio signals off of something in the sky, why would it bounce off of less dense atmosphere, but it travels through the atmosphere down here where it's thick?
No, I was saying like curves. So you like point it towards a direction and it will curve.
So it just
because of the
curves on its
atmosphere.
own.
Yeah.
So we're talking about we're talking about
Lovely.
electromagnetic radiation. You know that thing that people call light. Light just curves. I thought photons travel in a straight line unless they go through a denser medium. So if they're going upwards towards a less dense medium, are they going to curve?
Listen here, Fluffy. Hank
but
Hill
that might
told
be,
you straight. You're wrong.
So
wrong?
yeah, you pulled it out of your ass, Fluffy, right?
What did I pull out of my ass?
Yeah.
The
You know
curving
damn
part.
right. Yeah, you know damn right. Right.
I don't think I was literally.
So
stating
how does a radio wave curve over the Earth, right? Curvature, right? They can see airplanes in North Korea, so it travels hundreds of miles, right, and then hits the airplane, and then bounce back over the curve again. How does that happen?
We all know radio waves
so
travel in a straight
basically,
line.
here's like an example. So
No,
I want you guys
how
to
does
try
that
this.
happen?
No, just listen to me. Stop saying no. Listen to me. Let me speak
I
for
wanna-
once. Holy shit. So basically, if you ever like have a fate or a fair,
Why
whatever
would
you
we
guys
want to
call
listen
them.
to something false?
Well,
I
let him
want you
finish,
to
man.
test
That
this,
way.
'cause if you ever have a
Yep.
fair in your city or wherever the hell you live, and it becomes nighttime, you'll notice that the sound or the music playing from the fair will travel a further distance and sound louder, and it's due to like denser atmosphere. Because
That's
at
because
nighttime,
everybody's in
the
bed,
atmosphere.
Fluffy. They're not driving their cars around making noise. For
Well, it's
hell's
also
sakes,
'cause
it's quiet.
Wow.
No, it's
also 'cause
quiet
it's denser
at
at
nighttime,
nighttime.
dude. No, you're
Wow.
making
It's
shit up.
because people are fucking asleep.
Fucking throwing
Because
shit
people
right out of
aren't
your
driving.
ass.
People aren't being loud. People are trying to go to bed.
Did you just
So-
say air gets denser at nighttime?
Yeah. He's
Can we
talking
get a
about the speed
citation for that?
the speed of propagation through the medium. That's what he's talking about.
Can this
Just like,
dude
so-
get a reward for
When you
being
guys
stupid?
literally
Bro,
just talking
okay,
about
listen.
the
Let's not dogpile the guy, man.
ionosphere,
He's obviously handicapped.
weren't
So
you guys
I mean,
literally just speaking about an ionosphere doing the exact same thing, but you weren't?
the alleged
Stop that.
ionosphere.
Yeah. Wait. What? Yeah.
Look, listen. Often we'll talk
That
about the
one's
globe
tough.
model because we have to often teach you guys what it is to debunk it. So Just because I talk about the ionosphere does not mean I think there is an ionosphere. It just means I'm talking about it. Concept.
Yeah, I don't really know much about the ionosphere.
So why are you making claims, right? Why are you making claims then, Buffy?
Well, it's not really a claim. It's clearly like, I don't know, logical. The air is literally thicker at nighttime. Like, it's humid.
Okay.
Do you have a
The medium
citation? How
to the
much
air.
thicker? How much thicker?
Do you
How much
have
more pressure?
anything?
Like
Do
a
you have
nighttime
anything
pressure.
that you can bring to the table that proves that that is correct?
That's why I asked for citation. Like I've never heard of this nighttime air pressure increase.
I don't know, try it. Wait until the fair happens.
I will.
That's
just for a quick
subjective.
sec. I'll also accept a calculation if you actually like look up the different temperature, different densities, and you plug it in an equation. You'll be like, here you go, man. Proven like mathematically. I will accept that. If you do
Maybe
it.
Matthew can save him.
I
Matthew,
mean, will you believe me if
can
I
you
look
save
it
him?
up on the internet, though?
Oh, I can calculate it for you. So don't mess with me. It's like, yeah, no, I want you to calculate it. Like, no, I'll actually tell you how much faster it is or slower. But it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. But I want you
a
to do it.
glower correcting another glower.
Matthew, can you save yourself from earlier and correct Fluffy?
Wait, it literally says here, you're right, though. Whoever said temperature. So literally with temperatures at nighttime going colder, the air density increases. So I was right.
Where's this citation then? Where's this citation?
Wiki.
You're not right. Because that's just, okay, now work it out. Go ahead, okay.
Yes,
Cool.
air temperature affects the amount
Decreases.
of
Yeah, put in the voice
sound.
Of course, man. No one disagreed with that. Right? So that's, of course, that's kosher.
What happens if it gets warmer at night?
I guess the air density will get less when it gets
Yeah.
dense.
So there goes your claim.
Don't hurt him.
Well, not really, because it's still there. You
Not
just-
really. So
Yeah.
now it's no, not really. So when it gets warmer at night, it gets there,
This is
gets
gonna
less
be
dense,
bad.
right?
I mean, but the sun
Yeah,
also
just talk through me,
heats
right?
up the.
Yeah, just talk through
I was
me after
waiting.
you got fucking jacked yard.
Well, the sun also heats up water molecules. Which
Oh, the
makes
hot
them
sun heats
expand.
up water molecules. Oh,
Yeah. So at
That
nighttime you don't
doesn't
have
have
the
anything to
sun.
do with what we were talking about.
So it's still like still a medium, so it's still dense.
There's still a medium, and its color is purple. And yeah.
Oh my
You're not listening
god.
to me. Go test this.
Fluffy, bro, you're just
What
wrong.
instrument are
I'm
we testing
sorry.
it with? Are we going to use like a barometer? Like what are we going to use?
Am I?
We're just going to listen and say, this sounds louder than that. That sounds real scientific, dude.
A fucking turkey baster, dude.
I mean, it's not even really scientific. You can just go out.
Well, exactly. It's subjective.
I guess
And
so.
God Rockin' covered it, right? It's your subjective impression. And because there's less other noise, ambient noise around, it seems like it's louder. Because there's
And this-
no sight. Because listen,
But
you
what
can't
if
get a citation that sound
you're at
travels
another
further
fair?
at night.
Yeah, and this was your proof, right? That radio waves bounce over the curves over the Earth, right? Hits the target and then bounce back. That was your proof.
Yeah, it would
Right?
definitely help in the physics of
No.
radio waves curving. Even on flat Earth, it would still help the physics behind it curving. I don't know why you're trying to like disprove it.
It doesn't need to curve.
Can you demonstrate curving light?
Curving radio waves?
Yep.
You know
Well,
how
so
they
you
talk
get,
to
like, a
subs
ship.
underneath the water?
Because they do it for ships too.
They also do it for submarines. But it doesn't curve.
I don't know how they do it for submarines.
So they use
That's
long
crazy
wave, extreme long wave frequency radio waves. Talking like 10-mile wavelengths. So you can generate more power, and they have a higher penetration strength.
Do you think maybe it like bounces off of the Earth's atmos as it travels freely through the water and then bing gets to the thin air and bounces off like they say that the radio waves do in the upper atmosphere?
Why are you saying that to me? I don't really
Yeah,
know at this
I'm
point.
asking you, bro. Is that what you
I
think
don't know about the
happens?
submarine. I think
Or do you
that's like a
think maybe
military
those waves
technology.
penetrate the atmosphere easier than the water?
It depends. So certain waves penetrate better than others. Like I fly remote control planes and stuff.
Right, he just
And
told you that these long ones penetrate better. So do you think that it penetrates the atmosphere, the atmos, or do you think that it bounces off like a mirror?
hey, maybe you're right. It might actually help it to bounce off if it's lighter.
How about this? Have you ever heard like the party next door? They've got a house party, and you can hear the bass way more clearly through the wall than like the mid and the treble. Why do you think that happens?
I don't know, because bass penetrates through walls.
Yeah, exactly as NJ was saying. When the frequency is lower, it penetrates more easily.
Yeah, correct.
So you understand this basic basic thing about sound, right? So that's what he's saying. But I don't understand what else there is to be said after you understand this like basic principle.
And the reason that we can't use like extreme long frequency like above ground is because the antenna needs to be some fraction of the wavelength. You can't use you can't have 1 mile long wavelength and use like a 2-foot antenna. You'll never pick up the signal. It would have to be at least a 1/4 mile antenna. So under the water, they can just string a long cable, right, and pick it up. What they do.
Yeah, whales talk with each other over 4,000 miles.
Yeah, the whales thing. I haven't heard that one in a while. Whales can like talk to each other across the entire Pacific Ocean or some ridiculous thing.
Yeah, the
Since
blue
Florida's a
whale, I
plateau,
think.
so
It's the loudest animal on the planet. Apparently, I actually saw that today. It's like louder than a
Never
jet
met my
engine.
wife.
There's no planet.
Good on. Damn.
There is no planet, my guy. That's the whole point.
Yeah, so you think because they are quote unquote so loud, it just goes through the earth, Fluffy? Is that what you think?
What? No.
So whales communicate? No, so the sound just bends around Earth, right? Stops, right? Just does it?
No, it doesn't even travel that. Like it travels quite far, but it
4,000 miles,
doesn't
bro.
travel
4,000
miles. Really?
miles. Yeah, 4,000 miles.
Quite far.
Damn, that's like that.
Yeah. Just bends around the Earth, right? Just magically.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Because Earth ain't a ball. Unless
By the way, this.
I'll look
Think
that
away.
up. I'll sing it before.
Go ahead, Raj. I just wanted to clarify something with the sound waves and density thing, because he's talking about the speed of propagation, but like you're neglecting the material, right? Because it's going to absorb a lot of what the amplitude, or most of the signal. So signal strength or the amplitude of the wave versus the speed of propagation, it's not the same, because to block sound, you usually want to use dense material, right? But inside the material, yeah, the speed of propagation is high, but it will absorb a lot of sound. So from the other side, you're not going to hear most of it except what goes through, right? Test this, go inside of a cave or something. It's pretty quiet. So the more stuff you have in between you and sound.
So
Go
here,
ahead,
blue
Crypto.
whales can only
Or-
be heard from
no.
500 miles away. Not 4,000 kilometers, not 4,000 miles. Or maybe I'm looking at the wrong animal. Loudest animal. The blue whale. Yeah. So it says here blue whale can be heard at a distance over 500 miles.
I don't think loudness is an appropriate measure. We're talking about the distance at which an animal can be heard the furthest.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna quote this for you. I even tagged you in it, right? So let me quote it for you.
Your reference is Daily Mail, though.
What's wrong with Daily Mail? Are they
It's
not
mainstream,
capable?
bro.
Are they not
Yeah.
capable of telling the truth once?
Well, of course, they're mainstream media. Of course, they don't tell the truth.
Oh,
Well,
a humpback. Yes,
Go
one
ahead.
second.
on
So
par with
a
Sky News.
humpback,
Probably
a humpback whale singing in the Caribbean, for example, can be heard by a fallow whale of the west coast of Ireland, more than 4,000 miles away. Right?
I don't know. I'd have to speak to a whale expert.
Another one over here which says that their low frequency sounds during their mating things can be heard up to 10,000 miles away. So, yeah.
That's one hell of a booty call. 10,000 miles away. Shit, we shouldn't be worried about the whales. They'll be fine.
Hey, what are your sources? Because I looked at like the Australian Geographic. Oh, actually, man, I got pretty much the same. National Geographic. They both say 800 kilometers. I don't see anyone saying further than that.
Yeah, I literally just Googled how far can a whale be heard. And the very first link says a whale's low frequency sounds can travel up to 10,000 miles.
Really, mine's
So
the first one is 800.
Google the exact phrase, how far can a whale be heard, and see what comes up. My second link is 4,000 miles. The third link is 10 to 16 kilometers. That must mean 1,000 kilometers. There's a few.
I got 10,000 for the first one too.
So I was kind of low on the 4,000, right?
Well, I mean, I think technically you can hear sound like no matter the distance, depending on
Oh,
how
yeah.
good your hearing is and if you're specific on the frequency.
Yeah, I mean, so that's it's talk about how loud a sound is, how far away you are, yada yada yada. But I think that the problem here isn't that; it's the curved surface. I think that's the issue.
I mean, maybe even for like globe earthers, say like fiber optic cable. You know how like when the photons hit the edge of it, they kind of bounce back into it. Maybe that's the same.
Yeah, maybe. Right, maybe.
We live in a fiber optic universe.
I mean, the physics would act the same. That's all I'm saying.
No, like a sound isn't traveling within a inwardly reflecting tube. It's very much not the same.
Sound is not photons either.
Yeah, I mean, there's about 4 different reasons why that's not equivalent.
I mean, photons are frequency and particle.
Photons are frequency. Oh
Yeah.
man,
Yeah, like
frequency.
light.
Okay.
Yes.
So
So
the word
different colors of
frequency.
light.
Wait, I got you. The word frequency just means how often you do something. So how often you cycle. That's it. So how frequent is what? So I just frequency of. In order for me, like I kind of like make sense of what you're saying. I just don't understand frequency on its own. I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
You're
it
saying
has to be
exactly
of a
what.
thing.
Yes.
It's saying of
How?
what thing.
Yeah.
So you can't say
Yes.
light is frequency because that's like saying light is how often I do something. Doesn't make any sense.
Right. Right.
Because you need to know the something, right? That's what he's asking.
Oh.
So
I was.
okay.
I guess it's like the
You're
frequency of the photon.
But that also doesn't make sense. Like a photon isn't a thing being done, right?
Yeah, it's a particle.
So,
So like imagine a
fuck's sake.
particle that like bounces up and down repetitively at a certain frequency.
Okay, so are you saying the
So,
frequency of the bounce of the particle? Is that
the
what you're saying?
jiggle.
Yeah.
Because that
pretty
would at
much.
least be a coherent sentence, even if it made no sense. At least it would be a complete sentence, right? Because I
Sorry.
could say the frequency of chicken. That doesn't make any sense. Like the frequency of chicken doesn't make any sense. The frequency of me eating chicken, that's a sentence that makes sense.
True.
If I was to say to you, I chicken 3 times a week, you would think I was mental. If I said I eat chicken 3 times a week, now you know that that actually means something, right? So this is what we were trying to get to. So when you say light is frequency, can you be way more specific with what you're actually saying? Because we can't even address that.
I think
mean,
what he probably means is light is vibration.
Something like that.
All right, bust out the scalpel. Okay, what's the difference between a vibration and oscillation? All right, I got this. Let's go.
Wow, we're dealing
Scalpel
in
time.
we're dealing in 5-year-old blocks here, so we have to kind of simplify it, right?
I was just kidding.
If you don't know the technical definition, the technical difference between an oscillation and a vibration, it'd be interesting to know that.
It is, yeah. It's rarefaction and like well, expansion and contraction would be a vibration, but then like that surface is like translating, right? So that's oscillating, like a pendulum oscillates. Doesn't
Okay,
vibrate.
yeah, I see. Yeah, so it doesn't
Pendulum,
actually
yeah,
change.
it's an oscillate. Yeah,
I get you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep. But like your heart is more of a vibration. Boop, boop, it expands and contracts. You know.
Yeah. So an oscillation is where the thing moves side to side, whereas a vibration is where it kind of expands and contracts but stays in place.
Right. Yeah, but the surface will oscillate too from the vibration, so it's kind of like they're entangled. Like there's this entanglement.
Sure.
But they're
I get
not
you.
defined as the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just being silly, you know what I mean? So just messing with Elijah.
Wait, was I here?
You were. You are.
I think that's in your imagination.
Just his imagination.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, carry on.
So yeah, Wales. There's your source for 10,000 miles and 4,000 miles. Literally Google, and you know, that's not to say that I give a shit about Google, but it's interesting that you can't Google that. I mean, it's interesting as well because that's a claim that we would have to then verify, right? But yeah.
Yeah, for Fluffy, like the sound wave or the signal, at some point it will diminish as like you'll lose amplitude, and so you're going to turn up the gain of whatever instrument amplifier you're using. When you do that, you'll also pick up more noise. So there, at some point, you lose it because of the noise is overwhelming. You could never ever extract the signal from that anymore. So once you reach that point, this is where the signal is diminished. It's done. It's done. Unless you could get rid of the noise. If you could get rid of the noise somehow, then sure. But when you keep on zooming in, like with instruments, this is what happens, right? You pick up the background.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fluffy's still here.
Yeah. Thinking of getting Macca's though.
Oh, gross.
In what?
McDonald's.
Ah. What are you
I
getting?
got, well, I'm gonna get a free cheeseburger, and I don't really know. Maybe a Big Mac. I don't.
Ew, cheese.
Don't worry, it's not real
Yeah.
cheese.
Yeah, don't worry. The whole thing's not real food, so it couldn't be cheese.
Tastes like cheese. Looks like cheese. It's not cheese.
In spite of the fact that cheese is amazing, McDonald's does taste like shit.
Yeah, it's the only thing I can get at 2 in the morning though.
Getting a free cheeseburger is kind of like, from McDonald's, is kind of like getting a free punch in the face.
I mean, you know what's always confused me? Do you know, like, the richest people in the world for some reason like eat McDonald's and like kind of like advertise it. They're like, yeah, I go to McDonald's, and it's like, what? Why?
Really?
And you're that rich? Yeah, like Warren Buffett or something. Do you know that dude? Like really rich.
Oh, on TV. I thought I was about to give you like real life examples. People I know, it's like actually no. Like the richer they are, the better they eat. Like they're always eating organic and like it's kind of they don't eat junk food. They will like once a week, date night and shit like that. But it's like I don't know, man. From my just personal like walk in life, I think because when you have more money, allows you to if you have the knowledge, right? If you know that the grocery food stuff is shit, well, you can use that money to get good food, right? To buy good food that costs more money. So they end up doing that, most of them. The ones I've
Or they go to a cheap country where they don't allow GMOs, but the exchange rate is like really off the chain, and they live like for next to nothing compared to their wealth. Meanwhile, playing stock markets and other stuff like that.
But isn't McDonald's having like organic burgers or something?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, 100% meat. I mean, hey, look, I'll go for a double quarter pounder right now. Like, okay, if you just hand me one right now, it's like, okay, I'll chew it down, no problem. I just won't do it every day. Like, no, I'm good. That's it. Till next time.
Where'd the ballers go? They still here?
Fluffy's still here.
Fluffy.
Not sure why. Oh, yeah,
He's
he's
the one
grabbing
going
some
for
food.
Macca's, isn't he?
Yep.
Did you guys want to tell me something?
No, we're
Yeah,
chatting.
I was just curious. What's your evidence for the globe? You got any?
I have the power to fly. Flew outside the atmosphere in a circle.
You have the power to fly.
Did I hear
Are
that
you
right,
mental?
man?
Are
Yeah,
you?
you've been drinking
That's
tonight,
what you
man.
said. That's what you said. Is that what you meant to say? I have the power to fly outside of the atmosphere. Oh, okay, you're joking.
Oh, there was
Yeah.
one thing that I was thinking of doing stopping for, like maths for, but I actually thought of it recently, and I'm like, wait, this works on a flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
So do you
everything
have any?
works on fire.
Everything that works on the flat Earth. So do you got any evidence for the globe? I mean, it's 2021. Surely you got better than Rob Simmons' Photoshop.
What? I don't even have whatever that is.
You don't have the blue marble?
No.
The blue marble. I mean, that would count as evidence if it were an actual photograph. You don't know about Robert Simmons, Goddard Space Agency?
No, not.
Okay, well, me in a few minutes, or one of my friends will post the video for you, and it has a link that goes straight to Goddard, which is affiliated with NASA, and you will be able to see that the picture of the Earth that you see, the only reason you see it is because it's a cartoon. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think I've heard about that.
Yeah, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
Yeah. I mean, did you know that Mercury, Venus, even Pluto were like, if you have like old planet books and shit, they were all Photoshop. They were like what they assumed to look like, or you might even just have ones that are like low
Still
poly,
are.
not low poly, low quality.
Still are photoshopped. Pick any book. It's a CGI rendered image, not a photograph. They even label them as images. CGI images.
Yeah, I just posted an image here. This top image is what they actually get, and the bottom image is what they extrapolate from that pixel.
Wait, is that in debate? I don't know. Where'd you put it?
Live stream
there.
voice text chat. It's the bottom. At the
So they're not lying to you and telling you that they're photographs, but if you don't read, which most people, I'm assuming these days don't, other than a few headlines, like when's the last time you heard of someone reading the dotted line? And yeah, I said that right. Have you ever heard of someone reading the dotted line? That line that you sign, it's not dotted. It's microprint. It's a contract.
I have no idea.
Yeah, because you don't read the dotted line. You probably don't read the contract either. So if they were to slip in like 27% interest, you'd probably just sign it and think it's normal because you didn't read it.
I mean,
but yeah, the point is NASA tells you that the Earth is flat in their documents. They tell you that it's a model, and then in your brain you reify it as reality, right? You think you live here, Timmy, and you're like, oh, that's where I live. I live on a spinning water ball. But no, she meant like on the map that's wrapped around the model. Because the teacher doesn't actually think you live on a globe that's on her desk, because she knows that you live in your body. Where else could you live other than in your body?
I don't know. Maybe if you believe in the soul.
So when you get pulled over and the cop says, "Is this you?" Do you say yes? Right? Because you're not a piece of plastic, are you?
I mean,
So the obvious answer would be no, that's not me. I'm me. Right?
Well, maybe I should
You
use
see
that.
the problem? So you're reifying, right? You're making concrete out of a concept. And that's a fallacy, by the way. A reification fallacy. So NASA tells you, like, straight up, like, it's an image. It's not real.
Yeah.
And the only place that you've ever actually seen the globe is in your mind's eye because you've seen it on TV, a magazine, a book, some sort of painting or photoshopped image, and then you thought that that was reality. You reified it into reality. When the real world is outside, and what do you see outside? What do you perceive when you are outside meditating? Your senses tell you that it's a flat, stationary plane for as far as the eye could see, no matter where you go.
That's a look. I don't know. It's a confusing thing on why
That's called cognitive dissonance.
so many flat earthers are confused by the fact that you're stationary.
How am I confused? That's what my brain is telling me.
Yeah, I know, but like
You're the one that's confused. Your brain's telling you that you're not moving, but the brainwashing that you've endured as a child up into your adult years is telling you that you are. You're the one that's confused, not me, bro.
I don't know, I was just saying I'm confused that sorry, let me try and think my words. I'm very tired as well. That
Sorry, it's
like,
all right, bro. I'm not gonna grill you. Go ahead, take your time, formulate your sentences.
one of the Newton laws, I don't even know which one it is, one of the three. It's like you know, action. Wait, it's basically like
the ones that were debunked. For every action, there's equal and opposite reaction. Is that what
yeah,
you're
I
talking
guess
about?
that. But there's also it says an object will not change its motion unless its motion. Wait. Yeah, unless a force acts on it.
Unless acted upon by an outside
Yeah.
force.
We're at a constant,
Alright.
like, no matter where I am, it's not like I'm accelerating.
Constant. They're elliptical orbits. You ever went around a racetrack in a car?
I know,
Or
but
just turned a corner that was at a steady rate, and then there's a blind corner where the rate of turn increases to a very acute angle, and then you slide off the road? That's what happens when the rate of turn changes.
But it's not accelerating.
Yes, it is,
Bro,
because
tell
it's
that
moving
to
in
the
all
people
directions.
that hit their eye on the window. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying the Earth is moving in a lot of different directions, so there is a change of angle and motion and speed all the time.
Yeah, but it doesn't
Yeah.
change acceleration.
But that would be in a linear path. That's the funny thing, like, because they're all circular or elliptical paths. I mean, an elliptical path is always an acceleration. It can't be anything else.
Yeah, think about the teacup ride. As the Earth is going around the sun, right, it's also spinning. So every time you go around the outside, there's going to be more gravitational force, or sorry, excuse me, I got it backwards. There's going to be more centrifugal force, and it would be lighter. We would weigh lighter at nighttime than we would during the daytime. Think about the teacup ride. You don't want to sit next to a fat man if you're a little kid on that teacup ride.
I don't
It'll
ever
crush your
want to sit
bones.
next to a fat.
It's not so bad. I don't bite.
I've actually been on that. It's not so bad. I felt so sick on one of those. And it's like this little
Right.
kid's ride.
Yeah, you got it. So that's what the Earth is doing. It's a turn inside of a rotation. So we're revolving around the sun. Excuse me, I said it wrong. And we're rotating at the same time. So on that outer loop, we would weigh less at nighttime because centrifugal force is allegedly countering gravity. And as the centrifugal force is higher, because we're at the edge of the teacup where it's really crushing you with the G-force. It's that. And you say that we wouldn't feel any of that at 1,000 miles an hour, at 60 miles an hour, 60. That doesn't sound right. 60,000 miles an hour. That's right.
I don't know. You're still at a constant speed.
You can't be at a constant speed going in a circle, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The uniform circular motion.
Hang on.
Elliptical orbits additionally have acceleration and deceleration.
Here, let me just give them something real quick about the velocity is a vector, has a magnitude and a direction. So if you change the magnitude, or which means change your speed or velocity, right, you have acceleration, right? Or if you change the direction of the vector, which is the angle of the vector, you will also undergo acceleration.
Yeah.
Thus, when you're traveling in a uniform circular motion, you're constantly accelerating. This is textbook physics.
And a constant
don't
change
argue
in
with it.
a constant change in vector and acceleration at the same time. Yes, yes.
Yes, because the vector, let's say, okay, constant speed, okay, but your speed, you're always changing directions. So you're always undergoing. You can do that. Just travel in a circle in your car at constant speed. Like you're constantly accelerating. And you can feel it. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, we did some figuring on the 66,000 miles orbit around the supposed orbit around the sun, and I figured out what the amount of acceleration and deceleration is, and it amounts to a plus or minus 217 feet per second of change in speed. So, oops, all of a sudden 217 feet, you wouldn't notice that? I'm sorry. Yes, you would. Backwards and forwards, 217 feet, or any other oblique angle of direction? No.
Wait. So I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. But like how I'm seeing it is like if you take away everything but the Earth and just have the Earth, you at a constant rate.
In a circle?
You're just spinning like say it's just spinning. I don't know about the tilt shit. The tilt is like what makes it weird. But if you're just spinning, you're spinning with the Earth. So you're at a constant rate
so
with
what?
the Earth.
No.
Okay, no, but
no,
that
you're
doesn't
not.
matter. But that doesn't matter. That's what we're saying, right? If you're on a teacup ride, or even if you're not on a teacup ride, say you're on one of those really basic bitch fairground rides where you just get on, you travel in a circle and you get off, right? So you're traveling with the ride in a circle, but an acceleration occurs. Yeah?
Look that up one sec.
That, like, yeah, it's true that you wouldn't, if you're traveling at constant velocity in a straight line. Yeah, you cannot because, you know, yeah, you're not accelerating. But
by the way, it's virtually impossible to do that as well. So like, the idea that you can travel at a constant velocity in a straight line, I mean, how are you going to do that in a plane? No, that it's going to wobble. You know, turbulence is going to hit you. You can do that in a car? No, because there's going to be bumps in the road, and you're going to feel all that stuff.
Right.
Like the idea that if you travel at a constant velocity in a straight line, you wouldn't feel it. I am actually not sure that that's provable, but for the purposes of this argument, I suppose we can accept that as true.
Okay. Sure. Well, that's a good point, though. Never thought about it.
That is a good
Maybe
point.
on skates, man. Gotta put ice skates on, man.
Yeah. You have to be in a perfectly frictionless environment, which, I mean, does that even exist?
No, it does not. It's theoretical. We know that. Like,
So I think I think the bottom line is just that every circular motion is a constant acceleration. So, you know.
Okay, I mean, here I'll post him. I'll give him a link, man. It's called uniform circular motion. I'll get it for you.
But
And angular motion, Fluffy, angular motion is exactly what your vestibular system in your inner ear detects. So if there's also acceleration and deceleration and angular velocity change and vector change, your inner ear detects all of that. That's what it does.
But the fact that you can't detect it, that's evidence that it's happening. Oh, wait, no, it's the exact opposite. There's no evidence that it's
no,
happening.
thanks.
Therefore, we
Yeah.
can't verify it. It's just a story.
I'm from Missouri. You gotta show me.
So you don't take the mechanic's word for it. You're like, show me.
Exactly. I don't believe anything unless you can show me. Why would I have any reason to believe something that you can't show me?
Because everybody else believes.
It's like if I say, there's green grass on the dark side of the moon, right? I would be laughed out of the classroom, right? Because I can't validate it. But the teacher can say that, there's, all this stuff happening, right? We're moving at, a million miles an hour through space.
Or that dinosaurs existed or something. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It's just that, people, they did the study where the scientist was telling, an alleged scientist was telling like a normal person to participate in the experiment and shock the guy in the room next over. I can't remember the name of the experiment.
Yeah,
Someone here does.
I have.
And the
I
guy
have
was
heard.
like shocking the guy till he died.
Yeah.
But it was based on perceived authority. It wasn't even real authority. The guy was just wearing a lab coat.
That's probably what they're doing right now. They tested it there and they go, okay, this will work just fine.
Yeah, for now. It ain't working no more though, because
no.
They say, well, how come there wouldn't be whistleblowers? There have been whistleblowers, and there's documents from NASA saying that they have a flattened stationary model, and that's what they're flying over. So it's like
if I'm not mistaken. Oh,
go ahead, bro.
So I was gonna interrupt you. If I'm not mistaken, in that experiment, the person in the other room was not actually didn't die, but they were pretending to get louder every time that they kept pushing the button. But that was part of the experiment. Just wanted to throw that.
Right,
Yeah,
that's right.
so the Milgram experiment is the name of
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Milgram.
It has been performed many, many times, and people have acted as if they were dying. So yeah, he's still correct though.
Yeah, so they acted until the point to where they stopped yelling, and the scientist said, "Go ahead and crank it up a notch and do it again." And then he was like, "Are you sure? I don't think he's not responding anymore." And he was like, "Well, you want to finish the experiment, right? You crank it up again." So he was turning up the voltage, and then shocking him more even after he was incapacitated. Allegedly, the guy thought he was incapacitated.
Yeah, that's a very strange cognitive pressure that people must feel from authority then, because they will literally go to the point of killing someone else based on the say so of an expert, which is actually extremely worrying. Yeah. Why do people feel that pressure? That's weird. It's like I can honestly say, hand on heart, that if I was included in an experiment like that and they were like, oh yeah, you've just got to shock this guy, I'd be like, no. Just walk off.
Well, the results were some of the people did walk off, but a majority of the people just followed directives.
Yeah, that's really, really worrying, isn't it?
I would ask the guy if I'm getting paid for it, like, hey, dude, listen, man, it's cool if I shock you real fast, You're ready. Okay. Just let me know whenever it's too much.
I suppose the appropriate response might be, I will shock this random guy as much as I'm allowed to shock you.
I would do it to McToon for free. Straight up, you know what I mean?
But I mean, yeah, in all seriousness, I think at that point, Like if the quote unquote authority figure is prepared to go through the experiment, then there's no issue, is there? Like there's no third party who's being damaged by the bad decisions of the authority. It's when the authority figure exerts their control over a powerless third party that the issues come in.
What the hell's that?
You up?
Oh yeah, by the way, I found some of the like things about the elliptical orbit. So basically, like with this is what I was thinking in my head, but like I think it's kind of theoretical. I don't really have proof of it. But basically, as the Earth goes around the sun, even in an elliptical orbit, it'll be closer to the sun, and I mean, kind of regardless of where it is, the sun's gravity will act on you as well as the Earth, so it's pulling you as well as the Earth. So just there's a link in
gravity doesn't cancel out acceleration even if it exists.
Yeah. Also,
It's just not. Can I just finish? That's just not an appropriate response at all. It's completely missing the point.
Dude, I'm a time that on the next like powerlifting meet. I'll sign up and hopefully it's whenever we're closest to the sun. That way it just helps me, get the bar off my chest.
Well,
Gravity,
what about flat Earth? Wouldn't it?
Where's the sun?
Wouldn't it do the exact same for flat Earth though?
Flat Earth doesn't move.
Why?
We don't move, and gravity doesn't exist. So no.
Yeah, look up how much they claim the sun's gravity affects people on Earth and how much we can measure it, and then you will know.
How do you know? Okay, how do you know the mass of the sun? All right, I'll just play your game. Fine, gravity. Okay, what's the mass of the sun, bro?
Me? I don't know.
Well, gravity. Yeah, it's so massive that when it's close to you, I don't know, it's gonna suck you upwards. Well, okay, how massive is it? I'm just entertaining your thought. It's like sure.
What is the mass of a gas ball in a vacuum? Good question.
Could gases stick together in a vacuum? Or what? Huh.
I guess it's like asking how tasty is an ice cream when you throw it in a fire?
33 degrees?
Delicious.
Yeah, exactly.
Good answer. Good answer.
Yeah, me and my girlfriend, we were measuring the circumference of the Earth. We have an old well in the backyard, and we were just using sticks and shadows from the sun. We got the whole circumference in about 4.5 minutes. We got it down to like within a quarter inch of the circumference of the Earth with a couple of sticks. It was really cool. Yeah.
See what you can do with presupposition, folks? You could go out and pretend to be a fake Greek or whoever, Egyptian, whoever this guy was.
Just rocking a white robe, huh?
Hey, I was going to say, good job on your songs, Flatter Day. Wow, outrageous, man.
Thank you, bro. Good looking out.
I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Thank you. Yeah, my chick really hates Irish Demon, so she's like, "You got to throw him in one of your songs." I was like, "All right," and then I didn't do it, and then he commented on my last song. He commented like, "Ha ha ha, lame," or something like that. I'm like, "All right, fool. All right, I got you."
And that's how two artists share each other's fan base. They start a little rap battle or a little war between each other. Of course, the war isn't real. You guys aren't going to hurt each other in any kind of way. It's only going to benefit both of you, but you guys are going to like...
He's not going to come in my vicinity, you know what I mean? But
right, of course, right, yeah. You're as far as the East Coast is from the West Coast. But my point was is that rappers have been doing this for a long time. They pretend to get mad at each other and hate each other. Oh, it's a funeral.
Yeah,
happens to Betsy.
I'm not pretending really though, but yeah, I feel you. You're right. I'll never see the guy, so I might as well be pretending. You know what I mean?
No, do your little, what is it called? when you do the song against the other person. I forget what it's called.
A rap battle?
Diss track.
Diss track. That's it.
Oh yeah, diss track. Yeah.
Do your diss track, bro. It's gonna be good fun. You and the other guy are gonna have loads of fun doing it.
All right. Are you talking about a future song?
Yeah, he said something negative on one of your songs. That was obviously an invitation to do a diss track, and then
No,
he's
I
gonna
did diss him.
counter
I
you.
dissed him in my last song.
Oh, okay. Well then, it's his
Irish
turn.
Demon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's his
It's the
turn.
song that I just put out yesterday. It's called Shine Box. Go home and get your shine box.
You know what, guys? I think I've just come up. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I think I've come up with a really good way of explaining why, for instance, a giant ball of gas can't exist in a vacuum, but at the level of intellect the globes are at. Right? I think I've done it. So, has anyone here ever seen the film Frozen?
The Disney movie?
I think I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it more than about halfway through it.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I've seen it. Now, you know there's a part during the film where there's a snowman called Olaf, and he's singing about how nice it would be to be in summer. And during the song, he's kind of like, you know, something cuddle. I can't remember the lyrics. But if I was in summer, I would be a right. And obviously, the obvious rhyme is puddle because he wouldn't be a snowman because a snowman couldn't exist in hot weather. Now, I'm wondering if we can't use that somehow to explain why, you know, a snowman can't exist in summer and a gas ball can't exist in a vacuum, right? I wonder if we can't merge these two. And right at the end of the film as well, Elsa, who's the Ice Queen, creates a personal snow flurry just for the snowman to continue to exist within a normal environment. Which would be a container, right? So I'm wondering if we can't make this work somehow.
Hey, bro, but couldn't a gas ball not survive in a vacuum, let alone a pressure pot, let alone just a normal environment? All three of them, a gas ball wouldn't survive, right?
And be careful. Be careful. Be careful now. Now they're switching. Now they're switching to. I'm sorry. Now they're switching to plasma though. So we'll have to switch it. When they switch, we'll have to switch with them. So continue on.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Well, so what's a plasma? What's a plasma, and where is it?
A grape in a microwave? Plasma?
Yeah.
It's excited gas.
No.
Yeah, super excited gas. So it is
No,
gas.
I know. That's not what I'm asking. Are they saying that Jupiter is plasma, or are they saying the sun is like? What are they saying?
Well, the sun's emissions, I guess.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys, what are their theories about, what do they say that, how do the stars, are they saying they're reflecting the sun's light, or are they their own light source? What do they say?
They were saying the sun was plasma. Right, carry on.
Okay, hold on. The stars are suns in other solar system. So the stars aren't stars. The stars are suns, according to the ballers.
Okay. And the planets are being their light is supposedly reflected from our sun. That's their theory?
Yeah, the planets in this solar system are correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the globe Earth, like, physics on why the sun keeps its gas is due to gravity. The gravity is.
You keep saying gravity. Could you please show us the experiment that proves that gravity is a cause? We need the hypothesis.
Yeah,
With,
I don't know.
With the independent, the independent control variables, because you're going to need to separate gravity so you can manipulate it. So we want Einstein's papers from 1915 show us the hypothesis with those control variables. Thanks.
Yeah, obviously.
You know, Sonny, I think he's not going to be able to do that, even if he does try. In fact, I'll go ahead and challenge the guy. Hey, like, if you could do that, you know, we could probably scrape some money towards you, send you some Bitcoin. But the thing is, you can't, right? So I'm not a betting man, right? So I didn't actually make a bet because I already know what's in there. Thank you.
Mhm.
So here's
This
the
is
deal, man.
like, sorry.
It's there's no science involved in your gravity. It's a just so
It's
story.
theoretical.
It's no, I wouldn't even
Yeah.
say theoretical, because that implies like it's a scientific theory, which I would stay away from that word if I was you. I would say it was just a postulation of a madman with a bad haircut.
Conceptual abstraction.
Yeah, and the idea that like the sun, which is a gas ball, can exist in a vacuum because gravity. I mean, you're like you've just layered two claims into each other, right? So, no, like, and expect like it's like you've got these two corpses in rigor mortis, kind of they're leaning against each other, and you're hoping that neither of them will fall over, right? It would be like me saying, well, I know that unicorns exist because magic exists, and then, oh, how do you know magic exists? Oh, because unicorns exist. You know, it's,
Yeah.
this is nonsense.
Then it gets all the way up to the expert said so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the unicornologist said that magic and unicorns exist.
Because that's what you do when you get painted. When you paint yourself into a corner in a room, then you have to have the experts bail you out.
So let me ask this guy. So what's his name?
Fluffy.
Fluffy, yeah. So Fluffy, do you believe that if you could go high enough, you could see the curvature of the Earth?
No.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, are you a flat earther now?
I don't know.
Would you like me to repeat the question? If
Hey,
you
at
could
least he's not trying to pretend. At least he's not trying to pretend.
if you could travel high enough to a high enough altitude, would you eventually start seeing the Earth curve left to right?
No.
Okay, so you're a flat earther.
All right, welcome to Flat Earth.
Shirts in the back, snacks on the way.
Globe Earth as well, because you're still in relative motion to the Earth. So.
What?
Yeah.
That's got to do with motion. You're talking about curvature.
So if you get
Okay,
further
good.
away,
Everything you claim, bro, we're gonna require proof for everything you claim. So you just claimed rotation. Can you show us when, where, and how that was detected?
well, I'm just saying what flat Earth is.
I just asked a question, and I need an answer for it, please. Thank you.
Sorry. Can you message what you want?
Yes, you said rotation. I need proof of rotation. When, where, and how? What method was used to detect this rotation?
I think this dude's a Russian bot because he just asked you to type your message like his ears aren't working.
Yeah, I'm sleepy. It's 3 in the morning.
Holy
I didn't know
then
that,
what
bro.
the hell? All right,
Where
just
you at, bro?
go to sleep then, man.
He's obviously in Australia.
You must be getting weary because you're upside down or something. I don't know. Get some sleep.
All the blood's rushing to your head down there.
Yeah.
It's horrible down there.
All right, spinning too. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I thought that was sunburn. I didn't realize it was just them hanging upside down.
Yeah, and the blood. It's the blood rushing to the head.
Ah, makes sense.
And he's all the way in the next day from me, so he's got big problems.
Man.
Are you saying he's from the future?
He got flat
He's
smacked.
from the
In,
future.
yeah,
He's
he
from
got
the
flat
future.
smacked into. He got flat smacked into the future.
No, it's the Einstein-Rosen bridge. So Australia is that vehicle that can travel at the speed of light. No, I'm just joking. Or sorry, 99.9% of the speed of light.
Once you
Hank, you've been
Once you-
studying some nerdy material, sir, with your
Once you-
Einstein-Rosen bridge.
Yeah, since I was a kid, bro.
you
I
can
know what
only
you're reading.
you can only accomplish this once you gerrymander the time zones a little bit here and there. So, just saying.
Gerrymandering the time zones. I love that quote.
Hey,
Love it.
copyright. It's copyrighted.
Okay, I won't use it while you're around. That's how copyright works.
No, actually, I don't agree with that copyright thing. Go ahead. Feel free to use it. Pass it all over the entire plane.
Yeah, I'm glad I took it easy on Fluffy, because his name is Fluffy and he's all tired right now. So if I would have been taking it hard on him, I'd probably feel kind of bad right now. It's not fair to, wait for someone to get delirious and then explain yourself, Fluffy.
Good
I bet
luck
he's got
trying to.
fluffy hair as well.
Sorry.
And
Maybe his
I was gonna
name
say,
has to do with his occupation. You know what I mean?
Good luck him trying to sleep now after talking with you guys.
yeah. I bet he's got fluffy hair as well, and that just makes him likable for some reason.
He could be a fluffer. You know what I mean?
Ooh.
Oh man, we're gonna stay away from that.
Shoot,
He's
I
not.
was hoping somebody wasn't going to say something that was in the deep dark corners of our minds. But there you go.
Yeah. See, here's the deal, guy. You're not responsible for that first thought. You're responsible for speaking it out loud. When that first thought that pops in your head, you're supposed to dismiss it. Like I could shove
I'm
this
just talking
Karen
about a maid
into
who
the
works
toilet.
at a hotel. You know what I mean? That's all that is. Somebody who makes the bed straight. The covers. That's what their job is. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
okay. I thought you were talking about GP.
Oh,
yeah. Well,
So you mean that's what I learned in boot camp then? Okay, gotcha.
You know what Led Zeppelin said. Sometimes a word has two meanings.
Yeah, especially in Hebrew, man. I feel you on that because they didn't have like a lot of words, so a lot of words had double meaning. Like their letters had double meaning as numbers. So
They were symbols too.
Yeah, in ancient Hebrew, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. How much wood would a woodchuck cut if a woodchuck could cut wood?
I try to look at both sides of the coin. Judge me not. That Stairway to Heaven song really is about the globe. You think it's about an old Christian grandma from the UK or something, but it's really not. Right? It's really about the globe because, let's say that hypothetically it was about an old Christian woman. Well, her book was written by men, right? So it's not very trustworthy. But because it's not written about her, it's actually written about the globe. Those scientists aren't really scientists, they're just men. Because if they were scientists, then this dude would have a scientific method for us. I'm sorry, he would have a scientific hypothesis from Einstein, but Einstein wasn't really a scientist, at least when it comes to the whole gravity thing. That was just a layman's postulation, as far as I could tell. So sometimes words have two meanings. The earth is it's round. Right? You're the one that said sphere in your head.
Round like a coin.
Or like a tabletop. Actually, we don't know the shape. But it's like I'm trying to point out how, the Stairway to Heaven, it's about it's about the astronauts in the globe. Because the Christian belief is that one day we'll occupy Jerusalem. And if we die before then, we go into Abraham's bosom, which is an underground place. So I don't think Christians actually believe they go to heaven unless they listen to their preacher instead of read their Bible.
I thought it said I don't know where we go, but might even not go anywhere until like Judgment Day, and then we go to heaven.
Well, there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth, and the heaven comes down to earth. We don't go up to heaven. So I'm sorry for getting all religious, but I'm just trying to point out the Stairway to Heaven. It's about the astronauts, and you're buying it. You're literally paying the taxes for the story. And sometimes words have two meanings. Like you ever witness a launch and they're like, everything's nominal. It's all nominal, and then you look up nominal and it says existing in name only, and you're like, well, fuck. I thought that was real. And then you look up the second definition, and it means something else. So you're like, oh, thank God, there's a second definition. Whew, sometimes words have two meanings.
Hey, out of all the launches you guys have seen between the different space companies and NASA, who do you think has the most enthusiastic reaction of when it shows the people all watching? I think SpaceX, the people have the most enthusiastic reaction.
I haven't watched a whole lot of SpaceX ones, but I do remember watching the shuttles land as a child. I was born in '82, so when those shuttles, they're supposed to be gliding down, right? But there's actually jet engines. You can hear them when they come down. So I don't know what they're excited about. We can hear your jet engines, bro. Those things can be heard from 40,000 feet. You hear a plane before you see it most times.
It's publicity, obviously. He wants to be popular, money.
I don't think we'd even be able to hear planes if there wasn't a dome.
I don't know, man. Them engines are loud. If you're ever at the airport, they're really loud.
When a plane is really high above you and it's flying over, you usually don't hear it till after it passes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so there used to be this old truther guy, and he used to tell me, there is no heaven in your Bible. You don't go to heaven. And at first I thought he was BS because I had a lot of misconceptions about the Bible. That I had learned in church that absolutely weren't true. And I went and looked it up, and it's yeah, I don't really see a promise that you're going to heaven at all. I see a catching away, but it doesn't say that we're going to heaven, right? And the catching away is the very last thing that happens, in the physical realm.
Unless we're one of the people who were on the cross next to Jesus, didn't he say today you will be in paradise with my Father or something like that?
Right, but does that mean that he's going to heaven?
No, he could be talking about Butte County for all we know.
Yeah, because where's God? He's everywhere, right? All knowing, all present.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm absolutely incorrect. I would love to see the address in the scripture where I'm incorrect, but I think that heaven's going to be brought down to us.
There is the scripture about the rich man and Lazarus, which kind of proves the firmament where he goes up there, and then the rich man saying, "I'm so thirsty, can you just dip your finger in the water?" Which proves there's water right there. And Lazarus says, even if I wanted to, I couldn't, because there's a great chasm fixed in between both of us, so neither of us can cross this barrier. But again, that doesn't say heaven. He could be just right above the dome in the water, which isn't necessarily heaven.
You know what's interesting to me? Plasma. I used to have a little plasma ball when I was a child, and I would just play with that thing for hours and hours and hours, till finally one day my little brother broke it. But Like,
Yeah, because plasma's so common. I know. I had a plasma yo-yo.
Did you?
I got some plasma 19 right
Yeah,
here.
you know the little yo-yo that glowed in the dark. Yeah, wasn't it
shit.
plasma?
So yeah, when we talk about light, like lightning is light, the plasma and the fluorescent bulbs, or
We used,
neon.
we used to go hit plasma bugs at nighttime with wiffle bats.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
It wasn't very nice. Sorry, that wasn't nice. Forgive me. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm more than a little curious of how you're gonna reach your amends with the dead. You know. See, how's that lyric go? More just a little curious of how you planning on going about something your amends with the dead. It's a
Especially
perfect circle.
the
Yeah, go ahead.
the bug death toll. I know. How am I ever
Yeah,
gonna
me
overcome
driving for
that?
20 years. Yeah, I've killed lots of. Dude, one terrible night, I drove right through a line of puppies. It was so fucking bad. It was so bad, dude. So the mother crossed the road safely, and the puppies were kind of straggling.
Oh
And
shit!
it was like a dirt road.
And then Hank
And
comes along.
bro, it traumatized the fuck out of me, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I love puppies. Yeah, it was my last delivery of the night. I was in a hurry to get back to the store. And it was dark, and it was a county road. And I hit the brakes in time to miss the mama. But I just like through the puppies. It was bad. But I'm usually pretty good at dodging stuff. There's no way I was.
You ate the hair of the dog, homie.
It's like a puppy apocalypse.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. It was really bad. Damn, and a train? Funeral and a train. Today's going by smooth.
The name of my new rock band, Puppy Apocalypse.
What was that like on Duck Dynasty? Kill the puppers!
Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. I'm telling you guys this first. The name of my band is going to be called FEMA Camp. Flat Earth Maniac Assassin Camp. FEMA Camp. And I'm getting it tattooed on my toes.
There was already a Flat Earth Music and Arts.
Really?
Yeah.
But did they have camp? Did they have camp after that?
Yeah.
So it's
So as
Flat
long as
Earth
you don't,
Music and Arts Camp?
yeah, just don't name it Flat Earth Music and Arts FEMA Camp.
No, it's Flat Earth Maniac Assassins.
Okay, that'll work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a question for the puppy part.
Oh shoot!
Sorry, I don't know your name. I can't see who's talking. But so you have attention deficit disorder? Because I've been listening for a while, and you go from one subject to another, like in a heartbeat. You'll
Yeah,
say something.
I'm probably
and
to
then,
blame though.
No, it's the way
sorry.
that, yeah, it's okay. So you would call it attention deficit disorder. I would call it hyper attention disorder because I'm always like observing everything. Like I can hardly read in a crowded room. Like when they say he can't read, I can read just fine when it's quiet because I'm not perceiving everything. I can't shut things off.
Yeah.
So every little thing I pick up on, nothing hardly gets past me. When people double speak or lie, I could usually pick it up, especially if I can see them. So I wouldn't call it, ADHD or whatever you call it. I would call it like a hypersensitive person, a highly sensitive person.
Well, I was just asking because, for example, you were talking about heaven, and then all of a sudden, what's really neat? Plasma. It's like, what does that have to do with heaven?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, the sun is plasma, and the moon is possibly plasma, and when the sky glows blue, it's plasma. So there's the connection.
To heaven?
Sky, sun, moon, heaven.
Oh,
It's not
I
a
thought you
real
were talking
reach. It's not a very big reach.
Well,
Well, in Australia, heaven's underneath us on the other side of the earth. So,
No, bro,
I mean,
it's not a ball. Yeah, the thing is that I can't really shut it off. Like the thing that my brain does, how it's constantly like analyzing and flipping through stuff, and yeah, I can't shut it off unless I sleep, and then I have some amazing dreams where I can fly. But I usually can't shut it off when I'm awake.
dude, my girlfriend knows this guy he was raised in Theosophy, and his parents are the head of Theosophy in Santa Barbara, and they raised him, and he literally believes this. They told him, if you have a faith enough, you can fly, and you can also make yourself invisible. So every time I see him, I'm always like, I believe I can fly. It's so funny. He really legit believes that, though.
Have you ever acted like he doesn't, like you can't see him and therefore like maybe it's working?
No, I should though. I don't see him very often. He's a really peculiar guy who every time he comes around any girls that I know, he falls like deeply in love with them. Like deeply, like crazy. Yeah, he's a strange one. That Theosophy is a strange one though, dude. It's really big here where I live. There's a lot of rich. They just
Yeah,
opened
I
up a
bet.
new Scientology place right here in Ventura. It's huge. It's this giant black building, and they have all these weird like symbols and stuff on the outside, like these weird triangle symbols, and there's never any cars parked there. It's so weird, dude.
Yeah, I'd be careful with that place. If you talk too much crap about them, their lawyers will actually come after you.
Yeah, you guys ever seen that thing that Reckless Ben did, where they shined the light that said Scientology sucks on the Hollywood Scientology place? Anybody?
Nah, bro, I haven't seen that.
Yeah. Well, they did. They did it for like a half hour, and then the Scientology place like called the cops. The cops couldn't do anything, so the Scientology place rented a giant truck to park in front of them and block their light. So funny.
And you know, I really wouldn't call it disorder. I don't think I have any disorder. I think it's actually order. Because like last night I'm shopping with my wife, right? We're looking for food, and and she was joking like, "You sure do take a long time." And I was like, "I can't help it. I gotta analyze everything. I'm gonna pick the best honey." You know, so I'm looking at the honey that has the slowest bubble, right? Because that's the best honey, right? So yeah, I think it's more order than disorder.
That sounds more like hors d'oeuvre.
What, like in French?
I'm
Really
very
do
similar.
français?
I'm sorry. I'm very similar to Hank, actually. Hypersensitive, and I can get confused. Like I can't, if there's a conversation going on in a room and I'm trying to concentrate, if somebody's talking to me in another room and I hear a conversation, I sometimes get confused. The input that's coming in sometimes is too much for me, actually overwhelming. So I've sort of developed a way that I have to purposely put blinders on to cut off some of the input, some of the sensory input. Cut it off a little bit.
Exactly, bro.
Or
Yeah,
else
when
I
two
can't.
people are talking to me at the same time. Yeah, you ever get that, Sonny?
Yeah, can't do it hardly. Well, it depends on the
Or
situation.
so I'm not deaf. Like I can hear really well when it's really quiet. I can hear like the slightest whisper, right? But when there's other people talking in the room or there's background noise like machines, I can't hear people, and I have to resort to reading I read lips. Not because I'm deaf, but because I can't decipher all the extra background noise. Like I can't turn it off and listen to what they're saying to me. So when people
had
started
that
wearing masks, I'm like, what? I can't understand you.
I know.
I had that exact same problem.
I had to give up trying to understand them. Then I'm like, okay, the smart thing would be just don't talk to them at all.
That's why I stay in my headphones and pretty much ignore the outside world.
Lately, what I do with the tourists are going by, they're in these big, they're in these big vehicles. I don't know what the hell they are. They're like a bus with a big open top, and they're all in seats. Anyway, so they're all up there, and they're all covering their face like that. And I'm like, what happened? Did something happen? What's up with the blank diddy blank? That's so funny. I love having a captive audience out in the public where they're standing in line. I get to say anything I want to.
So yeah, when I'm at work, like I pretty much ignore the outside world and just kind of go through the motions because my job is so easy. I feel like a monkey could do it. The only time it's easy when people, like the only time it's hard is when people give me the wrong address or a Mission Impossible where they won't answer the door, they don't answer the phone.
Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, Mission Impossible. See, it's all recorded in here, tell you. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse.
It's a blessing to be able to retain information. I used to know this one guy named John, and he was one of those musicians that were like, how do I say it? How do I say it? I'm not going to be able to say it politely. Fucking out there. He's fucking out there, man. Like he's on a level that the rest of us are not on. You know what I'm saying? But he's a brilliant musician, like symphony. No, what symphony?
Symphony.
Yeah, I'm not firing on all cylinders today. I'm not
That's
used to
all right.
being up this early. But yeah, he was a symphony, some sort of player, and he would be talking about shit like deep analytical, like psychological shit, and no one else could understand what he was talking about. And I was like, bro, you're gonna have to like write this down, right? Because when you talk, like I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but yeah, he was like a psychologist, the way that he talked. He called, what was his name? John Carter on Google Hangouts. Yeah, I won't forget that dude anytime soon. Yeah, he started talking about like all the pedophiles in Hollywood and DC and stuff like that. And everybody was like, John, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, oh, John's been researching Pizzagate, guy.
Yeah, I have to be careful what I tell people also. A lot going on in here.
Yeah, but I was trying to translate what John was saying. I was like, John, you got to like write it down or make a video or something so I could translate it. Because he was just on another level, man. If Josh was here, Joshua, if he was here, he'd back me up. That dude was on another level. So here's another weird thing that I do. I'll be having a conversation with somebody and like something will happen, like we'll get interrupted, and then I'll come back like 3 hours later, 3 days later, 3 months later, and I'll pick right back where that conversation was, like it never ended. And the other person's like, what are you talking about? And I'll be like, oh, remember like a couple weeks ago we were having this conversation? They were like, yeah, I remember that conversation, but that was just like out of nowhere. And it was like the conversation kept going on in my head, even though like that person wasn't anywhere around me for like that duration of time. And it's like I have debates that go on in my head, like
Yeah, sometimes I have a delayed reaction and I comment about a conversation that happened like 10 minutes ago. And people are like, what? And I just have to recede and go, never mind.
Yeah, we all do weird shit, man. All of us. You ever took that Briggs-Myers personality test?
Yes, yeah. I was actually doing some studying about it about a year and a half ago.
What was your results?
An INFP.
Ooh, you almost got it. You almost got the rare one.
Yeah, it's pretty rare still. I think it's only like 5% or something.
Yep.
For INFP. INFJ, yeah.
So I'm an INTP.
Ah, okay. You seem to do the same thing I do as a, like, the first time I took it, it showed me as a E. Wait a minute, what did I say it was? EN. No, I forgot already. It said I was an extrovert, and then the next time I did it said introvert. So what I found, it seems to be the same with you, because you could be very extroverted too, and I have this ability to switch. Apparently, I can go from introverted to extroverted.
Well, you don't see me in my everyday life. In my everyday life,
yeah,
I'm on my headphones. Don't really respond to people unless they talk to me first.
Yeah.
And then I try to weasel my way out of a conversation, unless it's my family, if it's somebody I care about. But if it's just like another coworker, it's like, okay, I don't want to be addicted to this guy. So I'm going to talk to him about his Republican views.
So, Sonny,
You know what I mean?
So, Sonny, that's called bipolar disorder, man.
What? Wait a minute. That's QE. What
Bipolar
did you say?
disorder, dude. So,
What is considered bipolar disorder?
what you just said, the Myers-Briggs told you one, you were one, and then the other, right? So you're bipolar.
Do you sleep a lot?
Okay.
Do you get good sleep, Sonny?
Thanks, I guess.
I tried to get it in, but Hank was going on about nothing again.
Yeah, that happens. I
Yeah.
do that sometimes.
Yeah, I don't believe that paradigm anyway, but I appreciate it. Yeah, they told me that. They told me lots of things. I think what all they were trying to do is try to suppress my personality traits, and I'm like, now I'm like, fuck that, man. This is who I am. What the hell was I thinking? Believing them was the worst part. I had to deal with myself on that one. Why the heck did I believe these idiots?
Well, I take a different view on that test. You know, it's not scientific, right? But the answers you gave are true, and the results that they gave are true. Not necessarily the personality type, but they can tell you like you're not, if you're an introvert like myself, then they'll tell you like you're not very good at, you know, extroversion. So you need to like practice, go do new things and experience new stuff that you haven't
Yeah.
experienced, and go to parties. And that's actually the best thing for a person like myself, is to
Yeah,
find
me too.
balance in the middle, because that's what a mature person is.
Right.
Yeah, they'll also try to confuse you and tell you, you know, like if you're less masculine or if you're more feminine. It, try to make these excuses to add into to put into what they're saying.
To label you, actually, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm actually proud of you, bro. I'm proud of you, Sonny.
Likewise, man. I'm proud of you too.
Hey, so I've been I've been practicing the songs that I've been playing lately. The ones that I know.
Yeah.
But, I was thinking maybe this weekend we can practice the songs that you know, so I can get.
Yeah. Yep. Perfect. We'll talk about that. Yeah, but it's interesting, you know, when Enoch and I met, and when I got together in the same room with another flat earther, you could freaking feel the intuition, man. I'm telling you, it was wild. Like, I don't know, did you feel the same way? Because I never really met another flat earther in real life. I don't know.
I mean, I felt like you said, man, like it feel I I don't know how to express. I don't know how to explain
Feels like
it
a
to you.
higher level. It felt like a higher level of like a higher vibration in the room. Just like
I
we
I
kind of like
definitely didn't feel alone.
what
Yeah,
Quantum?
Know how I
let's do
used
everyone
to.
in the room. Alexander, let's go over how you feel too. So, and Bluffy, we'll get to you. We'll ask you your favorite color.
There we
Hold on a
go.
second.
There we go.
Alexander, how you feel, man?
Hey,
No,
Kiwi,
we're
how
not
you
talking
feel?
about. We're not talking about feelings. Stop it now. Okay, that's the end of that shit. All right,
Bluffy, what's your
Alexander.
favorite color? You had at least 10 seconds to figure it out.
What's your favorite ball? What's your favorite size ball? Is it 39.59?
Yeah, what do you think, Alexander?
What do you think about the globe? How about them globes? Shoot.
Cosell, Howard, how you feel? What's your feeling?
How
Now
you guys
Kiwi's
feel
on a
about the
roll.
balls?
He's on a roll now with the feeling.
We're going down the
Shit.
list, man. DCO, oh, we already know how you feel. Trace, what's your feelings?
Green in a bottle.
I figured as much. I was going to say that, but I didn't want to spoil
A
it.
what in a bottle? I'm sorry. Didn't catch it.
My feelings are green and in a bottle.
Green in a bottled green. Bottled green.
Cream in a bottle. I was
No,
like,
green.
okay.
Green. 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 I'm glad I could spell green for y'all. Great. Anyway, feelings. Feelings. Elisha Savvy. Thanks for joining us and deaf and muted. Okay. Moving right along. Go to the bottom of the list. That makes it more interesting. Then back to the top. Old dude, how are you feeling?
My feelings would equate to a battle axe or maybe a sword, my friend.
Battle axe. Okay.
Flat Earth Solar, how you feeling right now? What are your feelings?
I guess I deserve this.
Hank, we already know yours. You're tripolar. Jenny.
This is great. Jenny, are you on your break?
He said tripolar.
I have the day off today, and I don't know why you guys are calling out my name at this point in the conversation.
Yeah, we want to know how you're
wanna know your
feeling.
feelings.
Oh, I'm feeling pretty chill. I just made
Chill.
myself some homemade caramel sauce for a really awesome ice blended coffee drink.
Your
That's how I'm
feelings, not how
feeling.
you feel.
Okay, so tell us how you feel. Tell us how you feel about the coffee drink. How does it feel to be making your coffee drink?
Feel. Okay, how does it feel?
Feeling.
All right, can we get back to the scientific method? I feel like getting back to the scientific method.
How do you feel,
that's great,
Hank,
Hank.
about the
Hank,
scientific
Hank.
method? How do you
Jenny,
feel
you're
about it?
getting rumpus by both Hank and Sonny.
That's fine. I'm used to it. It's been 5 years. I'm used to
Jenny,
it, dude.
Jenny, tell us how you're feeling. I'm sorry, I'm muting.
No. It's all good, dudes. I get it.
Okay, Jenny couldn't respond.
Don't give a fuck how you feel. Okay, this
So-
is my day off. I am not required to do anything. Can you repeat the question?
What are your feelings?
What the? Okay. I guess I feel stymied right now because I'm about to call you guys Willis. What y'all talking about? Sonny? Do you want to be Willis?
That's okay. Do you want to be Willis?
I don't know.
Okay, I can tell you how this all started. I was asked if I had ADD, and I started analyzing myself, which I probably shouldn't do online.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So are you saying you walked into that one? Or you
Yeah,
let
probably.
the dog out.
No,
Yeah.
here's how it progressed. We all joined in diagnosing ourselves, right? Didn't we? And then that's how it got to feelings. Then QE came in.
Oh, okay. And he's like Cat Williams looking around confused and shit.
He's asking. He's not confused. He's asking everybody, how are they feeling? What are you feeling?
Wait. Okay.
I don't think she understood. Go ahead and start over from the beginning.
No. I'll catch up. It's all good. You guys go.
Rewind the freaking tape if you want to hear so bad.
We could do that. I don't know. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm a scatterbrain today because I don't have to do anything. So I just want to make a comment that I think is ultimately hilarious. And that is every time, well, it seems like to me, it could be a coincidence, but like every time QE comes in, Matthew learns, he leaves.
I know. That's predictable, man.
I can't help but giggle about that. Sorry, Matthew. But
You could put a timer on that, man.
On the other server, Science versus Scientism, when QE comes in, everybody goes on mute. And everybody's afraid to talk.
Yeah. Okay, so like earlier he came in for a moment, and I think it was when you guys were first starting to talk to Fuzzy, and he came in. I'm like, oh shit, and I'm like, don't hurt him, like don't pulverize him.
I heard that.
Yeah, because you guys know sometimes people get dogpiled in here. Oh, so funny.
Remarkably still here today.
Yeah, Matthew tried to wiggle in his sextant on a globe again.
Tried to wiggle his sextant on a freaking sphere. Yeah. Nice.
Triangle lines are curved now.
But he said it himself. He goes, there must be a way to figure out how to do it on the globe. That's our point. Why are you here telling us there must be a way? That means they never do it on a globe.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tag this. This is what he used. You can follow the tag. Assuming a star is infinite miles away, right?
Wow. Okay. So is that really how angles work?
Not here.
Looking at that diagram, on that
Not
diagram, that looks ridiculous. WTF? Come on. I mean,
I know. You see that you're on part of a curvature at B, a 45-degree angle.
nobody does that. Nobody, quote unquote, measures. This is a calculation. Measures a sphere using an instrument that is flat. Much less to say imaginary lines and shit. What the fuck? God. Okay, do I sound like
Sound like Jenny on your day off to me.
yes, good. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. Yep, I'm really gonna go squirrely on y'all real soon because I'm gonna make this really big, really strong, ice blended coffee, and I'm gonna smoke a lot of weed, and I'm gonna go really squirrely on all y'all. How you doing?
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah, that's what's gonna happen. But Matthew learns image. explaining how you use a sextant on a globe. I mean,
Yeah, he tried to, because when you do this measurement to the horizon, right, you need to do a correction, right? So take out your elevation. Yeah, so you're conceding that the horizon drops at altitude. That's then what he tries to do, right?
so this is a
See,
formula to correct their math.
no, this
Oh,
is
I'm
just them
sorry.
explaining it. This just them explaining away how you, because one uses a sextant without assuming a globe, right? So it's just using it, creating a straight line to the GP of the star, right? And then doing that multiple times and determining your location. Nobody assumes a globe or does anything with a globe.
This thing is incoherent. I slammed him the other day on it, and he's still posting this crap.
All right, but my question is, what is this formula at the very end of the text?
He could have just not put anything but just his formula in there, and it's not even that. They're just making shit up mathematically. The formula is pretty simple. With your elevation angle, all you have to do is take 90 degrees minus your measured elevation angle times 69 miles or 60 nautical miles, whatever units that you're using, and that equals your circle of equal altitude. So, for an example, let's say you made a 50-degree elevation angle to the sun, right? So that leaves 40. 90 minus 50 is 40. So you times 40 times either 69 miles or 60, and that gives you how far away you are from that GP.
Yeah, that's totally different than the bullshit he's got
Yep.
on his
Yep.
thing.
It's real simple. 90 minus 50
Okay.
equals 40. So around that GP is a 2,760 mile radius or 2,400 nautical miles. So this whole thing is fucking moron.
Maybe we need a new Matthew Learns.
His diagram.
Maybe
What do we have?
we need
A and B. Who are A and B? We got two people out here lost. But you have radio communications to B. So Alice and Bob are out here. Right, Alice. Yeah, right. So this is an Alice and Bob argument.
Mm-hmm.
So, and what the hell is he doing here with the two straight lines going up, up through Bob's ass?
Up into the sky.
What is this? Does anyone know? I don't know.
I know how to make a straight triangle, but I don't want to give them the answer, right? I know how to make the triangle with straight lines on a globe, but if I give them the answer, they're going to be, quoting me, and I don't want to give it to them.
He called it a flat Earth right triangle, as if there's a specific kind of right triangle. It's a flat Earth right triangle? Really? So, congratulations, flat earthers. You invented the right triangle.
So we've got right triangles and the scientific method cornered.
Yeah, QE's got his own scientific method, right? But we're science deniers. Okay.
Was that a pun, QE? Got him cornered, right triangle, cornered. Was that an intentional pun?
It wasn't.
It's like when they use the term cornered the market, right? So cornered, yeah.
Yep. 90-degree corner pocket. Yep.
Oh,
It
okay.
was, as far as you know.
Mhm.
But when you use a sextant, you don't do this, right? You don't do this
There isn't even
equation.
a sextant in the diagram.
Right.
What's Alice doing over here with her 90 above her head? What's that mean?
That 90, hold on a second. Yeah, that 90. Yeah, that's actually the real line of sight over flat Earth. Everything else is fake. Pretend it's a ball under the flat Earth. Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems so stupid using the angle to things in the sky. And what he was saying is that is supposed to determine tilt, Earth tilt.
What?
Earth tilt, man. I heard him say it. He's saying it equates to Earth tilt. The angles to the stars equate to Earth tilt.
What?
Yeah. I know. What is right?
Did you hear the latest song, Bob Rooney?
Not yet. We should play it.
You haven't heard Bob Rooney yet.
No, I'm a little behind.
Oh my God!
Sorry.
You've been in here. You're like in a closet or something.
No, man. No, I went out yesterday for a few hours, and I went to bed early.
You didn't see Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy?
I'm gonna freaking play it right now, bro.
I wasn't done yet. You didn't see Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, pirate Pythagoras' formula and call it his own?
Sounds great.
What?
That sounds ethical, right?
Brothers, man, you guys got to get out. All right.
Yeah.
Jeez. What are you doing, Sonny?
What am I doing? I'm drinking coffee. What are you doing?
Brother.
What are you doing, man?
I should know better to be talking to you right now.
Why?
Jeez.
Why, man? Why?
You don't even know Bob Rooney.
Oh, okay. That old
Because of
chestnut.
Bob Rooney, you don't know Bob Rooney.
Where have I been since I haven't heard the latest numpty clip? You're right, man.
It's not the latest numpty clip. It's not the latest numpty clip. Oh, brother. This is too difficult, man. Just make sure you watch today's, though. You'll get a belly laugh out of it.
Okay.
Let's do it right now.
No, you can't do it right now. It's on in an hour.
Oh, okay. All right. Good to know.
I heard a QE. It was really good and it was hilarious. So great show.
Yeah, don't give it away. If you're a Patreon, you already heard it.
Let's play one of the recent ones.
Which one?
I'm looking. I'm searching right now.
You could do PhD Tony Purcell. I think that was a recent one, wasn't it? I don't think it's all that long. Let's go to playlists. Numpty 71 in there so far.
Yeah.
Remember, starting next week, you could do Vroom Vroom Motorbike.
Can someone verify Aquafresh?
Now, remember, starting next week through the whole month of October, I christened it the Flying Wasp, all signature numpty clips. We're gonna go out with a bang.
Gonna have to catch up with all those. Yep.
You will. They'll
We'll
be
be
posted.
we'll be playing them on here too.
You can play Drink the Kool-Aid Vroom Vroom Motorbike. It's the top one.
Yeah, you're already up to 71, man. Wow. You were talking about stopping at 50. Couldn't help yourself, huh?
Yeah, I'm not. We're gonna go out with the finale with the signatures, man. Because I'm not listening to these numpty dipshits anymore, man. I can't do it.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
You're surrounded. You have no choice.
No,
So
but
what?
I have to do the editing, and put them all together. That sort. So I have to listen to hours upon hours of in retards. Right.
Yeah. So what's the next phase?
I told you there's not gonna be any more phase. We're going out with the grand finale through the month of October. I told you I christened the Flying Wasp.
The Flying Wasp.
Is that what that old lady christened on Caddyshack? Remember, she went up to the boat. She says, "I christened thee the Flying Wasp," and knocked the bow right out the boat with the fucking ball.
I'm gonna have to watch that again.
I can't remember. I think it's the Flying Wasp. It's something stupid, right? But
Okay, here's the Vroom Vroom Motorbike. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Drink the Kool-Aid. March 2021.
I'm a sailboat racer, right? I like watching sailboats, and I like also riding motorcycles.
That's wonderful. I like skiing, jogging in the rain, and a cool breeze. Dislikes, fake smiles, bad breath, and pretender clown numpty dipshit, especially those who don't know what a scientific model is.
If I want to get better at either of those things, I'm going to go out and I'm going to watch the America's Cup. I'm going to go watch the motorcycle race.
The motorcycle race? Is there only one?
I'm going to go watch things. And then I'm going to take what they're doing and I'm going to model it on my little motorcycle or my big fat slow sailboat.
That's not a scientific model, Jim Jones. You're equivocating fallacy. From Indiana University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker introduced is that explanation of a phenomena, i.e. model, theory, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. What you're attempting to identify as a model and what an actual scientific model is are wormhole warp galaxies apart. I mean, it's not that you're even wrong. This is the belly-laughing dumpster fire category error as claiming beluga whales are catalytic converters. You're exposed, belly-laughingly so.
Because what I do is I find out I couldn't see the guy's gauges on the motorcycle. I looked at the results that he had. I looked at his positioning coming out of the corner.
You did that all by yourself? I'd have to say, sir, your story here, while entertaining on a second-grade doofus level, is getting somewhat bizarre.
How he managed to hold that angular momentum to keep himself firmly in the saddle, not be thrown off. And then I modeled that.
Oh, Jesus wept. All you did was mimic what you saw him do, crayon muncher. Not anywhere close to a scientific model.
You want to hear some of the things that we can observe?
To be honest, I really don't. But I have an audience that looks forward to hearing comments from soon-to-be or just-released mental asylum patients. So for them, what you got now?
We can observe sunsets.
Your parents must be prouder than game roosters. The sun doesn't actually set, either on your ball-tard or a flat earth. Setting is merely a figure of speech. Also, observations are just looking at something. Any moron with eyesight can accomplish the daring feat. It's a whole other ballgame to validate the cause.
We can observe the sun not changing angular size in the sky throughout the day.
So, angular size means apparent size. Apparent in this context means not actual. According to your fairy tale narrative, the sun's position is also apparent. So, your Hemlock Sprite query actually is, why does the not actual size of the sun not decrease its not actual size as it moves from its not actual position? Priceless. By the way, Chris Van Maitre showed that it did change its not actual size during the day with a solar filter about 5 years ago.
We can observe a horizon.
Yes, we surely can. We see it at least 10 miles away from a 1-foot observer height, which pummels your ball-tard into the incoherent oblivion. Thanks for bringing it up.
Fatality. All three of those are impossible on a flat Earth.
Yes, and dark matter is created from nothing by luminescent gerbils.
My question again goes, all of these things, whether it's motorcycle riding, looking at a bird in the atmosphere.
What is up with these ball-tards and birds?
We can make a model and explain how it works.
You can explain how a bird in the atmosphere works? Is this another natural experiment birds humping proof sees?
Because a model has explanatory and predictive powers.
A scientific model can predict after its prediction, i.e. scientific hypothesis, has been validated by experiment. However, your little vroom vroom motorbike model can't. Next block of instruction, how to spot a sail on a sailboat.
That's why we are so obsessed with a model.
You're so obsessed with a model because you're a moron. Number one, I've clearly established that you don't know what an actual scientific model is. Number two, the equivocation fallacy models you've conjured in that pea-sized piece of horse manure you got between your ears haven't even reached wiki reification fallacy status, which is scary by itself. From your alma mater wiki. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. Number three, when you finally breach reification fallacy status, as a good majority of your ball-tard spinning space monkey brethren already have, you're going to realize, with assistance from your fleet of slobber nurses, you actually don't even have that. All you have is Diary of the Parroted Fairy Tale Narrative Mouse Syndrome.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! Reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models.
Get lost, dummy!
So when a flat earther tells me they don't have a model, that's basically them saying, I don't know, and I can't even guess. It's admitting you lost before you even showed up to the table.
Retard!
Hold on,
Where's the
Chemo.
flat Earth?
Where's their model? Have you seen it?
That model, they don't have one yet, no.
Let's see
Sure,
it. Oh, they
check
don't
out
have it?
Google Earth.
What the f***? Your ball-tard spinning monkey ball model is Google Earth? Say it ain't so. That little charade was renounced publicly, quite vigorously, over 3 years ago by the lowerarchy of your crayon-munching clan. Sounds like you're just making shit up.
Do you think elevation is the same thing as curvature, sir? Because that's just dumb.
Look here, you big dummy.
Elevation isn't curvature. Elevation is elevation. However, The hallmark characteristic of curvature is changing elevation, as in elevation drop. In this specific case, 8 inches per mile squared vertical drop off a tangent from your feet in every direction. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I've shot lasers off the moon. I actually shot it off the moon, and I know that because the first time we attempted the experiment, we missed the retroreflectors and got no signal.
Oh, brother, another bouncing biscuit. This delusion wasn't and never will be a scientific experiment. Interestingly, on May 9th, 1962, MIT bounced a ruby laser off the moon. Where were the retroreflectors then, you retro?
Dummy. Hey.
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Yeah, I gotta say, I watched this the other day, maybe shortly after it came out, and it was much better with Jenny's laugh track.
Higher and deeper, Tony Purcell, geophysicist, that's not overburdened with a technical
Sorry,
understanding
Hank.
of physical
Sorry, Hank.
reality.
Sorry, Hank.
No, you were good. I was gonna let it play. I only spoke because there was a moment of silence.
Yeah, I had the whole playlist pulled up, so.
Well, play Tony.
Play Tony?
Yeah, play Tony, and that we'll end it with Tony.
Tony Purcell, Driftwood, Purcell.
Yeah.
Mind Sports.
Yeah.
You're a riot, bro. Hold on a second. I don't know how you got so fucking funny. What?
Can someone go voice chat check-in? There's someone.
We got some new people in the voice chat. Check in.
Yeah.
It looks like one person's in there named Olga Mati or something like that. Okay, here's the next clip.
PhD, piled higher and deeper, Tony Purcell, geophysicist, that's not overburdened with a technical understanding of physical reality. February 2021.
Greetings.
Greetings to you also. And thank you for the brain dead goober content here for your current numpty clip.
You're very welcome. There was a simple declaration that gravity doesn't exist and that we can't prove it, which is false.
That's some powerful lawyering right there. You pre-law. Stanford? Harvard, by chance?
Claims about how the scientific method work that are also false.
Really? How so there, Perry Mason? Or are you going to rest with your blind melon chitlin hand wave dismissal case here?
On top of that, I got called an idiot.
Well, whoever did, they were extraordinarily kind and seriously lowballing in your specific case.
Well, no, he just said that I was really, really dumb.
Well, he's getting a little closer, but he's still about 675,000 light years away from the current situation.
Now, we can objectively test our relative educational and intellectual backgrounds.
Yeah, well, all they'd have to do is fog a mirror without assistance, and you're kaput.
I happen to have represented my country on several occasions at Mind Sports.
Well, I sure hope none of the questions pertain to physical reality. Why? Remember this?
I am not overburdened with a technical understanding of a great deal of physical reality, as it might be termed.
Oh, yeah!
Are you serious? Are you
and performed reasonably well in international competition.
Really? What country's that? Tuco and Tobago? There's only 4 people there, including you. 2 are in a coma. 1's a resident of Shady Meadows. Then there's you. Some stiff competition, eh? My money's on the driftwood that's piled up in the sewer.
Arwen, Nathan Oakley, Tony Riley, whatever, are not the ultimate arbiters of what is or is not science.
Huh? Oh, what? Wait. What? I'm struggling even to find a response to this batshit insane retard of a statement. I mean, what would possess somebody to make a crackhead comment like that? Did one of these guys, did you get butthurt by one of these guys? It's like saying Joe, Carl, and Terry aren't the final arbiters of what is or what is not a banana. You clown. The ultimate arbiter of what is or what's not something is by simple definition. Duh. So, natural science, not just science. We're not defining science, knowledge. This is natural science. I mean, what we're specifically talking about here, right? So, natural science, the definition. The intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. It either is that or it's not that. If it's not that, then it's not natural science. An incoherent 4th grader can evaluate this in 5 seconds in between iterations of Candy Crush. You dumbass cracker.
No. Not by a long shot. And neither am I. And I'm sure that neither are you, Tony.
Yeah, that's right.
So Mr. Insensible and PhD Driftwood here are in agreement that they don't know what natural science is. Newsflash, goobers. Everyone already knew that anyway. Piled higher and deeper Tony Driftwood here already admitted as much when he said he didn't have a clue concerning the technical aspects of physical reality. His bewilderment of natural science isn't a surprise, since the definition of natural science, as we previously defined, has to do with the physical world. Of course he's baffled. As for you, you're just at best, you've disproven the radius of the Earth. Dumb fuck. You 2 bozos should get married. Your kids would have hooves.
So, you're quite right. I don't declare what science is.
No.
Science is an organic process, but generally the bottom line is you show stuff to scientists and they tell you whether or not it's scientific.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Kablooey.
The party's over.
All right, you can end it. Not a big deal. All right, cool.
Hello.
Just been erased.
Yeah, I just want to say that I heard that the other day, QE, and I actually used some of what you said today in some of my arguments. So when you were asking, did anybody listen to it? I was like, I'm not sure which one he's talking about, so I don't want to be wrong. But now that I heard it again, the first one I heard the other day.
Yeah, you should listen to all of them. I was talking about Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, the Bob Rooney. He stole the formula, made it his own, and then called it Al Bob Rooney. So I just renamed him Bob.
Al Bob Rooney. Rooney.
Yes. Yeah.
He says, "Yeah."
Baba Rooney, he's fucking loony.
Yeah. You guys missed it.
Baba Rooney. Sorry.
Yeah. You are so loony.
You're
Papa
loony.
Rooney. You got me
Loony.
laughing and a rolling, smirking and a scoffing. Baba Rooney,
Loony.
Baba Rooney.
Baba Looney. Rooney Looney.
Watch yesterday's show, man. You'll crack up. All right. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right. Later. Q to the E. All right.
I like that dude, man. He's just so fucking raw. He's gonna come in and say whatever the fuck he wants.
I know.
That's just how it goes, man. That's just.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I think the globe earthers give him too much credit, though. I don't think he actually invented the scientific method, but that's just my opinion. That's QE's version of the scientific method. Yeah, Jenny, your laugh track on top of his numpty clips. I gotta say, that's a plus. Your laugh is infectious.
Man. Especially the part where he did like the church choir, like, oh, I just lost it. I couldn't help it.
I know, that was hilarious. The power. The power.
Never ending entertainment for sure. I mean, I definitely appreciate the wit. It's definitely QE is definitely, among other things, witty.
And
I like the part where he says that people would be better off picking up cans along the side of the road.
Yeah, because you don't want that person making your medicine. You just show something to a scientist, and they tell you whether it's science or not.
Yeah, exactly. What?
That's like saying.
What the fuck are you saying?
Exactly.
If you lost your mind, you need to go fucking find it, man, because
Mm-hmm.
the rest of us are going forward. We're going to just leave you behind. Okay, no, that's not right. No Glober left behind. I'm sorry.
That is their scientific method, though. Go ask an expert.
I
heard somebody say earlier that they needed to talk to like a whale expert or something like that. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? I forget what expert he like invoked or something or whatever, but I was just like, I think I was on mute. I can't recall, but I was just like, what? Oh my gosh. Oh, I've got tears in my eyes, y'all.
I need to consult a high priest before I make up my mind.
Exactly, Hank. You're right on.
Because sovereignty is bad, right? You can't make your own decisions. What the fuck is wrong with you flat earthers? Like thinking that you can think for yourself and stuff? Like you got your own brain between your ears?
It's like, shut up, boy. Get back to work.
See, everybody's so scared of that word sovereignty, right? Because the sovereign citizen has been deemed like a terrorist. But I don't know what a sovereign citizen is. It sounds like a married bachelor, right? If a citizen is an employee and a sovereign is the highest position you could be at the apex of the pyramid of the hierarchy, right? Then what is a sovereign citizen? It's like saying you're at the top and at the bottom of the pyramid at the same time. So what I've come to realize is that God is the sovereign, the Most High, Right? Or you can choose the state if you want to be a statist and a materialist or whatever. But we're all equal under the sovereign. So if you want it to be the state, then the state can take your shit away because they're the ones that gave it to you. Right? And that's what they've done with these people. Like, these people aren't capable of independent thought for themselves
It's
and
crazy.
coming up with their own conclusions because they need to run it by a scientist first to see if it's knowledge or not.
It's really cringe.
Think about this, right? So let's say that I'm a man, right? And I have a problem with another man. So I call the cops to have another man handle my business for me because I'm not capable of handling my own business.
Wait, is the hypothetical that you're a man? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's the hypothetical, right?
Oh no.
Because if I call the
tell
cops,
us, Hank.
if I call another man to handle my business for me, right? Am I truly a man?
I mean, do you pay your bills? Do you please your wife? If so, yeah, you're a man. Fuck.
She was smiling this morning when I left.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. You were saying.
No, I didn't mean it that way. But yeah, she's happy. She's happy. I mean, I've been married for like, what is it, since leap year 2004? So
Wait.
Well,
So if a woman pleases his wife and pays his bills, he becomes a man?
A woman?
Nope.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
I have 2 fully functional testicles for the record.
Congratulations.
But does she? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I seen a baby pop out of her. She gave birth to a conehead, and he stayed a conehead for about an hour. Yeah, but I thought it was like astronauts to the moon, conehead. I was like, oh my god, she gave birth to it. Nobody told me, right? It was my first
Consume
experience.
mass quantities.
Yeah.
Was that a Harold Ramis movie?
I don't know. I just remember thinking my wife gave birth to a conehead baby for about an hour.
Yeah. Did you have to mold and shape the skull as it developed?
No, it went down on its own, but I didn't know that it came
You know the
out
kids that have
way.
to wear helmets like the first day they come out because they got, it's like a jelly belly head.
No, other than the leukemia, he was pretty normal.
Wow. He's lucky to have a dad like you.
I think I'm the lucky one. He taught me patience.
Probably. Yeah, probably. You're both lucky. Okay? Deal with it, Hank. You're lucky. You're blessed, bud. You're so humble. You know what I mean? Everybody knows it. Everybody's agreeing with me right now. You're so humble, Hank. It helps out a lot. And I'm glad that you talk a lot when you're around. Razor sharp arguments, and you treat people really kind.
Is it just me, or does anybody else sensing a lot of sarcasm?
What?
Yeah, I think he's being very sarcastic right now because I can really grill people and be brutal with my fucking arguments sometimes.
No,
like,
man.
I don't let people squirm
You don't
out.
yell at people. You don't yell at people. You don't really interrupt too much. I don't know. I just respect you. Respect your candor, as it were.
Yeah, same here, bro. But yeah, I think everyone has their own little gift, right? Mine is I dealt with a poisoned child for quite a few years, and poisoned children, they're not like normal children. They'll really test you.
Yeah, sure.
So, but he's fine now. He's a black belt in Taekwondo.
Fuck yeah.
So he could kick you in the face and send you to a nap travel through the future. You wake up later and be like, "What time is it?" It was like I thought it was
Well,
daytime.
Hank, you know what, man? I already didn't want to fight your son, so now I really don't.
Yeah.
You know?
He tried to quit at like purple belt, and I was like, "Nah, bro, we're gonna see this through. You're not quitting until you reach black belt, because really, black belt is like halfway there. Then there's like, well, not even halfway. Then there's like 9 levels of black belt, so you can be a 9th degree black belt." Yeah, because he begged. He was like, please, I want to do Taekwondo. Please. I was like, okay, well, you can't quit. You got to see it through. And then he failed one belt test. And he was like, I'm done, man. I'm done. I said, no, this little setback, you ain't quitting over this. It's like, you getting that black belt. I think he made like one little mistake on his routine because they're supposed to do like
it's
a routine of each maneuver that they learned for that belt. And I think he went out of order or forgot one or something like that. One mistake,
Oh, God,
and they would
God
give him the
forbid,
belt.
right? Jeez. Yeah, they're brutal though. At them dojos. Is it a dojo for Taekwondo? Is that what it's called?
I don't
Just
know.
a gym.
All I know is that it's weird in Taekwondo because it's like a point system. You score a point, they stop the match, they reset, and they do it again. So it's like it teaches you how to not get hit. But the interesting thing is that you can kick someone in the face with a spinning flip do kick or whatever. But if you punch them in the face, that's a foul.
Well, it's got to be artistic, right? It's not boxing. You know,
Right.
leave
right.
that to the boxers.
Right. So I supplemented by boxing with him, and I was like, okay, I don't want to give him brain damage, so I would just punch him in the liver. Right? Because the liver is the only thing that can regenerate. So I'm like testing this dude's metal. I'm
It's
testing
not a
this little
crime
dude.
if I put him out for 2 weeks because the liver regrows, whatever.
Yeah, that's right. But he would obviously bloody my nose every time we boxed, and man, that dude can hit hard. He can hit
Sure.
really hard.
Are you tall, Hank? You sound tall.
6'3".
There you go. Yeah, and
Yeah.
he's tall too, right?
No, he's pretty short for his age right now. He's
that's why you said liver shots. Get it? I got it.
Yep.
You know, it's okay. Is
Yeah, but
mom
he
short
knows
then?
Yeah, she's like 5'6",
Okay.
100
yeah.
pounds.
I can
Well,
tell
you
from
got
that
your
that
spirit.
I can tell from that, Hank, that you're a good dad. When I was 5 years old, my dad drove me to my first soccer practice and just left me before meeting anyone, and there was no one there. So I was just had to find my way home without not knowing anything.
That's horrible.
Yeah, but I bet you got street smarts like no one's business. Highly alert of your surroundings.
True.
You said you had to walk home. I bet you're like hyper aware of your surroundings now.
Yeah, it's also it made me not trust people so much because it's easy to get just fooled into things and not knowing what's gonna happen. You got to kind of plan things out.
Taught you to be a skeptic from the start, and that's a
Yeah,
blessing and a curse.
and it also teaches me how what a good dad is and what a good dad isn't by having a bad example.
Well, it's good that you can recognize that, and you've, turned into an adult regarding that issue.
Everyone has their own lessons.
No, my lessons are better and more meaningful than everyone else's, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You just proved my point. I said everyone has their own lessons. So you you think your lessons are more important? That's cool.
I think that my sarcasm is not landing today. What do you guys think? That's okay.
Define your terms.
My terms?
Here's my terms.
I don't have any
I want
terms.
my
No,
own
I don't have
autonomy.
any.
Yeah, I need my own autonomy to make my own decisions about my own life, and I don't need anyone else governing me as long as I am in a state that I can govern myself. There's my terms.
I do what I want.
A mental state or a physical state? Or a geographical state?
Just a state. State of Texas, a state of well-being physically, or a Zen state of mind. And I will
Just
govern
all of the
myself.
above is what you're saying,
To
right?
see what condition my condition was in. Really, don't tell me that killed the conversation. It's a good song.
Yeah, if you would finish it, sure.
I'm not gonna. I'm gonna share it, and that's all you get. and share it in the voice text.
Weeks though.
Whatever. All you gotta do is click it. And wouldn't you know it, it's a band I've never heard of called The First Edition. You know what the best thing about my dad is?
What's that?
He can beat up your dad.
My dad's like 6 feet under, so I'm pretty sure he could if he could dig.
Damn it, mine is too. So that joke just doesn't work. Doesn't work for us. Shit. What did you say, hon?
I was just saying I was going to pull the same joke.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. I feel like I absorbed my dad's spirit after a while, or at least part of it. I got a lot of energy, and I feel really different after he died, in a good way.
Yeah, I kind of think so too, because I didn't realize what he was saying when I was a child. And then I got older and I was like, oh, like he was teaching me some real shit. Because he would always say, like, if everybody else jumped off the bridge, would you do it too? And I'd be like, like he programmed me with that shit. And he would always be saying stuff like, don't believe everything you see, especially if it's on TV.
He taught you how to sniff out the bull.
Mm-hmm.
I
The
learned
bull
that
poop,
from
that
Grace.
is. Sorry, what? Oh, you got that from Drace? Figures.
Yeah, him and Mom were more these kind of thought-orientated than Dad ever was.
Oh, at least someone was, huh?
Yeah, I was really lucky. Like, I didn't know it was fat until Drace showed me.
Well, they don't like to talk too much about it in public, you know what I mean?
Did you say
Yeah, but like, Mom
you didn't know he was
she had
fat?
real.
What'd you say?
No, she was saying she didn't know it was flat until, or about flat Earth until I told her.
Grace, I didn't know you were fat until she told me.
He's never
Now I
been
know.
fat. I have been fat though. I've lost
He doesn't
1/3
sound
of my
fat.
body.
I can't be fat. I told myself
He
at some
doesn't
point.
sound fat. What does a
Listen,
fat sound like?
I can't tell if a female. I can just hear it in guys' voices. I don't know what it is. I guess Hank was tall. You got a beer gut though, don't you, Hank?
Sure do. It's not from beer though. It's more like a pot
whatever.
belly. I did
Yeah,
smoke a lot
exactly.
back in the day.
Yeah, I know. So, anyway, I can hear that in his voice, and I don't know. I can't do it with women though, which is good. I can guess people's height and weight though if I see them.
Oh,
It's just,
okay.
well, here's what it is. I
That's
know
some
how to
skill,
do
though.
I know how to do BMIs, body mass indexes. I used to be a personal trainer, so I sized people up often. And a lot of
Yeah, it's
times it's like the
experience.
same size people. You know what I mean? Like, so there's a true average in people in different type mesomorphs, endomorphs, and ectomorphs. Anyway,
No, that makes sense.
only
It's
on a
kind of
flat
like
Earth.
no, it's kind of like it's just because it's like Dre said, it's his experience. It's like back when I didn't know any kids, I would have a hard time guessing the age of your child. But now that I've helped teach and take care of like hundreds of kids, I can get the age range pretty close.
Yeah. Yep. For sure.
When you say pretty close, is because there's different percentiles of like height and mental development. So you might say, well, that kid looks like he's 9, right? But he's actually 7. And that would be me. When I was 7, I probably looked 9 or 10. And when I was 12, there was a lady, she was talking to me at the swimming pool, and she said, you don't know what that word means, and you're a grown-ass man? I was like, ma'am, I'm 12. She was like, oh, never mind.
That's hilarious, though.
Crazy.
It's funny. I used to have this when I was younger. People would think I was older, but then when I was older, people would think I was younger. It's really weird.
Exactly. Everybody thinks that I'm way too young looking to have like a 21-year-old child.
Well, that's what happens. You grow into your body and you reach your genetic potential. So at some age.
I also think if you keep your inner child alive, you're gonna look more youthful. Like if you keep your
Yeah.
spirit.
Of course.
You have
Why do
micro
you think I'm
expressions.
so fucking? Why do you think I'm so giddy and random
I was
and
gonna say giddy.
all
I
over
was
the
gonna say-
place? Yeah.
That's hilarious.
You gotta keep that kid around, man. That fucking rambunctious, just exploratory, adventuresome. I'm gonna throw worms at the girls, little boy. You know.
Excellent. Yeah, you got to keep that inner child alive.
Calvin,
Maybe
right?
not
From
the worm
Calvin and
thing, but-
Hobbes. Just act like Calvin, you'll be fine. Because he's a little shit, right? But everybody loves him, so be Calvin.
I wouldn't know. I'm Icelandic.
Oh, you need to get some Calvin and Hobbes in your life.
Isn't that the
Hang
guy
on.
with imaginary tiger or some shit?
Yeah, yeah. No, it's a real
Well, I know
tiger.
who
It's
it is.
just that humans can't see. All the other humans can't see that he's real, but Calvin can. That's what it is. Don't you dare say Hobbes isn't real.
I wouldn't know.
Mm-mm.
I don't read that stuff.
So here's something interesting. If you look up face reading, it's like palm reading, right? But palm readers are like on some other bullshit that you can miss me with. But face readers are real, in my opinion. So what they do is they read your face and they can tell where the lines in your face are of like stuff that like you've experienced. If you've experienced like a lot of sadness, like you'll be able to see it in their eyes, right? And
It's
you'll
true.
be able to see it in the wrinkles around their lip, because if you make a micro expression for year on year on year, like you get that wrinkle, right? So this face reading guy, he like teaches like CIA and like other people like how to read faces, and he learned it, of course, from the Orient, where like a great deal of the knowledge comes from, you know, like ancient China and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
But the
it's from their
face
medical
reading
system.
is, yeah, that's right. The face reading stuff is so freaking interesting that you can
Okay,
like
so
see. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I love also the whole the public face on one side and the private face on the other side, and that's why often when people have start developing the not symmetrical, I don't remember what it's called when it's the opposite of symmetrical, asymmetry of the face, because they're always doing one public face but a different person.
Interesting.
Guys, I just want to say real quick, we are missing such an opportunity with new memes regarding Calvin and Hobbes. Look at the canvas we have to work with. All you got to do is take the words out of that speech text and just put whatever you want in there about flat Earth.
That's a good
And there's
point.
endless ones. Yeah, there's endless ones for Calvin and Hobbes. And Calvin and Hobbes is woke as fuck. Look what he's saying, man. Look what Calvin's saying. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
Yes, because I want to hear what Hank was saying.
Go ahead, Hank. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I was just sharing the thing about the micro expressions, how you can see like an old lawyer or an old businessman who has like really high trait conscientiousness, low trait openness. Like you can see it on his face. Like you could tell that he's just like a bitter old man, right? Just by looking at him. Whereas like if you have like a sweet old grandma, you know, who's just full of joy and she's got Jesus in her heart or whatever, you know, you can see it in her face. Like she's just like full of joy no matter what you do. Like you can't take her down. Like she's going to be at that level of vibration and there's nothing you can do to her.
It's a good way to self-assess your health as well, because I think that's the primary place where it comes from the Orient, at least, my understanding. It's similar to the iridology. If anyone's heard of that.
No, what's that? Send it to me, please.
Okay. Give me a second. I'll try and find a link. But the gist is iridology is similar type thing. It's both what is currently your current state of health from your eyes, right? You just people who know the eyes well enough. It's kind of like reflexology type stuff where it's different parts of the eyes are associated with different parts of the body and organs. But there's nuance to it in terms of how you understand it, because some of it is maybe like a genetic proclivity, so you might be more prone to certain things because of where your lineage comes from, and then other parts of it is maybe you had a specific trauma there, or you have a current specific issue. That's where the skill comes in reading it. Oh, thank you, Drace. Much faster than I would have been.
If you look at acupuncture, every part of the body seems to be interconnected to every other part of the body in something that appears like a holographic matrix. All holograms have every aspect of the picture within every part, just like your DNA contains every part of the information. So,
Right.
acupuncture works very similarly, has similar things. All of these different health things have these mirroring similarities that makes the world a little bit more interesting, I think.
Hey, do you guys mind?
Yeah, and there's a biblical press. Could you repeat? You were a bit quiet.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was asking, do you guys mind if I jump in with a new topic? I've been thinking all last night since our discussion, and there were two things that I wanted to bring up. It's not about faces.
Before you do
yeah, go
that,
ahead.
Understood. Just one last comment because I wanted to finish off what I was saying to Hank. Hank, I will send you a more detailed link when I can find it. But it kind of goes the simple way to finalize this, take it back to scripture for what we like to talk about, is the window to the soul thing. You've heard of that one before, right? The eyes are the window to the soul. Something like that. I assume Hank is maybe dead out at the moment. No worries. I'll send you the link later. Go ahead, my dude. Carry on with your questions.
Yeah, I guess this morning I woke up and I had this thought of the Antarctic snow cruiser. Has anybody ever heard of that thing?
Oh yeah, the boat that goes out to the ice and we see the ice and we take pictures of the ice, then we go back home.
No, so they actually, if you type in like Antarctic snow cruiser, it was this thing back in, I want to say
It's a big land vehicle, right?
That's
Huge
it.
wheels.
Yeah. Yep. It was back in like the late 30s, and this thing was supposed to be like amazing, and it was supposed to, be able to last a year with all the things, the supplies on board. And so they just built it, and they tried to just go from like Chicago to Boston, and the thing just kept breaking down. The trip was supposed to take 3 weeks, and ended up taking 2 or 3 months, and it ended up being abandoned. But that was just like a video that I'd seen before, and it kind of piqued my interest in this idea, like, okay, is there a direction that we could go I should say, is there a direction that Globist would say, if you go this direction, you will just cross Antarctica, whereas, on the flat Earth model, it would be impossible to do that, and this kind of proves that it's not.
Well, wait a minute though, but Gio, by your claim, by your admission, the explanation that you just gave anybody in the room, they don't even have the ability to do it. So I doubt Glat Flobe and I can get a power wheel set up to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I thought it was funny that they couldn't create this huge vehicle, massive building of a vehicle, couldn't do it. I guess I'm wondering, like, I watched the video last night.
What do you think Gio, what do you think their fund limitations are? What are their fund limitations for the government making, exploration vehicles in the Antarctica? How much money do they have?
Well, I mean, I only have what I see they're giving to NASA, which is somewhere around 19 billion. So I'm guessing it's unlimited, but whatever we're told.
So we have this organization that's getting 19 billion or, with so many billions a year. They can't even show us going into there. They can't even make a claim that we can. You see what I'm saying? So this would be so outside of the realm of possibility. If the military industrial complex cannot do something, how could anybody else say, well, this is how you do it? You see what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. I guess my real question was like, I saw this video last night that said God can create these barriers that stop us from being able to surpass them just with nature. Like once you go after, to a certain point into Antarctica, you get to complete blackness and snow and sub-zero temperatures, absolute zero temperatures. I think that's true. I guess I'm just wondering, like, how far are they willing to go, or are they already so wrapped up in covering up things that they're not even going to try anymore because they expect everyone to just understand, you can't really get to the bottom.
Yeah, after 7 years, I'm not interested in that at all. I did start off in that direction almost a decade ago with the Admiral Byrd kind of thing, but I realized none of that matters. But, for you being new to this, that could be important to you.
However, if they're making these, obviously it's illegal to go there anyway. So there's so many problems. When you open up this can of worms, it's just going to lead you right back to the fact that you're not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, true. Okay. That's all I was wondering. That and one other question. You're gonna probably know the answer to this real quick, but I was thinking like spatially, I'm not great, but if I started, one point on the Earth and I went, all the way, God, I hate even saying this now, but around. Yeah, across the Earth.
Okay.
You would, circumnavigate all the different continents, and they would say, well, yeah, it's because you just went on a lower circle, is that something where globists will say, or heliocentrists will say, oh, you can't do that, or you can't go to the edge because
Actually, it's worse, Gio. It's worse than that, Gio. What they will do is they won't make a claim because they have no idea what they're talking about. So what I would do is I'd ask the Glober, do you understand that we have to make right-hand corrections when going west? So if I go from Phoenix to LA, I have to make a right-hand correction. Now that should change. If I go south of the equator, I now should have to make left-hand corrections, right? Well, that doesn't happen. I still have to make right-hand corrections, even if I'm south of the equator. So even on both ideologies, be careful, hold on. Both ideologies require circles to either orbit or circumnavigate or go across this plane of existence. On both ideologies, it's the same, except when I'm south of the equator, now we got a problem because there should be another half of a ball down there. There isn't. So I still have to make right-hand corrections. What I mean by that is if I'm headed west, okay, I'm looking west. To my right, if I just point exactly right 90 degrees, that's north. So as I go straight, I'm going to have to slightly make right-handed corrections so that north stays to my right. If I don't, I will head south. And that still happens south of the equator. So only possible on a flat plane.
So check this out.
Awesome.
You know how magnets have north and south, right? And there's always a north and south on a magnet. Well, they tell us that, that there's only one pole, right, which is the north pole. This is magnetic north, right? And that there is no magnetic south. But if we lived on a sphere that was symmetrical and there's these magnetic fields, and this is all the land that there is, they're telling us, right? Wouldn't we be able to detect the southern magnetic pole? So what if there's a whole lot more land that they're hiding from us and they're not going to tell us about it, right? Wouldn't that make sense? That we're not close enough to the magnetic south to detect it.
My argument to that, and this is kind of small-minded, I'm sure, but is or the argument I've heard is, oh, well, it's only the North Pole that actually positively attracts, whereas the South Pole only negatively attracts, and that's why it can't be detected. No such thing, I'm sure. Yeah.
And like 173 billion circumnavigation east west west east, and only five maybe five south north south in human history.
I've heard something where somebody said, oh, if you wanted to lie about the shape of the Earth, you would have to have all these people, airplane pilots and everybody involved in this big lie.
That's a lie. Yeah, that person.
You ever heard of Santa Claus?
Gio lied. Well, Gio, hold on. Let me just say that Gio, that person that told you that lied to you. So when I hope you bring that person in there, and I'm going to ask them why they would say something so insane, because they are the perfect example. They have no idea what they're talking about, and they believe it. That's why there doesn't have to be a conspiracy.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, so an airplane pilot, are they just ignorant because they're using the same equations?
But the problem, Gio, is that we're backpedaling. They already admit we require a stationary plane of existence. That's their claim. All the pilots do not adjust for curvature or spin. So what do you mean they're in on it? They're admitting we're right. There's no claim for a ball, bro. So there's no conspiracy. They already make the maps flat. They make the simulators flat. They don't adjust for curvature. The claim is for us, but he's never talked to a pilot, so he doesn't know.
Oh, this is amazing.
That's how easy this is.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank
too
you.
easy.
But what you think about that information that we circumnavigate 5 times in human history, north-south, and 173 billion times north, west-south, west-east, east-west?
I understand you. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Can you talk more about that?
Yeah. I heard that. And that 5 times was like in 19th century, something like that. And after that, No one was circumnavigating north-south.
I
Nobody
guess the
did that.
reasoning for that I would assume stops them, or at least the reason they say is, oh, the Antarctic waters are extremely choppy and extremely dangerous.
Well, I wanted to say something.
They do care about us, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say something real fast. They say that there's no way that this many people could keep up lying and not tell the truth. But how many people teach Santa Claus to their kids? Right? That there's one dude in the North Pole who lives with a bunch of elves and one other lady, and they make enough presents throughout the year and can deliver them to all the children in the world in one night. And people teach this to their kids.
I knew all those parents were in on it.
Is it temperature above Antarctica? Let's say 3-4 kilometers above. Is it more cold than air? 3-4 kilometers, whatever it is.
I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I think it's almost the same temperature.
Oh, can you guys explain to me, like rising tides and lowering tides, like in the morning and night?
Right. So, do you know how the scientific method works?
Yes.
So you manipulate the independent variable, the cause, to see the effect of the dependent variable. Is that how it works?
I guess let me just hear you out, because I don't want to be led down a conversation by saying yes or no.
Nobody knows.
Sure.
Yeah,
so I got a
Hank,
hypothesis.
just let Hank go.
Got a hypothesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my hypothesis is if you add enough heat to water over enough duration, then it'll cause it to boil. So let's test the hypothesis. You put the water on the stove, you turn it on, you see the heat, which is the cause, make the effect, which is the water boil, right? That's how the scientific method works. And then anybody can do this. It's falsifiable, it's testable, it's repeatable, it's empirical, right? So how do we manipulate the moon's gravity to see if it's the cause of the tides? You don't. You can't. You can't put gravity in a jar and paint it yellow, stop all the space-time from warping and all that stuff, right? You can't do any of that stuff. So what this is called the affirm the consequent fallacy. It's a formological fallacy where the lamp is off in your room, right? And your mom says, well, the bulb is broken. And you say, well, that's not the only cause. What if it's something else? You haven't done any of the testing. So you go run diagnostics on the lamp. Well, the bulb is fine, right? You take the bulb out and you plug it into the ceiling fan and it works. So it wasn't the bulb. She was wrong, right? So you check the wire. The wire's plugged in. It's not cut in half. You check the breaker. And then you go outside and you see that all the other lights are off outside. The power's out in your neighborhood. Somebody hit a telephone pole. But she was sure that it was because the bulb was out, right? They're sure that the gravity is what's causing the tides, the moon's gravity.
The two pictures. One is of the idea we get taught in schools, which is moon is pulling the water in a weird way, and then the other picture is how they record the tides and how they move, and the two don't match at all. So are we supposed to take the data that we see in real life or the idea we got indoctrinated with as children?
Yeah, I guess what never really made sense to me was the fact that they said, well, the moon is closer, which is why it's causing the tides, but the sun doesn't cause those tides. It's a minimal effect, but it's so much bigger and should have so much more gravitational pull.
Yeah, that's insanity, because we're supposedly the entire Earth is being pulled by the sun, but not the water. It's the dumbest
that never
religion
made sense
ever,
to
bro.
me.
These people are literally possessed, bro. I'm just gonna prove that to you.
Yeah, and just to mention the Santa Claus thing, like I always hated that, because I always told people, I'm going to tell my daughter the truth, and she knows the truth. She's only 4, and I tell her that, and I also explained to her just the other day. I said, how would you feel if I lied to you And she said, "Oh, I'd be very sad." I said, "All right. So the reason I'm not going to lie to you about Santa Claus is because I don't want you to feel like you can't trust me. I'm going to tell you the truth or as much as I know." And she was happy about that. And the same token, my parents lied to me about that, and it broke my heart. It caused a lot of distrust, and that actually caused me to lose faith in God because I said, well, they're telling me about these two magical creatures, and one they finally admit to me isn't real, and the other one with powers is the one that I'm supposed to continue to believe in. And
Right.
it took
It's
me
a trick.
years to gain
That's
that
right.
trust within myself,
Yeah, it's a trick from the devil. I talked to Jim Panda about this in about 2016, and I said, "Why don't you believe in God?" And he said, "Well, I used to believe, right, when I was young, very young." And I said, "Oh yeah, that Santa Claus thing got you, didn't it?" And he was like, "Yeah, now that I think about it, it did, because Santa is all knowing. You better watch out. You better not cry. Santa's going to find out if you're naughty or nice, or however that shit goes." Right. And it's like, oh yeah, he's all knowing and he's all present, right? And he's all powerful. It's like, okay, that's the three traits of the Most High God, right? And then you're going to say that, but one isn't real, but the other one is. Don't worry, Timmy. You can keep believing in, the Most High God, but Santa Claus, he's fake.
Right. Now, I did want to eventually explain, to my daughter, like, the idea of Santa Claus. I hate that it's a lie, but I think it sticks because it should be there to teach children the idea of selfless, anonymous gift giving, and that you can give a gift without necessarily entitling yourself as the giver of that, and knowing somebody and exactly what they want is truly a beautiful thing. Even though that in itself is a bit of a lie, but I guess that you can ration it out.
Why
and say
lie
that's
to your
good.
kids? Why lie to your kids?
Correct.
Close
Ever.
the refrigeration. Close the refrigerator door. That's a second law of thermodynamic violation. You're letting all the warm air in.
That's right.
Yeah, I think I just had a conversation with my ex not too long ago where she kind of yelled at me because I was telling, my daughter the truth. I said, I'm not going to lie to her and tell her that Santa Claus is real or that the Tooth Fairy is real. And she, came back to me and said, isn't it cute though? Kids like to do that stuff. And so I just went through and I said, okay, I want you to, if we are going to be on the same page, you give me a list of things that you want me to have her believe in and things you don't. Heaven, the boogeyman, superpowers, Tooth Fairy, Tinkerbell. Like, let's keep going down the list. And what we ended on, she said, heaven, no. The Christian sense of the word God, no. Santa Claus, yes. And I was in complete disbelief that I had ever been with this person that believes such horseshit and would say something so cruel and unkind to another human being, no matter their age.
Yeah, so people ask, why would they lie? So,
But
why
they
would you
think
lie to your
it's
kid? It's cute when you rip their heart out and they find out that Santa Claus isn't real and that mommy and daddy's a fucking liar. That's so fucking cute.
Wow.
Adorable.
So when you talk to your friend again, just tell him, yeah, my ex-wife would even be in on the deception. Thanks.
Yeah. Now, I wanted to mention to you guys, the person that inspired me, I don't know if any of you were here last night when I was talking, but the person that inspired me to kind of rethink everything, like, talks about government mistrust and all that, and especially the topics that are currently being talked about in government mistrust. He actually, I spoke to him again last night as I was going to bed after this huge discovery on flat Earth, and I was going through all these videos and saw the supposed 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but then you can see the clouds being just CGI copied, cloud for cloud. I mentioned to him I sent him some info on that, and he basically like agreed with me, like, yeah, it's all media and propaganda manipulation, but I will say this: the Earth is round. And I said, okay. Oh, really? And he said, yes. It doesn't make sense for the the moon and the sun to be round, but not the Earth. And I just said, well,
Okay, I got a
look
rebuttal
into
for
this.
that.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So, tennis balls, softballs, baseballs, golf balls, ping pong balls, wall balls, they're all spheres. Therefore, the American pigskin known as the football, it must be a sphere too, right?
You forgot highlight, Hank.
Yeah.
No, hold on.
Go
No,
ahead.
Hank should have helped out a little bit more with that. Hank, it's not just that, it's also the field are balls as well. That's what they're saying, bro. They're saying the field.
Yeah, the
has to
pool
be a
table
ball.
is a sphere, right?
Yes, right. The pool table is a sphere, bro. Here's the thing with your friend. Yeah. You notice he went right to the sun, moon, and stars. He couldn't tell you where they measured Earth curvature. That was easy.
Yeah, I wanted to say, and I didn't know exactly how to word it, but I wanted to say like something along those lines, but more sticking to the actual topic. I speak so much in metaphors. I try to keep it pretty clear cut with people. I wanted to say something like, yes, absolutely. The sun and the moon are circular, but you are not circular. And the place where you live is the only place where you can find humans, where you can find these beautiful creations. And yet you're not even attributing the fact that this is a totally unique place, separate from those things you may be able to see in the sky. Like you can't say, well, we must be also that, because there's no if then there. It's just associating, like you said, the pool table must be a ball. And I left it at that, and yeah, that's all I could really get out.
So those are the smart ass remarks, right? I guess the honest remark would be like, why don't you measure the shape of the earth, right? Why don't you go out and take the measurement yourself? Because the word planet means wandering star. So if you think this thing that we're standing on is a wandering star, like those things up there, I would say you should probably learn to trust your senses, because this thing that we're standing on isn't wandering anywhere.
It's such an interesting topic. It really is, because it opens up so much that, like, last night I was thinking, oh my gosh, should I go to church? No. Should I go to the mosque? No. Should I go to the Sikh temple? Oh God, what do I do? Like, there's just such a ball of worms, and I know we can really only talk about, well, this is a server for the shape of the earth, but it really just blows my mind and makes me re-question everything, mysticism, and the actual placement of Satan and jinn in the world, and the idea of schizophrenics hearing and seeing these angels, and if they're actually just being told they're crazy because it's easier to consider them crazy. It's blowing my mind.
No. I mean, yeah.
So what conclusion did you come to with all these?
Well, I mean, just from my own personal,
It's fun thought experiments, but
sure.
Einstein said gravity itself was merely a thought experiment, the bending of space-time. He left it at that. So anyway, go ahead.
I am curious. While you were thinking all these thoughts, did you wake up and bump your head on the bottom of the bridge?
Well, I mean, that's just what I'm talking about. A lot of times when you bring up other topics, like the topic of crazy people, the first thing they go is, well, we're not those, because the crazy people are wrong, but we're right. I actually grew up, I mentioned this last night, with a mother that had gut feelings, that had dreams much like I do, that prophesied the future, that then she started seeing things in people, seeing evil in homes, seeing evil in people, having demons cast out of her by people that she just shook hands with, and then casting out demons from people. And it was really easy for my dad to divorce her and to say, well, she's crazy, she's schizophrenic. Look at her mom, she was the same way, and she killed herself. So it's easy to label a person as crazy. But then as I've grown up, I've seen these prophecies of her come true, and I've seen these, beautiful words that come from supposedly God being put out in front of her eyes that she can actually read. And on one part of me, I want to say, oh my God, she's really lost it. And on the other side, I say, well, I also thought the same thing about the conservatives. I also thought those things about people that know the true shape of the earth. And I also thought this about the majority of religious people. And maybe I should question whether, people that hear and see God, hear and see spirits, and can go past that are truly crazy, or if, maybe they have a little bit more insight and can see a little bit beyond the veil that most of us live behind.
It sounds like a constructive restructuring of your worldview.
That's what's happening. Maybe it's all too much at the same time, but that's what's happening.
No, you sound like you're doing okay with it. A lot of people. That's why people shut down immediately when they are faced with the decision to either dig their heels in and ostrich more, or even for 5 seconds take the flat Earth seriously. they're faced with that like workload. They're like, well, fuck all that. Even if it's true, I'm not gonna.
I've definitely been the person that says I love stress. I don't get stressed. I actually get motivated when I'm put in stressful situations. When I was, they tried to put me in jail for 2 decades at 21 years old. I got so excited because I was pulling the best lawyers I could, creating my own arguments, writing out paperwork, and bringing in people to defend me. I was so excited because I actually had something going on in my life. And, no matter what happened, I got so excited to deal with these situations. So now I'm here with you guys, and I'm just so excited. I told my friend, I feel like I just woke up, and he said, sorry. And I said, no, thank you for inspiring me to continue searching. I had become complacent in what I thought was the truth. And then I realized I was bored and I had nothing to go on, nothing to dig my heels into. So I'm appreciative of you all too, just for being here and exploring the topic as well, and not allowing complacency to exist in this world, to continue the process of truth seeking.
Well, I don't know if anybody said this to you yet or not, but my friend, welcome to Flat Earth. You've earned it.
Yeah,
You've earned it.
I'm
Sounds
excited.
like that's good. Very good.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah.
It's a lot of fun digging into this topic.
Yeah, I felt
it
this
does.
way. Go ahead.
It can open so many more doors. It just kind of, it's like the shoe in, not just the toe in. You get the whole almost leg in the door. You might as well just take a peek around the corner of that door, right? And then once you do, it's all over. It's like, well, I got to find out literally everything now. Now I just got to know.
I can only compare this to when, my father, who's clean cut, done no drugs in his entire life, told me, people go crazy and end up in mental institutions if they try to do any sort of psychedelics. Don't ever touch that stuff, and left it at that. Didn't explore it any deeper than that. And it took me exploring myself, making some mistakes, at 16, doing way too much acid and really just experiencing my first bit of death, or, some form of that, ego death. And it took me getting to explore this topic to then realize, oh my God, the entire government is hiding this from us because they don't want us to be awoken. That's why, if you're caught manufacturing DMT, you're not just committing a felony, which maybe, if you're a murderer, you're committing a felony. But if you process DMT, it's conspiracy to commit treason against the federal government, a federal crime. Holy shit. Holy shit. And where can you find DMT? In your brain? And in every single plant and every single vine.
That's
what
where I was
the
gonna
fuck?
go. Maybe that's the precedent for thought crimes, right? Because you produce it in your brain.
I'm just as excited now because I feel like I found something that they're even more protective over. I mean, somebody told me one time, if you commit suicide, take North Korea or China, but if you commit suicide or try to commit suicide and you fail, but you better succeed because you're doing an illegal act and you'll be, put in jail for trying to commit suicide and failing. And that's more in China. But if you climb up a water tower, you jump, you don't die, you're going to get put in jail. I realized, oh my God, we are property of the government. And it continued with people talking about organ donation. Please stop me if you guys have heard this, but I heard where if you donate an organ, well, let's start with this. If you take out from a syringe a bit of your blood and you put it in your freezer or in your refrigerator, somebody breaks in and steals that blood. Yeah, they're going to be charged for breaking and entering, but not for theft because you don't actually own that blood, because you don't actually own yourself. And if you take an organ and you donate it to somebody, when the hospital takes it out of you, the hospital actually does have ownership of that organ. And when they take that organ and they put it into a new person, that person does not own that new organ. Even though it's in their body doing a function for them, they don't own it. But neither did you. And that comes from when they first started writing the laws on, people being enslaved. They said, well, we own people. And when they quote unquote abolished slavery and focused more on mental slavery, they really wanted to push the idea that, well, if nobody can own people, people can't even own people, even if it's themselves.
There's a lot to unpack in all of what you just said, but yes, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I overload. I get excited.
It's, you know what? It's good. We need more cats like you out there.
I'm glad. There's very few
So do me
people
a
that I've met
favor.
like me. Sure.
Yeah. No, that's good. Actually, it's refreshing to meet people like you and everyone here in this server. But it seems to be happening more and more because it's supposed to be. It's written.
I see
But
it
anyway,
happening with people.
Yeah. So what you should do is help us out. We got QR codes for this 24/7 thing we do. Joshua Matthew, if you're around, he's not in the chat. I can find it though, and if anybody else has it, that'd be great too. We do QR codes for this thing, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to print out business cards. Thank you, old dude. Appreciate that. Check the voice text, Livestream voice text, everybody. I'm going to print out, go to Vistaprint and print out like 1,000 for $10. And you know what I mean? So like,
You're
I'll put
speaking my
the,
language, bro. I was at the gas
Yeah.
station today, and I'm the guy that just speaks to everyone, and I just wanted so badly, and I didn't because I'm not informed enough yet, but I wanted so badly to just
Brother.
walk up to people and say, do you know what's going on around you? Are you
don't
aware?
have to do that. You don't have to do that anymore. And you can anyway, right? And just add this to your repertoire. Like, like I said, I'm going to do Vistaprint, and I'll put the link to Vistaprint inside the world we're in over here with the voice text. And like I said, $10 I think is 1,000. It's really cheap for a bunch of them, and you can customize it and whatever. So yeah, to me that's the guerrilla marketing thing is the way to go, and especially with dudes like you got a lot of energy. I'm sure you would really enjoy putting yourself out there and helping out the cause. You know what I mean? So anyway, just a thought.
Yes.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I'll give you the same answer I gave you last night because I hate to be the person that says he knows anything. I am a questioner. I'm a person that is absolutely focused on finding the truth. But when it comes down to it, when 90% of me is screaming, isn't the answer right in front of you? Can't you just accept what you see around you? The only answer I can truly give is that it's flat. But what keeps me so strong is my questioning in every belief. So, I'm going to keep studying and keep looking at it. I do not think there are multiple shapes. I'm not going to be one of those assholes out there that says, well, if you think the Earth is flat, why don't you think it's a square Earth or a cube Earth or You're not getting the point. You're not getting the point. What's that?
But go ahead, Hank.
It's a middle of the road fallacy.
What?
Yeah, middle of the road fallacy. So. It's like
It's
when you're
just-
saying maybe it's black and white.
Yeah,
You know?
it's the gray area. But I will say one thing about the business card. So I run a few different businesses. I'm very young, but I own and run a few different businesses. And those businesses are very active and very, very popular and have for the past decade in my community. I won't mention the areas of expertise or anything like that, but I will tell you the one thing that I'm very staunchly against is this very popular idea of business cards. And I'll tell you the big reason why. If you hand somebody a business card, whether it has a QR code, whether it looks like the American Psycho business card and it's perfect ivory white, it doesn't really matter. People are going to take that as the end of the conversation, and by taking the business card, they have done their share of research, of activity, and of agreement.
Putting up with you.
Right, exactly. And they'll put it in their pocket and they'll forget about it and throw it away with the receipts that they got for the day.
Whatever.
What I make sure I do is I pull out that business card and I said, now I only have one of these and I don't want to give it to you because I think there's other people that may need it. You seem like the type of person that is really excited and really interested in what I'm talking about. Do you have a phone in your pocket? Well, of course you do. It's 2021. Everybody's
Scan
addicted
that
to it.
shit.
Go ahead and pull it out and I want to see you look at the site because I just want to see your face. I just want to see your face when you first look at it. And then I want to talk to you in a couple of weeks, and I want to hear your voice after a couple of weeks.
And I want the NSA to know that there's another flat earther walking around.
I mentioned this before, but the world is changing, and I see people in my generation, I mentioned this last night, that are going to be very hard right and very hard left. And what I'm seeing more and more is that people are going to be very, very enslaved, very sucked into their phones, scrolling Facebook to get through their own shit. And I quite literally mean going to take a poop and reading more shit. Like an endless Ouroboros cycle. But I also see
I like
people
that.
being
I like that.
awoken, you know?
I'm gonna go leave some shit while I take some shit.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to post some shit to a website that doesn't give a shit, and then they're going to ingest some shit so that they can produce more shit, and then they can go eat more shit. It's just a shit cycle, shit storm to make shit people. But I'm really excited to be here. I don't want to talk over you guys. You guys have a lot of really important stuff to say. I'm just super psyched.
Okay, awesome, brother. Very good. Very good. Well, your business card spiel, why not, right? Just try every avenue to, and I'll just stop it here. I'll let whoever else wants to talk, but
do stickers instead. Flat.
You can do stickers. Yeah, just any way that you want to, any way you want to get the media out there, right? To get the QR code.
Then they can't take it home and forget about it, right? If they see it.
Well,
on
and that's what he said about the business card too. Like it's in their history. It's in their phone history when he looks it up. Okay, the last thing I want to say is there's no such thing as bad publicity. I used to say that, but you gotta be a certain way about it, right? Everybody knows how to be a salesman in their own right, so do that. Not too hard. You're not trying to sell them much. You know what I mean? You're selling them the truth, so it's different. But you know what I mean? You can't just belligerently go try to, I don't know. You know what I mean? Find a middle ground. And how would you want someone to approach you about this topic, right? Put yourself in their shoes. Okay, I'm done.
I've been accused before of being too salesy, so I completely agree with what you're saying. I think I do come off very salesy, and that's just a downfall of mine. But at the same time, I mentioned the other day, I'm either gonna meet people that are more comfortable with me talking too much or very uncomfortable with me talking too much. But either way, it's a win-win for me because I don't want you to be comfortable. I really want you to be actively listening or actively uncomfortable and questioning why that is. What is it that I'm saying that's making you question everything?
Well, because they'll remember that interaction at the end of the day. Right? Exactly. They'll be thinking that they'll be going over the events of the day in their head and perhaps talking to their wife or boyfriend or whatever, kids, dog, and
yeah.
Get them thinking, man. Get them gears turning. Critical thinking, though, that's what it is. It can't be just, well, who should I believe? It's like, no. Get the facts. Anyway, go ahead.
I was in here yesterday asking for help because I think I'm really aggressive once it comes down to it. Like, I'll explain it to people, and if they listen, that's cool. But if they're like actively denying it, I freak out. Like, why are you denying water level? Yeah, like
take yourself less seriously.
Like I pay people money to watch videos. It's like the opposite of what you're supposed to do.
Just get more goofy with it.
Like I don't ask
exactly,
people for
bro.
money. I give money away to try and get the truth out. Like to my friends and family. Like I lose friends and shit. So I was in here asking for help. Like how do I just let it go? Because I can't let it go. It's like if I ask you to watch a 5-minute video and you deny it, like that's you not giving a fuck. I can't be around you, dude. Like if you don't
think of it,
give a fuck,
think
like
of it like this, maybe. Chemtrail. Think of it like this, maybe, right? You've already won. Everything else is just extra little gold medals on the side.
Yeah, and that's why I lose friends. I just leave once it's like you get it down.
No. That's no. You've already won, right? Because you've gone past the lie. Everyone else, who you can help to get where you are, is a bonus. If you can't, then you still already won.
Yeah, so
just take yourself less seriously and realize that you had to come to your position through a journey. Same for them. So you might not be there when they reach the end of their trip. You might just be the guy who just pushed them down the hill or whatever.
You might be you just might be that guy that planted that seed in them. Oh, not everything's gonna be honest. I can feel your ambition from the way that you speak, bro.
Yeah,
Like
I
I
know
can
that it's
feel
not going to
your
come to fruition, but it's
your
like if you deny the video, that's a problem. Like, at least show me the respect. It's almost like borderline disrespect. If you're not going to
See,
watch a
that's the
5-minute
thing
video
though.
and then
Chemtrail. That's the thing. It's disrespect to you for you. It's
yeah, so
disrespecting
that
you.
person can't be my friend in at that point. Like, it's like, damn, man, like that's harsh, bro.
Maybe
Like,
you should just give them some time, bro, and you know, like just let them think it over.
What if
Like
that?
have them like think, oh, maybe it's the benefit of the doubt. You know, let them
Relax.
go over it in their head.
Breathe. Learn to
Yeah.
breathe. Slow,
gonna-
deep breaths. And
I'm
imagine,
gonna sum this
imagine
up.
if that was your child, right? If your child didn't get it, what are you gonna do? Kick your child out? He's 5
I'll
years
sum
old.
this
He's
up-
hungry.
Yeah, I'll sum
Just
this up
feed him.
really nicely. So you've got to kind of Bruce Lee these people, and you actually have to pull their punch. So when
Nah,
they,
you're cool.
what I mean is,
Nah, you're cool.
when they deny, you should be excited. I love no's. I love denial because you want them on your team. You want them to be an active part of this community because when they're then told the bullshit that we've been fed for years and years, they're going to deny that. So you, upon that denial, you appreciate them and show them you appreciate them that they are denying it. And the reason why is because you know in your heart of hearts, the minute they see the truth, they're going to deny everything in their life that they've seen that is bullshit. So you appreciate that. You say, I like the fact that you're denying what I'm saying. I was the exact same way when I first started. If people just say, oh, okay, I'll watch the video. Oh, I believe it now. Those people are weak. They're going to fall for anything because they've stood for nothing. So these people, when they deny you, get excited. Tell them you appreciate the fact that you're denying it. Tell them they are the people that you want to stay in contact with more because those are the people that are going to be your strongest allies in the future. Do you understand what I'm saying?
yeah, man, that makes a ton of sense. That's like that's really important, actually.
Like I said, I've done business for years and years, and this is how I've been successful in every single business I've been in because I take people that are my enemy and I see them as my strongest competitor, which can only strengthen both of us. I know I'm a badass, but when I see another badass that's on the other side, I'm not thinking, how do I destroy this person? How do I kill them? Or how do I kick them out of my life? I say, that is the person that I need standing next to me on the battleground in this lifetime war we will be fighting. So trust me on this. When these people deny you, you appreciate that. And you say, I'm so excited that you've given me something to work with. Most people just believe it because they see it right out for the truth that it is. I appreciate that you have something to fight for.
That's what I do, and it shows with the money that I spend. Like, I spend money on these people. Like, I care so much about you, dude. It's like I want you by my side, right? And I give them $20 to watch ODD's True World documentary.
My
So it's
friend,
like
I
do
didn't
that.
mention that because I'm just being honest here, okay? You're doing the business card method. When you hand a person $20, they've made $20 from you and they feel like they've done enough already. They've earned that $20 by denying you and they don't have to do anything more because now they see that all they're worth to you is $20. You could give them 100. You could give them 1,000. It does not matter because you cannot buy people's truth. Do you think I would have been more steadfast in my belief that the earth is round if the school paid me $1,000 for every class I passed? Hell no. I would start to question it more. When you pay people $20, all that's going through their mind is, wait a second, he must be pushing an agenda because the quote unquote truth tellers just taught me this and I didn't question it, but you are trying to push money on me so that I believe something that you're pushing. Oh, now I see right
It's
through
kind
it.
of like the free donut with the subscription.
Yeah.
Right? You get your first jab, you get a free
screw
donut.
yourself
You're like,
over.
wait a minute. Why?
Exactly.
Why am I getting...
The best thing you can do is stop spending your money. And I'm not even going to talk about the fact that you're giving them a piece of paper that is managed and run by the government that we're supposed to not trust. And right stamped down shit on the middle is a damn slave owner and an old historical liar. Like, you're doing nothing but screwing yourself over the minute you involve capital. You don't need to put money into something. You need to build your credibility by giving them the most important thing and the only thing you can't get back, which is your time and your patience and your understanding and your care, your compassion. That's what matters. It doesn't matter if you give them 20, man. In fact, you're hurting yourself.
Yeah, I know. The best thing you can give somebody is your time. I get that. 'Cause I do that shit all the time. Oh man, I don't know. The money is the only thing that gets to some of these people. I don't think it's really that bad, because once they sit down and watch it, it really changes their attitude.
Well, let me
And
ask you, if I gave you $20 right now to go watch
you wouldn't
something
have
that
to
you
give me
believe,
$20. You wouldn't have to give me $20. So that's the thing. That's the difference with these people. I'm talking people will not watch this shit. I don't have time. I don't this and that. And then people even deny the money. So it's like, I'm talking these people that I'm really trying to get through to and care about, right? I don't want to give them a fucking week to think about it, and maybe I'll, you know what I mean?
I think you're creating a they and them situation. We are them, they are they, and we can never be the same
Take it
thing. They are
easy.
us. We are us. We are us. You were them when you didn't know, when you were being lied to.
No, I know.
Now you are us.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, I got to stop you there. We are us. These are platitudes. I think this is just my opinion. Any way we can get people at this point to pay attention to it. If Homeboy's willing to put 20 up per person, let him do it. He wants to do it. That's his gig, that's his thing. And if the numbers are there, if he's getting more people to pay attention to the material that way than not, no, I have no qualms with that whatsoever.
Here's the kicker too. These fucking people, they have to sit down and watch it. They're not allowed to ask questions. I'm talking ODD's True World documentary. Like 30-minute video where you can't say shit. You'll want to remember this moment as the first time you thought the flat earth was stupid. You know what I mean? Like,
dope. Yeah. And honestly, man,
the last time you thought
I know
it
where
was
you're coming from.
stupid.
Who was the guy talking, the really motivated kid that was just talking? Geo. I get where you're coming from too. I can feel your intention on that one. You don't want to make people feel a certain way, turn them off, whatever. I get that too. I think that's what you were saying. Don't make them feel like you're not important. This interaction's only worth $20. You're just trying to sell me something. I get it. I totally get that too. So.
And I agree with you. I do agree with you. You're totally right. If you can give people $20, they realize the truth. Gospel said it right. They'll return it tenfold. Perfect. I just want
and
to
then
give
I keep
them
friends,
options if they
exactly.
don't
And
have
then
that.
I end up keeping friends. But if they literally actively deny the 5-minute ODD video, and I have to offer them $20, and then they deny that, we're like not friends. We're either fucking or fighting, and that's it.
Yes.
I'll stop
You need
my
to
opinion
expect less
there.
from other people.
I like you. I do like your passion, Chemtrail. You're a badass, and I appreciate whatever you're doing. I don't want to make you feel like I'm saying, well, you can't give $20 because that's ruining it. Maybe that's what I said, but truly, whatever works for you, whatever, your method works. If it works, it works. Good for you. Okay? Good for you.
Yeah, because definitely we're fighting. We're not going to be fucking. I'm just saying that right now.
Okay.
Well, there is that period in a relationship where you break up and then get back. Never mind. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's like
Hank,
you're either watching this video or I'm leaving, is what I was trying to say.
Right. Yeah.
Like
Exactly.
you're either going to show me
Yeah.
some respect or not.
Well, yeah, because at even the first minute or two of the video, at that point, it's can you be honest at the end of this 5-minute video with me about this topic now? Can you be honest? Because now you've seen. Come on, it's undeniable. 5 fucking minutes. Talk about it, or you don't. Yeah, you don't respect our relationship because you won't even have a conversation about it.
It's like
They'll
the point
scared and run
that
away.
I lose friends. The point that I lose friends is when they think that it's like, oh, Earth is a pizza, blah blah blah, flying through space. You're an idiot. Like, no, bro. If you're gonna mock it and not listen at all, then like, dude, you're borderline disrespecting it and our relationship. You know what I mean?
Earth is a pizza.
Goodbye, Felicia. Right? It's goodbye, Felicia.
And to be honest, man, like if never mind. I think it's just gonna
I'm
be
from Jersey too, so I freak out at people.
Oh, that's the accent. I'd never asked you, but it totally makes sense now. I'm gonna group you into a category and pigeonhole you. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, look,
Yeah,
man, I
not
gotta
only
respect you, chemtrail. Like you got that energy, man. You got that high frequency, and not everybody is on your level, man. Not everybody knows what you know, so you kind of have to respect that and understand that there's a season for things. There's a season for war. There's a season for peace.
No, I break it down to the simplest form. Listen, I break it down to the simplest form. It's water level. As soon as they deny water level, that's it. If you don't look at the little tiny piece of information that I have, then you're not going to look at any of this information. It's the littlest tiny piece of information. Like, we don't have to watch the video, but if you deny water level, then you're getting the video question, and then you're getting offered money, and then you're getting broken up with. But water level is the simplest part. Boom. If you can sit and listen for a split second, then you're good. Everything's good. I can have a really good conversation with strangers. But as soon as a friend tries being stupid, I don't like it. So I break it down to the simplest form. It's like not everybody knows the things I know. I get that, and I explain it to them wonderfully. It's water level. That's it. And you either get it or you
But
don't.
what I'm saying is like I feel like sometimes you might be going up to people that are, you know, actually planted a seed, and you're like kicking the fuck out of them, like, "Give me a melon, motherfucker!" It's like, whoa, he's not ready. You just planted the seed. Like, you're like, standing over it so it's not getting any sunshine.
Well,
It can't breathe clearly because it's like you got to
That's
give it
exactly.
space and let it grow. You think about Ferngully. Help it grow by walking away.
Oh man, I love that movie.
And cut the gas line to the bulldozer, right? You have to stop the bulldozer.
Batty's my favorite.
For every breath in,
My
there's a
name
breath
is
out.
Betty. My
Kendra,
logic
you've been
is
breathing in too
erratic.
much. You need to exhale.
Hey, he knows the rap. He knows the Batty rap.
My
No, I'm
brain
not
is
kidding. I'm not
scrambled.
kidding though. I'm not kidding though when it comes to the flat earth stuff, because like it is real. So it's like I can't just walk away from them and act like everything's normal. It's not normal. They should be mad as fuck and not take it anymore. So everybody I encounter gets that attitude until you realize it. Like my friend Billy's here. Like Billy knows, he throws down business cards with me. FlatEarth101.com. This is my best friend. He can tell you all about it. It's like 100% full scale or not.
Yeah, but bro, it's like a 386, and it's trying to delete like a terabyte's worth of data, that they've experienced over like the
He
past
acts
30 years,
different
and
though.
you're like kicking it. You're kicking the 386, like fucking process faster. And it's like I've only got like fit 512 megabytes of RAM. Like I can't process it any
Well,
faster, bro.
Hey,
I'm
real
a
quick,
90s model computer.
I just tried to post a photo in the live stream voice text of a toy that I see on my table that I just noticed is like it's the flat Earth model right here, and I realized I cannot do that anymore.
Oh, there's no flash model.
What model?
We don't have a model.
I knew I held off using that term because I knew there was going to be some debate about it and like the terminology. So yeah, I just found this toy and I was like, huh, that's interesting, but I can just describe it. It's by Discovery Kids, and there's a leaf and a mushroom and a log in there, and it's just a globe toy. Or not a globe toy, it's like a half of a globe toy.
Well, yeah. They want to confuse us about the universe. Just keep us guessing. Backpedaling. The
I
moon's
think I
inside
can
Earth's
post the
atmosphere
link.
right now.
Oh my god.
Did you know
if
that?
I try to
Yeah.
I'm going to try to post the link, but it may not work.
So, how far is the moon supposed to be initially in their model? Something like 280,000 miles. Hold on.
238,000 miles on average.
Those are three parts of the same system. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Those are interrelated components of not just a tree per se, but the aspect of a forest, I suppose, because of the mycelium network with fungi and how it relates to, the growth and.
Yeah, it's a little truth drop, I guess. Sure. Your little fishbowl idea. Operation Fishbowl, right? Come on now. Where are the conspiratards? Let's talk about it.
Well, the really interesting thing about that being called operation is there's an important distinction between operations and projects.
Oh, yeah, maybe it was Project Fishbowl instead of Operation.
No, I actually believe that one.
Yeah,
it was
you might be right. I don't
It
know.
was Project
Hang on.
Dominic.
Yeah, Project Dominant, Operation Fishbowl.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm out of here,
And then
guys.
Starfish.
Pleasure being here. Have a great day.
Hey, Gio, take care, okay?
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go to work, and it's going to be an awesome day. You guys have an awesome day, too.
All right, man. Thank
Bye.
you. Take care.
So the important distinction between operation or project is project by its term is temporary, and operations are ongoing. So when you encounter documentation that indicates that something was an operation, now that doesn't mean that they tell the truth. That doesn't mean that all projects are dead and that they don't resurrect them and/or have them ongoing. But when they do call it an operation, the intention is for it to be a recurring event. So that's pretty important when it comes to Operation Popeye. In regards to.
Oh, I got to look up that one now.
Yeah.
Operation Popeye is when they extended the monsoon season in the Vietnam War by 6 weeks.
Good job, Hank.
Oh,
This
Hank is
guy.
ace. Hank is ace in a bag of chips and a extra large pizza. That's what Hank is.
I had no doubts, but still, I appreciate it when folks know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Expect that around here.
It happens from time to time.
Well, wheat from the chaff, you know what I mean?
Cuba complained to the United Nations that America was attacking them with hurricanes. And so the United Nations held a meeting and put in rules saying you can't use weather as weapons.
On other countries. Didn't say you couldn't use it on your own.
Exactly.
Always pay attention to what you don't see.
Wait, how?
Yeah, it'll make your eyes go crossed.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. I'm glad you asked. Okay, say that you live at home alone with your wife and you want to work and you come back like a few days early. And you get there and the toilet seat's up. So what you don't see is the toilet seat should be down if she's been there for 3 days. So you say, hey, did your brother or anybody? She goes, no, just me.
Hank, man, we're losing about 65% of what you're saying. You might want to reconnect.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let me get closer.
Or no, it's a connection issue. But
hey, is this better?
No, it's a connection issue. Maybe reconnect real quick.
All right, give me a second.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Popeye. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so pay attention to what you don't see. So the International Space Station is moving at 17,500 miles an hour. Where's the motion blur?
Where's the motion blur?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Because the exposure rate sucks, or what?
Well, if it's moving that fast, right, then the camera shouldn't be able to catch it in one spot. It should always be a blur.
Okay, I don't. I guess I'd have to see that.
All right, let me try again. You go on a work vacation, you come back a little bit
No,
early.
no. Listen, I can imagine what you're talking about. I can imagine it, but I mean, that's all I can do. I can't. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I can. I know what you're talking about.
Pay attention to what you don't see. Look at both sides of the coins on every situation. And if someone is a known liar, listen to the opposite of what they say.
Exactly.
This is a little bit of a list.
A list, huh?
A little bit of a list. Project Rainbow really seemed
Jesus.
unusual
Sorry.
to me.
Sorry about the J word. Oh, yeah, that's a list and a half there. I like that. That'll keep a fella busy, huh?
Now, the descriptions you see with those are my personal take and or interpretation of the purposes of those. So that's not in the words of the government by any means. Well, I mean, not verbatim at least. Project Iceworm I thought was pretty fascinating because of Mars being over there in Greenland, and you've got these cities that allegedly got shut down, but I have a feeling that they were just shut down to common knowledge.
Yeah, this is a good list. You got anything about super soldiers?
Yeah, so that's Project Mannequin.
Mannequin. That's what I thought.
Yeah, which is super interesting to me because of the Rh negative thing being in the government documentation, where they're seeking out Rh negative stuff. That's some like major Illuminati slash Nephilim stuff going on there with this interest in Rh negative blood has to do allegedly to do with seeking out those that have bloodlines tied to the Nephilim.
Yeah, because see, when I'm not tearing Glober's limb from limb, I like to speculate about all this shit. Just not, on the live stream.
The cool part is none of that stuff has to be true, per se. It's the fact that they believe it that means that it's relevant, regardless.
It's relevant, yeah. And they got the money and the toys, so we got to put up with them believing that shit, basically.
And then there's a handful of other ones right here. Everybody knows about Tuskegee, and probably are familiar with the Stanford Prison Experiment.
Yeah, that was. Did you see the movie?
I don't think so.
It's nuts, nutsoid. Is there a book? I'm sure there's a book. Shit, there's probably studies and PDFs and all kinds of stuff.
So just to tie it in, as is par for the course, and or necessary to do, to tie it in with Flat Earth, would be that infamous question of why would they lie, and that there's all these answers. There's the ignoring the question. There's the insult. You're a moron for even asking the question. There's a lot of different ways to approach it. One of the ways you can approach it is by simply demonstrating overwhelming historical evidence for all of the times that they did lie. And that would be a different technique to help people that ask that silly question.
Yeah, that's called stultification, like when you expose someone else of what they've done before to make them look bad and try not to do it in the future. But in some cases, it can be used nefariously, right? Like if there's nothing wrong with what the person did. For example, this is how the cops do it. Like this guy was arrested for speeding 20 miles over the, the newspaper will say, and he had 10 guns. Like, whoa, it's not illegal to have 10 guns. Like, why would you do that? Like, why would you report that? It's like
Yeah.
saying Annie had 10 cherries. You know, with seeds in them.
And he had 10 pizzas.
Right. You see what I'm saying? But they know to the anti-gun people, it's going to make the guy look bad.
Where was he taking all those pizzas? Something smells fishy.
Anchovy.
All he wanted was
Bacon.
Zero Cola.
What?
All he wanted was his Zero Cola.
I was doing Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Bacon. Oh, it's good.
See, I need to
The
catch up on
doctor.
my
If anybody
Pixar
has,
truth drops.
sorry, Glenn.
Brother, I'm sorry. I interrupt people all the time. No, you go ahead.
If anybody has any resources on the Dr. Bender piece that they can share, little request on my behalf. If anybody has any information that that goes into a deep dive on the Dr. Bender stuff, he was doing electroconvulsive therapy and giving LSD to 3-year-old to 12-year-olds with
I don't want to know about that.
without parental consent, and
Yeah, no, I don't want to. So, nope, not for me. Sorry.
yeah. Well, no, I mean
That'll make me so mad. It'll ruin like my entire week, kind of deal.
Yeah,
I
I
don't even
understand.
fucking know about it.
I gotcha.
You know,
Is this what we'll do?
I don't know.
It's for the people that that are hardcore blue pilled, that like wake up in the morning, crack. Metaphorically speaking, and I know most people, including myself, hate the red pill, blue pill metaphor just because it's way overused. But
Yeah, but it's effective, so why not?
For the sake of example, like people that wake up in the morning, crack their blue pill powder down on the table and snort it. They're that hardcore blue pill, just for metaphor's sake, right? And hyperbole, because I like those things.
Why would they snort it? Is that a way to do? Is that a way to do drugs or something? Putting it in your nose?
Yeah, people that are really into drugs, it always winds up going in the butt or in the nose. This is just.
Why would you do that? That's a weird way to take stuff. I'm just fucking around, dude. Go ahead.
Blood. It's all about the blood. It's all about the blood.
Well,
blood
that's
vessels.
true. Blood is spiritual currency. That's why it's such a big deal to the Satanists and Luciferians.
Yeah. And sodomites.
I don't want to talk about stuff like that. There's a line. And at least while I'm in the live stream, while I'm here, I'm going to see how on topic we can stay.
Yeah. NG. Family friendly and that stuff.
No. It doesn't have to be G. God damn it. What I mean is there are topics that no one should be really talking about in public or recording on YouTube. Especially though, my main point is this is just a flat earth server channel, right? This server alone has tens of different rooms where you can go and talk about whatever you want. This is the only one that's broadcast live and recorded, so that's the only reason. But other than that, man, yeah, you can say the word poop and shit and fuck if you want. You can say those words.
For unlawful carnal knowledge.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Anyway, there are thousands upon thousands of people on this server, and as well as those that frequent the YouTube channel that remain in their deception, in believing and trusting their authoritarian dictators, and it's confusing to me.
Yeah, bro, you sound like Dr. Mario. I want you to pass out the red pills. If I had any more, I'd give them to you. The Tuskegee experiment is a really good one, right? Because a lot of people are woke on that race stuff, right? And then you want them to be woke on the medical stuff too. Just connect the dots with the Tuskegee experiment and then be like, why would you trust these people?
That's a good point, man. This is really good icebreaker material.
Yeah.
Am I late to the party on that one? Was I the last one to think that? This is phenomenal stuff, right? Pick any one of them. Know what kind of Karen you're talking to, and pick one of these that is suitable for the interaction.
Tailor your rhetoric towards your audience.
That was the point I was trying to make.
That's awesome. Well, now that I finally understand it, yeah, I'm going to do that. That's so funny, though, guys. We talk about bendy space-time and bendy water and bendy gravity. That guy's name is Force. Is his name Dr. Bender Forces? What is that really his name?
No, Dr. Bender is his name, not Forces is.
Oh, he forces ECT on children. Now I get it.
Yeah.
The way that looks, the way it reads, bruh. That's a funny one. Anyway,
You kept saying Bendy. I started thinking about Bendy Irving, which is Steve Irwin. Irwin. Fuck it, I don't know. It's one of those names.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, dude.
For those that don't know,
Crocodile, dude.
Irwin. It's
Australia.
Steve
Crocodile
Irwin.
Hunter.
Steve
Irwin. Yeah, that's it. Bendy Irwin.
For those that don't know, I'm oftentimes stating the obvious, but I do so anyway. It's a fallacy of misplaced concreteness, also known as the reification fallacy. Is Einstein's little theory of relativity and all that bending of space and time. It is that fallacy on its face.
You know, we get so much of that fallacy here. I haven't heard anybody actually directly address it anymore because it just happens so often. You'd be filling the air with a large percentage of just saying, well, no, but that's a reification. Yeah, and see, that's an appeal to you're doing circular it's reification. You know what I mean? Like, might as well just let them say all of it and then, chop it off at the very end.
Maybe we should get the guy that's got the score to get all the fallacies from Spock. You might want to reformulate your argument.
Hank, I think you should invest in a better connection.
It's not always one's personal internet connection that's to blame. It can be other factors.
Are you standing still, Hank, or are you moving around? Are you driving? What's going on?
I'm standing still, but my phone is way over there where it gets good reception.
All right,
So is it better now?
It's Bluetooth,
Is it better now?
I don't know.
How about
we'll
now?
see.
Can you hear
We'll
me
see.
now?
No, you're coming in fine now.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Bluetooth.
I'll tell
After
you what, I'll just bring my phone.
It's all good, man.
Whatever you got to do, man, fix it now. No, I'm just kidding, brother. That's a hard one to fix if it starts attacking you, the robots. See, here's what's going on. The demons, the weasels listening, they know Hank is one of our secret weapons. And anytime he's here, you cannot escape the truth and how he puts it. So, yeah, so they're gonna, mess with this connection. And I have no direct proof of this, but I want to believe it, so I'm gonna talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. So there, two witnesses.
So there, yeah. So there, that's my proof.
We are totally the Swiss Army knife of the internet, though. That's for sure.
What do you mean by that?
Because think about the way each personality is here and the different perspectives that we each have on pretty much the same topics.
I always wanted to be just the regular smooth knife.
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot of room for improvement for all of us. Yeah, but we all each have inherent skills of conversation. So that's what I mean.
You definitely don't want to be the toothpick in a Swiss Army.
Well, I don't know, bro. Listen, sometimes a toothpick is the tool of choice.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. could poke out someone's eye with a toothpick, man.
Yeah, what did Tom Hanks use? Didn't he use like a rock and a ice skate?
An ice skate.
Yes.
Of all things. That scene is so real because of the way they play it. A lot of slow-mo and a lot of really loud, like, crunching sounds and shit. Ugh.
Let the good times roll.
Let the good times roll.
Yeah, you know what never seems to happen in those movies? Just a little insertion here. What never seems to happen is those people in those situations never seem to get an infection and die.
I know. Only, well, with the
It's just a
exceptions of
movie.
when one character in a particular show does have to die, then they can use it.
Wouldn't be a movie unless there were a little bit of bullshit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you got to do what you got to do to keep the story going, but
Yeah, I think that's called a continuity error.
uh,
I don't know.
Dude, I could work in Hollywood and
No,
like
that's not what it is.
spot that shit. Yeah, I spot that shit in movies all the time. I can't even enjoy movies because when I'm watching them, I'm like, wait a minute, wasn't the glass broken just a minute ago?
I know.
and that is a continuity error.
Wouldn't Castaway have been
I
much
love
more
that stuff.
entertaining if the second half of it just had Wilson as the star?
Didn't that person have the sunglasses on their hat the scene before? What happened to the sunglasses?
Exactly. It's like we give you fucking losers millions of dollars to entertain us. You can't even get the little shit right. It's pathetic.
That's why I like video games. Way better than movies.
Yeah. That Coriolis effect in that one
Why is
Modern
it?
Warfare 4 on that one mission. It's not in any other video game. Any other war video game, any other sniper situation, you don't account for Coriolis. Wouldn't you
Which
want
one
to
is
put
it?
that? Listen, wouldn't you want to put that in a video game, hoping to represent world wars, modern wars? Are we not using snipers? Coriolis. Gibberish word. It happens, but it's not happening to the earth.
Well, there it is in that bowl right there.
Yeah, why is there only room for 50 people in the live stream voice text? What's that about?
I didn't do it.
Means we open up another stream.
We just moved to another one. It used to be 99, I think.
Yeah, why is it only 50 right now?
Because when it gets too full, it's untenable. So we moved to the second live stream if it ever gets too low.
Chaos ensues.
Oh shit!
How many people could fit in a room, Sonny?
I think it used to be 99, but didn't you
with
say
I like seeing
Trail, it's only 50 now?
people, and it only changed just a second ago. Like it's always been
Wow.
99, dude.
Yeah, it's looking like 50 right
I
now.
literally just watched it change. Wow.
It was your system updating it. It's been 50 for the last half hour, at least.
Yeah, for the last half hour. That's what I'm saying. For the last half hour, I was like,
Gotcha.
I knew
they
it just
change it
happened today.
up and down. It's actually been even lower. It's been in the 30s as well. They change it around to moderate.
It just depends on how Discord feels that day.
Well, I mean, ladies' night is pushing 70 people, so like,
good.
Yeah, they probably just boosted up. That's probably Helio doing it. I don't know,
Yeah,
or some
hopefully it gets
Indio
brought up.
maybe.
Somebody needs to pull that Helio guy aside.
Almost had a fist fight on the internet. I apologize. I apologize to Helio if you're listening.
I'm just fucking.
No, that actually comes from CJ. So we could probably split up who we have and do 2 live streams. That's how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah. No, I hear that. It's just for ladies' night.
yeah.
It pushes like 60, 70 people.
We've only got 33 in here right now, so
Right,
we should
right.
still be good, right?
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Hey.
I was just saying, I noticed it. I noticed it change.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gotcha.
It's going live in Dogtown in 30 minutes.
Hell yeah.
I remember the first night I found out that it was 2 streams. I was in the lower stream, and I was like babysitting a drunk guy for like half an hour. And then I realized there was another stream, and the other stream had like some doctor guy up there, and he was talking, and I was like really interested in what he was saying, because the drunk guy had nothing to offer me.
Hey,
And I'm not
that's
going
no
to
way
say
to
any
talk
names.
about a friend, Hank. That's no way to talk about a friend.
Right, that guy was probably me.
Well,
Yeah,
he was
you should-
belligerent, and he had nothing to offer
It's a
me.
joke. It's a
Oh,
joke.
okay.
You should have helped him home.
I think he was on. He was belligerent. And then I go up there, and there's like some doctor talking. It's like, I'll just stay on mute. I'll just listen.
I feel bad for anybody that thinks they're living on a ball.
Yeah.
So you feel bad for my girlfriend then?
So sad.
Anybody, I feel
Yeah,
bad for
yeah,
anybody.
we do. We feel
Yeah.
bad for your girlfriend. Yeah.
We feel bad for your girlfriend, but not for that.
She doesn't think she's living on a ball. She thinks she's living on my balls.
Oh.
That's got to get pretty annoying.
I think I heard her in the background.
Say something. Say hi, babe.
Hi.
I got her in the back pocket for when I need her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sure.
She's a good girl though. She loves Flat Nasty.
That's good.
Okay.
Hey, the Flat Nasty man. He's an important dude.
That's straight up Flat Nasty.
You know what I mean?
It's
I've had the cops come here looking for him before, and I'm like, dude, he doesn't live here. You guys, skedaddle, skirt, skirt.
Kick rocks, Kappa.
Straight up, right? Yeah.
We'll play with your bouncy balls.
Why don't you go to the edge? Go to the edge.
Let me blow to the head.
Ow.
Well, good. Do we have any Glovers here?
Do we have any Glovers?
Danny Glover. Danny Glover. That's bad.
I heard that, but I wasn't going to correct you.
Yeah, whatever. It was a V. I'll own up to it.
Glover.
He should change his name to Danny
wait a second.
Glover.
Annie Globers.
He's been watching all those Lethal Weapon movies.
All right, everybody go watch Wissit for a little bit.
Is he on right now?
Yeah. 30
All right.
minutes, so.
Oh, he's on in 30?
22 minutes.
22 minutes. Coming up next. Witsit gets it.
Up next on Ow My Balls, Flat Earthers take on the Globers, and guess whose balls are getting smashed?
Yeah. Jenny, how's that coffee, girl?
I'll give you a hint. It's not Jenny.
Your balls.
Wait a
I'm
second.
listening to y'all. I'm
Let her
listening
answer.
to you.
How's your coffee? How's your coffee, Jenny?
Lovely. I absolutely love making my own caramel sauce.
I wish I
And
could just.
Yeah. I wish I could make
I,
one.
I wish I could come by and join you in that. I feel like diving in that mocha.
Dude. Oh.
It's called caramel sauce.
But anyway, so I was listening, y'all, being yourselves and everything, appreciating the conversation, and I was playing Pokemon Go.
Oh boy.
I was battling my Pokemon.
Did you catch them all or what?
Well, I've been playing since like a month or two after it started, like 5 years ago. A casual player, mind you. There's people that really geek out about it. It's interesting.
Don't you have to run around when you play that?
Hmm?
Don't you have to move around to play that?
Yeah, but because of the pandemic, they changed like the requirements to be in the Go Battle League. And so you don't have to walk to do it, and even if you did, there's an app called DFit takes care of that.
Spoof your GPS.
Wow.
No, it's not spoofing. It's not spoofing. Totally different. What it does is it just makes it seem like you're walking in the game. That's all.
How did I get here?
So it hatches your eggs. It hatches your eggs for you, and So that's kind of cool. But yeah, I
Does it
still
provide
go
some
to
Pokemon feed?
Pokestops. Hmm?
Does it automatically dispense like a bucket of Pokemon feed to attract all the
Oh, there's
Pokemon to you?
incense. I don't know. I never played the main series game, so it's like I wish I would be more of a Pokemon geek. But it's been interesting, and the reason why I like it a lot is because it's way different from the original video game Atari. Well, actually, there's Commodore 64, and there might before that there was Pong. So it's like fascinating to see the progression of like gaming technology and the way it works. So
I
that's
think
kind of why I still
Pokemon.
play it.
I think Pokemon might eat Bitcoin. Maybe you just sprinkle some Bitcoin out there. That might help you catch them all.
Sprinkle. Yeah, I do. I do spend some money for in-game. Even when I like used to play Farmville. Oh man, that was like the best ever. Playing it on Facebook, and I actually found a online group, and we'd all stay up and wait for the update, and we'd circumvent normal gameplay and all that kind of fun stuff. And yeah. But yeah, Pokemon Go is really meant to be played by people in cities, and I live in a little town.
Do you know why they banned it in Russia?
People get getting hit by
Um,
cars.
Really? I'm not surprised.
Because
No, well, I mean,
based
people
in
do,
Russia.
but that's not why they banned it in Russia. They banned it
What?
in Russia because Putin found out that it's directly linked to a digital mapping program controlled by the CIA.
Oh, I'm not surprised. It's actually based off another. Well, along the lines of what you're saying. The company Niantic had another game. I'm trying to think of what the name of it was. And it uses the same map, Ingress. And so, usually, Pokestops are going to be at like churches and in like business sectors of an area type of thing. You're not going to see a private residence with a Pokestop in front of it. You're just not. Unfortunately, that would be amazing. But so yeah, and actually, so there's a lot of what some would classify as nefarious things with Pokemon and their affiliations and such. I mean, the Pokemon game is a very old game, actually, and its predecessor was Magic the Gathering, I do believe, a card game, like in D&D days, like when people started playing that. That
I
was
used
my
to play that.
understanding. Yeah.
I used to play the crap out of that game.
The 11-sided die.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
ever use the die. We didn't play by like. I actually went to one dude's house one time and they made us play by like the rules, and the game wasn't as fun. Like we had like our own set of rules, so yeah,
Aren't you
it was
supposed to do
fun.
that?
No, I think if you're playing in a tournament, like you can't.
Oh, okay.
You got to play by tournament rules. But
Well,
we never
aren't
did
what isn't
tournaments. We
what?
just played for fun.
Yeah, isn't what you're referring to? It would be referred to as house rules.
Yeah, we had house rules,
Mm-hmm.
like our own set of rules, and it was basically about the fun of the game. And
Mm-hmm.
like me, what I would do is I would have a green and fire deck, so I would like grow fast and put out like a bunch of 1/1 creatures, and then like as my cards developed, the game further developed in the game, like I would start casting spells on people and just burning the crap out of the person while blocking everything with my 1/1 little tree elves and imps and stuff like that.
Nice.
So it was like quick grow, scorched earth type.
Yeah, I still play that.
But
Who said that?
Drace.
Yeah, I used to play the crap out of the game, man. I loved it.
it's interesting to see the modifications that they had kind of seemingly ready to go to to modify for the pandemic thing, social distancing. So it was quite it was quite, I'd have to say it was probably a distraction for some people.
Yeah, just for everybody out there, it's not Pharmakia the Gathering. It's a game. It's a card game and it's kind of like a real-time strategy game on a computer where you build up your army, right? So, but there's no like computer involved. It's just cards. So you get like land, and then you play the land, and it allows you to purchase like a wall or like a badass bear or some sort of flying attack animal that can go over walls and not get blocked by ground opponents. Anyways, it's a fun game.
Yeah, there's a big difference between role playing and actual sorcery. No sarcasm.
Yeah, just for all the people
yeah.
out there who are like, Hank plays Magic. What is Magic? You know, it's just a card game, real time strategy type. And I love the
So tell
strategy
us more
games.
about tell us more about the actual sorcery.
Yeah.
Well, if you had like 5 land, you could get like a fireball spell and hit your opponent for 5 points. And from when he goes from 20 points to 0, you win the game.
Well, that's why I stopped playing video games, dude, because they started putting real life like mixed in with it, and it was like they were mocking us on every account. Like it was like they were telling us what they were doing in real time with the video games they were dropping and like the downloadable content and shit. It was It's just disgusting what they're doing to us, dude. And they're pushing it on video games and movies that they drop at certain times. These people are liars. So I stopped playing video games altogether. Once I realized that, I was sickened by it.
Yeah, Titanfall 2 is not one of those games. I mean, there's a lot of space imagery in there, like you come out of space, the Titan falls from space, but I just dodged a hijack. You know what I mean? It's a Titan game, Mech Warrior suit game. It's fun. Somebody got a balloon? What was that?
It's just the sound I make sometimes.
Man, I want to go shoot some targets. I got a bunch of bullets. I want to go
Not
shoot.
yet. The vaccines aren't mandatory. I mean, what?
Not yet.
20001. Good zip code.
Oh yeah, where's that at?
I guess I wonder if that is
Alaska.
Can I have some plausible deniability on what I just said?
Probably not.
Let's see.
I can though, because I don't know where it's at.
That would be well, you know what? I thought that might be the south or is that northeast? No, northwest. I'll have to double check. I believe it's the northwest quadrant of a special place that used to be known as Babylon here in America.
Yeah. There's a city, right? Babylon, like Georgia or something.
No.
I'm right.
Magnetic West.
DC.
Yeah, I figured that's what it was.
Well, yeah, DC. It starts with 2. Yeah.
Yeah, 20001 is northwest DC. I was right on that. I used to live in 20002, which is northwest is that. 20002 is northeast, which is where I used to live for 1 year. I lived in
You
that
lived in Babylon?
dark city.
Wow.
Look at what I found in the voice text.
I'll stop there.
You don't have to stop there, man.
Well,
go if you want.
Babylon.
But Babylon,
Yeah.
Illinois.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try and find the resource that indicates there would. I'm pretty sure DC.
I think all of America is not what we've been told. I think it was actually something quite different. For instance, Memphis is on the Euphrates. It has 7 branches.
Dude, if you really want to know more about that, I got a YouTube channel for you. The first time I heard that
Drop it.
that the Mississippi was the Nile, I was laughing my ass off. I was like,
Not
that
the
dude is
Nile.
protest. It was a BLM protester. He was like, the Mississippi's the Nile. I was like, what? What's he talking about? The Mississippi's the Nile? Since when?
Wow.
So, anyway, now that I've seen a few other things, I'm like, huh, that's interesting.
Yeah, put a link. Can you drop a link in the voice text?
Yeah, I'll find it. So this dude, this is a highly educational YouTube channel if you like history, right? Because the BS that they teach in school, obviously they're brainwashing you. 13 years of Black History Month. But this dude is legit. Like this dude, he reads like personal journeys, journals of people that were here in like the 15, 16, 1700s.
Yeah. I think they came over first and decimated what was left of the ancient civilization, and then people started coming over. Well,
Greta Thunberg lashes out in an epic rant. Oh, I'm about to watch that later. I hate that little bitch. Let's see.
Do you guys know anything about Tom McDonald?
Heard the
singer?
name. I've
What
forgotten.
you were just saying about getting like a month to dedicate or whatever, right? Is that what you guys were talking about? It made me think of this line. He said, "We only dedicate one day to remember our fallen soldiers, you know, the men and women who gave their lives. But if you come out the closet as Caitlyn Jenner, you're a hero and you get a whole Pride Month."
Yeah, I'm with Barricade Garage on the Tom McDonald thing. I agree that he's a pretty moist guy.
He's moist?
He's moist?
What?
Yeah, Hangover Gang is great, dude.
I never heard that connotation before.
No. I'm sorry. How can
Stop.
someone be moist?
Hold the phone.
Stop.
Does nobody else here binge watch every single Barricade Garage video like I do?
No idea what that is.
No.
Oh, you guys are missing out.
I'm
I think they're just hating on Tom McDonald because he in that song Brainwashed.
I'm
Go ahead,
self-isolating.
Barricade Garage is probably one of the most based persons to ever stream on YouTube.
He
I
said
can't-
the Earth could be flat. Tom McDonald said flat Earth is cool, so I'm trying to get him to.
Since when? He made a whole video making fun of flat Earth.
He needs to come talk to us.
Yeah, he needs to come talk to us.
He needs
No,
to.
he said
He
flat
needs
Earth
to
is cool.
hear Crack Villain and Battle Mod.
Tom McDonald made a whole video stating that
Put on the show, get out the flow, don't you know?
that flat Earth was a deception.
No, he likes flat Earth. He said that it's cool. He said that the conspiracies are dope and like flat Earth is awesome. He just needs to take the time to actually look at it. He just thinks it's a conspiracy. He doesn't see it yet. He needs to take the time to research it. Like he said, when he researches certain things, he makes songs about them. Like, so I'm just trying to get him to recognize it. It's hard, dude.
Yeah. He's also Canadian, dude. Although
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
there's a lot of really lackluster results from Canada. That's what that has to do with something.
Maple syrup.
Yeah.
So
I'm
on
not
the
from
contrary,
Canada.
though, what's her face on YouTube? She does a pretty
That
decent
doesn't
job.
narrow it down. It does not narrow it down.
It's literally the name of her YouTube channel is What's Her Face.
Whoa. It does narrow it down.
Yeah.
Who wants?
She does an excellent job. She's Canadian and probably the only female that's ever made me laugh. Because I don't find she doesn't do stand up though. You know, I don't think that there's really such a thing as a female stand-up
Oh
comedian.
man,
But
I laugh my ass off at females sometimes. You know how they're walking and you think they got like high heels on and they do that thing where they're like tripping over nothing? Sorry.
no.
You ain't never seen a woman trip over nothing? Like she's wearing
No.
high heels and she didn't walk over like a crack or nothing. It's like perfect rubber mat. She's like tripping over.
She probably saw a pattern in the tile or something.
Was this like a meta joke? Like you going meta?
There's two layers to the joke. One is women trip over their high heels, so they're tripping over nothing, and the other one is like, you didn't take out the trash. Oh my god!
Gotcha.
I'm gonna hit you with this heel, I guess.
Right.
Anyway,
right.
Something
there's-
like that.
There's the links to both of those channels. I do very highly recommend both of them, but they're a little niche. Barricade Garage more so. But yeah.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out when she tries to throw that shoe that she tripped over nothing in.
I got a YouTube video here where Dr. Grouchy says that a gain of junction research are worth it. Is a junction the right word? You probably figure out what I said. But yeah, who wants that? I can't post it in the main.
Wait a minute. Could you say that again?
Dr. Grouchy says a gain of junction research is worth it. This is from 2012.
A gain of junction.
Come on, bro. Conjunction
please.
function.
Oh, God, I got you. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hank sent to Solar.
Oh, okay. Solar, you want it?
Yes, please.
No problem. Come right up.
Thank you, sir.
Where are you?
Well, I managed to kill my solar. I managed to kill my mango tree, so I'm gonna have to start over with something else. Yeah.
There it is.
I don't know what
so
happened.
the droopy leaves was a sign of difficulty.
Started drying out, so I don't know if it might have got scorched, like when we had a couple hot days. It might, like you were saying, it could have been too close to the window because the rest of the year earlier for several months was no direct
Hey,
sun.
Sonny.
It was only, yeah,
Hey,
never mind.
Hey,
Yeah.
have you tried watering that plant?
My problem is you have to not water too much when you have a potted plant. It's more
I know
about
that.
yeah. So yes.
Are there holes in the bottom of the pot?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I want to get that root rot now.
Something happened.
You guys
Oh,
make
it'll
a
happen
really
for you
good
next year.
analogy. Like, based on the way I teach is all wrong. It's like somebody said yesterday, I'm showing them the blade of grass. Like, this is what you'll be. You need to grow right now, like from this little seed. I'm like, this
Yeah,
is the
how are you gonna force that? How are you gonna force that? You can't force that seed to grow.
I'm just flooding the fucking pot. No holes in the pot. Just fill it with water underwater.
Darn you, little seed! I'm gonna step on you and crush you to nothing if you don't grow.
Yeah, analogies and parables are like really funny things that you can do. Tell a quick little story to take a very complex topic and boil it down to something digestible that, you know, a baby could drink the milk. So yeah, I like Jesus's teaching method. And the people that, you know, don't have eyes to see and ears to hear, they can't perceive it, so it goes right over their head. They're like, "What are you talking about? Talking about seeds and watermelons?" Like, no, bro, of course that's not what I'm talking about.
Jesus planted that woke seed, dog. You feel me?
I was just gonna say I appreciate you, Hank.
Appreciate you too, man. I learned a lot of shit from you, bro. You're what world, aren't you?
I'm what?
Well, who are you? You're not what world? You sound like him. Who are you?
I'm just who I am.
Gospel Bear. That's Gospel Bear, Hank.
Yeah.
Okay, you sound like what World D?
Oh, that guy. No, that guy's pretty cool too, but no. I'm the guy that comes and goes from time to time, get
Gospel
busy.
Bear. Yeah, I've spoken with you before.
Yes. Over the past, 2.5 years or however long it's been.
Yeah, I've seen you around.
Yeah, I'm terrible with names. So you can take it personal if you want to, but that part of my brain, it's literally retarded.
No,
That's why earlier I was like Bendy, Irwin, couldn't
I have
remember.
I have a pending friend request with Rakia. Since like
Wow.
18 months. Or maybe
That's funny.
I do
maybe
that too. I bet I got
maybe
some. Let me
20
go
months.
check.
Whatever happened to that dude?
I've got this list of Rakia Life is on my list of pending. He's just been sitting there he's online right now too. He's never accepted fraud. He never accepted. I'm thinking that both of those guys literally just completely ignore that section of Discord, the friend request page. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm trying to figure out how to get there.
California just sent me a friend request. Is he listening or something? Yeah, he's here.
Probably, yeah.
What's up, California? Is this a new name for you? Because we've been. Well, is a new profile?
This is a new account, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. It's like there's no way that we weren't already on the friends.
That was the weirdest thing that just happened. I had all of a sudden some loud background music playing. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that might have been Witsit's channel. Never mind.
So should I record?
Hey, that was a good plug, though. Let's do it.
Should I record my street teaching, or should I just keep it like personal?
Record everything.
Really?
Yeah, it's a form of
Yeah.
security, actually. These days.
Yeah, it is.
And if you don't have to have 1,000 subscribers on YouTube to live stream. You just need Streamlabs on your cell phone, and you can stream to your channel. You don't even, have to have anything except an account, basically.
Is that an app?
Streamlabs. Yeah, so you can use Streamlabs, and you can live stream from your cell phone. You can even unlist all the videos so that they're less likely to get deleted. And you just do it for security and have a couple of family members that have access to the channel, and that way you've got a police cam at all times.
Well, I'm just saying the way I explained it was, I freak out at people when I explain shit. So if I had the camera, they'd be like, "Oh, you're just yelling for the camera, fuck you or whatever." So I just like it when people take me seriously. There's no jokes, there's no hidden cameras. Bro, come on, man.
Well, I'm talking about backup. If somebody makes accusations, then you have evidence to the contrary, proof, as opposed to just one man's word against another.
I'm just saying, when I walk up to somebody, I have to tell them, hey, I'm recording this for my YouTube channel. Can we have a conversation? Instead of just, yo, I have this information that I need to tell you. It has to be for a movie. You can't just act like it's not there. The camera's always going to be there. So it's hey, I have this movie that I can. You know what I mean? It's completely different than
a phone sticking out of your shirt pocket doesn't have to be known to be recording. But I hear you. Whatever you want to do.
I have a video of me talking to somebody. I did it already, but I mean the sounds of things. I need to do it some more because I try explaining that I talk to everybody about it, but it just doesn't seem to mean anything. I should be recording. But that's what I'm saying. With your opinion, me freaking out at people, should I record it or will it come off as disingenuous? I don't even want to chance it, dude, because I haven't gotten beat up yet. But I think a camera will get me beat up, I think.
I don't know why somebody would want to engage in behavior that's being recorded that would, be proof that
So
they did a thing.
you need a cameraman, because then there's two of you,
There
and
you
it'll
go.
also
Yeah.
keep your behavior in check, because then you're recording, so you won't go into those crazy rants when you know that nothing is being recorded. And at the same
Accountability.
time, I think you'll get a better response from the participant, because if they know that there's a recording, like the other guy said, they're going to be watching their behavior too.
Yeah, good call.
And it just makes you look more legit. Someone's following you, recording you,
Yeah, you're right. That would look pretty legit.
So when we go shove our camera in their face and we're recording ourselves, recording them.
I posted in the live stream voice text the video I did 4 years ago. That's when I was in Florida before I came home to Jersey.
You could also get a third guy to have a microphone on a pole. That would make it
ridiculous.
extra.
Like a whole interview, couple seats, fold out seats out of a backpack.
Yeah.
Nah, people. Could you fucking imagine, dude? No, thank you. I mean, I do set up like a little spot. Like I post up in the park and kind of talk to people as they walk by. Like me and my wife do that. We need bumper stickers on everybody's car. I'm just saying, if recording my conversations will help, then I'll do it. But like, if you think it'll hurt it, just let me know.
I mean, it should be beneficial, at least for you, to record it so you can review it and then use that as a basis to improve anything that you see at fault. So even if you don't show it, it could still be helpful for you.
Self-improvement.
Yeah, chemtrail, that's how it's done. Boy.
Man, it's making me sick thinking about it. Like I'm getting like sick to my stomach. Like I feel nauseous. Like I'm at a park right now. Like I'm about to skate, and it's like, oh, like I can see it coming. Like I want to.
You want to tell everybody about it.
I want to record it, but it's like.
Well, feel it out, man. Just feel it out. See what it feels like.
Every other day, I just walk out there. Yo, Earth is flat. Like it's just my normal day. You wake up in the morning, Earth is flat. You go to work, you feed your family. It's just a normal day. But like, I remember when I recorded that video that I posted. It's like, this is my movie. I started a YouTube channel. Like I just have a couple questions. Like it's like an interview more than like a conversation. You know what I mean? Like it's hard for me, dude. It takes a lot because I like to do shit right. So I just have this weird, sneaky suspicion that people are going to get very angry at the camera, and the video is going to be more about the camera, and they're not even going to be able to hear what the fuck I'm saying.
You need to get them Witsit glasses, bro. Get the camera on the glasses. No one can tell.
It's a good icebreaker question for you. Good icebreaker question. What would you do if you found out that Earth is into a ball?
Well, I mean, you can see with that video, I used somebody's question in the comments. Somebody was like, "Oh, you should ask them if they were, what I said, if they were raised as a young child and never taught the ball, would you believe that? Like, would you come to an understanding that you're spinning and moving, or would you use your own senses?" And I thought that was a pretty good question. Like, you were told gravity is it. You never ask any more questions. And he knew exactly what I was talking about. He said, "I see your point."
Yeah, you addressed somebody that was on the higher level of intelligence.
I think you should, try to like ask people, like, "Hey, man, I just want to ask you a few questions. I'm out here, doing a little bit of journalism, and I just want to see if I could ask you a few questions." And if they say no, then say, "Okay, what if I put the camera down?" Right, and then ask them questions without the camera.
Yeah, that's a pretty good.
Or what if I put the camera in my pocket and we just record the audio? No one has to know who you are. So give them options.
Well, I mean, you can see I had the camera on myself in the video, so I feel like I didn't make them feel weird with the one recorded. You could tell that I was kind of uncomfortable recording.
Hey, yeah, man, but you did great, and it takes balls to do it. Even just pointing the camera at yourself, So take note, folks. That's
Well, that's why I recorded it one time.
Go out
Like,
and do
that's
the
what I
same thing
do.
now.
Like, that's what I do every day, and it's just like I feel like I am wasting some footage, but at the same time, I feel like I would have lost some souls. At the same time, I feel like no camera is, at the end of the day, more genuine than the camera. Like, bottom
Exactly.
line. So it
And
like
that's the
hurts
thing.
my heart. Like I said, it's making me feel like nauseous. Like I don't want to go. I don't want to take the camera out. Like, you know what I mean? It's like
Then
fuck.
don't. Then don't.
So I just keep teaching everybody I walk past. I still just talk to.
That's good. Just do it like that. Organic. You're natural. Don't do something that makes you nervous. You're just trying to tell people the truth, man. It should be the most comfortable thing that we're doing, right? Telling someone the truth.
I've got the same dilemma. So the vast majority of the last few months since I've bought this GoPro, I've been walking around talking to people about the Earth being flat with it sometimes. The vast majority, like, definitely, well, just, a good handful of instances here and there, but definitely the top 6 or 7 or 8 times when, I wish I had the camera rolling, or at least at a moment I thought I wish I had the camera rolling. I didn't. But, like you're stating, you kind of think back to it and you think, oh, wait, no, that's a good thing I didn't have it rolling, because if I did, then that person would be like, oh, no, I didn't want that reaction caught on camera. And you would have lost them in the discussion. They would have just been angry at you from there on out instead of having a civil discussion with you. Yeah, I've even had a couple times recently where I'll just, I have the chest mount with the GoPro, and I'll just turn it. You can turn it upside down and show them the screen is blank. A lot of people know that the screen's blank. It means it's not recording. How the GoPro operates.
It's just another question you have to answer too. Like, instead of the questions being about what they're supposed to be, it's like, oh, why are you recording and stuff like that. It's got to be for a reason or something. Anything else to add to the fucking struggle of what we're already dealing with. Because like I said, I freak out at people, dude. And like, I don't want them to think like, oh, you're just freaking out for the video. Because like, man, it's crazy, bro. It's a crazy world. And like, you guys explain it perfectly. These people are like brain dead to the fullest extent. Like, what are you doing out there trying to do this? So it's like having that camera is like scary to me. It's a scary feeling to me because like I am willing to like get a little loud and defend this shit because like I'm not afraid and I want them to understand.
Well, hey, you should try doing what I do. Like a lot of the times when I take the camera out, about half the time or so, I just simply ask someone or a group of people if I can record them and ask them 3 questions about stuff we were taught in school about the universe, the nature of reality. And a lot of times people say yes, and you can just go through the 3 points with them. As you ask each question, try to remember, point out to them if you can that it's just a belief. They might believe that they're on a sphere. They might believe that it's rotating. They might believe that there's a powerful vacuum above their head somewhere. Even though there's no reason to think that such a thing exists. And so, you can just go through the 3 points with them and get it on camera and then just, I don't know, stick it on YouTube or Vimeo or whatever. I went over to Vimeo, works pretty well.
I mean, I should even be making videos for myself, like trying to just grow a channel. But I don't do that either. Like I don't know. I guess like my music isn't for YouTube. It's just like I try to wake people up. I just want it to be heard and woken up. Like I'm not looking for a community. Like this here just feels like a sanctuary. This is like home. This isn't like I don't have any social media or anything. So why would I record? Like I don't know, I lost that drive. I'm just out trying to help everybody in the real world. I should record it because my friend's coming here. I'm gonna record one, dude. I think I think I am gonna record one today. I'm gonna do what you guys said and have like a cameraman and just explain it like he's not even there.
Have you tried going through the 3 points with people?
No, I don't.
when you
I
do
don't
that?
do that. I have a pamphlet. I have like a laminated booklet that I explain it when it gets serious. I have like a booklet that I give, but I usually have business cards that I hand people that just have flatearth101.com. I just tell them there's information on the back of this if you go to that website. So take what I'm telling you and run with it.
You should definitely do that, but I would very strongly suggest that you just hold those papers to your chest and on camera go through the 3 points without saying the words flat earth, because you can do that very easily. You just ask them if they know of anyone directly measuring the earth. Ask them if they know of anyone directly measuring or somehow proving that it's rotating and such. You just go through the 3 points with them. And you can ask them for evidence for the 3 main claims of the heliocentric model, and you can go through it without ever saying the words flat earth, and just ask them, like, hey, can I record you and ask you 3 questions? And then be like, all right, about what? And like stuff we were taught in school. Like, all right, stuff we were taught in school can't be that bad. Like, all right, just record them, and then you can just hand them the flyers or whatever you got with you, pamphlets or whatever. Just hand them that afterwards, and just like, and then record them as you say to them, well, I think the earth is flat. I know the earth is flat and stationary, and I'm looking for evidence to the contrary, but I can't find it. So it's flat and stationary. And, just, and then just, ask them, hey, what's your opinion? Would you say it's, just from that point onward, just plainly ask them, what do you say from here on out? Do you say it's flat and stationary, or do you say it's a sphere and it's rotating and the vacuum of space is above our head? Just ask them that. And a lot of people, if you go through analyzing the evidence or the lack thereof with the 3 points, and you get them stuck in that mind frame where they're focused on the evidence and not feelings or other bullshit, you know, and then you present to them your statement of the Earth is flat, the Earth is stationary. I say the Earth is flat. I say the Earth is stationary, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. What do you say? You know, and then at that point in time in the conversation, you know, things are just a little more clear in their heads, in my opinion.
100% right. As soon as Mickey came up with those 3 points, dude, it revolutionized it. I can't even believe we should all be doing that. We should all be doing that. Somebody sent me a message today and I didn't know what to say. They asked me, what's your end goal? Like, what if people did realize it? Why does it matter? And it's like, I never got asked that question so bluntly. Like, what do you say to that? Like, what do you say to that?
People make
What's the next
decisions
step?
based
Like,
on their worldview. If you can
what's the
change
next
someone's
step, though?
if you can change someone's paradigm from a godless Big Bang, right, to a, you know, you might have to be judged for your actions one day, people might change the way they act. Because if you think you're an animal, you might act like an animal.
And that's what people don't understand. Is like, oh, so what? That's what I said as soon as you wake up in the morning, the earth's flat, you go to work, you feed your family, and like nothing changes except for you're a better person. You sleep better at night. You still do the things, you still have to do stuff. It's just you're a better person now. You're not being lied to. I still have to wake up in the morning and feed my family. Yeah, but you wake up in the morning, the earth's flat, and then you feed your family. It's like you're here on earth and it's flat, dude. That's it. I don't know what to say to those people. Why does it matter? Man, I tell them that they kick you out of the church. You Google image biblical cosmology and you ask the church about this, they kick you out. They tell you Earth is a ball. So it's not about the shape of the Earth, it's about the lie. I don't want you to be lied to anymore. You wake up in the morning, the Earth's flat, and then you go feed your family. Shit. But like, what's the next step? That's what I don't know what to tell them. What's the next step, dude? Like, what do we do here from here? What do we do? Rebuild a fucking government? What are we gonna do here? Like, this is like worst case scenario. Like, red alert, red alert. What's the next step?
Repopulate the world with wisdom and people who are educated enough to make the right decision.
What'd you guys do? Shut it down? What I missed?
No, we're still here, bro. Keep it going full steam.
Well, we're going to have to figure out then who was right this whole time. Because everybody's going to be wrong except for one group, since there's only one truth, since you've now woken up to logic. Not multiple contradictory things can be true. So who's been right throughout history? Well, that's called the Bible. And right now in Revelation, it tells you what's going to happen. And that's happening right now. It's already been patented. It's called BAD, body activity data. You're going to monitor your mind in order to use currency certain ways. So it's not the V word, but they're getting ready to start maybe in the next 2 years, 3, I don't know, but it's patented now. So that's where we're at. So how did the Bible know that? So there's only one truth.
Hey, XO, how was that storm?
Oh man, you know about that? About 4 days ago?
Yeah, because it hit here first, so it was an absolute downpour.
Yeah, I had sideways rain for about 10 minutes.
Mm.
And it was awesome. Yeah, I was dancing because there was lightning. So I like to go outside when there's lightning because then I develop more faith in God that way. So it was beautiful, man. We don't see them often, so yeah, we get crazy over here. Frogs start coming out of the dry.
That's what I saw. That weird thing, that weird creature, that
Oh my goodness!
creature
Oh my gosh!
come out of the sand or something, you know?
Bro, this is the biggest, and if you don't know about this, guys, I'll talk about this later. I mean, it's all good, but the biggest biological and biblical discovery for the idea of a non-evolution magical world has been discovered literally in the past couple of days. A trilobite kind of creature has been found in northern Arizona after a small area was watered that hadn't been watered. Turns out the eggs can stay in a hibernation period for X amount of years. We don't even know, but these creatures are actually the same ones that we found all over the plane of existence. Now they're still alive, living trilobites, northern Arizona, coming out of the desert right now.
Yeah, that's
You mean they forgot to evolve?
I'm going to have to find that again. I'm scrolling.
Watch this.
Scrolling.
The lady at the park, watch this. The lady at the park says, you're not going to believe it. I can't. Watch what the lady at the park says. Why don't you play it, Sonny?
Okay, here, I'll post it in the live stream and I'll just play it. Here's
There you
the
go.
live
Watch
stream
this.
one. And let me go up to the bot channel.
It's called a Tide Pod. Looks like an alien.
Interesting topic.
Here's the crazy thing, guys. They found the fossils in the same area and they still live there now. You cannot make this up. This is insanity. Watch this.
Here we go. Here we go.
Only on 12 News, mysterious underground creatures popping up all over the state. The massive monsoon rains we had over the summer have prehistoric creatures making a comeback after lying dormant for decades.
Team 12's William Pitts shows us hidden Arizona creatures lurking under the surface.
There are creatures underground in northern Arizona waiting for a chance to come back to life.
We had a couple of visitors that were like, "Hey, you guys have fish in the ball court," and we're like, "What?"
Park Ranger Kathy Cooksey says that's because this, an ancient Native American ball court at Wapatki National Monument north of Flagstaff, never has any water in it. There were no fish.
These guys are teeny tiny.
Instead, there were these things.
But there you can see some of its legs in there.
They're called triops, tiny crab-looking things.
If the pond lasts long enough, they can live up to 90 days.
The pond did not last that long. They died in a few days, but hopefully long enough to pass on a new generation of triops. And their eggs can stay underground for years, if not decades, just waiting for the next storm to hatch. Then they hatch, grow, hopefully lay more eggs, and die all over again.
It's just another example of long evolution.
And they've been doing it over and over for
there she
longer
is,
than
long
humans
evolution.
have existed.
They are known as ancient fossils.
Park
because
Ranger,
they
it
haven't
stayed
changed
the
at all.
same. That's called long
Tracks of
evolution.
what?
Thank you, Park Ranger. It stayed the
But
same.
it could have
Freaking
been
psychopath.
something like a triops.
About 100 miles away are the ancestors of the triops and a lot of other animals. The petrified forest near Holbrook had little creatures like this millions of years ago, but they also had things that were much, much bigger.
Sometimes, when you're dealing with dinosaurs and all the rest of it, the more things change, the more they stay.
That's right, dinosaurs are hidden
The more
in the high
things, you hear
desert,
that, folks? The
hundreds
more
of
things
kinds.
change, the
So
more they
many,
stay the
they don't
same.
even
That's
know what they
evolution.
have here.
These guys had a hook.
So we have pre-dinosaur
The rest of it, who knows? This one, a prehistoric
creatures
crocodile
still living
hominid.
today.
And this bone, they don't
Coming
know what it
out
comes from,
of
but it's
the
older
desert.
than
Do you
anything
think that
you've
takes
ever
some
seen.
adaptation to be able to
the
not
earliest
be alive
known
for 50
dinosaur
years?
fossil in North America.
It's mind-boggling how old things are out here, and the triops
It's mind-boggling. They still try to throw the freaking dinosaur thing
probably
in.
there to see it.
It's the age.
Seeing a triops out in the desert is pretty rare. Kathy Cooksey may never have gotten the chance at all.
Boom.
I could have been here for, 20, 30 years and not have seen these guys at all.
And it may take decades before anyone sees them again. William Pitts, 12 News.
Soft tissue and bone. Oh, now we have freaking trilobites coming out of the desert after a
Wait a
strong
minute. So you're
rain.
saying that, Johnny, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Atheist, September 29th, 2021, the new evolution belief system is the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Oh my
That's
God.
awesome.
Well, apparently wrong.
Bro, the reason why this is such a big deal.
So can you say again that sentence?
Yes,
Can
the
you say
new form of evolution belief system, all the atheists on the plane of existence right now that will tell you this is true. On September 29th, Wednesday, 2:00 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, the claim from northern Arizona is that the more things change, the more they stay the same. And that is evolution.
We got to make sure we hold their feet to that fire.
More things change, more the same. Fuck. It
stayed the same.
It is for noble
by the way,
pride.
it already, listen, here's the big deal, guys. It already had the ability to live in the dry dirt and wait to get wet for 50 years.
Yeah.
50 years.
Yeah. 50 years.
It could be 100. We don't know. We don't know how long. Right.
The cicadas live for like 30 years in a cocoon stage, like underground.
Right. That's true, right? I mean, that's amazing. Coming out of the desert where they haven't been in how long? No, they went. Hey, you got some fish in here. They was like, there's nothing. That's just the
what are these things squirming around? Oh my God, it's a freaking trilobite.
Oh my God, this is.
Oh my gosh, they have to stay in the same part. Check it out. That's so interesting. We could pick this part for hours. But anyway, yeah, this thing stay the same. So they found the fossils of trilobites in the same place where they're still living today. Go figure.
Die. and not one of these psychopathic evolutionists will even get just like the lady was so psychotic, it's called long evolution. Really? So the more it stays the same, the longer the evolution. Lady, you're possessed on TV with demons. Thank you.
She looked like a park ranger, though. What was she?
Oh, yeah. They dress up in their military uniform. They're told what to say. They feel important. They have a badge now. The first time someone's ever had a purpose in their life. And now they're going to tell you that that's long evolution. That's the
wait a minute. Is the hiring authority? Who is their hiring authority? Is it Disney?
What is short evolution?
I think it is.
We have long. That means that if we have short also.
Yeah. Why do I only find? Why do all elephants have purple feathers and not gold? Yeah, that's the same validity right there. Yeah, short evolution, long evolution, no evolution. It's all the same. That's what they're admitting.
Do you want to know why those feathers are purple and not gold?
Are they saying that elephants change all the time, but they remain same?
The brain damage comes in when the word doesn't have a meaning. They're saying old, new, long. No, it's all the same.
Some goth purple punk rocker dyed the feather.
What is that? What is changing and remaining the same? I want to know.
Oh, goodness. They're trying to play both sides of the field, right?
Oh, no, atheists would never do that. No. No.
Yeah, because you have to if you're going to make shit up.
Yes, because they're the same, that's now called long evolution. You can't make this up. There it is.
Long evolution, that's right. We're just waiting for it. Eventually, it's going to evolve. Come on, guys. Just give it a second, right?
So millions of years ago, and it's still the same.
No, but watch this. But something died a long time ago and doesn't exist anymore. That's also evolution. Thanks.
Everything is evolution, man.
Yeah, you nailed it. That's it. Everything. Hey, I got a pair of prescription sunglasses at the store. Oh, that's
I'm going to eat a pizza later because food evolved itself into pizzas, and I evolved into someone who likes them.
And if you don't believe that that's evolution, check your underwear.
It is. And before you got here, the message was already pushed forward into the future to tell evolution that you would need that pizza on that day.
Yep.
Maybe it's almost like evolution.
I think the reasons why evolutionists don't care about life is because as long as they keep a platypus alive, they can recreate everything else.
Nah.
Oh dear.
Actually,
what do we do with you
wait a minute.
atheists? What are we
Wait a
gonna
minute,
fucking do with
now
you
let's
guys?
look at that again. Let's look at this real quick. Here's a problem. You can't even get a turtle from a tortoise. So actually, you can't get anything from a platypus other than a platypus. This is where it comes into being that even creatures that are identified as the same mistakenly are not even related. Just like a falcon and an eagle do not have the same gene pool. They're completely different birds. You can't get anything.
Platypi are cute. Don't you talk about platypi like that, my friend.
I think it's super funny that the platypus hasn't changed at all, but supposedly the platypus is supposed to have changed into everything else.
No, that's evolution if it doesn't change. The lady at the park just told 20 million children. Thank you.
Yeah.
That channel, no, 100 million people, 100 million people that was broadcasted on television in southern Arizona, northern Arizona, all over the Southwest. We're talking 20 million people were just told by the park ranger that evolution is staying the same for millions of years. This is the battle you have to go up against and point this out. You're claiming it's not changing at all as evolution now. That's what they've gone. This is the level they've reached. This is the insanity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see, maybe the pressures haven't changed on the coelacanth. What do you think? Maybe they changed for those little, whatever you call them, that they just recently discovered. Do you think maybe, the pressure of going from living in water to living in a fucking desert, maybe that, could have caused a little bit of, pressure from the environment to adapt? No?
How about imprisoning them for generations like we do with zoo animals like apes? Why aren't they changing?
Mm-hmm. They're the retarded monkeys. They just didn't quite make it. They're still in the short bus, I guess. All the ones that were left behind.
And South Park didn't really even do their job, and I don't think they thought that they were going to wake anybody up, obviously, because they're making fun of something, but shit, bro, I'll tell you, that evolution, Mr. Garrison's evolution, if you're woke, dude, that is one of the best things that's ever happened on live TV, it was public television when that was going on. Comedy Central, I think it was. What a special time to be alive, right? Chris Farley just died. Shit. I'm just kidding. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I thought Chris Farley had a new role and he was playing the mayor of British Columbia.
No, they killed him because he wouldn't touch kids. He wore dresses and stuff, right? But the second he said, you know what? I like people. They're like, well, that's too fucking bad. Later.
We're done speculating now, but the whole evolution thing, it doesn't check out. Like, if they say the coelacanth didn't evolve because it doesn't have the environment, nothing changed, right, in 65 million years or however long, right? It's like, how do they know that nothing changed at the bottom of the ocean? The one place that we know the least amount about, they'll tell you we know more about space than the depths of the ocean, but they know that nothing has changed in 65 million years, even though we've only been around for like 100,000.
Yeah, and then, they can take another one of their little tests with ice and then say that everything has changed.
And you have 4.5 billion years of mass attracting mass, and then you have 100 years of anything space.
Sasha, I'm going to try to say it like you. How entropy can make perfect ball, water, and all things like nature. How disorder can make anything.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. That's terrible.
How disorder can do anything.
Everybody talk like Sasha now. No, only kidding.
how Big Bang choose the air to have only water, no,
How
not
did they
other
choose
planets?
the Earth?
Yeah, you
Okay,
know,
I'll stop.
Big Bang choose in exploding. Okay, let's make only one planet with atmosphere and water. Others, let's put other bullshits around.
Well, the reason they
This,
had to say that there's no atmosphere on any other planets is because if there were, we'd already have been there exploring the shit out of it, right?
yeah, but I'm saying how Big Bang did that in so big space. You know, made one dot going 60
It's just a series of dots exploding in millions of different directions, trillions of different miles.
You know what is problem? So people thinking the vacuum of space is when they are watching the sky. You know, oh look, this is the space. You know, and they need to perceive that we are a little, but not a dot. It's too big for comparing to the space, their space, their universum. You know, universe.
Hey, do you think kids still believe in the ozone layer? Are they still teaching about that?
Haven't heard about it in
Yeah, I haven't heard
years.
about it in a long time.
I think that finished with the story when ozone layer. How to say again? It's compact. It's not. We don't have any more holes in the ozone layer.
Yeah, I guess not.
That was
They
like
just healed
early.
up, right?
That
They
was
did
the
their job.
early.
People started using a different hairspray. Boom, done. Healed up.
Yeah.
No more hole in the ozone.
The early
Yeah, no more
climate
that. No
communists.
more ultraviolet. You know, sun rays and
Ultra. You
yeah.
can't have ultraviolet. You can have violet rays, but if it's ultra, get the fuck out of the way, bro.
Yeah, some things like that.
It is like that. Haven't you heard?
No, that's
When I
what.
was growing up, the ozone layer was the number one cause of irrational fear in adults.
Bird is the word.
And then it was nuclear weapons for a while and all kinds of stuff cycling in and out. Bullshit.
With other layers, atmosphere,
Yeah.
troposphere, thermosphere. Now look
See,
at
what
this.
they do is when they lie like that, they separate it into like 5 or 6 different things only so that they can use the word sphere 500% more.
But listen, this. Let's come back now to 66,000 miles per hour. Are all that layers going together with the air through that vacuum?
I don't know.
Earth is moving. Does that stratosphere it's staying there where it was, or it's
Yeah, that column. Yeah, like there's a column of air all in the same place. Ask him this, Sasha. Does that continue down through the water as well?
yeah? Oh my God! I think it's easier to prove that Jesus was walking on water.
Yep.
Somehow you can believe in that. Maybe it's possible even. But any curvature there? Okay, we are complicated rocks, but where is the curvature?
Guys, I have my friend here. You want to talk to him or not? 'Cause I think if you guys don't want to talk to him, I'm just gonna go record a video. I'm gonna do that thing where I have him record like a camera guy. I'm gonna talk to somebody. Maybe. Do you guys want to talk to him?
I'm gonna play. Let's go. Let me talk to him.
Here you go.
Hello? Yo.
What's going
Hello?
on, man? It seems like we have an issue here, sir. Yeah, what's your name? What should I call you?
What kind of issue?
Well, with your friend, he seems to be worried about you.
Like, what kind of worried?
Oh, as far as this, trance-like belief system that you might have in the cartoon ball religion that you watch on TV.
I don't really swing either way with this one.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I thought that's why he wanted me to talk to you. I was just concerned for you. So if that's not what he wants me to talk to you about, I can yield the floor. That's fine.
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know much about all of it.
TV. Well, hey, bro, listen. You can watch TV and learn about it, or you can go outside and learn about it. So that's your two options.
Well, I'm outside right now.
Okay, cool.
Welcome
That's
to Flat
good.
Earth. That was easy. Welcome to Flat
Yeah.
Earth. Congratulations. Tax from the back, bathrooms on the left. He's on the way.
Is there gas pressure out there where you're at?
Gas pressure. Define what you mean, because I got gas
First,
and
no,
pressure.
no. Wait a second, Sonny. Are you breathing right now?
Of course.
Okay, so you don't live in
Okay.
outer space. Again, I'm looking for people to try to talk people out of outer space, not people that admit they don't live in outer space. So I can't help you.
So you're pretty much a flat Earth guy.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. Yeah.
Wait. Where the fuck did you get? Where'd you get? I'm sorry for cursing.
You won't even make it. Wait a minute. Do you believe in outer space or not? Let's get to the problem.
Yes,
Do
I
you
believe
in outer space. Well, then you're insane, bro, because you're breathing air. You don't live in outer space. Forget the arguments about gas pressure. I'm not going to talk about containers and gas pressure. You are breathing.
And then say I don't believe in space. That's
No,
not how
bro,
it
that's
works.
the point. You're breathing. That's what I'm saying, bro. How could a magical ball and a giant vacuum that we can't even keep an iPhone on long enough to show you when we can get there, and we'll teach it to you on TV, but you actually breathe in reality and you think that's still possible, bro? That's where the problem is.
Hey, Exo, can you hold on a second? Can we just take him through the 3 points? So I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you know
that's more robotic? That's more robotic of my style. I'm sure Chemtrail has already talked to this guy about these things, so I'm trying to lead him down a different path to understand that he's got to make a claim.
Yeah, right. But let's just do it anyway, you know.
I know, but but those come so easily, right? But that's a robotic way. Those are going to come. You got to trust me. Just tell me why you believe this, so I can understand why. I need a claim from it.
Well, yeah. Let's do that after. Let's ask the question
No, I'm
that you
having
just
a
asked.
conversation. No, well, I'm having a conversation right now. I should have the right to do this my way, since this is how it works. So I need him to tell me.
No, that's the point. That's the point. No, hold on. That's the point. That's not the way it works. First, we go through the 3 points.
Listen, it does work that way. I've been talking to about this topic for many years, sir, and that's why I've been very successful at helping people wake up out of their dreams. I don't have to use robotic tactics. So please stop telling me how to do this. I don't have to use robotic tactics. I talk to these people like they're human beings. I don't always have to put them in a box and say, explain everything in this certain box-like manner. That's not how it works. I'm sorry. If Chemtrail, if you don't want me to be here, I'll get out of the conversation. I don't have to be there. That's fine. I don't have to be here. So that's fine. So Chemtrail, nice talking to your buddy. Have fun. Somebody else
wait there.
no.
Listen, you don't need to leave. And
Come
both
on
you-
now.
Yeah, correct. I don't need. Just don't tell me what to do, okay, guys? I'm the
Hey,
last person. You should
can we
be
bring
telling you
it
what to
down
do.
a notch?
Wait there,
Can we-
guys. Wait there.
Just don't tell me
Guys,
what
it's
to do.
cool. No one's telling you what to do. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm my brother. You're my brother.
So continue with that guy, please.
But at the same time, this is for a different room.
Yeah, I'm trying to help somebody understand the flat Earth with just treating him like a human being. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's cool, brother.
So let's just ask him. Is he there? You there, buddy?
Yeah. I'm listening. I'm here.
All right. So, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that to find the radius value?
I've never looked into that in my entire life.
Right. So, but you do believe though that you're on a sphere, though, right?
Naturally.
Cool.
Just believe it.
So do you know of any
Just
time
believe
of?
it. Yeah, you just no. This is my problem with it. You can't just say you have to believe it.
No, I'm saying you believe that you live on a sphere.
No, I wasn't saying you have to. I was just asking you.
Do you know anything about it? And you said no. You just believe it.
Of course.
Right. You just believe it, but you don't know anything about it. You just believe it.
I'm not a scientist.
Right. So next question is.
I'm not a scientist.
Well, we can give him time to, do a little bit of research to see if he can come up with one, So just in time, But the second question is, Do you know of any time of when anyone has ever proven axial rotation of the Earth? We were told that the Earth is a sphere and that it's rotating and that the sun is relatively stationary, and that's why we have day and night. As opposed to what we observe the Earth is stationary and the sun moving overhead. We observe the sun moving, not the Earth moving. So do you know how anyone has
Because
ever
we're on the
proven
Earth.
axial rotation? Axial
We can't see
rotation.
we're on the Earth.
But do you know of any experiments proving it that we're spinning? Any experiments at all, like detecting the rotation? Like, does it spin at all, and what?
Not one person in the world can get a full, clear view of everything going on ever. So,
Well, then you would just believe it.
Hold on. I believe all of this will be nothing but theories to two different sides.
No.
Forever. There's never going to be one globe or one flat Earth.
Well, no,
fucking
it's just
design.
it's always measured stationary. It doesn't move. Every single experiment trying to prove the rotation failed. They're called failures. They're scientific failures because they prove that the sky moves above us. The Earth doesn't move at all. Stationary. The stars revolve around us. So no, you don't know any experiments. You just believe it, that the Earth is a ball and that the Earth spins.
It
Somebody else
appears.
said.
Wait there. Let me clear something. It appears.
No,
it appears.
I'm not disagreeing with anybody.
I'm saying you don't know.
Well, I wasn't. Wait there. I wasn't finished speaking.
Fucking raising the voice and the aggravation
Oh,
involved.
no, well, sorry.
Wait there, please. Why is that? No one should be talking in this way. I was just clearing some of that very quickly. Again, it appears that the stars are rotating above us. That's how it appears to us. We really don't know much about them, to be quite honest. We can't really go there and validate much about them ourselves, can we? So, but yeah. So just be, yeah. If you guys want to sort of run along a tangent of like sticking to sort of a very, I'm not going to say scripted, but cultivated way of speaking, then you better do it correctly.
Yeah, so no measured rotation. The Earth isn't measured to rotate, and you don't know anything about it. That's all we're saying, is that you believe it without knowing anything about it. Period.
Yeah, and the third.
Right,
Just because I don't remember it does not mean I did not see it proven in front of me.
But you don't know.
Not proven how in the way
you
that
just
you
believe
think.
it.
That's all right, but in this moment you think that somebody proved it, but you're not sure who and but.
Can you show
don't
me
really
visual
believe.
proof of each side? I'm not saying I
Well, I'm
disagree with
saying,
you
yeah,
guys.
we
I want to
can,
see
yeah.
you say we have like.
Yeah, we can. We
Glow
just gotta
people
get you
have no
here.
proof.
We can.
Right, guys, you're gonna stop talking over each other right now.
I want
Right
to send
now.
my Snapchat. I want someone to send me.
Why are
PDF
people ignoring
files,
me?
not just-
I will mute people. I will fucking mute everyone. Seriously. Straight up. People are not going to talk over one another while I'm in this room. It's that simple. Just have some respect for one another, please. Do not talk over. I will start muting people. It's that simple. We're not doing this anymore. Okay? We're going to be respectful. We're going to take one at a time, and it's that simple. Don't like it? You know what I'm going to say next. Go ahead. Please continue with the conversation. Go ahead, guys.
We need to get you a gavel. Order in.
I know, right, man. So who's the guy that we're speaking to? What's your name, dude? What's your name?
Audio.
What's his name?
What's your name?
Anthony.
Anthony. So what the question was about? What was your last question, dude? Don't worry, I'm not really that nasty, and I'm not that to where I'm going to make everyone shut up. It's just I want you to be able to speak your piece, and vice versa for everybody else here. So I just want you to be conscientious of one another. That's all, dude. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So what was it that was last stated? What was the last question that was last asked? And let's
The
get the ball
rotation.
rolling.
The rotation.
And
Have
who
you
was it
ever-
that asked the question?
Somebody
I
else
did.
did. Yeah.
Orion,
Orion.
could you please re-ask your question if it was you that done so?
Yeah, so do you know when anyone's ever proven that the Earth is rotating on an axis and moving at, say, 900 miles per hour at the equator, which is what they claim?
Are you asking me this?
Yeah. Do you know of any?
No. I can't say for sure that I do.
That's okay. He's honest. He's saying no. He's believing only it's all right. Let's third question.
It's okay. Neither does anybody else.
Yeah. It's not meant to be a gotcha question. It's just kind of a clarifying question. So the third one is: do you know of any way that anyone's ever demonstrated that gas pressure can exist without a container due to gravity? Because we were told that the vacuum of space exists above our heads, and that we have gas pressure, air pressure here on Earth, without there being a solid barrier between here and the vacuum of space. But do you know how anyone has ever proven that gas pressure can exist without a container due to gravity?
No, not necessarily. No. Sorry, someone was just walking by.
We should split the 2 points up there as well, because the way you framed it was with the containment again. So one would just be, how do we exist next to space, being it that Earth does have gas pressure, right? And that space is a privation of gas and matter, apparently, right? So it would just naturally follow that the gas here would seek to push into the privation that is space, right? So it's just, this is the second law of thermodynamics, right? This is the violation that we talk about in here all the time, right? Okay, we're effectively simply stating that Earth would effectively, its gas would seek to go boom and push itself into space. But the antecedent relationship to gas pressure is a container. One doesn't need the other without the other, is the point there, right? Like, it's not like we need the container to protect us from space, right? That isn't what we're saying, right? The container itself is just the antecedent relationship to the gas pressure. So I don't want to convolute that point. So that's very important. We always make sure we get that across to people when we talk about this, right? Because I often see that the two are sort of conjoined at the hip, when it's sort of more like, no, it's not quite like that, right? It's just, it's an antecedent relationship versus what's actually natural law and how things occur. So they're obviously taking you through the 3 points, right? So who is it that we're actually speaking to, guys? That's what I was sort of trying to ask earlier. Not like
you, me, Anthony. My name's Anthony.
But dude, you
Anthony. It looks like chemtrails one lighting up for me.
Yeah, that's me, dude. So I brought what he's saying is that they're claiming that the Earth spins.
I get that.
And there's no experiment. And they're claiming that the Earth curves. There's no experiment. And what he's saying is they're claiming something that can't exist. Here on Earth, you can't prove what they're claiming. It's just a lie. So you can't prove any of it. It's all experiments that can't be proven. They're just liars, and we prove it wrong. It's the 3 positive claims of the globe Earth. That it
so we're sticking to empiricism, effectively. You can hear me, right? So we're sticking to empiricism. We're using the very authority that they wish to put all of their trust in against them. So this is what we've done. We've effectively gone and used direct measurement at the same time as using the scientific method, all while wrapping that together with just common sense and logic at the same time, right? And at the end of the day, what we come out with is that effectively they are just chatting a load of bull shit at the end of the day, right? So, and this really follows on to lots of different subjects, right? And this is something that is imperative that you understand, right? Is that falsification also is independent of replacement, right? So like when we talk about how gravity isn't verifiable via the scientific method and is not something that should be used as a form of full-on, cemented, proof of why there would be a vector for everybody going down toward the center of the Earth all the way across the face of a spherical ball, right? We're not saying we have to even replace that, but we do have ideas beyond as to what could be the cause of some of these things, right? It's just that down was just something that was objective to everybody a very long time ago, and it wasn't really something that was questioned, right? So, like, do you have any questions effectively that you'd like to ask us guys, right? Things that would really stick out into your mind, right? Like anything at all, because this is the place to ask it.
Yeah, no, not really.
That's just it.
I'm not interested. Really.
You just gotta snap to care. That's all.
I can't.
No,
you can't. It's a bit of a brain explosion. Okay, I understand. I understand you want to run away from the topic. the topic is difficult to deal with, right?
That's how you talk it up.
But listen, this question: if
you guys have your
one
opinion,
second,
I have
Sasha.
mine.
Let
When I
him say what he's gonna say.
Sorry,
I want to hear what he's gonna say.
When I
Go
talk,
ahead.
when I say my opinion,
Yeah, and then
you
ours
get
isn't
very
an
upset, and I get that.
No,
But
no, no,
that's how world
no,
works.
I'm gonna let him
Opinions
speak.
are different.
Everyone, shut up. Just let him talk.
I'm just saying, like, opinions are different, and that's cool. But like, I don't really. It's not that I'm not open to the idea and stuff.
Mm.
I just, I learned shit my whole life, and I don't want to change it.
Ours isn't an idea or an opinion. It's
You don't
just
have to
is
get
what
mad
it
about
is.
it, bro.
I'm
Like,
not
you
mad
look
about
like
it. I'm
you're
just
getting
saying
mad about it, and I don't
just,
like it.
It just is what it is. That's all it is. Like
Chemtrail, I'm going to ask you 1 second. You separate yourself from him at this moment because there's other people that can have this conversation for you, so that you can just be there as an entity that's separate. Because you two are friends, so
Sorry.
as friends you have
I don't
attachment
want to fuck
points.
nothing up. I just don't
No,
want to.
Listen, wait there, dude. It's cool. It's all good, brother.
No, I
Listen.
know. I understand. I'm not trying to be.
Let me
like,
just explain something in a second. Let me explain something to you very quickly, right? I have a good friend, yeah, and I try to speak to him about this stuff, and he shuts down. When I bring him in here, however, and he talks to other individuals, right, it's very different. The topic's very different because there's different things at play, psychologically speaking, right? You two are friends, right? So Chemtrail, just you can stay out of this for the moment, right? And we can ask him, like, so these things that ground you, right, in your previous sort of held axioms, these axioms what you believe to be true, right? These things, why is it that you wouldn't want to change them, for one, right? That would be my first question. And then my second question would probably be, what would be the detriment to yourself if you were to do so? And then the third part would be, how do you know that it wouldn't be something that isn't detrimental if you were to change said axioms? Just a simple little question. Think about it a moment.
You woke up and the earth was flat and everything was fine. You were all being lied to and you could see the lies. Why would it be bad? There's no bad thing. Like,
I'm not saying it's bad.
Right,
I'm just
right,
saying
that's all-
I
that's what he
don't
was
want to take in any new information. Like I you can be cool with. I'm cool with you calling me whatever. It's
No,
just
you're good. It's
I can
just-
be a
it's
sheep or
not-
whatever. I just don't want to change how I think.
Yeah, just like
I'm
know.
sorry.
listen,
I'm not
like,
trying to be rude or anything. Like that's
Okay,
just.
Wait. This isn't about changing
Can I
about
ask
the
that
way.
question?
You can ask
Only
the question, yeah, but I wanted to say one
Yeah,
thing back to
simple. But
that.
yeah, it's connected.
Just one second. This back to. I just want to say one thing. It's not about changing the way you think, actually. In fact, at all, really. The way you think will stay exactly the same, right? And it's not even about necessarily new information. This could be information you already held in your brain that you might just not understand is in there at this time until someone maybe just sort of shows you something that would like unlock something, right? So there's also that at play, right? So it might not be such a huge shift as you think it may be. Sasha, go ahead.
Well, can I give an example?
Yes, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Sorry, Sasha. So, I actually don't know this guy's name. Chemtrail's friend. What's your name?
Anthony.
Anthony, right. So, do you remember there was this thing a few years ago where people were talking about a dress that was either black and blue or gold and something else?
Yes, I totally do.
Yeah. So, would you say that there was one dress?
No, yes, it was one dress. It depended on the brightness on your phone and whether or not it was blue and
Yeah.
black or white and gold.
Sure. So there's one dress and there was multiple ways of seeing that dress, right?
Right. Oh, I
So
see what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to say. I can see it both ways. I get that, but like, I mean, I get the metaphor, whatever you're trying to make. I do. How
Can
like?
So
Yes,
so
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Can I make the point I was going to
Let
make?
him hear it out. Let him hear it out.
Can I
Go ahead,
make the point? Yeah, can I make the point? The point is that it can be the same information seen in a different way, and I think that's what Chemtrail is trying to get you to see is that, and that's also kind of what Crackdillon was saying is like no one's saying you need to learn anything like shift your whole way of seeing things. All you have to do is look at what you already knew in a different way.
Right. But like the way you explain it and like the way I see it are very, very, very different. I get like, I mean, I don't know. I'm not good with, coming up with, not coming up with, but like, responses. First of all, when I'm on the phone and
no one's trying to debate. 1 second, no one's trying to debate you at the moment here or anything. Like, of that
No,
sort.
I
just to let
know,
you
I know. I'm not trying to debate you either. I'm just trying to,
Yeah, it's just going to be a cool and easy conversation, and that would all it would be. And I think that's what Chemtrail obviously wants of you, is to just have a little conversation about it, because it means a lot to him, and you're his friend, I guess. So
yeah,
I think so. For him, I guess it's probably a respect thing. It's like, dude, please just hear me out, type situation. And just ask yourself the question: would you want the same afforded to yourself?
What do you mean? You would want?
Right.
Like,
let's say something.
Hear me out
came
about
up.
the globe. Is that what you're trying to say? Like, 'cause
Well, no,
that will not
necessarily. It could
happen.
be about something different. It could be about something different, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but no.
So,
This is where I'm disagreeing, because that directly correlates. If I can accept your belief, why can't you accept something
Anthony,
about?
can I ask
I'm
my
sorry.
question?
I'm pretty sure this is
That's
why we're
easy
here
to
to talk
answer.
about it.
That's
And I'm not
easy
trying
to
to
answer
argue. I get you're
directly.
trying to give me information, but I just want to, relay that. Like, I get you're trying
That's
to give
easy
me
to
information,
answer.
but I'm thinking
Can I
logically.
answer? Can I answer? Can I answer?
Sure. So I'm sorry.
The difference is that Chemtrail and you and me and Crackville and Sasha and everyone else here were all educated in that globe, right? So we've already been told that the Earth's a globe, and what Chemtrail's doing is he's saying, what we've been taught isn't true. So they're not actually equivalents. The equivalent would be you saying to him something that's considered common knowledge, and that you've then brought to him and said, I don't think this common knowledge is true.
Like, give me an example. I'm not like I'm.
Okay.
Direct
know.
examples are best when trying to explain stuff to me, especially it's late.
So the political system makes a difference in your life, and then you discover that the political system is rigged or something.
Political system
You go-
has nothing to do with my life. I don't
Wait
care about any of it. I'm just saying.
wait
I'm
there a
not trying
second. Wait, his analogy wasn't finished, was it, dude?
No. You asked me for an example, right? So I gave you an example. If you discovered that the political system was trash and that they were lying to you, and that actually there was no way that voting mattered, for instance, and then you went to him and said, "Oh, dude, I think that they're all in it together," kind of thing. That would be an example, because it's common knowledge that, quote unquote, the political system benefits you because you get to vote for the person who's going to change things for the better, right? That's an example. And an example would be that you go to Chemtrail and say, actually, I don't think that's true, and here's the evidence.
Right. Okay. But I still I don't know, dude. I'm trying to understand. I don't know.
Also, I would say that what you said earlier, sorry, Sasha, I will shut up in a second, I promise. What you said earlier about not wanting to change the way you think, that's actually called anchor bias. This is something that exists in many people, and it's fallacious. It's a fallacious way of thinking. You're anchored to that first way of seeing the world that you were taught, and there's no logical reason for doing so. Sorry, Sasha, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like Anthony, I think that you are not different from me, from nobody here. Like, if we come back, like, let's say, everybody has experience 5, 6 years, 3 years, 2 years ago. Nobody has experience like this. Oh, God sent me a message. Earth is flat. It must be flat. Yeah, it is flat. No, man, in games, it's other things. And my question was, if Earth is somehow, let's say, flat, do you want to know why it's flat?
I'm sorry, were you asking me if
Let me reiterate the last part. Would you want to know why? Let's say you find out for definite, yeah? I think that's what Sasha was. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Let's say, hypothetically, Earth is maybe flat. Do you want to know why it's maybe flat? I said maybe, but I know that it's flat. But doesn't matter what I know.
Do I want to? I'm trying. I get it.
Right.
Because you said in the you said in first moment your beliefs. I will tell you one thing: nobody here believes nothing for sure.
So can I just reiterate that for you again, Sasha?
I interrupted him. He started to speak. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to make sure he really understood what you were saying there, because what Sasha was saying is that basically no one here is really saying that they believe anything, right, at all. Actually, we're not saying we believe anything at all. At the same time as what he's saying is that if you, let's say hypothetically, it is flat, right? Would you want to know why it is, right? Would you really want to know why it is if it definitely was, right?
So
Because
you're
it doesn't.
legitimately asking me if I would like to know, because I mean the answer not really necessarily is yes, because I'm a kind of person that just kind of doesn't. You guys, I'm so sorry. Like I just don't get. I can't. I
Man,
don't.
I can't help you. I can't help you, Anthony. Listen, this. I had a bad experience in my life. I had a war, And in this moment, I can tell you one thing. I can say I don't fucking care if Earth it's a globe or flat because of that experience. Because I passed on the hell, and now I'm living good, and I'm okay. And after all this experience, I can say I don't give a shit for anything else. I have my family, my daughter, my wife. That's it. I don't care what is going on. I don't care about Corona. I don't care about nobody. Really nobody. But
That's
on
what I'm
the end,
saying. That's what I'm saying.
but on the end, man, listen this. I know some things now. Maybe you don't know. I know some things, but you know also something about what we can start to speak. And that it's something like common sense, for example, in the first moment. And then it's coming something what you can realize yourself. Nobody nobody want to put any kind of beliefs about flat earth. You need to believe. We want you now. We want that you think like us. No, man, we want that you look in that informations what we have, and then you judge and decide and say, oh, this is bullshit. I don't believe it. I did this is nothing. I will come back in my life, and that's it.
Hey, Chemtrail, this
But
topic.
you need to know
Okay,
that
you're still going,
information.
Sasha. I'll wait.
Sorry, so you need to ask, what is that? I'm not interesting, but let's see what is that. What's that? And then when you hear that information, then you will at least how to say no for that information, and that's it. Then it's on your own. It's not nobody want to push you in flat earth. It's
Like basically, you'll know whether you care or not. Is what he's trying to say. Once
And I'm
you've
trying
heard.
to tell you, I do. I don't
correct.
really care.
Well, that's the point. There we go. He said it again. That's the point. What Chemtrail has done is that he's made a friend, found you, tried to talk to you about this. And this topic exposed the fact that you don't care about truth. And that's 100% success rate. Now he knows this. And that's the thing, is that this challenges people so much, it turns them into people that have completely removed the possibility of them being even loving at all because they don't care about truth. No, that's what
It's not that I don't care about.
Okay, I'm almost done. I know. I'm almost done. So what it does is this globe religion destroys your morality, and now you don't care about truth. And that's a perfect example that I would use in the future. Thanks.
Fucking, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt either. None of this ruined my morality. A whole lot of worse shit ruined my morality. I just want to say that out loud.
That worst shit you combine with your belief system, which is that you are a piece of shit on a ball in outer space, and that's why you have no morality.
Bear in mind, he's not saying that you are that.
Heroin, and that's why.
He's not saying you are
my
that.
morality.
No, he's
it's not. I never cared ever about whether the Earth
now
is
you're
flat.
admitting it.
Okay.
You don't care about anything.
I want to take control of this just a second. Look, it's clear that Anthony's like in a slightly emotional state, and I don't want us to.
I'm not emotional. I get that was my
dude,
life. I'm not emotional.
Not
about it. I'm just
an
saying
insult.
That's
Trust me. I'm not insulting you. I'm not trying to judge you. I'm telling the room, can we stop kicking a man while he's down? Can we do that?
I'm not down,
because
and I
that's
wasn't
all
thinking you were
no,
judging me. I was just stating that like this did not ruin my
Okay.
morality. Other shit did. I'm not trying to say get pity or anything.
all of
like,
that. I understand all of that.
Can I try to bridge the gap?
Trying to help you, Anthony, but let me finish, please. Yeah. All I'm saying is that maybe we need to be a bit more friendly because it's coming across a little bit aggressive. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, can I get a word in? I've been waiting for a little bit. So, you go to the doctor early in the morning before you have breakfast or anything, and you wait and you wait and you wait, and then he takes your blood pressure and says you got high blood pressure. Well, you haven't drinking any water or anything that you would normally do when you wake up. So that little snapshot of your blood early in the morning looks like you have high blood pressure. Well, maybe things will change for this dude in the future, and this snapshot of his, personality will change in the future because this is only a snapshot of him in his 30s or 20s or however old he is right now.
Yeah, completely agree.
Or can I put my 2 cents in?
Go ahead.
So you might not care, and it might not matter to you, but it sure matters to them because they're shoving a globe in your face every 3 seconds. Turn on the TV, watch it for 30 minutes, and see if you don't see something about space or a globe for 30 minutes. You will. Almost certainly you will. And this
About
is all
space?
day space or a globe or aliens or astronauts or something stupid all the time. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, on the sides of buildings, the advertisements. There's pictures of the globe everywhere. Why do they care? If it's not important, why do they care? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not just the globe, is it? It's the whole globe story, isn't it? So it's like, like I remember, like there was a thing because I used to do children's parties. I don't anymore, but I remember I was trying to share a post on children's like ideas for children's science parties, and every single one of them was either dinosaurs, evolution, or globes, and it was just like, what? So there's no science that isn't this story. Well, apparently not. But like Indio says, like everything that they try and tell you is science and fact is always about this story, the globe story that involves dinosaurs and evolution, right? It's their creation myth, and they tell you about it constantly. And yeah, just to add to what Indio said, like, why do they have to shove this in your face all the time if it's so obviously true?
Right. They care for some reason. I mean, we don't know why, but they do care. Just think about it, man. It's not really that important to everyday life, but it's saturated in the media. It's everywhere. So it matters in some respects to somebody somewhere.
Well, again, I would ask you, like, we could ask him what his opinions are on, like, let's say something like, I don't know, climate change, for instance, and how it's being used politically, for instance, or, you know, there are various different things, in fact, that we could ask you to see what you do care about. Like, well, what are the things you do care about, for instance? Like, for instance, do you care about, you know, globalization? You obviously, just taking your own personal story, is this something that I personally care about myself, right? Is the effective morality of individuals based on, you know, governments that effectively wish to control people, right, by monopolizing things and effectively making it so that we cannot be libertarian, so that at the same time as people can take drugs, right, they also don't have ways or means to get away from those things, right? So, because, and I know people that fell victim to that directly in my family, right? And, you know, I could have been one of those people too. So, I would just say that it is important, because the reason why it's important is because there has to be something that keeps us stuck to the system that we live in, right? And the system that we live in currently, right, that runs upon a multitude of lies, one of which is Big Pharma, right? Big Pharma is directly implicated into the system. And when I say it's implicated into the system, the very antecedent people that created Big Pharma are people that are involved in the narrative of the globe itself, right? This is unequivocally true, right? There's so many ways of actually showing this as well, right? And the way that the policy is of the globe, right? Again, that word reifying this thing that we live on, right? This idea, okay, of a globe and how they can control a globe is because it is, again, points that all attach from all different angles, like this idea of like a oneness, while at the same time we're infinitesimally small and nothingness, right? You know, a mere happenstance of, you know, random chance is why we're here, right? You know, these are the types of thoughts of nihilism that end up effectively getting into the minds of individuals that lead them down a dark path when, let's say, they have event-based traumas or they have a disequilibrious endo-pleasure system, for instance, right? That then end up making them go and self-medicate. These globalist people, right, that propel this educational, diabolical indoctrination that makes people buy into the idea of things like Big Pharma and makes us effectively pay out the arse for healthcare. And, you know, when people break their legs and then they end up on oxys and then they end up, you know, on heroin. And then, you know, the next thing, but all of these things are attached, believe it or not. There is a portion somewhere in this that you will care about, right? and effectively it can be led back to it. I guarantee you, we can draw a tangent back to that. I can almost guarantee it.
Flat Earth on everything.
Yeah, maybe, but I gotta go, dude. I gotta go home. Yeah.
Listen, I think for him, it's
Can I?
maybe a respect.
Because Anthony, I ask you that question, but listen, this. I think the best thing is that if Chemitrail is your friend, that nobody can push you to come even here. It's better that if you are not interested, that you are not coming here, because if you don't want to find out information, it's all right, and
that's
it's stupid that somebody. I don't think so that anybody need to push you if you don't want to be somewhere, even because if you are saying that you don't care, what I can tell you then, I cannot tell you anything, and then I think it's better that you find out what is interesting for you and to not listen, even if it's this important, maybe for all meaning of life. But if that doesn't matter for you, you don't need to how to say it, to spend your energy and your life here. Yeah.
All I'm trying to say is I don't know what I believe in, and I'm like, it's not gonna happen in a day.
No, I just wanted you to look at it, and since you take the time to look at it, like that's why it's fine. But like I said, these people fucking don't watch it. Like, I give people money to watch these videos, and
We're asking you not to believe in anything.
I'm telling you not to
You
believe
accept the reality as it presents itself.
That's literally
That's all
that's
about.
how I look at life. So if that's not
that's what we're asking you, dude.
Yeah. So you've ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
So
it's rotating? No, you haven't. No one has. So how does
I
reality
don't
present
think about
itself?
it, so it doesn't matter to me. That's what I'm trying to say. That's my whole thing.
But you at least give me the respect of listening.
Yes, I always listen.
I know, and that's good.
I always do. I don't want to be. I don't want to be like fucking straight. Like I know I sound very, very straight mind. Like one way. Like I know I hear that, but like that's what I'm saying. Like it's not that I wholly disagree. It's just that I haven't seen proof. I just don't have time. I have somewhere to be actually, but like I don't like.
Go and live your life, man. Go and do your thing. Maybe come back when you got more time, or
That's what I'm saying.
when you're a bit more chilled or whatever. No, yeah, no one here wants to hold you up, man. If you got things to do, real life is more important. But always search for truth. Yeah, just come back when you're ready. I think that's what everyone wants you to hear.
Cam, I'd be willing to have a one-on-one conversation with your friend at some point as well, which would maybe bridge the gap for him to come back here. There's stuff that I could share with him that would maybe be helpful.
I just want to say thanks, guys. Like seriously, I don't like. It's not that I don't hate you guys at all, and I don't I don't like. It's nothing like that. Like, and I care about fucking chemtrail and shit, right? Like, it's not that I fucking don't like him because we disagree about some shit, or not that we disagree, not because I just necessarily don't believe the same thing. Like, that's not the fact, and like I just that's why it kind of seemed like I got confrontational. You made me feel like I kind of didn't give a fuck about like any of it, like him fucking
well, no,
like
it's just
other
as soon
things.
as you
Like,
say you don't give a fuck, that's when the
I know. I get that.
Just be chill, man. Your friendship is more important than petty disagreements.
Yeah, that's
Be
true.
chill. Come back when you're kind of ready. It might just be that you need to maybe you haven't even got the right questions formulated in your mind.
Exactly.
Maybe you need some time. I don't know. But just
I can't think of
don't
it. I don't know what to say.
It
I don't
just
know
feels
how
to
to
me like
respond
you're not quite ready. That's what it
Yes.
feels like to me. Come back when you got some genuine questions. You're like, fuck, I've been thinking about this. Take me through it. Just come back when you're ready.
Hey, can I say one thing to this guy before he goes? Can I say one thing before you go, bro? Don't think about it as a belief that somebody has. Think about it like you just got your new iPhone or your new Galaxy, and it's off, right? And it can do all these great things, right? Like all the things you do with your phone, but you don't even know how to turn it on.
Right.
And you're just thinking, oh, that's a cool black mirror type thing, but you don't have any idea of how it works until you turn it on. It's an adventure like that. It's like if you don't know how if the world is actually something different than you thought, you could turn it on and figure out all these other things that you would never know unless you turn it on.
we get that effectively he's coming from the position of like he's not saying I don't give a fuck about this. Like he's saying I at the moment can't.
I don't know how to
Oh, nobody
understand
can.
it right
Nobody
now.
can. We all just.
Yeah,
resisted.
exactly. But
Everybody
that's the
does.
best way to look at it. New Perspective said it right. That's the best way to look at it. It isn't something that's reductive. It's going to be like I said. You ain't going to know how much it changes you know, things about the way you see things and even your life in general until the very thing has happened itself. You know, and that's what Crypto spoke on earlier. This sort of belief anchored fallacy, right? This, you know, we cannot know that which we do not know.
Yeah, it's the loss of a belief, not a gaining of a new one. And it's more powerful in that way. Because you're like, what? Oh, the belief stopped me from seeing things. Fuck.
When you go, let's say like this: when you look into, if you want to look into, you will never ever believe.
Right.
Yeah, and
No,
I'm
I
with
get
Hank.
that.
I'm with Hank on this. I'm with Hank on this. Like I think in another snapshot of time, Anthony will be more receptive, and then maybe something will click here, and he'll come to that place where he starts looking into it further, and he starts realizing that basically the Earth is exactly what we've all experienced our entire lives, and actually every other human here has always experienced flat stationary, and we know about gas
No
pressure.
way.
So,
Everything's like it seems. Oh, no way.
so that's all it is. It's really just an alignment, Anthony, of what you already know within yourself. So it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's always been flat. You've always known it, really.
That's wild to think about. No, I'm not even disagreeing with that, but like I just,
And we're trying to tell people.
But no, thank you guys for helping me come to the conclusion that I just did not understand it enough to have this conversation, because that's where I've been trying to come from the entire time. I now see it was kind of disrespectful a little bit, maybe how I came off, but like that's literally.
All right.
I just couldn't think of the words to like.
We can be kind of
say
pokey.
that.
We kind of poke the
That's all.
bear here a little bit. So no problems there, man. We're used to it. It's all right.
We respect it, brother.
All right, guys.
Chemtrails, check your DMs a sec.
Real, I gotta go.
Enjoy your evening, bro.
Notice the floor. No, I'm sorry. Notice the stillness out there this evening when you look around.
Well, I don't know about you, man, but I feel like I'm spinning 1,000 miles an hour while orbiting a giant gas ball at 66,000 miles an hour, while orbiting the Great Attractor at 500,000 miles an hour.
Can you send me?
But wait a minute. As soon as you put gas in a vacuum, it's no longer a vacuum.
Can you send me some of what you have? Because
I meant the galaxy. Sorry, I meant the galaxy at 500,000 miles an hour while orbiting the Great Attractor at 1.3 million miles.
Wait a minute. No way. Were you riding a unicorn?
Still am.
Oh, shoot. I think I saw you go by.
Sound like you had some of the brown acid, bro. Stay away from the brown acid.
Yeah, the brown acid. There's a tent for that.
Has anybody here ever thought about it their whole lives? Like, oh, I'm spinning right now. Like literally.
Yeah, it's completely absurd. Yeah.
Nobody thinks about it like that. Nobody.
Well, only
Shouldn't
as
you be
long-
worried that
only as long
Elio
as
is
it
a
lasts
flat
after
earther?
spinning around for 10 minutes.
One at a time, you bastards.
Bastards. We'll get Sean Connery on it if you don't.
Just put the drink down, settle down.
Sean Connery on the case. I'll take Flat Earth for 500.
Nobody put Sean Connery on the globe. Nobody.
Brilliant.
The Rapists for 500.
500 what?
I'll take shit that never happened for 100, please, Alex.
It's so funny.
Quid sounds very British, doesn't it?
And therapist is like the rapists.
But I don't. Sorry about that.
I mean, therapists do kind of mind rape you, so I guess.
Right? kind of worded the right way, maybe.
They are the rapists,
right? It basically just gets you to talk to yourself, which you do anyway.
Yeah,
I think cops have the rapist mentality because. Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say it's quasi-consensual, right?
Yeah, I think cops have the rapist mentality. So, like, if they ask you, can they search, and then you're like, nah, bro, I'm not giving my ID, I'm not searching, I'm not doing none of that stuff, and then they search you, and they violate your rights, and then you call them out on it. They're like, what, man? If you weren't being so difficult, I wouldn't have to like sniff your underwear right now. Like,
yeah, that is actually a very rapey thing to do. It's just like, if you won't like willingly have sex with me, then I'll just have sex with you anyway.
Force, yeah,
Cool,
they
thanks, cops.
force themselves on.
and then they just consent to my, wanting to sniff your underwear and all the stuff you.
You roboted right then and there, but maybe it was a good thing at that particular point.
It was a 10 out of 10 punchline.
How about now?
Yep, must be
Hell
in.
yeah.
Yeah, so it was totally your fault if you would have just let me rummage through your luggage and sniff your underwear. I'm just looking for cocaine. It's totally your fault, though, if you would have just consented to my advances.
So really, like when a cop actually pulls you over and like tries to shake you down, you should be flattered. You should be like, I'm very flattered that you're, interested in me sexually. But I'm not interested. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not on the market.
Just say
for
that
anyone
straight to their
who's
face.
never been Terry frisked, they're definitely interested in you sexually. There's only been a couple of
What does
men that
that
have
even
actually.
mean?
I'll tell you what it means. There's only been a couple men in the history of the world that have actually touched my taint. Yeah, one of them was my dad because he wiped my butt. The other one was a copper.
I mean, would you be able to finish that story?
You know the Terry frisk, Terry versus Ohio.
I got a concerned face, but
Could
whatever.
be part of the ritual. I mean, religion.
So according to Terry versus Ohio Supreme Court ruling, this is case law, they can search you without doing anything but saying, hello, I'm going to search you. So they pat you down for weapons, but they can't put their hands in your pockets and pull anything out. So they can pat you down, but they can't technically search you. They can pat you down for weapons. And one of the places I guess they think that people hide weapons is right between their scrot. And
so when they ask you, are you, have you got a weapon, and you're just like, depends what you mean by weapon, officer.
Right. Because they're going there. They're actually
your
going
hands
to touch.
right now, officer.
It's like, did you wash your hands after that, bro?
What's your definition? Depends on the meaning of what you think weapon means.
Depends. It might be quite an attractive female officer, and then you don't mind.
And then she turns out to be trans. No.
Then it wouldn't be a female, would it?
We have to take MJ back to basic biology.
Yeah, I think so.
Has anyone else ever looked up the etymology of taint? I had to do it. It's the combination of the words "it" and "ain't."
Hmm.
Referring
No,
to
it
the
ain't.
perineum.
No, it ain't.
It ain't it. That ain't it.
No, it ain't.
It ain't. It ain't right there. Yep, it's right there.
I saw a lady paint some taint. Was not a pretty sight.
What? You saw a lady paint her taint?
Yes, it was at a music festival. She had a little stall set up, and it was paint your taint.
Mm.
Are you
Wow.
serious? Are you serious? And people were
Serious.
lining up for that?
I think I saw the whole body being painted, but I don't remember that particular area being
No, just the
isolated.
taint.
So
Just
clearly,
the taint.
We live in a society.
Bad guys. It's bad.
It's not a joke. Or are you serious?
I was 100% serious.
Is paint your taint? Were people actually in line for this?
This is correct.
I had to go for a minute. I have no idea what's going on.
So what color did you get?
I was not in line.
Did you get a rainbow bridge?
she passed on that occasion.
Aww.
Where's the fun in that?
There's no fun.
Making fun of everybody that did it.
Were they like showing it off when they got out? Hey, look at mine! Hey, look at mine!
What does yours say, dude? What does yours say? Sweet.
Mhm. Yeah, I see people walking down the street like that sometimes. And I don't think they're from the Ministry of Silly Walks.
Some of them are from the Ministry of Silly Beliefs. I saw a guy wearing a NASA shirt earlier, and
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, there's one thing believing what NASA tells you, like, cool. There's another thing wearing a NASA hoodie. Like, you're actually just telling everyone that you are the most compliant sheep in the whole flock.
The epitome
You're
of that would
assuming
be
he
like,
knows what he's wearing.
But why?
I bet you never see a Tesla car and space shirt. Because it's like if you wore that, you would just have to own it, you know? Like you really believe that? Like that's the epitome of what they have to own. That's so funny.
That would
think
actually
that's
be a really good shirt to
that's a
wear
good shirt.
because then you can. Yeah, exactly. Like you could say, "Oh yeah, cool. This is Tesla. This is they put a Tesla in space." For people who are like, "Nah, that's fucking stupid."
Yeah,
check
even the
it out.
NASA people, even the NASA fans don't want to admit that one. They're like, "Oh,
Yeah,
that
of
was
course.
probably just a little. That was a hoax. That was a hoax. The first moon landing was a hoax, but everything after that was real." Oh, the
Yeah.
Tesla car, that was a stunt, but you know that space is still real and everything else.
Speaking of the NASA shirt, I have a memory of thinking back of when I was a hardcore Glober, thinking how cool it would be if I scored myself a NASA shirt. So I can see where they're coming from.
The weird thing is they fake it poorly on purpose. Obviously.
So, with that in mind, what would you say about somebody that has like a freaking $400 leather NASA freaking racing jacket? Looks like a motorcycle racing
Like I am a
jacket.
cuck. Just say that in small print at the very bottom of the jacket.
I'm just very happy I'm not that
from
person.
I mean, is it just gaslighting? That's the most interesting part about this. Are they just gaslighting? with the fakery and showing us the harnesses and showing us the toilet seats that don't, or the toilets that don't have no
Yeah,
seats?
it's a good
Are
question.
they just gaslighting, or are they giving up the game on purpose?
I don't know. The chugga coffee. What do you think?
Oh, Don Pettit is the epitome of gaslighting. They're
Trolling.
not serious with it. They wouldn't put, knowing that there's already questions about the moon landing and everything else, they wouldn't put him out there unless they were gaslighting. They could get somebody very intelligent, seeming. They could do. They don't even have to show us any of the launches or any of the stuff on the ISS. They could just say it's up there, and everybody would keep it in the back of their minds and believe it. But when they show it to us and do it poorly, there's a game beat.
I'm not sure. Sorry to criticize. I'm not sure gaslighting is the right term. I think you mean like trolling. They're like trolling us.
Trolling, yeah. It's kind of is a typical narcissistic kind of ploy, though. It's very similar to gaslighting, trolling.
Well, gaslighting is almost the opposite.
Oh, you cut out.
Is it? Oh, yeah, it kind of is, I guess. Yeah, just kind of going along. Yeah.
Well, they're gaslighting the people that believe.
But it's like making you feel crazy for something that, yeah.
Well, yeah,
but it's all about the cycle. But yeah, I don't know. I don't,
because it makes you feel crazy if you're doubting it. You know, but you don't want to doubt it.
I don't think that they're gaslighting with Don Pettit. I think that's just trolling. Well, yeah, maybe the average person doesn't. I don't know.
Well,
it doesn't really matter. I get what you mean.
Really are invested, and then they have to like buy that as well. You know what I'm saying? That's gaslighting. They're like now you have to accept these stupid things because you accept the whole thing.
Right. Let me look up the definition of gaslighting. See what it is.
It's like what they used to use back from the very start of magic for the crowd was magnetic. They used to keep magnets in general probably hidden from anybody's idea of reality. Like that people didn't even know that magnets were a thing. Probably once they discovered that, they were able to levitate things. Put the gods on chariots or make them lift into the air, and then the reaction to that was like total fucking submissive. You must have magical powers. And the rockets are just basically an extreme version of that when you think about it.
Yeah, gaslighting is what they do. The ballers always do to us, right? So I heard one guy earlier say that, you don't need independent, dependent variables for your scientific hypothesis. Like anyone who knows that you actually do need those, and they're telling you that you don't, and you're crazy, that's gaslighting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a manipulation of your psychological, I don't know, status into making you think that you're crazy or doubting your insanity. I think specifically, am I insane for thinking this thing? Like they're trying to get you to think that way.
Right. When they read the definition of science and it says observation, and they leave out and testing, right? Because they're making you think that
You're robotic, Hank. Well, when they show you the harnesses, because obviously they're not all just leaked harness videos. They were shown to us to cause the separation, get more people realizing that it's not what we thought, or doubting it. And then when they say, "Oh, the harnesses are really there just to keep them steady for the camera,"
yeah,
that's gaslighting.
Yeah, and when you see little pangs of light from the overhead cables on the moon landing footage, and then they're like, yeah, they don't have an answer for it, or they have a really weak answer for it. I guess that's all gaslighting as well. But yeah. I mean, for me, I think it probably all fits more neatly into trolling. Like Jupiter's Delight is obviously something that they take great pleasure in.
All of that depends on who it is they're directing it at, or who it is that's spewing it.
Yeah, true. Maybe they've got two types of propaganda that they put out. One is for the Globers, because they're mocking them for being so stupid for believing it. And then they're kind of trolling us as well, because it's like, haha, we know that you're not wrong, but we also know that everyone thinks you're wrong. So here's some propaganda designed to mock you as well.
It's both. They're gaslighting the Globers and trolling the people that know better at the same time.
Yeah, but I wonder if they don't have like two separate crafted kind of propaganda strategies just for those two tactics.
Right. Well, it works. It works either way for whoever it is that depending on your belief gauge. What to show you. The toilet is the funniest thing. That's what I like. I don't show anybody the harnesses on the ISS before I show them the toilet and the demonstration of them using the toilet, because that is gaslighting. Pun intended. I mean, she's like, here's the little pipe hole that you have to hover over with no seat and aim. She could basically say, oh, she said directly, it gets a little messy in here, so here's where we keep the wipes because things can get a little out of control.
Yeah, such bollocks. It's such bollocks. It's so obviously stupid.
No seal. There's no seal on the door. It's like one of those like flappy fold away doors, where all the fumes are just little pieces of shit would float out into the cabin. It's just ridiculous. If anybody, that's like one of my gauges that I if you think that, just try it maybe for like a day, use that toilet. Just get yourself a little home version of a little pipe hole to shit in for a week. And then imagine months on end of that with no gravity, supposedly, right? It's just hilarious. That's why I think they do it too. It's also not just for the gaslighting or for the trolling, but because it gives them the out in their minds. Like, if you believe this, then we don't feel bad. It's that bad.
So you telling me these astronauts act like their shit doesn't sink?
Good pun. That's good. It's not a pun.
That's quite proud of that one. Yeah.
So can you hear me
But
now?
no, for sure. Hear me now.
All right, so gas moving the
No, Hank, we're still robots.
Sorry,
Hank, try again a little bit. Try again a little bit. Have you guys ever seen a demonstration where they have the practice toilet that the guy, like the newfangled toilet where you have like those
practice toilet? Brilliant.
You seen that?
That's great.
And they put a little mark on his butt to try to make sure it's aimed, and you look at the camera to make sure you're aimed over the right place. You guys seen that one where the camera's coming up from the inside of the toilet and you're looking at the red dot on his butt?
What?
You haven't seen that one? Oh, that's a good one.
I don't know if I want to, mate.
Yeah, no,
so
thanks.
Funny. Here's the toilets, and then they have them sit on it, and it just doesn't even look like you could even do what you're supposed to do with the first one. And then they have like this little practice toilet to the side where they take a marker and mark his pants, and then he looks at the camera to make sure that he's aiming correctly, as if that's something you would do before you.
I don't understand the purpose of this at all.
It's just to make sure that things don't get too out of control, I guess.
In what way?
It's totally hilarious. I don't know.
People have forgotten to piss
They don't have to.
shit.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, but there's a total demonstration. I could post it.
They need a camera to back up the dump truck.
I know fat people don't even struggle to shit, so I'm just confused. And skinny people,
fat people that don't what?
I said fat people don't struggle to sit on the toilet and shit. Neither do skinny people. Not, I'm not saying that in a nasty way at all.
These are specially designed ones that you need to practice with.
They seem redundant then, maybe.
Oh, it's just gaslighting again, or whatever you call
gaslighting?
it. Gaslighting? Trolling.
Oh,
Trolling.
Okay. Like I say,
Well, it would make somebody feel crazy, like we just talked about. It would make somebody feel that wants to believe it, and then is just like flabbergasted that this is a thing.
You ever seen those videos where people are in public and effectively there's a group of individuals that would, do something as a collective that has been planned, and then everyone else would start to do it, right? Yeah.
Flash mob.
Yeah, flash mobbing.
Right?
But like you're doing it on a micro scale as well, right? I've done this in a pub basically, right, where you effectively start. So you're there drinking, and then you just you basically tell people to slide their glass on when the barman walks away. You tell them to slide it onto the floor, so it's smashed, right? And people will do that as well. People will do anything, right? If you get enough people to just do it, right? So I was thinking, I was like, so effectively, when you think of that, one person can start off something as silly as that, like a Greek wedding, for instance. You're not at a Greek wedding, but if you start smashing plates outside in the beer garden at a wedding, guess what? It turns into one. Everyone starts to do it as well. And this, I just think this speaks massively for agitators when it comes to riots and stuff like that. It's just anecdotal, obviously, just a couple of things that I've experienced myself, where I'm basically, look, this happens after you do this. Lots of people get involved, and it's people you know or people you might not know as well. And that just shows for agitators how true could really riots be when all it takes is just one person, to just throw the first brick, right, type thing. But that sort of stuff is really scary when you realize how little it takes to make everything off, right? But would that be the same as a flash mob, Crypto? Just being out and then just deciding to do something crazy?
No. I thought
It's
you
not
were
the
talking
same.
something else.
Yeah.
Flash mob is planned, right? So, hey guys,
Yeah.
we're gonna get together Wednesday at 5 p.m. and protest at this spot. Everybody bring your grandmas and everybody as many people as you can get to come.
But then, that you call that the changing of the flash mob into a different pace, right? Like the agitator could be the person that turns up the flash mob and goes, right, we're going to do something different at the end of it. Since people are gathered and they're already in sheep-like state, let's do something different. And that's why I feel like a lot of protests end up turning violent, is genuinely, or just down to a couple of individuals that have gone right at the end or toward the end when it looks like it's about to fizzle out and people don't really want it to. We'll just do this action so everyone else does the same. I think that's usually what occurs.
So we call them agent provocateurs. We've been watching them for a while during all the riots and stuff that's been going on since before Black Lives Matter. And what these agent provocateurs will do is they'll infiltrate, right? The cops, if they want to smash the crowd. One of the unmarked or undercover police officers will enter the crowd and then throw an egg or something at the cops. And then that gives the cops the ability to beat everybody down, because peaceful protests are completely legal and protected by the Constitution. But if somebody throws an egg, it's no longer a peaceful protest, is it? And then that you can quell with a nightstick, tear gas, and anything else that might be illegal otherwise.
Yeah.
That's kind of my point, is that they already have a really solid means to stopping any form of normal protest anyway, right? So that seems like a very easy and solid means to stop a protest, right? So how does one effectively plan ahead for such an event?
The best example of that is everyone's seen the everything wrong with the Capitol riots, 22 minutes video with the
Nope, send it.
insurrection where they go in and
don't call it an insurrection, bro.
That was
whatever
not
they
an
call it.
insurrection.
No, the plan.
The insurrection happened in Seattle earlier that year.
The stage and the one that they're.
Remember when they said this is the? Remember they said you are now leaving the United States of America, and they said that we've taken over this part of Seattle. That was an actual insurrection, but of course,
that was
the media.
also agent provocateurs. That was also a thing that they staged.
No, that was where the
sure
government.
it was. They don't allow that to
Hear
happen.
me out, bro.
It happens by their control.
No, dude. Actually, that's what I was going to say. They actually allowed that to happen. The government in Seattle said, we're going to give over, we're going to shut down the police station and we're going to give them this territory. It was a conscious decision to actually allow an overthrow of the government in Seattle. They stepped down, literally.
But they directed the overthrow as well, because it was perfectly plotted around the area that they wanted to.
Well, that's what an overthrow is.
Yeah.
Again,
Well, yeah.
It's
Well, it's
handing
not a
over.
real. I mean, it's like there's no real revolutions. It's only just the revolution that they wanted and planned, right?
Well, no, when you're outmatched and outgunned, right, and people turn up to the Citadel, for instance, right, you don't just go, right, let's, in movies, they like to portray this idea that every man will fight down to the last, and everyone will just be like, no, you're not taking control of the building. Once you're in the building, that means you've already took control of the building. You took control of it by means of the fact that you got there, right? It's that simple. All right, cool, stay in there, try and fight to the last man, whatever, cool, we'll just lock the doors and starve you out. We still have control of your city. So, people just hand it over. They have to do so, right? They're forced into signing legal documents as they do so as well. Because at the same time, it's a chance for those people to, and I mean in an ethical sort of sense, it's a chance for ministers, for instance, if you were, taking over a state or taking over a certain place, it's a chance for them to make stipulations with the people that are taking over. So some form of because people do actually speak. People have debate, and at that point, maybe you can influence certain decisions that they would make in terms of the way that they would govern as you hand over. So it's sort of stipulated in the rules that if there ever is an insurrection or a taking over of a form of government, that you would try and work with the people that have just taken over the government from you in order to protect the citizenship that you're supposed to be ruling over before you get taken over. That's sort of the common thing that's always actually happened, believe it or not. That goes all the way back to there's instances with like Omar's pact in Israel, for instance, right? All the way back to Saladin, right? So this is something that's a common occurrence.
Yeah, and they never would have gotten there without the agent provocateurs doing exactly what they're supposed to.
The reason I brought it up really was because I was arguing with someone very recently about this, and they were saying that a couple of agent tours changed the whole atmosphere of a group of people, and I just completely agreed because I've literally done it myself. I've done it on accident, so I just know that it's not true. I've literally done this, changed the way everyone's acting very quickly and dramatically, and been like, oh my god, what did I just do? So I know it can happen. But people to argue that it can't happen. So what actually happened in Seattle, Hank? Now I need to know. So I don't know too much about this situation. If you're able to, that.
Your mic's a little bad, Crack.
I know. There's not much I can do about it right now. I'll be honest.
It's okay though. It's not bad. It's not too bad.
I hope that makes it a little bit better. I don't know. Hank, yeah, can you hear me? Hank? Hank on the hill.
He's probably still a robot too.
Well, I've not heard of this thing that happened in Seattle. Does anybody else have any information on it? Like, anybody else care to share?
Well, from what I heard, there was zones in Portland and Seattle and some other areas that they were strategically meant to be the areas because they were around a certain federal building that they wanted to somehow. There's a whole thing about it, like that these areas were plotted out before any of it.
It was just like Black Lives Matter and Antifa type stuff. Or...
Yeah, basically.
Oh, right. So you're on about the zone that they called the Chads, right? Exactly. The autonomous region.
Right.
That they then instantly called the police after people got stabbed and shot.
So there was a woman that did a bunch of research about it, and the reason that those areas were chosen for those takeovers or whatever.
One of the main reasons was the defunding of the police that was propelled by the people that lived in the area at the time, I believe. I just realised I do know about it. Seattle didn't ring a bell to what that place was, but yeah. So there was the defunding of the police. So there was a lower police presence. So the people obviously had effectively a lot more, people to police ratio, making it effectively not safe. And then in the end, I believe the feds had to actually come in. Some of the videos are quite crazy, actually. But it was completely stupid, actually, and it failed miserably. I don't really know what they did legally to take over government, though. It seemed more like they were just taking over an area and stopping certain individuals from entering, and then begging for certain individuals to then enter when people got injured. I may be wrong, but that's sort of what we got over here in England. Speak to me, Hank. Speak to me. Oh, I'm just gonna ban everyone then. Fuck it. Is it my end?
I hear you.
Oh, hi.
I'm here. Hello.
Hola, you alright? How you doing? You alright?
Yep.
I'm here.
Good. How was your day? You had the day off today, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yo.
I've been
Yo, Tony.
doing chores and manicuring my nails, and I'm gonna put a new set of acrylics on here after a while.
Well, do post a picture afterwards then, please.
I will. So
You
yeah,
better.
I'm trying to make my nails magazine perfect as much as possible. I've got a heavy task about me because I don't have like perfect nails. Otherwise, I wouldn't be putting acrylics on.
Yeah, have you ever built them up from the base using acrylic?
Hmm?
Have you ever built them up from the very base using acrylic?
Using forms? No, I use
Forming.
tips.
You use tips. Okay, that's cool.
Mhm.
No judgment. You know, I don't.
Mhm.
I build from the base. I'm just saying. You know, just
You
no
do.
flex. No flex. No flex. No, I
Well,
don't
if I
really.
had longer nail beds, that would probably be a better choice. And I know there's a way to do it for, like really short nail beds for people that bite their nails. I don't particularly, but where you could build like an extended nail bed and then you put on your form and build your nail. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, a lot to the nail art world. It's endless. So yeah, that's kind of how I started out with this server, just listening to everything while I'm doing other things, mainly my nails.
I can respect it.
I mean, it's a respectable hobby, really. I mean, yeah. What hobby isn't? I mean, most are.
The art form. I mean, the art form of it is quite interesting to me because of the way it can be used in a different way, right? So, the types of paints used in nail polish, right? They're incredible. In fact, some of the different products.
Oh yeah, the biggest thing is polygel, and I think there's a hybrid from that too. So yeah, acrylic.
Polygel.
Yeah, acrylics with tips is really old school.
Well, yeah. It's massively growing, isn't it? Like the whole industry, and people make a lot of money doing it. At one time, I literally was thinking I might just do it myself because, it's not really that difficult if you are artistic in any way, shape, or form. and you sort of know what you're doing, you can charge a lot of money for it, and you can do it quite easily off the books as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
I don't know how far a male technician would get. You know, I've sort of been thinking recently about becoming a chiropodist. Because I have no problem touching people's feet at all. I have absolutely no problem.
Oh.
It doesn't bother
That's
me
what
basically.
Jesus
Like,
did. It's the soles of the feet, actually, right?
yeah, man, it just doesn't bother me at all touching someone's feet. It really doesn't. And you know, there's not many good nail technicians out there that do the feet. So I'm thinking,
would.
capitalize. You know, capitalize
mean-
on it.
Well, yeah, you're kind of doing someone's feet is can be extra. Because there's some pretty ugly feet out there.
I don't think feet are actually ugly, right? Do you want to know what it is, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I get what you know, they just don't take care of their feet.
I think what it is like people in their head have become like not able to process feet because of shoes and socks, right? So like it's something that's not seen. So it's almost like covering up your boobies, right? You know,
Yeah, kind of.
yeah. So it becomes a whole like almost like a body part that's unseen type thing, right? When the way I see it, I think the feet. I think your feet should be out more than what they are, right? There's a whole lot you could do with your feet, and our nails as well as men. I think men are supposed to not necessarily grow their nails, but I think your thumbnail, right? Your thumbnail as a man, should be a little bit longer, and you should use it a lot. Not too long, just a tiny bit. You should use it a lot. Mine is incredibly strong.
Yo,
I mean,
I'm not
like-
high on any psychedelics or anything, but I was thinking about it. It's weird, dude. Toes are weird, bro. There's like fingers on your feet, dude. Like,
Yeah,
that's like weird, bro, to think about.
bruh, exactly,
No,
right?
they're not fingers. They're not for gripping. They're for balancing. Lean forward. When you lean forward, your big toe kicks in and it stops you from tipping. Right?
Yep. And when I want to tip someone over, that's why I always take the big toe first. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you got like in an MMA ring. I mean, you know, you stamp on that big toe, take it out. They try and lean forward, but bruh, they can't lean into those punches anymore. The feet stamp is seen as like as a bitch move. I'll say that one word once. I won't repeat it again. In the ring, feet stamp, and that is right when you have someone up against
It's
you.
kind of like a heel hook. It's like, really, bro? You're gonna use that?
Well, again, by all means, you know, all is fair in love and in the cage, and it is something that you can resort to, especially in street fighting. It's something I would say resort to. If someone big ever grabs you, and you can stamp with your heel on their foot, again, like I say, just for self-defense purposes, I would say, you know, don't leave the option out. But in the cage, it is a little bit of a move that is uncalled for, and sometimes a little bit like, really, bro, you know, like you're gonna break my whole foot straight away, you know. It's kind of, you know, especially when they've got acrylic nails done on their toes, and they were formed, built up, you know, as me and Jenny were talking about.
So to be Carl, he said you don't need that shit. I'll post some of my nail art. Hold on.
Oh, you're actually right, B. Carl. You don't need it at all. You're completely correct. Yeah, you're true, and you're correct. 100. I'll even click the 100 symbol. But that doesn't mean I don't want to see you with a really nice pair of acrylics on your toes sometime next week. And I want pics of it too. So
I've never done acrylics on my toes. Ugh.
I thought that's what you were talking about the whole time, Jenny. That's what you said.
Hands, my hands.
It's on the nah. You said toes. It's on the live stream. Nah. Everyone, come on, tell it.
Oh.
This was live stream.
Well, if
You
I
deaf
did
on the live stream, didn't you? Deaf on the live stream for that bit. I know you
I'm
did.
out of my mind, I guess. I guess I'm just out of my damn mind.
You are not. You are not.
All right, let me. I got a screenshot.
Please
here.
post some. Please post some for people to see. Because people don't understand the intricacy of some of this. I guess. I've seen some real crazy stuff. You know.
Well, I guess I could just find my Instagram because it just has my nail stuff on it, nothing else. Oh, I think like a picture of my cat, but
We still on?
I was asking you about Seattle as well, by the way, earlier, but like you weren't responding, so I thought you.
Oh, I'm
hated
sorry,
me.
bro.
And,
No, I'm at work.
again.
I'm at work. Ask again.
Yeah, so I was asking about Seattle. I sort of realized I did know more about it than what I realized because it was that Chad zone, that autonomous region thing. But I didn't realize they really took any form of real power or anything was actually signed. Like I knew the pre thing to it was like the defunding of the police, which made it easier for them to do this thing, right? Or am I just completely out of the ballpark?
So from what I understand, what happened was when the Seattle thing kicked off, they were like, protesting, let's defund the police. And the Democratic mayor was like, yeah, that's a good idea. Why don't we just, defund the police? And when they defunded the police, like it had a power vacuum, right? Kind of like when Iraq war happened, the Iraq and Iran power vacuum, right? It's kind of like that. So what happened was that certain people stepped in and they like put up signs and like a barricade, like this is the end of the United States, and it was a non-U.S. zone, I think is what they called it. But it was literally like the mayor had stripped the police of their powers and defunded them and allowed pretty much it was kind of like when Bernie Sanders let the Black Lives Matter people speak. It was like he allowed them to do that.
Bernie.
And it was very similar to what happened in Seattle, from what I understand. And from what I understand, there was all kinds of laws being broken in there, but nobody cared because the police were defunded. And other cities that did it too, when they defunded the police, like one of the people that did it, like she was like on the city council or whatever, she was like calling the cops because she was like disagreeing with her Uber driver, and the cops like didn't answer her call because she was the one that was like voting to defund them. And it was like, oh, you defunded the police and now you need help. How sad for you. So I'm not for defunding the police, by the way.
Sorry, Hank. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Your laugh tracks are the best.
Did you see the last picture? I just came across it just as you said Bernie. I'm like, Bernie, huh? Okay, I got you.
But yeah, that
exactly
Seattle
here.
thing was way bigger than the news made it out to be, right? Because it was like there was a piece of land on the continent in between sea and shining sea that didn't belong to the United States for a period of time, and that would be called a insurrection, right? And then when the people stormed the Capitol building, they're like, January the 6th, oh my God, somebody took a dump at the Capitol building on the desk. It's like, that's it? That's all they did? Did somebody die?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One of the
Did they
rioters
really
died?
take any
Okay.
power? Did they take any power?
No, they didn't take any power. They just occupied the Capitol building for a little while, which I think the Capitol building was closed and they broke in. Uh-huh. Okay, so a cop didn't get bludgeoned to death with a fire extinguisher.
No, absolutely not.
But yeah, if you look at the two events. Uh-huh.
From that, did die.
He did die.
And died several days later of natural causes.
He died of natural causes several days later. Oh, anyway, that was the Capitol building. Yeah. So when you do research into the Capitol building in January 6th and the Seattle takeover of a portion of the city, it's like what was going on in that Seattle takeover was way fucking worse But in both cases, the cops did nothing to prevent it.
And the January 6th thing, there's literally people going up to the cops and going, like this video, now, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah, the people on January 6th were like, fucking stop that guy, go get that guy. But it was allegedly, you know, the mainstream narrative was that Trump said, if I don't get elected, it's because, you know, we've been cheated out of the election and we got to fight. So apparently that means, you know, Trump said to storm the Capitol building somehow. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not really taking sides because I'm not Democrat or Republican, but that Seattle thing was way fucking worse.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, thanks for that because I wanted to know the veracity of it too, how bad it was.
But if you listen to the mainstream media, like, you know, January 6th was like the worst thing that had ever happened since the Civil War. But that's the mainstream media narrative, you know. Yeah, I kept hearing January 6th, and I'm like, what are they talking about? January 6th? I kept hearing it over and over again, and then I looked into it, and I was like, they stormed the Capitol building, they broke in. That's it? Like, this is what you guys are talking about this whole time? It's like, what about Seattle? Did we forget about that so fast? Like, the mainstream media thinks that you have a memory of a goldfish, and that you like completely forgot about Seattle, and it's like, oh, January 6th, oh my God, it's the worst insurrection since the Civil War.
Hey, Crack. I just posted my nail art. That's from a while ago. It's been kind of put on pause due to current, you know, state of the world and all that.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
Okay, so the bottom one is like the most recent. I did it kind of backwards. So I've had ladies ask me. I've had ladies ask me if they were the nail stickers, and it was nail art stamping. So it's not freehand, all that stuff. That's just stamping. So each one of my nails are little tiny canvases, and sorry for talking over somebody. Sorry. Go ahead.
Terror again.
Apparently, there's a town in Mexico where you're not allowed to have bumper stickers or any kind of political nothing because they kicked out all their politicians after they got tired of like all the corruption. They saw like the feds were working with the drug traffickers and the human traffickers and the cartels. And it's like you can go there and you can visit, but you can't like have any political stuff whatsoever, or they'll kick you out. And apparently, like it's like pure anarchy in the town. They don't recognize any government, not federal, not local, nothing.
Where is this? Cleveland?
No, it's a town in Mexico.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I said Cleveland.
Ohio, Ohio, Ohio. Do y'all remember that show? The four people would get up on stage and they would always have like a little skit that they had to reenact. And it was that Carrie dude.
Whose line is it anyway?
Yes, I love that show. That show had me on the floor rolling. I love that show.
Those guys are great. They're really talented. Better than I don't know. I guess you could almost argue that they're better than the cast on like SNL and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think there's a British version, but I don't know anything about that. My wife said there's a British version. But whose line is it anyway? It's like, I mean, if you want to laugh till you cry and get some Kleenexes and just, have a good laugh cry, that's the
I
show
love
for you.
that. It's the best. I just bet you could find the whole series on Soap today. I'm just saying.
Anybody living on a ball is indoctrinated. Yeah, that kid that you guys talked to earlier at my old job, I would walk around and say that, and he was one of the guys that would go, "Anybody living on flat Earth is indoctrinated," like as like a joke. That's him. Like that's why we're still good friends, because he listened to what I said, so we stayed friends. He never actually cared, but he listened.
Nothing really says I love you like I don't give a fuck what you have to say.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. That's why I lose a lot of friends. Because I call them out for shit like that. If I didn't care and I didn't call them out, then they wouldn't be joining in the Discord and getting told to fucking snap out of it and stuff. So like I
Well, at least you got friends to lose, right, homie?
Yup, that's it. And I don't have any enemies either. You see that? Like the people that I yell at and call fucker, they don't actually get mad because they know that they're wrong. Like I could talk to them today and it would just be the same old nonsense. They're not enemies. They're not like out to fight me or anything, or else they would have fucking fought me already. But it never happens. They're just passerbys.
How long you been in this, chemtrail?
What'd you say? 27?
How long have you been in this?
Oh, Helio, you invited me,
Not the server, the truth movement, bro.
Oh, 7 years, ever since they sent the, I was trying to think of when I went. Yeah, when I joined the server was when I uploaded that video, bought everything from flatearth101.com. So, like, not that long ago, like 2 years or something. Like a year, so I don't know. Not very long I've been on the server. It was one of my videos I uploaded and he sent a comment. But 7 years when they sent that thing past Pluto. You know, New Horizons? That spaceship? That
Yeah,
probe.
the one that let Pluto had like the shape of the dog's face on it.
Ironically, it was called New Horizons. So it was like New Horizons. You're gonna learn about the flat horizon, like what horizon means, like New Horizon. Wink, wink. So I started researching space station videos, like how they take piss
Dude,
and
that was
shit.
back in like
And
2015.
right now,
You said 2 years.
no, it's 7 years. When I joined the server, it was like 2 years ago. But back in 2015 was when I got into flat Earth. When they sent that thing past Pluto, I started watching videos about the space station. So 7 years ago, Quasi Luminous was on the sidebar where it's like suggested videos. And he snapped me out of it by saying it's on all the cereal boxes, every single car logo. It all has flat Earth. You need to wake up before you're dead. You're a silly human slave. You know nothing of truth. Snap the fuck out of it or else. So I was like, shit, you're right. Look at this fuckery, dude. I was like, this is fucked up.
Straight.
But I never did any bloodletting or anything like that. He was like, I'm Satan. I was like, word, dude, there's fucking flat Earth symbols and numbers on everything. But like, you're Satan and like blood's thicker than water. Like, cool story. I get you. I get it. But cool, man. Flat Earth as fuck. Flat as fuck Earth. And then obviously kind of got off of that wave and figured out how to just live with it. Eric Dubay and the ODD, like, you know, the normal, like, I was there from the beginning, dude, really upset about the whole situation. From the very beginning, dude, snapping out. I make music, dude.
Yeah, so I never did like Quasi Luminous. I like the name of his YouTube channel, but
I don't care.
I never
He said there's all these symbols everywhere and you need to wake up before you're dead. That's it. I don't care. I never liked him either. But he did tell you that the symbols and numbers are on everything and you're a silly human slave and you knew nothing of truth. You're lost at sea, legally dead and lost at sea. You're beat. You need to wake up before you're dead. You need to wake up before you're dead.
That I can appreciate what you guys are saying because I'm kind of with Hank, but you know what he said to you was obviously kicked you in the butt, and you're like, wait, what?
Yeah, I was like, whoa. I was like, you're right, dude.
Yep.
I was like, this is a problem going on. Like, you look at every single car logo, cereal boxes, big brands, everything, gas stations. It's all over every single thing, and he's got that shit all drawn out. And exactly what the Aurora Borealis is doing and shit is just explaining it like exactly what you see on all the boxes and shit. All the big brands show you exactly what's going on. And
Hey, hold on, time out. I think I'm confusing who you're talking about. You're talking about the guy that was like with ODD sort of kind of, right? I'm thinking
I'm talking
Blood
about,
over intent.
you're talking about the crazy one.
Yeah,
You're
that
talking
guy.
Okay, I just that's what I thought you were talking about, but I wanted to double check. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
that guy.
Okay.
That's how I got into it. And then I never did that. I never wrote my intent and put my blood over my intent.
I just was kind of thinking and confusing him with, and he's not all like him at all. Subtle Infinity. I don't know
Subtle
how
Infinity is great. I use Subtle Infinity in one of my videos.
Well, I don't know how I could confuse those two, but I managed to and realize it's the same. So,
But yeah, I've kind of been there since the beginning. It's kind of fucked up, man.
it's been interesting.
But yeah, I make music.
It's been a wild ride.
I'd appreciate it if you listen to it. It's on SoundCloud, and I really want your opinion really bad, dude. I've had it out for a long time, and I haven't promoted it in any way. But I really want you to
Send it
see
to me, bro.
A song?
I'm
It's my songs. I have 10 songs written on SoundCloud.
Dude, we'll play your songs.
I know.
Let's play your.
It's sad that I never showed you guys this, man.
Let's play your songs right now.
I want to get all the weed and skateboarding out and just have it flat Earth information, and then put 5,000 physical copies around town.
That's amazing. But can we have
Just
an
all
electronic? Can we have an electronic copy? You know.
Yeah, I just there's no chance that nobody would listen to a physical. Somebody.
Okay. So, are you gonna put it on SoundCloud or Bandcamp or some other platform?
Well, they're the 10 songs. I use this guy called Station 666 for the beats. So the name of the beat is the name of the song. So it's like Beelzebub and like Stay Alone and Cerberus and shit like that. But don't mind that. It's just I need to
Man, you got a lot of dark stuff in your past. I've heard you on here talking about Christ and stuff, right?
But it's not dark. It's just to get the attention of people who wouldn't normally, like, the audience that I'm trying to get to is Station 666. You know what I mean? The terrible people. Like, you need to snap out of it and like figure this out. But I don't talk about Christ in this, but I do now, big time. That's why I want to remake all my songs. I feel bad. I kind of feel bad about having these out there. I want to get rid of them and restart, dude. It's like I want to repent and get rid of that shit. You know how the celebrities are like.
That's awesome.
So I want to get rid of all this music. I don't want it to stay here. But if you go to my channel, could you go to SoundCloud? Somebody who can play this. I need to walk you through it because it's a lot of songs. It's 10 of them.
Is Sonny in here? He's the best, as far as I know.
Well, 9. I have 2 of them private because they weren't good enough.
I don't know how to do like a certain like timestamp for something on the new bot.
Whoever's gonna play it, go to
I know
SoundCloud.
you'd be capable of that. You know that, right? I don't know. The new bot's pretty. Actually, wait, I might have Jockey's commands somewhere. No, look. 1 second.
You got it, crack
Thanks, guys.
ass.
'Cause I really impress myself. Every time I listen to my music, I impress myself. Like somehow. I don't get it.
Well, I'm glad you like it, bro. That's funny.
I really feel like there's something here.
Of course there is.
Yeah, Chemtrail's music's pretty good, bro. It really is. So where is it, bro?
So SoundCloud, go to SoundCloud. Search This Autopilot. It's not Flat Earth Autopilot, it's This Autopilot.
I can't do that right now.
Go to SoundCloud, type in This Autopilot in the search bar.
Someone want to do that because like my computer's for real really slow.
But a link though.
Yeah, I don't want to send the link, dude. It's really easy. I need you to go to the latest tracks and go all the way down to the bottom. You need to listen. You need to just follow this little like guide. Go to my channel, go to the latest tracks.
DM it to me, bro. DM it to me. I won't share it.
It's 8 tracks.
Well, I can't go on SoundCloud, so.
All right.
Yeah, would you DM?
Just
I'll
DM it to
save
me.
them
I'm
all.
cracked.
Hold on,
I'm a moderator,
I
dude.
got it.
I'm not gonna share your private thing with any. You know what I mean? Everyone could just do what you said anyway, so I don't really get it.
I got it. I'm gonna do it. No, I'm gonna post it all at the same time, hopefully.
But bro, like if you want the traffic, like I said, we'll feature.
I got you. I'm gonna do it. Boom.
It's about the traffic.
I got you. I'm doing it. 1 second. I'm gonna share the tracks right now. Boom. I'm on it. One after another. Here it is. Paste. One after another. I got you, dude. There it is. Can I get your attention in the live stream voice text? Let me know if this works. Boom. Does that work? Does that work? There it is.
Which one do you want to? Which one do you want to play, bro?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Oh, the first one, and I go through all of them. Why not? Make sure it takes a while.
Oh, bro, anyway.
Don't believe a word you've been told. Do it for yourself. Nobody's saving your soul. I can't believe you really wanna try me, man. I need you to know that this is exactly what I planned. You were supposed to stay in the darkness and damn, but now you're here. Illuminati wants you to kick this off, turn around and run as quickly as you can. Revealing the truth is something that just simply cannot stand. If you stay with me for long enough, I'll brainwash you into thinking for yourself, and pretty soon you'll understand where I'm coming from. You'll see that this is reality and nothing else. The time is now, don't be an idiot and take this help. The earth is flat, the stars are set up on shelves. Sacred geometry is true and we're surrounded by 12s, feeding you the reversal of truth just to drag you down to hell. I hope you get it. If you don't, you're just not genuine. If you try to argue against it, you'll see curvature is missing. Anybody living on a ball, you're indoctrinated. Education system has you tripping. I'm telling you that you have eyes that can see, senses that can feel, and ears that can fucking listen. The earth is not a ball, and no, it isn't.
Right, that's amazing. But someone can you check the live stream a second and just go back a little bit. I can't do it. I ain't got a quick enough computer.
Damn, dude.
The
What?
bass, no, because the bass is like real massive on it. So I'm just making sure it sounds good on the live stream. All right.
Yeah, I just want to remake and remaster all of those, dude. It'll be awesome.
Yeah, dude, but the talent is there, bro. Holy fuck. Let's keep hearing that.
Dude, Chemtrail's amazing, bro. Yeah, can anyone check the live stream real quick? Any of them, just go back like 20 seconds.
Hang on.
Just to hear what it sounds like if it's too bassy, because the bass, when I had to turn down the bot because it didn't make, for me, it didn't make sense. But then when I turned it down, I was like, way, this is fire. See, like, Chemtrail, bro, the other day, yeah, on this server, right, I'm going to have to invite you over there to...
I'm not sure, dude.
Freestyle battles with me.
Do it. It's good. It's fire on the live stream as well.
Yeah? It's fine?
Yeah. Go,
Chemtrail, you're coming with me, bro, over to this server. I've got this whole thing laid out, bro. I want.
Yeah, good. I'm sad that I missed my spot on Why Would They Lie. I didn't have any warning that you guys were recording that.
Yeah,
well, I don't
me
have any way
too.
of
I
recording
missed
anything anyway, anymore. I do all my shit on
You're
rap
part of the
tracks.
fucking posse now. You're part of the hip hop group. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Fucking spinning, take a look around and you'll see people asking questions. True seekers all across the plane on the streets, giving lessons to the ones that want it and to the ones that don't. Will give you money if you can prove that you're living on a globe. I bet you won't. Level water is impossible on a ball. Show me bendy water, go ahead, try to prove me wrong. You can't, it doesn't exist. Bodies of water don't curve at all. Space and gravity are fake up and down on a flat plane. If it goes up, it's gonna fall. You're not the one to blame. I also was lied to about the ball. It's not your fault.
Nice.
That was great.
Nice, dude. I'm gonna make a little playlist of all your tracks. Anyway, just gonna like just post all of them into the thing and then pin it for everyone, so it's easier.
Hey, Chemtrail, at some point I'd like to make a song with you. I'm a audio engineer and music producer, so yeah, just let me
dude,
know.
I need you to come over to the server with me so that we can. I've got this whole agenda set up, bro, and it's already working. I went over there and I did a freestyle battle the other day, and I'd be like one of their top members in a freestyle battle, and then just dip straight after. It was some money as well in the end. And yeah, you should come over with me one day. And let's get this flat earth stuff on the hype over at this server, so we can build this one with that one. The musically minded people are clearly able to understand this in a different way. We're all musically talented, and I think this is connected to our understanding of this, you know, this whole thing, right? So again, let's play the next one anyway, man. That was so tight. So
Before you do, I just want to say real fast, not to brag on myself, but I've always been told that I have a really good ear for music. And I gotta say, like Chemtrail, that's a diamond in the rough, bro. If you were to just tweak it a little bit in the studio, like it would
Yeah,
just
that's the
be
thing. I don't have a
absolute
computer,
fire.
so I'm limited to what I can do. Like I can't even share those.
Chemtrail,
Everything else I have.
we can
shared
help
on
you. We can
Instagram.
help you. We've got
Brother.
producers here, bro, and we've known your
Yeah.
fire for over a year and a half. I swear, we've known this. Chemtrail has made songs and had songs played here for time, hasn't he? Just trust me. He's been fire for ages. This isn't his debut, by the way, guys. He's been doing.
Right. I get it. It doesn't sound like it.
It's just I haven't shared it because I can't download my SoundCloud tracks. I can only recreate on Rap Chat and then share those and send people to my SoundCloud track. But
We need
these
to
are on
get
my
you
8
in front
originals.
of
When
an
they do-
audio setup and an engineer.
These ones
Dude,
are the good ones.
If you want it mixed, yeah, and all put together in a one package, so you can send it as a file, as a download.
These eight ones are recorded in a studio with like studio quality mic and like on a computer. Everything else is on Rap Chat. These are the only tracks I can't share. This is the only way I can share them. So take them, please, dude, and do something for me. Help.
I'm just saying.
No.
bro, like, if you have
Let's
the
just
printout
write
and
something
TV
new.
stuff to it, we can sort something out. I'm just saying. Another time when when you're able to talk a bit more about it, we can sort something out with a couple of the producers in the server.
Because until I figure these out, dude, I'm not writing anymore. I need to figure out how to fix
Alright.
these, get these fire, drop a real album, become somebody while I'm writing something new.
All right. Hey,
I can't
listen,
just
you
be
got to
hey,
get
look.
back with the
Something
guy.
with you, bro. I'm being serious. because this is good. Like I haven't wanted to put my name.
All right,
next
play
to
the
it.
next track. Play the next track. There's like a shit ton of them. It's awesome.
I only wanna help, don't believe me, look for yourself. I get it, it's hard to come to terms with this shit. It's so simple that I forget how crazy some of this is. If you don't get it, your mind is under control. How long will it take for this to sink in? You have nothing to fear, I know where to begin. The earth is not a sphere, I said the curvature is missing. If you're thinking any different, I'm grabbing your shoulders and shaking. I'll make it clear that you have been mistaking reality for belief. Your body and mind is taken. Get a grip, you're living in a sick reality with a twist. Keep telling yourself everything is fine. Go ahead and try to solve this shit. You can guarantee flat earthers around me won't be buying it. Think again, your whole team is lying, kid. Wake up, we're too close to the end to quit. The truth is easy to live with when you realize that what you see is illegitimate. It's been a minute since I questioned it. Feels like we're the only humans doing the fucking questioning. I look around and they're always trying to get the best of me. Symbols and numbers and planet in reality. Sacred geometry, I'm sick of them trying to hide the truth from you and me. We're living on a flat plane and that shit is plain to see. The horizon rises to your eyes, the globe's an impossibility. You got us once but never again will you fool me. I can tell that these liars around us barely even try. When will you realize that real eyes realize real lies? They're spraying our skies and you're just sitting watching your life racing by while they're getting away with telling the whole world lies. We have them caught, they can only run and hide. It's about time that we stand up and fight. We need to look for the phantoms in the night. Take their knowledge and be free. Show everybody what's wrong and right. The earth is flat, why can't you see? I don't know about you, it's just me. The earth is really flat and that shit is easy to see. Mind controlling your being, I guess this is our destiny. Any proof about a ball, go ahead, shoot some fucking shots at me. Every day I look around yet nobody questions me. If they do, it's like they're out of touch with their own reality. Think you can try me? The earth is not a ball you haven't thought, you followed blindly. Start thinking for yourself, you'll begin to see that everything they tell us is a fallacy. We're surrounded with false information and negativity. Look for truth, they're stripping us of nature and ripping us from reality. Don't believe me, look for yourself and use your eyes that can see.
Dude, I think if you were to partner up with Drace, man.
Yeah, dude.
I'm gonna tell you again, I just hope that you listen. The earth is not a ball, I said the curvature is missing. Nowadays everybody wanna talk and No, I won't walk away. They're trying to ruin everything. We can't stay alone. It's impossible to run away. We can't disappear to another state. It's not like back in the day. No more regaining energy on the beach. We have these twisted chemicals falling all over everybody. Look, we're not free. The earth is flat. Why can't you see? It used to be so obvious, but now these liars and thieves are among us. It's gonna drop, they're gonna tell you once, and after that they'll do whatever they want. Mind controlling your being, it doesn't stop. They've lied to us about everything, and they're not done. If everybody wakes up, our battle is won. It's in our faces, you have eyes that can see. We have proof, you have none, and I know you're not free. Simply keep on keeping on. Do you have the skill? Probably not. Cognitive dissonance has you tripping. Look up, our skies are filled. We're living in a milky film. Step back and realize this grid is set up to kill. Understand, talk about the globe is nothing but an insult. I used to think the earth was a ball too. Really, it's not your fault. Look around, they might really be here. Coast is clear and flat. Big out the spot, burning nuts back to back. And if it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curvature's at. Doesn't matter, we'll eventually face facts, and that's that. Look into it all, this time and money is whack. Proof of a ball with nothing to show of it. The curvature is missing, check the stats. NASA admits the earth is locally flat. Keep speaking everything to your phone even though you know it's tapped. Control your mind into thinking for itself. You'll find that this is reality and nothing else. If it's a simulation, then it's flat and the stars are set up on shelves. Condemnation before investigation. Ignorant astronomers feeling the intimidation. How you feeling after red pills get your fill? The earth is at rest and still. You'll just sleep better at night with the stars revolving perfect circles above your head, exactly as your senses feel. I feel bad for anybody that thinks we're living on a ball. Wake up, we have no time to chill at all. Take a look around you, everything's an illusion of what used to be real. If you don't think for yourself, your children will never know freedom at all. You'll just leave them alone, spinning on a ball with nothing to feel. Hollow drones with no feelings at all. Seek the truth and stand tall. They have no power over us. Pretty soon we'll watch their empire fall. I'm gonna tell you again, I just hope that you listen. The earth is not a ball, I said the curvature is missing.
Yo, it's the same track, bro. Where you at?
Yeah, man. I think if Drace was singing the chorus, or as the rap people
I
like to
don't
call
have
it,
a
the
chorus.
catch.
You won't find like a chorus.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have a light voice. I don't know how to say it. Soprano, whatever. So you have a higher pitched voice, and Drace has a lower pitched voice. And like I think that if you and Drace were to sing together, that shit would
If
be
you were
like.
to get a hook, if you were to be able to write a hook, dude, that shit would be sick, man. I would accept the hook. I would accept the hook. I just don't have it. Like, if you were to take what I'm talking about and summarize it, like that's what the hook's supposed to be.
Yeah.
That would be really tight. What's the next one? We're getting close to my skateboarding song. That's the only thing with kind of a hook. I repeat myself. I need something. Anything's not for me. I need something because I'm being really specific about what I skate. I'm explaining my whole life, like exactly what shoes I wear and the color and how big my skateboard is and what wheels and bearings and what tricks I like to do and who I'm talking to. Like, I'm really specific in that song. I'm mostly excited for you to hear that. This is like a marathon, dude. I really appreciate it. You playing it is like really awesome. I hope nobody's mad at me.
Yes.
Hey, is that someone talking? Because
Justin,
sorry,
you're
Hank, that's all I
supposed to
heard.
press pause. You're supposed to press pause, not stop. Now I have to start the whole thing again.
Oh my hell! I'm sorry. I did not notice that.
Yeah.
My bad.
Right, so how many tracks are we in? 1, 2,
Three.
3?
Three.
3?
So it's the fourth one.
Right, so wait that. Right, I'm going to play. I have to plug my brother quickly. Saturday, Saints. Saturday Saints is about to get plugged again up in here. He's an up and comer. He needs some guidance in the game at the same time, but he's good still. Flat Nasty. And we'll go back to you.
COVID 911. Definitely COVID. Definitely 911. September 19. 322,911 million cases. Definitely COVID. Divide and conquer through video conference. I got COVID-19 while I was out flat smacking. I think I picked it up from a napkin. Walking around barefoot just like a madman. I'm just trying to stay grounded. Goddamn, man. I went from going in stores and people asking, "Excuse me, sir, would you like a mask on?" To all out, balls out harassing. Put the mask on or get your ass on. Man, I'm just trying to buy Jackie some tampons. No, I'm not even allowed back in Vaughn's, or should I call it Werner Braun. These soup Nazis take it to a whole new level, which means curb, yo, speak of the devil. I got COVID-19 while I was eating some Jello. Speaking of Jello, shots out to Bill. Yo, speaking of shots, I ain't got mine still, cause it was never mine to begin with, so why would I get it? Cause all your friends did. All your friends went and jumped off a cliff. Yo, I go with them like 100%. That's why I like 100% of the time. I like sipping my Corona with lime on 9/11 like 19 times. So for all you skeptics that say it's a lie, I got COVID-19 and I almost died. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty. I'm the illest effie rapper to ever hold the mic. I had AIDS once and got COVID twice. I blessed the rains and got Ebola thrice. I'm so precise and yet so indecisive. I'm like a little kid with a light switch. Hitting those switches like all night long. I'm off more often than I am on. Yo, how you like your coffee? Yo, I like it strong, like the presence of Cody Kaufman's mom, or the lack thereof. Watching his funeral, I had to laugh it up, just like I do with that Luna Lander stuff. I'm so outlandish, man, I'm cracking up. Like underground almonds, I'm cracking nuts. But I'll never chop it up as a loss, like getting caught stealing pants at Ross. Like the Patriots last season with Randy Moss. Like that 300-mile line that can't be crossed. So the next time they tell you, just go to the edge. Tell them get on the knees and give you a blow to the head. Now leave me alone. I got COVID, I'm dead. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty.
Saturday Saints, you are a worthless human being. You have no value. All of your talk, just a bell, clanging bell with no value.
Man, round of applause going out to Flat Nasty.
I need something. Anything's not for me. I need something. I'm talking the finest shit, not materialistic. Only crux trucks, autobahns, as shoes, and a pile of decks to flip. I need something. Anything's not for me. I need something. Kick, push, and keep it running to the city. If it's raining, if it's shining, Swiss ceramics, so we're flying. No, these obstacles don't try me. Double flips to get me ready. Simply crooked on these ledges. I need something. Anything's not for me. I need something. Rails to feeble, I'm in heaven. I look around at all these zombies going level 10, 11. Bro, have you heard the earth is flat? He's like, what the fuck you saying? I said it's flat, but really just wanted to compliment that full cap. 'Twas nice and steezy. You made that trick look easy. Feels like my sense senses deceived me and just kept manually, casually, with one foot to the snack machine. Grip something tasty to eat with a Red Bull in this heat. No time to chill, I have these lines to complete. He'll flip Manny while I'm taking a sip, recording a clip. Quick front pop, shove it. Homie follows up with a clean tray and stomps it. Cameraman tucks and rolls. So long to that clip, we lost it. Run it again without the sip. Man, this session's so legitimate. Throwing this board with precision, flat as the earth, man, the curvature's missing. If I do another lip, then escape will splitting. There's no way that I'm quitting. Steady popping ollies higher. I don't need permission, I need something. Anything's not for me, I need something. A gas mask for protection and a brand new girl to match. Jumping off of shit until this tail fucking snaps, that's a wrap. Where's the bong, is it packed? Dude, that security's whack. Yeah, that spot was sick, we gotta go back. There was a lot of fun to be had. Skate through quickly, hit and dip. All this shredding has me beat. Kick these S's off my feet. S shoes are the best shoes. White new pair with a 775 complete. Hit the streets, grizzly grip under my feet. Goofy skater and I'm questioning my sanity. Don't be mad at me, it's not your fault that you don't see the potential in these stairs. I'm jumping down them, I don't care, fucking get it. Don't be scared, inward catch it in the air. Bolts is how we're landing, rolling away isn't rare. The earth is flat, don't lie, I know you care. Verse me and skate if you dare. Look for curvature, we're telling you, it isn't there.
Chemtrail just mashing out the
Just
tune.
those flat earth things.
That was so fucking
The
sick.
truth is the truth, you can call it what you want. All I'm looking for is more proof. Calm down, this is only the truth. It's not your fault that you don't have proof. Star searching, man, you're just gonna lose. You're looking tired, dude, just hit snooze. Go back to sleep like the ball earthers do. I'm gonna wake you up to this motherfucking deception. Anybody living on a ball, give them a lesson. Tell them earth is flat and then simply answer their questions. Truth doesn't fear investigation. We're letting them control the whole nation with this stupid little lie. Man, the earth is not a ball, we should use our fucking eye. Damn, I thought this land was our land, and sadly I'm mistaken. This land was fucking taken, and this money that I'm making's gotta go. We gotta start spending, cause it won't be here anymore. Wake up to them, kicking in our doors. Until then, ask your friends what they're fighting for and tell them where the truth's at. It's as easy as that, then we can watch their house the cards fall flat. Right back to the place that we started at. All alone, no home, sad songs, dirty bones, and the list goes on. From the water that we drink to our air that's full of drones. Anybody wanna try me, man? I really wanna go. Guaranteed you don't care about what you think you know. All the lies involved, we see through that shit. We have problems solved and you would rather just quit. You cannot argue against it. The curvature is missing, NASA admittedly lost it. Look into it, it's here. Truth is sacred, sun is near. Electromagnetism, I can't make it any more clear. Quit your running from the truth, you have nothing to fear. You're a dummy goof if you think we live on a sphere. The curve is missing, spark up a blunt, crack open a beer. Kick back, we have a lot to say, you have a lot to hear. Online, there's a lot of discussions to be had, but nothing compares to when it gets into your head. I'm telling you, you'll want to tell everybody what we all said, but these demons want you to run from the truth and go with them instead. Don't listen to the liars, don't blink, try to think for yourself, and you'll see flat earth is the only missing link. All the news is just set out to distract you. Look for yourself and look up, they're trying to attack you. Nothing we can do about it, only look and listen. Now you know, the earth is flat, the curvature is missing. Now you know, it's not me, it's all you. That's the question, it's all you. What do you find to be true? You need to fucking listen. The curvature is missing.
Whoa.
Missing.
Walk around my city, there's nobody fucking with me. They're all thinking that I'm crazy, absolutely, definitely. You can go ahead and try me, you'll just have to sit and listen. The earth is not a ball, I said the curvature is missing. Your life is a lie, the whole time you have been tripping. Everything they're doing to the world, I find it disgusting. If you love it, you're bluffing. The ones controlling us are nothing. Take a look around, you'll see I'm looking for something to help us. This is our own world. They're trying to hide us from the truth, disguising proof by dumbing down and lying to the youth. Nobody can tell me what's going on because none of it's true. Mind controlling and conditioning you for abuse. The truth is the truth. You cannot fucking refuse. If you do, then you lose. There's not much more you can do. You just don't fucking care, do you? They're lying to you through the news, and manufactured society is corrupting all our views. As a matter of fact, I did the math. I know the earth is flat, and if it isn't that, then tell me where the curve is at. All your lies are really bad. Stupidity makes me sad, and there's a lot of people mad. But look, the earth is fucking flat. Grip a pen or pencil, start taking some fucking notes. Twist a couple Dutches with me and give me a fucking tote. Write this down, when you're done here, your paradigm will be broke. You'll be left alone wondering what they're doing to our home. Like a snow globe, the earth is round and covered by a dome. No such thing as gravity, stay woke, don't dwell in the unknown. Up and down on a flat plane, you need to check your tone. This is a warning, 5G is coming, put down your fucking phones. You need to fucking listen and look for the dark transition. It'll be here any minute, soon the world will be spinning. They're gonna tell you your vision and guarantee you'll be missing all the shit you have in this prison. Soon the whole world will be tripping. This is our own world. They're trying to hide us from the truth, disguising proof by dumbing down and lying to the youth. Nobody can tell me what's going on because none of it's true. Mind controlling and conditioning you for abuse. Going down. I walk around town just waiting for things to change. I know it's here, I can feel all of their plans, and all this pain has us worried about chasing fortune and chasing fame. Give up on it, this future's looking grim, this time and money is fucking lame. We really need to do something about it. I'm sick and tired of shouting at all these zombies around me. Look up at the sky and see these visions kinda trouble me, wondering how long it will be until this prison around us starts crumbling. Honestly, I think we're beat. This world just keeps on testing me and tearing me down mentally. All of this motherfucking weed, anything to keep my cool and regain any sanity. And while bros go to school, their parents are getting so mad at me for ranting and rambling all about how flat the earth is. Instead of doing anything about it, they just laugh at me and call me crazy constantly. Based on broken hypotheses, earth is not a ball. These things are easy to see. Why even would you believe these powers that shouldn't be? Just relax and get a cheat. I'm taking you all with me to the flat side. This is where the truth's at. Time to take a step back. You just have to face facts. Water doesn't curb. Stars are set up on shelves. Only you can take that back to your lab and analyze it. You won't though, because you know you'll be just like us, never remaining silent. Pick up a pen and write it. Pick up a mic and recite it. I mean, you could just stay quiet, but not me, I riot. I really wanna know what the fuck is a globe. Why do they need us to know what the fuck is happening? It seems like demons crackling through clouds with lots of spiraling. Those are just clouds, bro. No geoengineering the whole time. The world has been pulled over your eyes, making you blind. I'm telling you to seek and you shall find that all of the symbols and numbers, they all have rhythm and rhyme. Wake up. Calm down, this is only the truth. It's not your fault that you don't have proof. Start searching, man, you're just gonna lose. You're looking tired, dude, just hit snooze. Go back to sleep like the ball earthers do. The earth is flat.
Dopamine.
Okay, not a fucking joke now. You need to take a look around. All this shit is going down in your hometown. Do you not care? All you wanna wear? Take a deep breath of air. It's about to get real. Jump in the deep end, don't pretend that you have any proof. You better think again. All that shit is just part of the scam. I'ma try to explain, just understand that I am not the man. If you want the truth, you gotta take a stand. Into the rabbit hole, take my hand. Don't let your lives get broken by their twisted plans. Flat as the earth, man, the curvature's missing. Think any different, your paradigm's twisted. Proof of a ball, it never existed. Only fake asses, cartoon pictures. Anything else is lacking logistics. Show me some shit and I'll paint you a picture. Come on, bro, just wake up quick. Gravity's fake, we're the only ones in here. You really think that we don't have facts? Sorry to tell you, the whole court's on our back. There's evidence in every corner, stacked. Earth is flat and that's that. Look at the globe, you should already know that none of it's true, man. It's all gotta go. Our lives are nothing but a one world show. Forget about life and smoke some dope. Roll it up and look into it. Our skies are absolutely full of shit. Seeing you put up with this is making me just wanna quit, but I won't, cause I have your mind to fix. The Illuminati aren't done with it, so before it's too late and before we're too baked, you should free your mind real quick.
I wrote that whole rap before I even heard this.
Listen, open your ears and listen. Flat as the earth, man, the curvature's missing. Look, open your eyes and look. Their plans are here like an open book. Listen, open your ears and listen. We're in the middle of a dark transition. Look, open your eyes and look quickly before your soul gets took.
That's the whole discography right there, dude. That was
Damn, dude. I'm not even playing around.
Sorry, it was out of order by one song.
Yeah,
Oh,
that last one you played was the first time I ever rapped, ever, like on a microphone, like ever said words in a rap like out loud. Like I wrote to that beat. That's how you make music, is you write to a beat. So like I wrote to that beat, and you heard that like satanic breakdown at the end. I heard that after I already wrote the whole rap. So I was like, oh shit. Like I wrote to the beat so good and fast for the first time ever. And then I heard that like in the middle of the beat, because I kept rewinding the beat and writing to it. And then I got to that part and I heard that and I was like, oh shit, like I fucked up. Like I gotta pick a different beat, and like but I just went with it anyway. So that's the first time that's my first track ever. That one.
That's good start. You got the antecedent, like
that was my starting. Like that was my.
Have you got the data, bro? Have you got the data for like your just your bars separated from the actual song?
I'm definitely going to be listening to that music when I'm going around town. That is wonderful.
I'm gonna pin it in the music box commands room as well as a list for people. So yeah, and remember as well, guys, when there's a bit of, cleaning space, plug these guys and make sure you plug them and play the tunes, and also.
It's just a shame. Could somebody tell me how to download the SoundCloud track onto my phone, so like as a video, so I can upload it to YouTube? Because I can't do that. Like I can't compress the set. Like, can you compress the SoundCloud video into a video?
I'll try and do it for you.
Video and then post it into a live stream, so I can save that 3-minute video, so I can upload it to my channel. Because I can't compress it.
I'll try and do it for you. I'll try to get it done. Yeah, just give me a day or so.
Because like if I could get it just like as an album, boom, I would love to post that album. I've been dreaming of that.
Yeah, man. It's nearly all there. I think some remastering would be great on it though, like for real. Like
have you tried SoundCloud to MP3 and those kinds of downloads?
No, here I am. Here it is right now. But even just to MP3, I need to save it as a video so I can upload a YouTube video.
They don't.
Well, you download it as an MP3 and then you just make a video to the MP3.
It's really easy, yeah. Very simple, bro. So you make the MP3 file, and then the MP3 file, when you make the video in a different editing suite, right? Yeah. Like I said, I actually have access to a studio at the minute, right? Okay. So like a full-on studio as well. And like I'm supposed to be making a song at the moment, right, with someone else. Because I'm yet to drop a song. Everybody knows that my house got flooded, whatever. But so effectively, I'm just saying, would you be willing for me to call you when I'm there? And see what we could do when we're there, because and also there's another guy in here called Midi that could help. And again, Drace can help as well, dude. Like Drace makes amazing fire songs all the time. There's so many people in here that can help, basically.
I mean, all I need to do is really get myself a computer, I guess, is the answer. Like all the doors would open if I could just figure out how to.
Let's try and get you a computer then. All right, let's try and get you a computer. So DM me, okay? Remember, you know who I am anyway, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't really need much as in terms of RAM and stuff like that. Even a little laptop would do for now. To be honest, you can pretty much do this stuff on a tablet if you really know what you're doing. Like,
because it's like as soon as I can get this, I'll be able to get past the writer's block and write more. It's like I haven't even been able to promote this yet, so why would I even put any effort into like? That's how I feel.
It should be super easy. I sent Karma my MP3s, and she actually makes the video on her phone. And then she just sends it back to me, and I upload it to YouTube. It's super easy.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I need somebody to make me that video. Like all I have is like iMovie and shit. I don't really want to do that. I just save the video straight from RapChat and upload it as a video.
Dude, I think the lyrics are good enough though and the beats that you should segregate them out as files, right? Send them to me.
Well, what I do on
someone
RapChat
else
is-
that's a producer. Listen to me a sec, and then let us level it correctly.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
re-
I want to re-record it.
to
I'll
remaster
re-record
it.
my
Yeah.
voice, like re-record, like using like my voice, not like segregate, like just send it to you.
And well, there you go. So okay, if it wasn't
Like
one
I
of
need to
high
find
quality-
a studio quality mic.
Listen, wait. That because we've been doing this a little bit. We know about little headsets and also little mics that are cheap, right? That you can plug in by a USB to a device, right? Record it, and then get that file sorted. Boom, and then the beat itself can be cleaned up in the right suite. If you've got the beat separate, and then you can record yourself separate. Someone can put it together for you and remaster it all for you. Like people in here are willing to do this stuff. Trust me. Like Drace, am I right? Like,
Yeah, they have tried for me. I'm just not that good of an artist, so you should do it.
you're good, but you've got the talent, bro. Like people are gonna want to do it, bro. Like it promotes the server as well. So
Yeah, if I could just get back into writing too, I can only imagine the shit that I could come up with now after fucking freaking out at people and all my angers kind of went away. I can record a little bit differently. I can put a little bit more emotion into what I'm saying too. Like
yeah,
I
go
feel
with
like,
what you're in. Yeah,
I feel like I can really re-record and like become famous for fuck's sakes.
Well, it's not necessarily even about like that, right. So it's not
I'm just
necessarily
saying like listenable, like the replayability.
That's exactly it, bro. Right. As well, Chemtrail. You willing to get on me with this thing, right? So if we're playing them through here, yeah, I'm trying to start this partnership with this other Discord, right? It's got 30,000 members. It's highly active. Like I said, I went in there the other day and I did a rap battle. My first time in a freestyle in this place, and I beat this guy. Basically, he's like one of their top rappers. Like I just smashed him to pieces, and effectively, like I want to get like a little flat earth crew that are in there rapping against these guys, right?
Yeah, I just can't freestyle. That's the thing.
You don't need to freestyle. No, that was a freestyle event. They hold different events. That's what I'm trying to say, brother. Right? So we need people that can do different types of things. Like I can freestyle. That's cool. I can cover that part, right? Again, we need different types of people for different types of things in there. Like I've already I'm already a little bit known now because of that. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So like already when I DM'd the guy who created the server right away, he's just like interested in listening to our tunes and stuff and all that shit. And they're a big server, right? And they're very professional, right? As well. And I want to create like a symbiosis between us because I've noticed people that make music seem to be people that are reciprocal to Flat Earth, right? It's already, my strategy's already working. I've had a few guys come in, right? Already, okay? From there. And one of them come in today. He was incredibly intellectually honest and, it was just, yeah, and he came in from there, from the work that we've been putting in over there. And then, his brother's quite a big person over there too, right? So, like, the point is that we wanted to either do, like, we're either going to do something like either a rap battle at a certain amount of people, members shared across from one server to the next. This is what I'm saying anyway. I don't give a fuck what anyone. This is what I'm doing off my own initiative, right? To get the cross play between the two, right? And these guys do huge live streams, thousands of people watching, right? As well. So like they're willing to plug music, new tracks, all sorts of stuff, bro. So like once we get in there and we start, doing this thing, right? It's something to start the ball rolling. That's effectively what I'm saying. It's an outlet for the rap that goes on in here to put it into the vernacular of someone that's more established in that game, yeah? Right, and then to have those people siphoned off over here as sort of like a payback for the siphoning of this stuff over to there, right? And like to effectively create One sec,
I'm down, dude. I want to take the music seriously. I've been wanting to for a long time. It's just I don't want to do social media, so I'm kind of intimidated to put my effort into it because I know it's going to involve getting a fucking social media something or other. Like I can't just promote it off rip. I need something. I can't just go in there fucking nothing. I need something. Like I can't just go in there with SoundCloud. Like I need album. I need something, dude. We need something good. Like I just don't know how to promote it. That's why I said I want to print 5,000 physical copies and just lay them out on people's driveways. You know what I mean? Like there's no chance that nobody would listen to it. Somebody would pick that shit up. But before I do that, I want to remake it so it doesn't say anything about smoke pot. I want it to be like 8 inches per mile squared. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. I tested out the program I showed you earlier, and I could download your thing in MP3U format. I don't know.
Yeah.
That should work.
Yeah, good. I looked at the website and I was going to download it. I mean, if it's like a subscription thing, if you have it and you did it, dude, I'd really appreciate it. I'd upload the album tonight.
Yeah, no subscription. You just post in the link from the top.
And I
and
think
download.
if that happens, I think I'm going to go onto my SoundCloud and rename all of them so they're not like satanic Bible names.
Well, once you've downloaded the files, you can rename them to whatever you like, and then once you merge them with the picture or the video you're gonna use as your video for YouTube, then it gets its own name anyway.
Word. Yes, please. Anybody living on a ball is indoctrinated. I mean, you can see why I just repeat that all the time, dude. It's like I don't promote my music, so it just comes out in like spurts. Like that's all I do. I just repeat that little saying all the time. It's like, dude, did you know I make music? Like, fuck, I don't know what else to do. So I just go, anybody living on a ball is indoctrinated. That's what all my friends know me for. Like that's how much I want to promote my music. Like don't get me wrong, like man, like I want it out there. I just don't know how. I don't know where to start. I also say I feel bad for anybody that thinks they're living on a ball. I say that all the fucking time too. And they tell me I feel bad for anybody that thinks they're living on flat earth. Like they always make fun of me and shit. Yo, you're right with saying that musically inclined people kind of pick up on it. Like, you're totally right, because I noticed I show them my music, but in the beginning they're like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck flat Earth, this and that." And I show them my music, and I show them it again, and they're like, "Dude, I kind of see what you're talking about. Like through your music, like I kind of get it, dude. Like you're explaining it through your music somehow." Thanks for the support, dude. I think you guys definitely deserve to hear that. You know, I didn't record it for no reason, you know, so I appreciate it big time. If it can help you kind of get some ideas even in your head, like for your own shit. Like, we'll give you money if you can prove you're living on a globe. I bet you won't, right? Like, what?
So how do you say it, chemtrail? If you believe you're on a globe, you're indoctrinated?
Yeah. Anybody living on a ball is indoctrinated.
If the sky resets overnight, it's a clock, then ain't it?
See what I mean? Like, I love flat earth music. It's so much fun. I can't listen to anything else. That's why I made my own music, because it's like I can't listen to this fucking garbage, dude. Like, if 6ix9ine can say whatever he wants, then I can say whatever I want. Fuck you.
So is he gone? Oh. I was just about to ask him if he's heard my music.
And we've all heard your music, bro. I don't think I ever told you, but man, I'm a fan of your music. Oh, somebody's calling me.
No one's gonna say anything. I'm just gonna play Chocolate's song, because that's one of my favorites. Seems we have new commands.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core, scientific. All the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you're no paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in the head, she keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you boys never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy of mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, it's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hear through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off to space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly Literally in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Woo! Yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit! Was I not supposed to talk during that?
That was like nonstop gravy. That was like a gravy buffet.
Yeah, I was just saying, welcome, Donovan.
What's up,
Welcome
man?
to
What's
the
up?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Do you have any questions?
I think if I'm in the right place, I think everybody has questions. Honestly, I don't know where to begin. For real. You know, I'm recently trying to get really, to introduce myself to astronomy because I don't know too much about that. I'm like a layman when it comes to shit like that. Like I don't recall ever even looking up too much. Now that I think I was thinking about that shit today. I was like, yo, I'd never
I got
really
some
looked
good
up
news.
like that.
Got some good news for you. We're all
What's
laymen when it comes to astronomy, right? Because nobody's story is any more scientific than anyone else's story. Because in order for something to be scientific, you have to manipulate the variables. Can you manipulate anything in space?
No.
So as far as Neil deGrasse Tyson goes, and me, a high school dropout, is he any more scientific with his explanation than I am with mine?
You're asking a biased person because I don't particularly believe in Neil deGrasse Tyson as a scientist or otherwise. So I kind of keep it moving when I hear him talking. So, I think the proof is in things that you can determine for yourself. I mean, ultimately, that's what quote unquote science is supposed to be anyway. It's like shit you can repeat through observation and things that you can study for yourself and you can actively participate in.
So it's not what you know, what you think you know, it's what you can prove. Is that what I kind of heard you say?
100%. I mean, I'm sure all of us here, or many of us here, if you represent Flat Earth, or if you're inclined to believe in Flat Earth, you probably had some type of intense discussion with somebody, and during the midst of that discussion, they referenced information that they themselves don't know. They're like quoting it third-hand, fourth-hand information, and they're saying, "Well, we know," but they don't know themselves. They're just saying because this person told them. Well, and we know for a fact, and I never represent information in that capacity.
See, but some of the math just doesn't work out no matter what. I mean, in
I
my
agree
opinion,
with that.
yeah, in my opinion, the best credible source that we have is the one and only Guinness Book of World Records. So there's that. So
Is
if
the
you know how
what?
to
I'm
do
sorry,
math,
you kind of messed up. You said is the what?
oh, sorry. So if you know how to do math, which I'm not certainly an expert on, but as it turns out, to make a long story short, we see too far. In fact, we see too far all over the earth. You know what I mean?
No, I get that, but I was
Yeah.
just talking to the moderator, and obviously we're having a discussion as to how I came about flat Earth or the assumption or the belief in more than likely, as far as I'm concerned, because I'm 75% certain. I'm not 25%
Well,
uncertain. And
okay,
I
so
came to.
oh, sorry, so sorry. I apologize. I
No,
wasn't
no,
trying
no.
to.
I was just gonna
Well,
say.
well, oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say that, I came to, when you talk about believing in the math, it wasn't so much the math, it was just common sense. It was
Yeah.
like, oh, go ahead.
Well, I've heard you say a couple times the word belief, and the truth is self-evident, so that doesn't require any belief.
No, I agree. But what I'm saying is that, like, all right, so for instance, when I was more than inclined to believe in flat Earth, or I won't call it flat Earth, I'll call it a closed system because I'm uncertain as to what this existence is. I won't proclaim to know what I don't know. But what I do know is that when we start talking about the existence of vacuums and infinites, when you reference a high pressure medium, which would be the quote unquote Earth or the spherical Earth, in reference to an infinitely existent space or spatial vacuum, then you're just speaking in absurdities because in theory, in principle, it would never work. And then you start discussing the propulsion and the system, of rocketry and how all of this stuff would function as far as radio waves and all of these things in this, you
Yeah.
know, in the void medium of space, it wouldn't work either. And then when you start talking about how a satellite will, you know, facilitate information within the void of this space, that wouldn't work either. So that's what
Well,
led me
yeah.
to be.
So radio waves, there's documentation for that communication that shouldn't occur. So yeah, it sounds like you're kind of familiar with the topic. Sorry, I'm not
Yeah,
looking
yeah.
at my phone.
That's cool, but yeah, to that capacity, you know. But you know, there are aspects of it that I'm not aware of. So like, when people start discussing, you know, horizon lines and distance and the curvature of the Earth or the radius, I don't know the radius of the Earth. I'm not gonna lie. I've never sat down to think about it. You know, I never really crossed my mind. You know, I just, again, I accepted it for what it was. It was like, the Earth is round. I was like, oh, okay. You know, but I was never like, well, how round is it? You feel what I'm saying? I never took it that far.
Yeah,
But
that's sure.
you know, but there are concepts that I've encountered through my journey of understanding where I'm like, oh, so that makes sense. Like, you know, for instance, you know, the degree of the sun being relative to, you know, the degree of temperature. You know, like if you look up and you see the sun is 90 degrees or in parallel with the planet, then it would be, you know, 90 degree in temperature. You know, like all of these things correspond to seasonal changes and you know, and overall climate and all that. And once you start becoming aware of that and how, you know, ancient astronomers used to pretty much, you know, create calendars and create systems like the astrolabe in order to determine these factors based off the principle, these very common sense principles. And it's like, you know, I never believe somebody who overcomplicates a subject. If it's quantum gluons and quarks and leptons, then you're reaching
You
in the
know,
realm of.
from my understanding, it's really interesting that like timeanddate.com, that's not based on observations.
You said it's not based on observations?
Correct. I don't know if you were aware of that or not.
No, I'm not aware. So what, I mean, what do you mean specifically? You're saying time, the date, like the calendar and all of that?
No, the website, the official website, timeanddate.com.
Oh, what is it based on then?
I probably shouldn't have said anything because I'm not like a well on the topic, but hold on just
Just give me your understanding. It's cool.
No, I might have a website saved. Hold on, let me look real quick. I think it has to do with stuff like the geophysical year and like the Saros cycle, and but don't quote me. But my point for bringing it up, this is going to be my way out of this, is that, you know, people assume that it is. Wouldn't you say that's fair to say?
We'll assume that what is? The calendars is based on observation?
No, I didn't say calendar. Like timeanddate.com. I do believe it tells us when the sun rises and such.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume it's based on observation, but you know,
Yeah, but
I
it's
don't.
not. You should. I'm not trying to sound like a smart aleck or anything, but you should look into it if it's that interesting to you. I know there's others that are more.
This specific website?
Yeah, timeanddate.com.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
I wish a
Yeah,
wild India. Wish a wild India would appear. Hank, are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
I believe you're talking about the time and date thing. I think it's more based on the model than it is actual sunset times. I think that's what you were talking about.
I wasn't thinking of any model per se. What I was saying that it was not based on observation; it's calculation. And I do believe that would be from a flat Earth, not a globe.
Well, you know, in somewhat defense of them, you can really predict things by calculation. I mean, that's calculation is really based upon the, you know, periodicity and excuse me if I said that word wrong, but things are predictable because there's an inherent rhythmic process to life in and of itself. So you can make general assumptions about things, and that's what mathematics is. Mathematics aren't numbers. They're ways to quantify
periodicity.
rhythmic. Yeah, thank you, periodicity.
But you didn't get that word wrong. You got prediction wrong.
Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, periodicity.
Yeah.
Mathematics aren't just numbers or abstractions. They're ways to.
Yeah, they are abstractions. Yes, they are.
Well, they're abstractions, but they're ways to infer periodicity. You see what I'm saying? So if let me make my point. If you say, let me clarify
they're
my
not
point.
predictions, then you screwed up and said they're not abstractions, but they are abstractions. You're not going.
Predictions are based. Predictions are based
No, they're
upon
not.
rhythm.
Not scientific.
They are.
Predictions,
When something happens
No, they're not.
cyclically, when something happens in a cycle, then
Shut the fuck up.
Now you did it.
You don't know what a scientific prediction is. You're using prediction out of context. Mathematics has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I have a question. Wait, so the sun and moon are local?
Are you asking somebody else here? I just came in.
You just slid into the room just now.
I stopped because I heard predictions and mathematics and periodicity and diarrhea of the mouth Donovan up there that doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah.
How local is the moon and the sun to the Earth?
No one knows.
Yeah, we don't have a claim on that.
But it's closer than NASA says it is, right? Or is it farther? I don't know.
Well, I guess you could consider the solar eclipse that the United States had in 2016. The shadow with the path of totality. I believe there's a claim out there that says it went the wrong way. And then also it would be the shadow is the wrong size also. So there's that. I don't know if that's helpful, but.
I have another question. So, do y'all believe the speed of light is as fast as people say it is? The speed of light.
Yeah, and what is the one-way speed of light? Tell us.
So, speed of light, 300,000 kilometers a second. Do you guys believe that?
That's two-way. What's the one-way?
So we could calculate how far the moon is off the speed of light. So if you transmit a radio signal to the moon, and
that's two-way. What's the one-way?
Okay.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Okay. So if we key up a radio and a radio signal travels at the speed of light,
please.
What is my question?
No. Answer the question, please. What is the one-way speed of light?
One way of speed of light? I'm just talking about the speed of light in a vacuum of space, when it's like a radio signal.
Yeah, you're talking about the speed of light, two-way speed of light in an imaginary medium. Like, it's like saying, here's the speed of the Ice Queen's magic in Narnia. Okay?
I think someone should probably point out to you that light travels different speeds through different mediums, much like how sound can travel different speeds through different mediums. Really quickly through steel, really slower through water.
But there's a limit to how fast light could travel, especially through a vacuum. It's going to travel near its limit because space is a vacuum.
But we don't live in a vacuum, so what's the speed of the one way of light here on Earth?
Yes, yeah, I don't know that you guys think that space is not a vacuum. Like, I respectfully, what is space to flat Earth? It's like what is that?
So let's clarify here that there's space between you and us standing next to each other. There's space between us, but you should make sure to refer to it as the vacuum of space when you refer to outer space. You know, that that mystical fairy tale they tell us that's above our heads, allegedly.
So
You know,
what
it's
is above
the
us? Do we
vacuum of
know?
space, doesn't it? Well, above us would be the walls of the container somewhere up there, and somewhere far out there, the walls of the container would come in contact with the ground, because you can't have gas pressure without a container. So we're by definition, by default, inside a container.
Yeah, but
So,
since
okay,
what's above you is the sky, and what's below you is the ground.
So we've never gone past this container.
Ding ding ding.
Not that we know of, no.
Okay, so NASA's fake, right?
Well, NASA is real, but everything they do is fake.
So like the rocket launch that people watch.
Yeah, so a rocket or something like a rocket went up and then away, but it did not go to the vacuum of space like they're claiming. No, it did not.
Okay. Check out Livestream voice text. I posted a GIF there. Tell me, do we have teleportation technology today?
Sorry?
According to ESA, or the European Space Agency, they showed a teddy bear being teleported into the ISS. Now, am I supposed to just believe that? Where is this technology?
A quick question: who was the guy who was disagreeing with me earlier? Because I would like to. I want to finish my point before he muted me. I don't know who muted me, but I definitely wanted to finish my point as to what I was saying.
Your point. I muted you, then I unmuted you, and now you're not going to finish your point because you didn't have a point. And I destroyed it. Now let these people finish their discussion, and then me and you will get the fucking cases.
Ooh.
Actually, that is a good point. So that teddy bear reappearing out of nowhere, teleporting. So we've had the CGI technology since NASA has been a thing, right? 1960s, 1970s. So you guys know with the computer world, the inverse square law, and basically the computers, like, you ever heard of Moore's law with computers?
Yes.
So in the 1960s, we wouldn't have computer technology as powerful enough to generate photorealistic images.
Yeah, they didn't fake it like that then, did they? Look at the actual stuff, and then you have to admit to yourself that this isn't the same. They fake it differently, and they
Yo,
fake it much worse.
I'm sorry to cut you off,
back
bro.
in the day. So please go back and look at the claimed real things, and then you will know.
No, I'm just saying there's a difference between photo and a rendered image when it comes to the computer world. A photo does not have to be created by a computer, while a computer generated image has to be rendered in a software by a computer, which would require quite a lot of processing power, especially for the 1960s, to make a photorealistic image of.
They're straw manning us.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry? Might cut out.
You are strawmanning us. We never claimed that they used that technology of the modern day back in ancient times or back in the day.
So they had different
claim
technology?
that. So you are making a straw man that is inaccurate. I already debunked it by telling you to go back and look at the original footage, and you will know that they're using claymation and older visual tricks that are super simple, like modeling and other things that are very commonly used in videography and movies. And then as you continue to watch the content that they give you, then you can see, oh, it's getting better and better. Oh, they're using different techniques now. Oh, hey, wait, they're fading into the screen now instead of, oh, yeah, this is totally different.
So they use claymation to create.
Back in the day, yeah. In one of the first, does anybody have the video of the first?
It's the Russian cosmonaut who turns his head and the helmet moves with him.
Yeah.
Hey, Drace,
Who was I
you been
speaking
in-
to
hey,
earlier,
Drace.
bro? Because I really do want to have this
Shut this
discussion.
fucking guy up. Hey, Drace, have you been in here for a while?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to drop out and come back in. Your mic's crackling.
Yep.
Now, Donovan, shut up until these people are done with their conversation.
Hold on. First of all, me and you were in the
Shut
middle of
the
a discussion, and
Up! Damn! Please, gentlemen and ladies.
So, I guess show me the footage, or which chat are you gonna show the footage? Or are you gonna screen share? Oh, okay, I see.
Drake's radio check.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Sounds
10-4.
Wait, so that's the footage. The one's supposed to be right there.
No, I don't have the claymation footage. That's why I asked people for it earlier.
Okay.
I've seen it multiple times. It's
Does
one of
anyone
the
have it?
earliest spacewalks, and once you speed it up, it becomes very bad. And the globe underneath it turns in all directions. It's really badly done, but by back in the day standard, it was all they got, and people just saw it once on TV, and then that's it. Then they started getting more creative. Like if the last one I posted, for instance, is from a parabolic flight that had Mach ISS on the inside, and they used that to fake a lot of the things during the 1990s. And you can see that because they have cuts every 60 or 80 seconds. After every 60 or 80 seconds, you see a flash of white light, and then they're back. It's really bad. The faking is so bad that you honestly have to lie to yourself if you're going to believe it.
I still need the footage, but I guess what's his name could finish his argument.
Don't worry about it. He ran away.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess I could have
Hey,
another
wait,
question.
Can I ask really quick, what was the argument? Because I'm the one that let him in, and I want to make sure he understands I don't like people playing fucking games with me.
Yeah, let him back in if he wants to come back in. I was going to get to him right after we were done with their conversation right here.
That was the Donovan, right? The Donovan guy? Okay,
Yes.
okay.
He's got detention.
Yeah, he's back in the lobby.
Yeah, go ahead. Let him back in. I just want him to shut the fuck up until they were done. Then he can train wreck himself here in a couple minutes. Are you guys done?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
No, he's not back in here yet. I just wanted to make
give
sure
him
you
just a
guys-
minute. He's in the lobby right now. I don't know why people can't realize that there's a live stream voice text as well. I just don't understand.
Lost in the lobby.
I even sent him the link for the live stream. So, but
Tell
yeah,
him it's
John,
okay. It's okay. We got hot chocolate, and somebody will rub his feet when he comes in. It'll be all
music will start here in just a moment.
There'll be some music playing. It'll just be sweet. Nice and smooth.
Does anybody have the gif of the claymation, the astronaut that looked to the left and his helmet moved with his head?
Oh yeah, that's the
We
animation
probably
one.
have it.
Oh, I
Does
can't
anyone have
remember I can't remember the meme, but I know it's a meme. If you can get the meme list, which is freaking huge.
Is it like the rolls list?
I got it.
damn it.
It'll only
Holy
take me
cow.
2 hours to go through. though.
Two freaking out, yes. 2 hours.
A lot of memes.
I mean, it took me that long just to find the mail.
I remember that scuba suit from way back there, man. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no shortage of NASA fuck ups, bloopers, anomalies, all sorts of stuff.
We need to find somebody that can isolate that picture and right there. You know, when he goes right there and just blow that thing up. Because it is difficult to see still, right? It's only for a second.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's like 6 hours compilations of NASA fails now, so it's getting pretty long.
Yeah, the American Moon documentary is 3.5 hours long.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I seen that one. That's too funny.
Bernie.
I thought it was Jason with a mask on with a chainsaw.
That's Bernie. The mittens, Bernie and his mittens.
You sound like you'd like mittens.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, like mittens, yeah.
Where's Donovan? Where's
He's-
Sunshine Superman at?
He's having a moment.
Did someone
That's all
say
I
so-
can say.
Did someone say
So-
sunshine?
We're gonna give him his moment. He's speaking in the chat right now. I don't know what he's saying, but he's like typing. So give him
Is
just
he
a
hurdy
moment.
gurdy man or is he
I
Sunshine?
don't know. Okay, I don't think it's a misunderstanding. I think the mod is a guy for whatever reason is prone to emotional outbursts and overreacting. I had a very responsible conversation with a young lady up until as well as, but I think this isn't the place for me. Well, all right. You bad. Too bad. So sad.
Oh man, what did I miss?
I guess you'll never know if you don't try then. Okay.
Can you tell him I apologize?
Oh wow, that is
Yeah,
tremendous.
tell him Q's turning over a whole new leaf now. It's not going to be that way ever again. He just realized his error.
Most the error of my ways.
I'll be really nice. Where is he? Is he up in the lobby?
Mm-hmm.
Where's lobby text?
At least he.
Yeah,
arena.
lobby. He's still not understanding that we have a voice text, but it's okay. Let's not get on him for that.
To give him a little credit, he at least understands that gas must fill the available space. So.
Oh, and he keeps saying something that the bot deletes. It's so funny. Bro, he told me shut the fuck up. Unacceptable.
Oh.
Yeah, but did he only do it once?
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Okay, so it's only
what's
once. Man.
unacceptable
Come
is you
on.
not coming back in.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. Mm-hmm.
Oh God, don't get into uh-huh. What the heck?
Oh my
wrong fucking server.
Hey, that was a perfect meme for QE. Look at that.
What's that?
curve hunting since 2015. Well, maybe it wasn't exactly 2015.
Nice.
Got that military motif in there.
Does it?
I posted one for you, Jenny.
Hmm?
Yeah, I posted one for you.
You
Bernie
did?
and his mittens. Yeah.
Anybody want to make guesses on what the name of the the meme for the helmet turning? Remember that one? Anybody want to take guesses on what the meme might be called?
I have no idea. I don't even know which one you're talking about.
It's one of the early spacewalks where the dude turns his head and the helmet's not supposed to turn and the helmet turns.
Oh, is it one above? It's like a Russian cosmonaut or something? Above
Yeah,
the Earth?
it might be. It might be.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
you go to
that-
YouTube and you type in 100% real spacewalk, definitely not fake, or something like that.
That might work.
Or like ultimate flat Earth proof. Or no, sorry, globe Earth proof. Flat Earthers destroyed.
Jenna, you are Bernie friggin' Goner. Yeah, that one, right?
I like this
Yeah, that one.
What the hell is that at 78 speed?
Oh boy, this one's good.
Yeah, it's been sped up.
Where's Bernie at in here? There. It's hard to see him. You are gone, girl.
Oh no, this is just getting started. This is good.
The mittens because my fingers can socialize within the mittens. When they're separated, it's like society. They're much warmer when they are in a social environment. This is why mittens are far superior to gloves.
Oh man. Woo. Good stuff.
Someone should send her some fuzzy earmuffs to go with the mittens.
Gloves are for the capitalists.
Hmm.
In communism, you don't deserve each individual digit.
Does anyone want to speculate on what they think UFOs are, real quick? Since it doesn't seem like we have a...
Oh, that sounds like a good one for QE.
Yeah, that's right up.
I'm sorry, let me rephrase that.
Let's do one better. How you feel?
I'm sorry,
How do
what's
you
that?
feel about UFOs?
No, I know. I've that's kind of what I want to know. QE, how do you feel? I want to know your feelings. I know that you don't have any concrete evidence, but I just want to know what you think about them.
I have no opinion on.
You don't think that there's objects in the sky that are moving in ways that maybe we don't have the technology to recreate?
Now, what I say, it's going to get into a religious discussion, even though it's not religion, and so I don't want to do it.
Okay, that's fair. Does anybody else have any?
There's definitely no aliens anywhere.
Yeah,
Because
I know.
to have
I'm a
that,
mod.
you'd have to have evolution. You'd have to have the billions of years fairy tale, and you'd have to have the friggin' universe with trillions and trillions of stars. So that ain't it.
I completely agree. I just I do think that there's lights in the sky that are doing something, and I'm just curious as to how everyone
in the
feels.
sky that are doing something. Should be a song.
They're moving around. They're doing stuff.
They're doing it all day long.
With muffins on.
With muffins on. Yes, sir. Take it out of the heat.
They're plotting about
Like-
twinkling and sparkling all night.
Like over Phoenix, big triangles.
Yeah, before I became a flat earther, I've witnessed on 2 occasions something that I can't explain how it would be reproduced. I've seen orange orbs hold their position in the sky and then just blink out of existence. And what's super interesting is I got it on film, and my camera at the time, it picks up something completely different than what I was seeing. And then, so I'm just I want to know how people feel about it. I know that nobody's got any proof.
We saw something the other night that was looked like one of the wanderers, but when we took a picture of it, it looked freaking totally different than what I was seeing. It was really weird.
Sparkly.
And the photo was showing it change size.
That's exactly what. Yeah, the things that I ended up getting video of were like pinpoints compared to what I was seeing in the sky, which was very
Well,
bizarre.
if they're in
Yeah.
water, they're gonna change size.
This thing was flashing like a freaking fire truck light. Blue, red, white, yellow, orange, stuff like that. Rapidly flashing.
I had come in for this. I was on the YouTube. What do you mean you see stuff doing things that is outside of the capabilities of our technology?
Oh, I don't think that we have the capability to like stop in midair after like obvious increased acceleration and make 90-degree turns.
Really? Have you not
Really?
seen any drone videos?
I'm talking. This was like 2007, and it was I was in a third world country, and we were in the middle of nowhere, and all the animals on all the farms in the surrounding area started going nuts and making noises.
That's a cute story, but you don't think that we have drones that can do that?
No, not at the speeds that I saw. Yeah, no, just to make myself known here, like I'm a mod here. I'm not
that's cool.
alien
I got you. I'm just trying to learn you something if you'll allow me.
Yeah, please.
Oh, mod is.
So, these liars, they always work with sleight of hand when they're trying to seed things into people's minds. So when people are thinking, there's no pilot that could survive these kinds of maneuvers and we don't have that kind of technology. Well, yeah, they weren't talking about drones though. Drones most definitely could and probably have for a long time been able to do these things that you've seen. And I can point you to a video of some jet drones doing exactly what you thought wasn't possible.
Yeah, sure, shoot it over. I just think there's more to the phenomenon than secret military stuff.
It's not secret. I just told you.
Okay, not secret military stuff.
More to meet, CI.
Exactly. Transformers all the way. Is anybody here familiar with David Paulides and his Can-Am Missing 411 project?
Yeah, I've listened to that.
Okay, that's pretty unexplainable. That's and out of respect for the victims' families, he doesn't speculate. He's not going to say aliens or Bigfoot or whatever. He just keeps it very factual. And one of the videos that I watched recently, it was almost identical to something that I've experienced, and I'm just like, yeah, there's something to that. I mean, if they lie about the shape of the Earth, they're probably lying about a bunch of other things and want to keep it under wraps.
Yeah, just watch that video that I posted in the chat.
Ha! He's in the hallway.
Now I'm kind of interested though, because I got one side of someone's opinion that it's not secret government stuff going on, and QA said it was, in his opinion, humbly, a religious, almost borderline religious debate. So it seems like there is something to be kind of hashed out there, but I get it if not everybody's interested.
It's just simple. With suppression of technology over 100 years, you have no idea what's been invented.
Yes,
So,
exactly. Or how much technology.
But I would like to
Thinking with
wait. Let me clarify something, okay? UFOs and then being under the impression that they could be aliens from space is most definitely a religious belief. Now, what I'm showing you is something practical that you've never seen. Two different things, both exist in the same world. One, a religious story. Two, something you've never seen. So that statement that you just made was kind of inaccurate for me.
Yeah, but UFOs and believing that UFOs are aliens coming from the vacuum of space are mutually exclusive, because I myself have caught a UFO on camera before, but I don't think it came from the vacuum of space.
Yeah, I never once claimed that aliens and UFOs are synonymous. I just mean unidentified flying objects.
I don't think that QE meant that UFOs were people's religious belief, like you just kind of tried to package in, though.
Oh yeah, if he wants to correct my statement or what I understood him to say, he said, I don't want to get into it because it will become a religious discussion, and he didn't want to do that. And so I said, oh, so there's some sort of religious connotation to what he feels UFOs might be.
No. I said religious discussion, then I qualified it. I said it's not actually religion, but it's considered religion. And I said it probably wouldn't be a good idea to go down that road.
Because you can't verify these things, right?
Yeah, I can't verify them. I can get there through deduction pretty easy, though. Right?
Yeah, maybe I didn't have all the best words, but that's essentially what I understood.
You need the best words, man. It's always about the best words.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, I'll talk about flat Earth in front of a bunch of globe earthers any day. I'll take a fucking UFO story to a bunch of flat earthers any day. It's all the same. I'm always questioning, the narrative.
Yeah, just be speculation. I'm sure the militaries of the world have technology that we are unaware of. I am absolutely certain about that. I've seen it firsthand. But it would just be speculation, right? If we went down that road.
Absolutely. That's nice. Yeah.
The recon video from Afghanistan alone from the scout sniper was enough. For me, when you see somebody running across a battlefield with troops fucking just walking around everywhere, guns, and you just see this blip running. Like past all of them, like shit didn't just happen, like he's not in their compound, and they don't see him.
Hey, yo, crack villain.
Oh no, we're gonna get into the beats now and shit, right?
Uh-huh.
Chicka baka.
Well, I'm gonna put you in one of my new songs. What country do you live in again?
Wicca. Missouri.
Missouri?
Misery.
Seriously? You live in Misery?
No, I don't live in misery.
Okay.
Misery?
I got
It's a
Misery
joke.
tattooed on my right arm, dog.
Ride, man.
It's a joke.
I thought that was weird.
He lives in England in Misery.
I have the word misery tattooed across my right arm.
No way, that's mad. I should move that just so that we can have that symbiosis.
I'm getting company on the other arm. I'm gonna get
Friday
company on the
Saints.
other arm.
I played you a song out there as well, bro. But yeah, nah, mate. I'll make a tune with you, definitely, mate. So,
Yeah. Hey, so you said England you're from?
you should ask QE to make a song. Have you heard QE's album? QE's
You know
got
who
like
started this shit? We just
QE's
talked,
got like
we just
5
talked
albums.
about this, man. Hold up, Crosso. You know who started this? Anthony Riley.
What started rap?
No, he started this song thing with Flat Earthers. It was him. Then Adam did his, and I said, I gotta do something against Adam. Then I did mine, and then it all went down the pooper.
All right, so it was all crap after you're saying.
So Anthony, I'm gonna string his ass up.
Yeah, you're gonna string him up for that. What?
Damn.
What? I reckon,
Hanging from the rafters?
Wait. So you made a song, QE?
I made a few of them.
Well, send them to me then, bruh.
What do you mean, bruh?
I mean, send them to me, bro.
He's got a recent one.
I just did another one. Ba Rooney.
Ba Rooney.
Oh, really? Oh, so you're doing like jingles type shit, right?
Ba Rooney. Yeah, I got that. I got.
Hey, QE, you ever do any volunteer work as a lawyer? I got a case coming up, and you'd be a good mouthpiece, homie. You know what I mean? Seriously.
Do you not
better
want
than the
QE
lawyer I got?
You don't want him rapping you in court, mate.
No, well, I sure the way he tears apart other people, I wouldn't want to debate him. Dude. If I was a Glober, I wouldn't want to debate you. And if you were a Glober, I wouldn't want to debate you.
Hey, Jers, you bunch of knuckle dragging crayon munchers, pay attention.
Dude, I want to put one of those clips in my song, dude. That's just so funny when you say that.
Hey, Drace, don't give him them songs, man. Just give him ammunition and shit.
Whoa, what happened? I was just playing that, and all of a sudden it got deleted.
There you go.
Mate, so QE basically made jingles.
Jingles, I'd use the Doors and Jimi Hendrix and the Stones and
For real?
Jackson Brown.
Oh, tough shit.
That's not my style. Wait, do I know something? QE, like, rap isn't my thing, you know that?
That's the best.
What?
I answer QE with QE.
Yeah, tough shit.
Well, tough shit.
You do realise that rap ain't even my thing like that either. It's like, it's something that I think is enjoyable, but that's about it.
Wait a minute.
You have constant loop on that thing. Or what?
It's gonna be so good.
No, I'm just pushing it manually.
Listen up.
Okay, attention on deck.
Listen up. Go ahead. I gave you cheese on man, Sonny. You drinking again?
No, what, bro?
Brad, your mic's going crazy, bro. I don't know why.
Whose? Are you talking about the one from earlier, QE? I don't know how to read minds, bro. I know you.
I said, well, listen up. I thought you were going to play tough shit.
Oh. Okay.
Get it?
I missed the Q.
My word.
I missed the QEQ.
I know.
QE. I missed the QE.
Yeah. Now it's contrived. Forget about it.
Turn the EQ up for QE.
He had to teach you how to do it.
Well, tough shit. Well, tough shit.
Turn up the EQ.
Well, tough shit. Well, tough shit.
All of you.
Well,
Creepy to hear that from yourself.
I'd rather hear him say, QE, hear him say bone over and over and over again.
Bone?
Yeah.
Bone?
Bones?
Soft tissue and bones?
Bones?
Oh, boy.
Okay, did everyone get the gist on the gyro compass today? Everyone listen to that. No.
Is
Nope.
it a short presentation or?
The numpty clip.
Oh, numpty. No.
No one caught I told you guys to listen to
Good.
that.
Good thing we're here now, though.
You need to listen to the numpty.
Oh my God.
That's
Well,
all you
some
learn
people,
about that stuff, man. You
some
know?
people got to go outside sometimes.
Well,
Yeah.
you didn't have to listen. You didn't have to listen to it. Holy shit.
Just post
man.
it.
Whose mic is going crazy? You didn't have to listen to it live or something, but make sure you stop by and get there. There's good stuff in there, man. So I take a little liberty with a few of my guests, right? But it's good education stuff. If somebody comes up with a gyro, I'm going to pick one of you flat earthers out here. Who am I going to pick out?
I ate a gyro sandwich the other day.
Not
Bueller.
Who wants to discuss the gyro compass?
I do. Tell me everything about the gyro compass.
It's my contention that as soon as you fire up the gyro compass, it points to true north. What's your response to that?
Magnetic north?
No, it points to true north. That's what the Baltards think. When it's fired up, when ships fire them things up, that because the Earth spins, that thing will point to true north all on its own.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
So does it do that regardless?
That's what the Baltards say, that as soon as it's fired up, because the Earth spins, it'll point to true north. And check this out. When you go over the imaginary equator, that it'll flip and point to the South Pole by itself.
That is such a lie.
Citation.
That's such a lie.
Okay, since you guys didn't listen to the numpty clip, you're going to have to endure it. Sonny.
I'm gonna play it now. I'm gonna play it now.
Thank you.
This is unbelievable.
So there. Hold on a second.
This is pissing me off, and I haven't even listened to it yet.
I have it just about at the ready here. So, all right.
Can the rotation of the Earth can the rotation of the Earth power my car? The plug-in.
All right.
Okay, prepare yourselves.
Shit.
We have Baltard brain surgeons. Cert. Here he comes to save the day. More on man. And color commentaries from crossing into oncoming traffic. Left lane. April 2021.
Have you ever looked at a mechanical gyro compass?
Yes. What's next? My favorite color?
How does the mechanical gyro compass work exclusively to a globe Earth?
It exploits rotation.
It's exclusive to a rotating Earth.
It's exclusive to a rotating Earth. Wouldn't you have to first demonstrate a rotating Earth to even consider making that claim? You begging the spinning question space monkey fallacy? I'd like to see you try in the face of the strikes. Strike 1. The semicircular canals of the vestibular apparatus of the inner ear, which detect angular movement. Why isn't anyone feeling angular movement whilst in recliners on Earth? Por favor. Uh-oh! Your favorite spinning ball space monkey religion is dead right there, numpties. I have a novel idea. Take an A and P course. Clowns. Strike 2. Complete and utter lack of Earth-based Coriolis effect. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these bozos don't even know what the Coriolis effect is. And finally, we have time-lapse inertial reference frame moon and star rotation.
Fatality.
Which pummels at the very core your spinning space monkey into the incoherent oblivion. Steve Rye 3. You're out, numpties.
If you can demonstrate some other cause for a gyro compass to do what it does.
Ay, caramba!
That's why we love you, Baltards. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. OCD-like. So you want us to demonstrate some other cause for it, the gyro compass, to do what it does? You didn't state, let alone demonstrate a cause in the first place to avail the opportunity to give you some other cause. Juvenile shifting the burden of proof fallacy. And do what it does? What does it do? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these incoherent, mindless, wiki-parroting, mouth-breathing wallies think that gyro compasses, when spun up presto magico, point to true north. You think I'm kidding?
Gyro does not process. A gyro compass points at north, at the geographical north. And it does that because it is a frame of reference by itself.
Told you. Geographic north is true north. It's where all their fairy tale meridians converge to a point in the north. His mechanism here is, the gyro compass is a reference frame by itself, which is not only utterly meaningless, it's a non sequitur fallacy on nuclear steroids. Tantamount to saying the carousel is spinning counterclockwise because it's a reference frame by itself. Allow me to lift the veil for you if you never heard this disheveled 2015 dumpster fire before. From HowStuffWorks.com, a spinning gyroscope, if supported in a gimbaled frame and spun up, will maintain the direction it is pointing toward, even if the frame moves or rotates. In a gyro compass, this tendency is used to emulate a magnetic compass. At the start of the trip, the axis of the gyro compass is pointed toward north using a magnetic compass as a reference. A motor inside the gyro compass keeps the gyroscope spinning, so the gyro compass will continue pointing toward north and will adjust itself swiftly and accurately even if the boat is in rough seas. Periodically, the gyro compass is checked against the magnetic compass to correct any error it might pick up. So, folks, a gyro compass is set at the start of the trip by a magnetic compass. They then convert magnetic north and azimuth to true north using magnetic declination. See map legend, and it depends on your start location. The gyro compass is also checked for accuracy periodically during the trip with a magnetic compass. Why? Well, to ensure accuracy, especially over long distances, because the magnetic declination changes. Duh. They add or subtract the magnetic declination from the magnetic azimuth to get true north. No spinning space monkey fairy axes needed.
Gyro compass does not deviate that way. Points north.
Points north.
It only processes when it's looking for true north.
Looking? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these spinning space monkeys are batshit insane. Reification fallacy. A gyro compass is an inanimate object. It doesn't look, smile, run, jump, get bad breath, or do the hokey pokey.
Or have feelings.
In fact, it's a textbook pathetic fallacy, which is the attribution of human qualities to inanimate objects. Simply pathetic.
Do you need any further evidence besides the fact that it works?
The cherry on top color commentary brought to you by the Baltard brain surgeon crossing into oncoming traffic, left lane. It works. How does underwear work on a spinning monkey ball? Baltard logic, underwear works, therefore, spinning monkey ball. Left lane.
Uh-oh.
Should have changed lanes. Doubling down on his riveting color
Insurance goes
commentary
up.
declaration, left lane.
Uh-oh.
Screws the pooch again.
And the fact that it works is self-evident.
One could only imagine the maelstrom horror Stanford and Harvard Law are going through to recruit you. Here he comes to save the day. Moron man.
Back the gyroscope to make it point north. It spins from any direction you start it, and it seeks north.
So it's seeking north, except
when you go south of the equator, it reverses and seeks south.
What a fucking liar.
Is that magnetic south?
Wow.
Mm.
what the Let me get this straight. When a ship crosses an imaginary line, the now magical gyro compass endowed with Sauron orc powers from Middle-earth, presto magico flips to the non-existent South Pole. If you stroke its gimbals with pixie dust from Gondor, can it point to the dark matter between Jimmy and Amelia? You bozos need to be institutionalized. Immediately!
On the southern hemisphere, it points to the southern pole.
Here he comes to save the day. Moron man.
Back the gyroscope to make it point north. It spins from any direction you start it, and it seeks north.
And on the northern hemisphere, it points to the northern pole, the celestial one.
Celestial?
Gyro compass points at north. Points to the southern pole.
Looking for true north.
It seeks south.
Gyro compass points at north. Points north.
Moron man.
It reverses and seeks south.
Looking for true north.
It seeks south.
Points north.
It points north. Seeking south. Walking
South.
North. Points south.
Looking.
Points north.
Looking for no. It's still looking. I bet they don't even know what a gyro compass is for.
I'll bet you.
Ask them that. Be like crickets.
Yeah, I wanted to share that with you because you might run into that.
Yeah, that was good. I'm gonna watch that again.
Yeah, I should too.
We don't want them to catch you unawares with their fairy tale stories. So you got to know what they're talking about. Right? You know how to bust them.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Speaking of bones, we're gonna hear them again.
Bones?
We got bones. We got signature numpty clips starting next week. Remember, I'm gonna christen October the Flying Wasp. So we're gonna start off with Soundly, and then and famous Jack Horner.
Good old Soundly.
Yeah, he's gonna lead off the signature numpty clips next.
Sitting in a corner, eating his curds and whey.
Wow.
So there you go. Now we can move on.
That's incredible that would come out of somebody's mouth.
Yep.
How where did that person come from?
No,
Because
that
they
was-
should be raised.
No,
They need
it
to
was
be
four.
around.
There were four of them.
Okay, so this is my. All right, so I hope you don't mind me sharing a few notes I took. Okay, so we have a magnetic compass that goes to graphic north, aka true north, but we have
No.
Okay.
Nope.
It goes to magnetic north.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
The magnetic.
So that would be to say that geographic north could possibly be unknown.
No, the magnetic compass points to magnetic north. If you ever
Right.
look at maps, like military maps, the top of the map is always facing north, right?
Right.
To essentially true north. And what you do, if you want to convert magnetic azimuth to your map, you have to add or subtract the azimuth from. You get the information in the map legend. So you're just taking magnetic azimuths and plotting them on a map, but you have to do a little
The
calculation.
declinations that you mentioned, is that what you're
Yeah.
referring to? Okay.
Yeah, and it depends on where you're at in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But the gyro compass needs the magnetic compass. So you could point it to magnetic north, and then they just make the magnetic or the declination change to convert it to true north, and then point it there, right? So it always needs the magnetic compass first, and through the whole trip, you got to check that damn thing.
Okay, yeah, that is definitely should raise an eyebrow, but
Yep.
So the idea of true north, like away aside from the old heliocentric model perspective, couldn't true north or geographical north be considered unknown?
Well, they think they know it.
No, not they. Us. Not they. I mean us. Us. Be like, right.
Well, us. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a map. It's a map conversion, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so I mean like the Urbano Monte map, like that type of map.
The what?
I'm not saying it right. Sorry. I never say all the historical people's names right.
The Urbano what?
Monty. Okay.
The full Monty. I did that last night.
Sure. Congratulations. Okay. Yeah. All right, QE.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, so thank you so much, Miguel. All right, so I have this belief that there would be lands unknown to us. That's I waft into things that are I mean, so what is the determination for true north, I guess? What my curiosity would go
True
to.
north is the position that sits 90 degrees below Polaris.
Mm-hmm. Where that imaginary axis comes out of.
Yep.
Okay.
So
All right.
am I getting this right that you're using the rigidity in space of the gyroscope and then magnetically
yes,
finding north and then adjusting the gyroscope to show them where it is relative to that shit?
Yeah, now they pointed to true north off the magnetic azimuth.
Yeah.
And then it spins up. It's not going to move, right? Because in ships they got rough seas, right? You're going backwards and forwards, and you'll be all screwed up in a matter of no time in rough seas, right? You also get screwed up if your trip's really long, because, like I said, the declination will change on you, and you'll be off course, according to the map, right? So it's all based on the convention on the maps. Follow?
Maybe, possibly. I'm gonna listen to your video again. I put it on my watch later.
Okay. Just be aware that these knuckleheads will bring that up to you. Don't see. That's one of my missions with the Numpty clips was to educate you guys into their arguments, so you're not caught unawares.
So I take it there's no type of citation given from anyone on this, pointing south bullshit. Right? There isn't any, is there?
You'd have to go to Gondor.
Oh my God. All right. I'll have to get myself a cloak.
Well, go ahead, do it yourself. Go ahead, look up gyroscopes. and South Pole.
Jeez.
I never did it. It would be a fun exercise though. Let me try it. I'll try it. Hold on.
Yeah, why not? Right now.
Yeah, we'll do it right now. Gyroscopes and South Pole. South Pole. Get ready to have your ass handed to you, QE. North Pole. Okay, axle at either. You could no. If a gyro completely freedom is spun with a gyro axle on north and south pole of, I'm not getting much. It's not going to do it by itself. You'd have to adjust it, right? You'd have to point it magnetic north, and if you wanted to point it south, you just take the other end of the fucking compass and point it that way.
Yeah, couldn't you theoretically just point it west and make it point that way? It has nothing to do with the poles.
You could if you wanted to.
So it's not looking for any poles. They just set it that way, and they're just dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, never thought about pointing it west. But it isn't going to change direction once it crosses a fairy tale imaginary line. It's not going to all of a sudden say, oh, shit, we're in the south. Let me switch over. Those guys, they're cute when they're that age. They're batshit insane, man. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. But that's what you can expect from spinning ball space monkeys. They'll just make shit up. I told you, man. They're like anti-globers. They don't even parrot the correct glober bullshit. Right? They're like this left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up.
Ain't that something? That's spectacular.
I don't see how people can do that. I really don't. And be actually serious? No, I can see it if you're joking and stuff. If you're trying to be funny, that would be hilarious. But these people are actually serious. They're not only actually serious, they think they're intellectuals. That's what the truly hilarious part is.
Mm-mm. Okay, cut the shit. Where's the GIF where the astronaut turns his helmet? Help us out. How about the motorcycle one? Oh, wait a minute. No. Did I play that one on here before?
What's so funny, Sonny?
Just looking at the numpty list titles.
Nice.
Even just that's funny enough.
All right, which one? You gotta say.
The astronomy. Astronomy. That's a hilarious one. We should play that one.
Sure, why not?
Is that with that drunk bastard? Who,
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah, I
hilarious,
love that
man.
one.
It is hilarious.
Hilarious.
Ah.
All right, what do you got for us, Sonny?
Here we go.
Renee, do you have an experiment?
We have an experiment already.
No, Renee, do you have an experiment of mass attracting mass?
Hey, do you have an experiment of bullshit?
No.
You have this experiment.
That may be true. There's only one way to find out, Renee.
You are a cult leader.
There's only one way
You
to
are
find
a
out.
cult leader.
Yeah, you Jim
There's
Jones
only one way to
nigga.
find out, Renee. And how we find out if what you're saying is true,
You are a cult leader.
there's only one way to find
End.
out.
You saying Chemo's a cult leader? How many ball tards am I holding up?
And that way...
There's one way to find out
Only one
that
way to
you're
find
an idiot. And answer a basic astronomy related question,
Astronomy
idiot
is
boy.
not science, Renee.
No, you don't even understand basic astronomy because you're a fucking idiot.
wouldn't,
I'm
wanna
sorry. Excuse
understand.
me while I get angry.
We wouldn't-
All right,
we
I'm going to
wouldn't-
shut up.
We would want to...
This boy is a tool. He's a tool.
I thought Chemo was a cult leader. Now he's a tool? Can you
needs to
make up
shut
your
up.
mind? Also, astronomy. Is that close to the whiskey bee, the brand bee, and the bloody mare bee?
Renee, look, it's pseudoscience, and we don't...
You
recommend-
are a fucking fool.
Now Chemo's a cult leader, a tool, and a fool. And that's the second time you said you were going to shut up and have it. Are you a drunk?
All right, I'm done. I'm going to shut up.
It's the third time the charm?
A basic
nope
astronomy related
That's not
question.
science. Renee.
Chemo.
Sorry about that. No science.
Ask me.
No
Answer
science.
me a basic related astronomy related
Yes,
question.
but
Come
it's,
on.
It's not scientific. I can't help you.
Ask me a related, answer me a basic related astronomy related question. Answer related. Come on.
Oh, let me answer. Ask you a basic astronomy related question, and you give me an answer.
All right, let's try and I'll put my religious hat on. Go on, let's do it.
Are you ready?
I've got my religious
Answer
hat on.
me.
Yeah.
Are you ready to answer me a basic astronomy related question?
Let's go.
And don't you dare say perspective.
Okay.
Okay. As seasons progress, the sun rises and sets at different regions of the horizon as we go. Why is that possible? Why does that happen?
It's a perspective related question perspective.
Are you ready for? Are you? No. Are you blatantly lying?
No,
You're a
the
denier.
experiments.
Are you ready? You don't know jack diddly shit about astronomy.
Wow.
That is blatantly obvious.
Well, I know.
Are you ready for question? Are you ready for question 2, Mr. Dumbass?
Go on, then. I'm ready.
Okay. So, why can Polaris, the constellation of Polaris, be visible during a certain months of the year in the northern hemisphere during certain months of the year, and in other months of the year it cannot be visible. But if you could, during the months that it can't be visible, if you could magically turn day into night, you could see Polaris. Why is that?
So, Foster Brooks, you think the constellation Polaris? The constellation Polaris disappears for months in the northern hemisphere. How many space-time altering benders are you on per year? Have you considered clouds?
A model is your model. You don't. Are you ready for question number 3?
Dude. Hey, relax, everyone. Let me
Emo,
get it out.
are you ready
Let me get it
for
out.
question number 3?
Yes.
Let's go to question number 3, Chemo. Okay, so
Did you forget it? You dumb old.
I said before I conversation. I don't know God with this fucking everybody. I don't take it for I got everything. Yeah. God. Blackest. Oh, yeah, whatever.
yeah, you're a dumbass.
Come on.
You don't know jack diddly shit.
I'm talking about you.
You don't even understand basic astronomy. You're a dumbass. You're out here promoting your bullshit on the internet, and you don't even understand basic astronomy.
Renee,
what
stop
is
trying to roast
wrong
chemo.
with you?
But Renee, look at
Stop.
the model
I'm
that
so-
I've provided
I'm sorry.
for you. We have a working model.
Chemo,
which-
you.
It answers the second question.
Jump in a
about the
ditch.
Hello? Anyone home? I'm sorry, I'm sorry for the connection. I just don't think it's well, first of all, I can't understand. You know, I just came out of the street and it's bloody great beauty.
Let them vent. Let them get it out.
I'm sorry, people.
Don't prevent people from speaking.
People like
their
this
mind.
son of a bitch, they fucking aggravate the shit out of me. They're pieces of work, and they need to be tossed in a ditch. Incredulity. You're incredulity as it possibly can get.
That was insane. What the fuck? Oh,
Yeah, isn't that a good one?
I'm wiping away tears. Thank you, Sonny. That was great.
Now you know
I'm
why I
so
was
glad I don't wear
laughing.
makeup.
Now you know
Dude.
I was laughing just looking at the titles.
High five. High five, bro. I gotta add that to my funny list. Jeez. Man, if I'm having a bad day and I'm pissed off, all I have to do is listen to this shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh my gosh. All right, what else you got? I don't know if you can top that one.
There's one from. There's one. Where's this one from?
What's up, fellow flatties?
Hey, what's up? Who was that?
It was California Nightmare.
Oh, what's up, California? What's happening, man?
Not much, man. I'm here at work listening to you guys talk amongst each other.
Right, about to play another numpty clip here.
All right.
But I'm gonna surprise you. You might have heard it.
Hopefully not.
From a few days ago. Just trying to catch up on the Numpty clips. Don't want someone saying I wasn't listening to the Numpty clips.
Who would ever say that?
I don't know.
Me?
I thought a little birdie was on my shoulder.
Is Kiwi AFK or still in here?
Nah, I'm still here, man. I'm waiting for him.
Oh
to
my
take-
god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I was wiping away tears from that one.
With astronomy.
God, I was just, my head was back and I was just cracking the fuck up. It's like, what the fuck, man? Woo, that was a lot. That was a
You
lot.
like the constellation Polaris was one of your favorites.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. The constellation Polaris.
Which one you gonna play?
I'm not saying.
Oh, a surprise. Yay.
Because a model has explanatory and predictive powers.
Hours.
A scientific model can predict after its prediction, i.e., scientific hypothesis, has been validated by experiment. However, your little vroom vroom motorbike model can't. Next block of instruction, how to spot a sail on a sailboat.
That's why we are so obsessed with a model.
You're so obsessed with a model because you're a moron. Number one, I've clearly established that you don't know what an actual scientific model is. Number two, the equivocation fallacy models you've conjured in that pea-sized piece of horse manure you got between your ears haven't even reached wiki reification fallacy status, which is scary by itself. From your alma mater wiki. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. Number three, when you finally breach reification fallacy status, as a good majority of your ball-tard spinning space monkey brethren already have, you're going to realize, with assistance from your fleet of slobber nurses, you actually don't even have that. All you have is Diary of the Parroted Fairy Tale Narrative Mouse Syndrome.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! Reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models.
Get lost, dummy!
So when a flat earther tells me they don't have a model, that's basically them saying, I don't know, and I can't even guess. It's admitting you lost before you even showed up to the table.
Retard! Hold on, Chemo. Where's their model? Have you seen it?
That model, they don't have one yet. No.
Let's see
Sure,
it. Oh, they
check
don't
out
have
Google
it?
Earth.
What the f***? Your ball-tard spinning monkey ball model is Google Earth?
Say it ain't so.
That little charade was renounced publicly, quite vigorously, over 3 years ago by the lowerarchy of your crayon-munching clan. Sounds like you're just making shit up.
Do you think elevation is the same thing as curvature, sir? Because that's just dumb.
Look here, you big dummy.
Elevation isn't curvature. Elevation is elevation.